though sometimes it rose before the sunset, and sometimes it showed a paler face against a clear blue sky during the day. She had been watching the sun and moon rise and set for nearly a year, and while she hated the separation from Jondalar and Ayla that her watch of the heavenly bodies had necessitated, she had been fascinated by the knowledge she had gained. Tonight, though, she felt unsettled. She wanted to go to her dwelling, crawl into her furs with Jondalar, and have him hold her, touch her, and make her feel as only he could. She stood up and sat back down, trying to find a more comfortable position, trying to prepare herself for her long, lonely night. To pass the time and help keep herself awake, she concentrated on repeating in a low tone some of the many songs and long histories and legends, often in rhyme, that she was committing to memory. Though she had an excellent memory, there was a lot of information she had to learn. She had no voice for melody and didn't try to sing them as many of the Zelandania did. But Zelandani had told her singing wasn't necessary so long as she knew the words and the meaning of them. The wolf seemed to enjoy the sound of her soft voice droning in metric monotony as he dozed beside her, but not even Wolf was with her tonight. She decided to recite one of the histories, a story that told about the before times, a story that was particularly difficult for her. It was an early reference to the ones the Zelandani called flatheads, the ones she thought of as her clan, but her mind kept drifting away. The story was full of names that held no familiarity, events that had no meaning for her, and concepts that she didn't quite understand, or perhaps with which she didn't agree. She kept thinking of her own memories, her own history, her early life with the clan. Maybe she ought to switch to a legend. They were easier. They often told stories that were funny or sad, that explained or exemplified customs and behaviors. She heard a faint sound, a panting breath, and turned to see Wolf coming up the path to join her. He bounded toward her, obviously happy to see her. She felt the same. "Hello, Wolf," she said, roughing up the thick fur around his neck and smiling as she held his head and looked into his eyes. "I'm so glad to see you. I'm in the mood for company tonight." He licked her face, then tenderly took her jaw in his teeth. When he let go, she gently held his furry muzzle in her teeth for a moment. "I think you are glad to see me, too. Jondalar and Ayla must be back, and she is probably sleeping. It relieves my mind to know you are looking after her, Wolf, when I can't be there." The wolf settled at her feet. She wrapped the cloak tightly around her, sat back down to wait for the moon to rise, and tried to concentrate on a legend about one of the Zelandani ancestors, but instead she recalled the time that she nearly lost Wolf on their journey. They were making a perilous crossing of a flooded river and had become separated from him. She remembered searching for him, cold and wet and nearly out of her mind with the fear that she had lost him. She felt again the sinking dread when she finally found him, unconscious and afraid he was dead. Jondalar had found them both, and though he was cold and wet too, he had done everything. She was so cold and exhausted she was useless. He had put up the shelter, carried her and the half-drowned wolf inside, saw to the horses, took care of them all. She wrenched her mind back to the present, feeling a need for Jondalar. Maybe the counting words, she thought. She started to say them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and remembered how delighted she had been the first time Jondalar had explained them to her. She had understood the abstract concept immediately, counting things she could see in her cave. She had 1 sleeping place, 1, 2 horses, 1, 2. Jondalar's eyes are so blue. I must stop this, she thought. Ayla stood up and walked toward the columnar stone that seemed balanced so precariously close to the edge. Yet last summer, when several men had tried to push it over, thinking it might pose a danger, they couldn't budge it. It was the stone that she had seen from below on the day she and Jondalar first arrived, she remembered, the one that made a distinctive outline against the sky. She vaguely recalled seeing it before, in a dream. She reached out and put her hand on the large stone near the base and suddenly snatched it away. Her fingertips seemed to tingle where she had touched the stone. When she looked at it again, in the dim light of the moon, it felt as though the stone had moved slightly, leaned closer to the edge. And was it glowing? She backed away, staring at the peculiar stone. I must be imagining it, she thought. She shut her eyes and shook her head. When she opened them, the stone looked like any other stone. She reached out to touch it again. It felt like rock, but as she held her hand on the rough stone, she thought she felt a tingling again. "Wolf, I think this one night the sky can do without me," she said. "I'm starting to see things that aren't there. And look, the moon is already up, and I missed its rising. I'm not doing any good out here tonight, anyway." She thought about lighting a torch, but decided against taking the time to make a fire. The moon was bright enough. She picked her way carefully down the path by the light of the moon and stars, with Wolf leading the way. She glanced back once more at the rock. It still seems to glow, she thought. Maybe I've been looking at the sun too much. Zelindani did warn me to be careful. It was much darker inside, but she could see by the reflection from the roof of the abri of a large communal fire that had been lit earlier in the evening and was still burning. Ayla entered her dwelling quietly. Everyone seemed to be sleeping, but a small lamp gave off a dim light. They often lit one for Ayla. It took her longer to fall asleep when it was pitch dark. The lichen wick, soaking in the melted fat, burned for quite a while, and it had often served Ayla well when she came home late at night. She looked beyond the partition into the room where Jondalar was sleeping. Ayla had crept in beside him again. She smiled at them and started towards Ayla's bed, not wanting to disturb them. Then she stopped, and shaking her head, went to their bed.
"Is that you, Ayla?"
Jondalar said sleepily.
"Is it morning already?"
"No, Jondalar. I came in early tonight," she said, as she picked up the tow-headed child and put her in her own bed. She tucked her in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Then she went back to the bed she shared with Jondalar. When she got there, Jondalar was awake, propped up on one elbow.
"Why did you decide to come in early?"
"I couldn't seem to concentrate." She smiled at him sensuously and removed her clothes, then crawled in beside him. The place was still warm from her sleeping daughter. "Do you remember that you once told me that any time I wanted you, all I had to do was this?" she said, as she gave him a long, loving kiss. He was quick to respond.
"It's still true,"
he said, his voice gruff with his quickened desire. The nights had been long and lonely for him, too. Ayla was cute and cuddly, and he loved her, but she was a little girl, and his mate's daughter, not his mate, not the woman who aroused his passion and, until recently, had satisfied it so well. He reached for her hungrily, kissing her mouth and her neck, and then her body with starved ardor. She was equally hungry, equally ardent, and reached for his body in almost desperate need. He kissed her again, slowly, felt the inside of her mouth with his tongue, then her neck, and reached for her breast with his hand, then took the nipple into his mouth. She felt delicious jolts of pleasure race through her. It had been a long time since they had taken the time to explore the mother's gift of pleasure. He suckled one nipple, then the other, and caressed her breasts. She felt sensations that reached deep inside, in the place that ached for him. He placed a hand on her stomach and massaged it gently. There was a softness to it that he liked, a slight roundness that made her seem even more womanly, if that was possible. She felt as though she was melting into a pool of delight as his hand reached for the soft fur of her mound and then put a finger at the top of her slit and began to draw circles inside. When he reached the spot that sent bolts of shudders through her, she moaned and arched into them. He went lower, found the entrance to her warm, wet cave, and reached inside. She spread her legs to give him more access. He got up and moved between them, then lowered himself and tasted her. That was the taste he knew, the taste of Ayla that he loved. With both hands he spread her petals wide and licked her with his warm tongue, explored her clefts and crevices until he found the nodule that had hardened a little. She felt each movement as a delicious flash of fire as the desire inside her grew. She was no longer conscious of anything except Jondalar and the mounting surge of exquisite pleasure he made her feel. His manhood had swelled to its fullness and strove for release. Her breathing quickened, each breath coming with a groan, until suddenly she reached a peak and felt herself well up and overflow. He felt her warm wetness, then pulled back and entered her welcoming depths and plunged in deeply. She was ready for him and arched to take him in. As he felt his members slide into her warm and welcoming well, he groaned with the pleasure. It had been so long, or so it seemed. She took him all, and as he felt her encompassing warmth, he felt a sudden gratefulness that the mother had led him to her, that he had found this woman. He had almost forgotten how perfectly they fit together. He reveled in her as he plunged in again and then again. She gave herself up to him, rejoiced in the sensations he made her feel. Suddenly, almost too soon, they felt the pleasure mounting. It surged up until with a volcanic release it engulfed them. They held it and then let go. Afterwards, they rested, but their ravenous craving for each other was not quite satisfied. They loved again, languorously, drawing out each touch, each caress, until they could no longer resist, and finished with a second burst of eager energy. Ayla could see a faint crack of morning light through a carelessly secured covering when she settled into the warm furs beside Jondalar to sleep. She was more than satisfied. She felt luxuriously satiated. She looked at Jondalar. His eyes were closed, a relaxed and blissful smile on his face. She closed her eyes. Why had she waited so long, she thought. She tried to think how long it had been. Suddenly her eyes flew open. Her herbs! When was the last time she took her herbs? She hadn't had to worry about them when she was nursing. She knew it was unlikely that she would get pregnant then, but Ayla had been weaned for several years. Making a tea of her contraceptive herbs was usually a habit, but she hadn't been as careful lately. She had forgotten them a few times before, but she was convinced no new life could begin without a man, and since she had been spending her nights on the cliff, she hadn't shared pleasures with Jondalar as often, so she wasn't concerned. As an acolyte in training, her apprenticeship had been demanding, requiring periods of fasting, sleep deprivation, and other restrictions on her activities, including that she refrain from pleasures for a period of time. For nearly a year she had been staying awake at night to observe the movements of celestial objects, but her rigorous training was almost over. The year of studying the night sky would be finished soon, at the coming summer long day. Then she would be considered for acceptance as a full acolyte. She was already skilled in healing, or it would have taken much longer, although she would never stop learning. Any time after that, she could become Zelandani, though she wasn't sure how. She had to be called to it, a mysterious process that no one could explain, but which every Zelandani had experienced. When an acolyte claimed a calling, the potential Danyer went through a probing interrogation by the other Zelandania, who would then accept or reject the claim. If it was accepted, a place would be found for the new one to serve the mother, customarily as an assistant to an existing Zelandani. If it was rejected, the acolyte would stay an acolyte, but an explanation was usually given so the next time a calling was felt, it would be better understood. Some acolytes never reached the position of Zelandani and were happy with that, but most wanted to be called. Before she fell asleep, she mused about the pleasures. She was the only one who was convinced that they started new life growing inside a woman. If she was pregnant, it was likely she would be too busy with a new baby to think about any calling. Well, time will tell. What's done is done. There's no point in worrying about whether or not I'm pregnant now. And would it really be so bad to have another child? A baby might be rather nice, Ayla thought. She closed her eyes and relaxed again, then drifted off to a contented sleep. It was one of the children who first noticed the smoking signal fire from the third cave and pointed it out to his mother. She showed it to her neighbor, and both started toward Joharan's dwelling. Before they reached it, several others had seen it as well. Proliva and Ayla were just coming out as the crowd arrived. They looked up, rather surprised. "Smoke from Two Rivers Rock," one said. "Signal from the third," said another at the same time. Joharan was right behind his mate. He walked to the edge of the stone ledge. "They'll be sending a runner," he said. The runner arrived not long after, somewhat out of breath. "Visitors," he said, "from the 24th cave of the southern Zelandani, including their primary Zelandani. They are going to our summer meeting, but wanted to visit some caves along the way." "They've come a long distance," Joharan said. "They will need a place to stay." "I'll go tell the first," Ayla said. "But I won't be going with everyone this year," she thought, as she started toward Zelandani's dwelling. "I have to wait for the summer long day." She felt a little sorry and thought, "I hope the visitors won't leave the meeting too soon, but if they have come from very far, they might have to leave early to get back home before winter. That would be too bad." "I'll check the large gathering area at the other end," Proliva said. "That will be a good place for them to stay, but they'll need water and firewood at least. How many are there?" "Perhaps as many as a small cave," the runner said. That could be as many as 30 or more, Ayla thought, mentally using the special techniques she had learned in her training to count larger numbers. Counting with fingers and hands was more complicated than the simple counting words, if one understood how to do it. But as with most things associated with the Zelandania, it was even more complex than that. It could mean something entirely different. All signs had more than just one meaning. After she told the first, Ayla followed Proliva to the other end of the large overhanging ledge, bringing some additional wood. Acquiring and supplying fuel for fire was a chore that required constant attention and effort. Everyone, including children, gathered anything that would burn: wood, brush, grasses, the dry dung of grazing animals, and the fat of any animal they hunted, including the random carnivore. In order to live in cold environments, fire was indispensable for both heat and light, not to mention using it to cook food to make it easier to chew and more digestible. Although some fat was used in cooking, most often it was used for the fire that provided light. Maintaining fire was demanding, but it was essential to maintain the life of the two-legged tropical omnivores who had evolved in warmer climes and walked their way around the world. "There you are, Ayla. I thought we'd give the visitors the place next to the spring-fed creek that separates the ninth cave from downriver, but I've been wondering about the horses. Their place is so close to the area the visitors would be using. Do you think they should be moved?" Proliva said. "The visitors might find it disconcerting to have horses so close." "I was thinking the same thing, not only because of the visitors. The horses would not be happy to have so many strangers close by. I think I'll move them to Wood Valley for now," Ayla said. "That would be a good place for them," Proliva said. After the visitors arrived, were introduced, settled into their temporary living space, and had eaten, the people broke into several groups. An assemblage of the Zelandania, which included the first and Ayla, the Zelandani of the visitors plus her acolytes, the Zelandania of the 3rd, the 14th, and the 11th caves, plus a few others, walked back to the gathering space at the other end of the huge abri. A fire had been built and banked before the group of travelers left to eat, and was stoked up again by one of them, who put water into a large container and cooking stones into the fire. People brought out their personal drinking cups in anticipation of a fresh cup of hot tea, and conversations started or continued. The visitors talked about their travels, and they all exchanged ideas about rituals and medicine. When the first mentioned the contraceptive drink, there was great interest. Ayla told them what herbs to use, in some cases describing them carefully so there would be no confusion with similar plants. She talked a little about her long journey from the land of the mammoth hunters, and they understood that she was a foreigner from a long distance. Her accent wasn't quite as strange to the visitors because they also spoke with an accent, although they thought it was the northern Zelandani who did. Ayla thought their way of speaking was similar, too, but not the same as the way the people they had met on her Dunyer tour spoke, and the way Kimmeran's mate Belladora had said certain words. When the evening was drawing to a close, the Zelandani of the visitors said, "I have been pleased to get better acquainted, Ayla. Word of you has traveled even to our region, and I think we are probably the most distant cave who still call themselves the children of Dani, and who recognize the first among those who serve the mother," she added, addressing the large woman. "I suspect that you are counted as first among your group of southern Zelandani. I am too far away. Perhaps I am, in our local territory, but we still acknowledge this region as our original homeland, and you as the first. It is in our histories, our legends, our teachings. That's one reason we wanted to come, to re-establish our ties." And to decide if you wanted to keep them, the first thought. She had noticed some facial expressions among some of the visitors that were, if not disdainful, then at least doubtful, and had overheard some quiet conversation in what was probably a local southern dialect, questioning some of the northern Zelandania ways, especially from one young man. He very likely believed that no one there could understand the variation of Zelandani they were speaking. Few people they had met did, but the first had traveled quite a bit in her younger years, and more recently with Ayla, and she had welcomed many visitors from distant places. She was fairly adept at picking up languages, especially variations of Zelandani. She glanced at Ayla, whom she knew had an almost uncanny knack for language and could grasp even a strange one more quickly than anyone she knew. Ayla caught the glance from her mentor and the flick of her eyes toward the young man and nodded slightly in an unobtrusive way, letting her know that she had also understood him. They would discuss it later. "And I am pleased to know you," Ayla said. "Perhaps someday we can visit you." "You would be welcome, both of you," the Zelandani said, looking at the first. The big woman smiled, but wondered how much longer she'd be able to make journeys, especially long ones, and doubted that she would be the one to make a return visit. "You have brought some interesting new ideas that I am pleased to learn about, and I thank you for them," the large woman said. "I have been very pleased to learn of your medicines," Ayla added. "I have learned much as well. I am especially grateful to know about the way to dissuade the mother from blessing a woman. There are those women who just should not bear another child for her health and the sake of her family," the Zelandani said. "It was Ayla who brought that knowledge," the first admitted. "Then I have something I would like to give to her in return, and to you, first among those who serve the mother. I have a mixture that has some remarkable qualities. I think I will leave it with you to try out," the Southern 24th said. "I hadn't planned to. I have only one pouch of it with me, but I can make up more when I get back." She opened her traveling pack, took out her distinctive medicine box, and removed a small pouch from it. She held it out. "I think you will find this quite interesting and perhaps useful." The first indicated that she should give it to Ayla. "It's very powerful. Be careful when you experiment with it," she said, as she handed it to the younger woman. "Do you prepare it as a decoction or infusion?" Ayla asked. "It depends what you want," the woman said. "Each preparation gives it different properties. Later I'll show you what's in it, though I suspect you may have worked it out yourself by then." Ayla couldn't wait to find out what was in it. She examined the pouch. It was made of soft leather and tied with a cord that she thought was made from the long hairs of the tail of a horse. She undid some interesting knots in the cord, which had been threaded through holes cut around the top of the soft leather pouch, and opened it. "One ingredient is certain," she said, as she sniffed the contents. "Mint." The scent also reminded her of the strong tea they had tried when they were visiting another one of the southern Zelandani. Ayla retied it with her own knots. The woman smiled. Mint was the scent she used to distinguish this particular mixture, but it was far more powerful than that innocuous herb. She hoped she would still be here when someone began to experiment with it. That would be a test of the skill and knowledge of the northern Zelandania, she thought. Ayla smiled at Zelandani. "I may have another one on the way." They had been talking about children, though it was the first who had brought it up, she realized. "I wondered about that. You didn't look like you were getting fat, like me. I doubt that you ever will, but you seem to be filling out in places. How many moon times have you missed?" "Just one. My moon time was due a few days ago, and though I'm not really getting sick, I feel a little nauseous in the morning sometimes," Ayla said. "If I were to make a guess, I'd say you're going to have another baby." "Are you happy about it?" Zelandani asked. "Oh, yes. I want another, although I hardly have time to take care of the one I have. I'm just glad Jandalar is so good with Janela." "Have you told him yet?" "No, it's too soon, I think. You never know. Things can happen. I know he would like another child at his hearth. I wouldn't want him to get excited only to be disappointed. And it's a long enough wait even after you start showing. No reason to make him wait so long." Ayla thought about the night she came down from the cliff early and how good it had been for both of them. Then she recalled the first time she had shared pleasures with Jondalar. She laughed quietly to herself. "What's funny?" Zelindani asked. "I was just thinking about the first time Jondalar showed me the gift of pleasure, back in my valley. Until then, I didn't know it was supposed to be a pleasure, or even that it could be. I could hardly communicate with him then. He had been teaching me to speak Zelindani, but so much of his language and most of his ways were completely strange to me. As a mother was supposed to, Isa had explained how a woman of the clan uses a certain signal to encourage a man, though I don't think she thought I'd ever really need it. I'd been making the signal to Jondalar, but it didn't mean anything to him. Later, he showed me pleasures again, because he wanted to, not because I did, and I kept thinking he would never understand my signals when I wanted him again. I finally asked to speak to him the way the women of the clan do. He didn't understand what I wanted when I sat down in front of him and bowed my head, waiting for him to tell me I could speak. Finally, I just tried to tell him. When he understood the gist of it, he thought I wanted him to do it right away, and we had just finished. He said something like he didn't know if he could, but he would try. As it turned out, he didn't have any problem, Ayla said, smiling at her own innocence. Zelindani smiled too. "He always was an obliging fellow," she said. "I loved him the first time I saw him, before I even knew him, but he was so good to me, Zelindani, especially when he showed me the mother's gift of pleasures. I asked him once how he could know things about me that I didn't know about myself. He finally admitted that someone had taught him, an older woman, but I could tell he was greatly troubled. He really loved you, you know," Ayla said. "He still does, in his way." "I loved him, too, and I still do, in my way, but I don't think he ever loved me the way he loves you." "But I've been gone so much, especially at night. I'm surprised that I'm pregnant." "Maybe you are wrong about his essence mixing with yours inside you, Ayla. Maybe new life is started by the Great Mother choosing a man's spirit and blending it with yours," Zelindani said with a wry smile. "No, I think I know when this one was started," Ayla smiled. "I came home early one night. I just couldn't concentrate, and I forgot to make my special tea. Now I'm starting to love rain, especially at night when I have to come in because I can't see anything anyway. I'll be glad when this watching year is over." The young woman studied her mentor, then asked the question she had wanted to ask. "You said you had thought about mating. Why didn't you?" "Yes, I almost did mate once, but he was killed in a hunting accident. After he died, I buried myself in the training. No one else ever made me want to mate, except Jondalar. There was a time when I did consider him. He was so insistent, and he can be very persuasive, but you know it was forbidden. I was his dunny woman, and besides, he was so young. We would probably have had to move away from the 9th cave, and it might have been hard to find a place. I felt that it would be unfair to him. His family has always been important to him. It was hard enough for him to go to live with Dalinar," the Danyer said, "and I didn't want to leave either. Did you know I was selected for the Zelindania and started my training before I was a woman? I'm not sure when I finally realized that the Zelindania was more important to me than mating, and it's just as well. I've never been blessed by Dani. I'm afraid I would have been a childless mate." "I know the second had children, But I don't think I have ever seen a Zelendani who was pregnant, Ayla said.
Some become pregnant, Zelendani said. They usually arrange to lose it in the first few moons before they get very big. Some will carry a child full term, then give it to another woman to raise, often a barren woman who desperately wants a child. The mated ones usually keep the child, but few Zelendania women are mated. It's easier for the men. They can leave most of the child care to their mates. You know how difficult it can be. The demands of a mated woman, especially if she becomes a mother, often conflict with the needs of the Zelendania.
Yes, I know, Ayla said.
All the people of the 9th cave were in a state of excited anticipation. They would be leaving for the summer meeting the next day, and everyone was busily packing in the final rush of getting ready to leave. Ayla was helping Jondalar and John Ayla pack, deciding what to leave behind, what to take, and where to pack it, partly because she wanted to spend more time with them. Marthona was with them, too. This was the first time that she would not be going with her cave to a summer meeting. She couldn't walk very far anymore. She wanted to be around when they packed, so she wouldn't feel entirely left out. Ayla wished she didn't have to stay back from the meeting, but she was worried about Marthona and was glad she would be there to look after her. Her mind was as alert as ever, but the woman's health was failing, and she was so crippled with arthritis, sometimes she could hardly walk or even work on her loom. I can go later, after the summer long day, Ayla thought. She loved the woman as both a friend and a mother, and enjoyed her thoughtful wisdom and not always so gentle wit. It would be a good opportunity to spend more time with her. Ayla thought of it as compensation for missing the summer meeting, even part of it. She resolved to find ways to be with her family more often when they got back, but if she didn't finish her project of marking the moon and sun this year, she would have to start all over again another year, and she had only until a little past the summer long day to go. She had returned early last year to start on the project. The most difficult time to make a record had been during the winter. Some days it was so stormy it was impossible to see the sun or the moon, but it had been clear during the winter short day and both the fall same day and the spring same day, which was a good sign. Zelendani had helped her with the fall same day. They had both stayed awake more than a day and night, using special wicks in a sacred lamp to determine that sun-up to sundown was the same length as the following sundown to sun-up. Ayla had done it the following spring same day with Zelendani overseeing her. Since she had been fortunate enough to see the most important moments during the cold seasons, she didn't want to give it up now. Sometimes I wish we didn't have the horses and their pole drags, Jondalar said. It would actually be easier if all we had to worry about was what we could carry on our backs. Then we wouldn't have all our friends and relatives asking if we could just take a few things. All those few things can make a big load.
You won't have Winnie this year, so you have to tell people that you don't have as much room, Ayla said.
I have told them, but all they can see is the little space their things would take, and surely with 2 horses there must be enough room, Jondalar said.
Just tell them no, Jondi, John Ayla said. That's what I tell anyone who asks me.
That's a good idea, John Ayla, said Marthona. But didn't you ask to pack some things for Sathona?
But, Grandam, she's my close cousin and my best friend, John Ayla said, sounding a little indignant.
Everyone in the 9th cave has become my best friend, or would like to think so, Jondalar said. It's not so easy saying no. Sometimes I may want to ask a favor of someone, but what he'll remember is that I said no when all he wanted was to have a few of his things carried by one of the horses.
If the things aren't all that much, why can't they carry them themselves? John Ayla asked.
That's just the point. They're not always so little. It's usually the bulky and the heavy things they want carried, things they probably wouldn't even take if they had to carry them by themselves, Jondalar said. The next morning, Ayla accompanied the 9th cave part of the way, riding Winnie. "When do you think you'll be able to join us?" Jondalar asked.
"Sometime after the summer long day, but I'm not sure how long," Ayla said. "I am a little worried about Marthona. It may depend on how she feels and who has come back to help her. When do you think Willamar will return?"
"It depends on where people have decided to hold their summer meetings. He hasn't made many long trips since your Danyer tour, but he planned a longer-than-usual trip this year. He said he wanted to visit as many people as he could, both outlying Zelendanyi and others. Several people went with him, and he was going to pick up a few more from other caves along the way. This may be his last long trading circuit," Jondalar said.
"I thought that's what he said when he came along on my Danyer tour," Ayla said.
"He's been saying that every year for some time. I think he's finally going to name a new trade master, and he can't decide which one of his apprentices to choose. He's going to be observing them on this trip," Jondalar said.
"I think he should name both of them."
"I'll try to come back for a visit, but I'm going to be busy. I need to make arrangements to enlarge our place so Marthona and Willamar can move in with us in the fall."
Ayla turned to her daughter, and they embraced. "Be good, John Ayla. Mind Jondalar, and help Proliva," she said. "I will, Mother. I wish you were coming with us." "I wish I was too, John Ayla. I'm going to miss you," Ayla said.
She and Jondalar kissed, and she clung to him for a moment.
"I'll miss you too, Jondalar. I will even miss Racer and Gray."
She gave each horse farewell strokes and a hug around the neck.
"And I'm sure Winnie will, and Wolf too."
John Ayla patted Winnie and scratched a favorite place, then bent down and gave Wolf a big hug. The animal wriggled with pleasure and licked her face.
"Can't we take Wolf with us, Mother? I'm going to miss him so much,"
John Ayla asked, trying one last time.
"Then I would miss him, John Ayla." "No, I think it's best if he stays here. You'll see him later in the summer," Ayla said.
Jondalar picked up John Ayla and put her on Gray. She could count 6 years now and could mount the horse herself if there was a stone or a stump nearby, but she still needed help out in the open. Jondalar mounted Racer, and taking Gray's lead rope, they quickly caught up with the rest. Ayla could not stop the tears as she stood with Winnie and Wolf, watching Jondalar and John Ayla riding away from her. Finally, Ayla leapt up on the back of her dun-yellow mare. She rode part way back toward home, then stopped and turned to look again at the departing 9th cave. They were moving along at a steady pace, strung out in a ragged line. At the rear, she saw John Ayla and Jondalar on their horses, pulling the pole drags. The summer meeting was being held at the same place it had been held when Ayla first came. She had liked that location and hoped that Joharan would select the same site that the 9th cave had used for their camp when they were there before, if no one else had taken it. Joharan had always liked being in the thick of things, and the campsite was somewhat away from the major activities, but in the past few years he had begun to select campsites that were closer to the edge so the horses wouldn't be surrounded by people, and he was learning to like having the space to spread out. If he chose the old campsite, there was plenty of room for their much larger than usual cave to spread out, and a good place for the horses as well, and she could close her eyes and imagine them there. Ayla watched the people leaving for some time, then turned Winnie, signaled Wolf, and went back to the 9th cave. Ayla hadn't known how lonely the huge abri could be with so many people gone, even though some people from the nearby caves had come to stay there. Most of the dwellings were closed up, and the abri had a deserted look. Tools and equipment from the large work area had been dismantled and taken along or put away, leaving empty spaces. Marthona's loom was one of the few remaining pieces of apparatus. Ayla had asked Marthona to move in with them. She wanted to be nearby if Jondalar's mother needed help, especially at night, and the woman was quick to agree. Since she and Willamar were already planning to move in with them in the fall, it gave Marthona a chance to select which things she wanted to keep and which to give away. She couldn't move them all over to the smaller accommodations. They talked long together, and Marthona discovered a reason for happiness when she learned that Ayla was pregnant again. Most of the people left behind were old or incapacitated in some way. Among them was a hunter with a broken leg, another recovering from a goring he suffered at the horns of an aurochs bull that had turned on him suddenly, and a pregnant woman who had already miscarried 3 times and been told that she had to stay off her feet if she ever expected to carry a baby full term. Her mother and her mate were staying with her. "I'm glad you're going to be here this summer, Ayla," Javiva, the pregnant woman's mother, said. "Geralda held her last one almost 6 moons until Madraman came around. He told her to exercise. I think the reason she lost it was his fault. At least you know something about pregnancy. You've had a child of your own." Ayla looked at Marthona, wondering if she knew anything about Madraman treating Geralda. She hadn't heard anything. He had moved back to the 9th cave last year and brought many of his things with him, as if he planned to stay for a while. Then, just a moon or so ago, he left abruptly. A runner from another cave had come to ask Ayla for help for someone who had broken his arm. Her skill with fixing bones had spread wide. She stayed several days, and when she returned, Madraman was gone. "How far along is Geralda now?" Ayla asked. "Her moon times were not regular, and she was spotting blood, so we weren't paying much attention and aren't sure when this life started. I think she's bigger than she was when she lost the last one, but maybe I'm just wishing," Javiva said. "I'll come by tomorrow and examine her and see what I can find out, though I don't know if I'll be able to tell much. Did Zelendani say anything about why she lost her first 3? Ayla asked. "All she said is that Geralda has a slippery womb and tends to drop them too easily. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the last one, except that he was born too soon. He was alive when he was born and lived a day or so, then just stopped breathing." The woman turned her head aside and wiped away a tear. Geralda put her arm around her mother, and then her mate held her and her mother for a moment. Ayla watched the small family as they joined together in their remembered grief. She hoped this pregnancy would turn out to be more successful. Joharan had designated 2 men to stay behind to hunt for the people left at the 9th cave and generally to help out where they could. They would be replaced in a moon or so. There was also one hunter who had volunteered to stay, the mate of the pregnant woman who was having difficulties. The others had been unlucky enough to lose at the competitive games the leader had arranged to decide who had to remain behind. The older one was called Lorigan, the younger, Forison. They had grumbled about it, but since they would not have to take a turn in the competition the next year, they accepted their fate. Ayla often joined the men on their hunts and enjoyed it, and just as often went out on her own with Winnie and Wolf. She hadn't hunted for some time, but she hadn't lost her skills. Forison, who was quite young, wasn't sure of the hunting ability of the Donyer's acolyte in the beginning and thought she'd get in the way, especially since she insisted on bringing the wolf. Lorrigan only smiled. By the end of the first day, the young man was overwhelmed at her prowess with both spear-thrower and sling, and surprised at how well the animal worked with them. When they were returning, the older man explained to the youngster that it was she and Jondalar who had developed the spear-thrower and brought it with them when they returned from their journey. Forison had the good sense to be embarrassed. But for the most part, Ayla stayed near the large abri. Those who were there usually shared their evening meal together. It tended to make the emptiness of the large area seem less when they were all together around one fire. The aged and infirm were overjoyed to have a real healer there to care for them. It gave them an unaccustomed sense of security. Most summers, instructions were left with those who were more fit or with the hunters. At most, there might be an acolyte who was staying behind for a similar reason that Ayla was, but generally not one so skilled. Ayla fell into a routine. She slept late in the morning, then in the afternoon she visited with each person, listened to their complaints, gave them medicines or made poultices, or did whatever she could to make them feel better. It helped make the time pass for her. They all became closer, exchanged stories of their lives, or told stories they had heard. Ayla practiced telling the elder legends and the histories she was learning, and told incidents from her early life, both of which people loved hearing. She still spoke with her unusual accent, but they were so accustomed to it they really didn't hear it anymore, except that it tended to give her an appealing sense of the mysterious and exotic. They had fully accepted her as one of them, but they loved to tell stories about her to others because she was so unusual, and by association it made them feel special. As they sat together in the warm sun of the late afternoon, Ayla's stories were in particular demand. She had led such an interesting life, and they never seemed to tire of asking her questions about the clan or to ask her to show them how they would say certain words or concepts. They also loved to hear the familiar songs and stories they had grown up with. Many of the older people knew some of the legends as well as she and were quick to point out any mistakes, but since several of the older ones came from other caves, and each often had their own versions, there would be discussions or sometimes arguments about which interpretation was more correct. Ayla didn't mind. She was interested in the various renderings, and the discussions helped her to remember even better. It was a quiet, slow-paced time. The ones who were able often went out and gathered the fruits, vegetables, nuts, and seeds in season to supplement their meals and to store for the winter. Just before sunset each evening, Ayla climbed to the top of the cliff with the flat palmate sections of antler she had been marking. She had gotten in the habit of leaving Wolf with Marthona at night, showing her how to send Wolf to get her if she needed help. Ayla watched as the sun continued its almost imperceptible movement, setting just a little farther toward the right on the western horizon each night. Until Zelandani had set her to the task, she hadn't really paid that much attention to those kinds of celestial movements before. She had only noticed that the sun rose somewhere in the east and set in the west, and that the moon went through phases from full to dark and back to full again. Like most people, she was aware that the nighttime orb was in the sky during the day occasionally, and though people noticed it, they didn't often pay attention because it was so pale. There was a particular color, however, a shade of nearly transparent white, hardly more than a wash of water with a little white kaolin from a nearby deposit that was called pale, after the pale moon of day. Now she knew much more. That was why she was watching the place on the horizon where the sun rose and set, the placement of certain constellations and stars, and the different timings of the risings and settings of the moon. It was a full moon, and while it wasn't rare to have a full moon during the winter short day or the summer long day, it was not especially common either. One of the events coincided with the full moon, perhaps once every 10 years, but since the full moon was always opposite the sun, it always rose at the same time that the sun set, and because the sun was high in the sky in summer, the full moon stayed low in the sky all night. She sat facing south and turning her head right and left to try to keep track of both of them. The first night that the sun seemed to set in the same place that it had the night before, she wasn't sure if she had seen it right. Was it far enough to the right on the horizon? Had the correct number of days passed? Was the time right, she wondered? She noted certain constellations and the moon and decided she'd wait until the next night. When the sun set at the same place again, she was so excited she wished Zelendani were with her so she could share it. Chapter 30. She could hardly wait until Marthona woke up the next morning to tell her that she thought it was the time of the summer long day. The woman's reaction was mixed. She was pleased for Ayla, but she also knew that it would not be long before Ayla would be going to the summer meeting, and she'd be left alone. Not really alone, she knew. All the others would still be there, but Ayla had been wonderful company, enough so that she hardly noticed the absence of so many of her loved ones. She even noticed that the infirmities that kept her from the summer meeting seemed less. The young woman's medicinal skills, the special teas, poultices, massages, and other practices all seemed to help. She was feeling much better. Marthona was going to miss her greatly. The sun seemed to stand still, to set in almost the same location for 7 days, but only 3 that she felt certain of. There did seem to be some movement on the 2 before and the 2 after, although less than normal, and then, to her amazement, she could see that the place where the sun set had definitely reversed. It was exciting to watch the change in direction and to realize that it would keep going back the way it had come until the winter short day. She had watched the previous winter short day, along with Zelendani and several other people, but she hadn't felt the same sense of excitement, although that one was always more important to most people. It was the short day that promised that the deep cold of winter would end and the warmth of summer would return, and was celebrated with great enthusiasm. But this summer-long day was very important to Ayla. She had seen and verified it herself, and she felt a great sense of accomplishment and relief. It also meant her year of watching was over. She would watch a few more days and continue to mark, just to see if and how the setting places changed, but she was already thinking of leaving for the summer meeting. The next night, after she had again verified that the sun had reversed its direction, Ayla was feeling restless up on the high cliff. She had been jumpy and nervous all day and thought it might be her pregnancy, or perhaps the relief of knowing she would not have to spend many more lonely nights watching the skies. She tried to compose herself and began repeating the words to the mother's song to calm herself. It was still her favorite, but as she repeated the verses to herself, she only felt more tension. "Why am I so jittery? I wonder if a storm is coming. That sometimes makes me tense," she said to herself. She realized she was talking to herself. Perhaps I should meditate, she thought. That should help me relax. Maybe I'll make a cup of tea. She went back to the place where she had been sitting, stirred up the fire, filled a small cooking container with water from her water bag, and sorted through the collection of herbs she kept in a medicine bag attached to her waist thong. She kept the dried leaves in packets
tied with various types and thicknesses of cord and twine, with various numbers of knots tied on the ends so she could distinguish between them, the way Isa had taught her. As she felt the various packets in the simple leather pouch, even with a fire and moonlight, it was too dark to see the differences, and she had to distinguish between the various herbs and medicines by feel and smell alone. She recalled her first medicine bag, given to her by Isa. It had been made from the entire waterproof hide of an otter, with its innards removed through the large opening in the neck. She had made several reproductions of it, and still had the last version of it that she had made. Though worn and shabby, she couldn't bear to throw it out. She had thought about making a new one again. It was a clan medicine bag, and displayed a unique power. Even Zelendani had been impressed when she first saw it, realizing it was special just from the look of it. Ayla selected a couple of packets. Most of her herbs were medicinal, but some only mildly so, and posed no harm if drunk for pleasure, such as mint or chamomile, which were good for soothing upset stomachs and aiding digestion, but were tasty in their own right. She decided on a mint mixture that included an herb to help her relax, and felt for the packet, and sniffed it. It definitely was mint. Pouring some into the palm of her hand, she added it to the steaming water, and after it had steeped for a while, she poured herself a cup. She drank it down, partly for thirst, and then poured a second cup to sip on. The taste seemed a little off. She would have to get some fresher mint, she thought, but it wasn't that bad, and she was still thirsty. When she finished it, she composed herself, then began to breathe deeply the way she had been taught. Slowly, deeply, she said to herself. Think of clear. Think of the color called clear, of a clear creek running over round stones. Think of a clear, cloudless sky, with only the light of the sun. Think of emptiness. She found herself staring at the moon, less than a quarter last time she looked, but was now big and round in the night sky. It seemed to grow larger, filling her vision, and she felt herself being pulled into it faster and faster. She tore her eyes away from the moon and got up. She walked slowly toward the large tilted boulder. That stone is glowing. No, I'm imagining things again. It's just the moonlight. It's a different kind of stone from the rest. Maybe it just shines more in the light of a full moon, she said out loud. She closed her eyes, it seemed, for a long time. When she opened them, the moon attracted her again. The large, full moon was drawing her in. Then she looked around. She was flying without wind or sound. She looked down. The cliff and river were gone, and the land below was unfamiliar. For an instant she thought she would fall. She felt dizzy. Everything was spinning. Bright colors formed a vortex of shimmering light around her, spinning faster and faster. Ayla came to a sudden halt and was back on the top of the cliff again. She found herself concentrating on the moon, big and huge and growing larger, filling her vision. She was pulled into it, and then she was flying again, flying the way she had done when she used to assist Mahmoud. She looked down and saw the stone. It was alive, glowing with spirals of pulsating light. She was drawn toward it, felt captured by the movement. She stared as lines of energy emerging from the ground wound around the huge, perilously balanced column, then disappeared into a corona of light at the top. She was floating just above the glowing rock, staring down into it. It was brighter than the moon and lighted the landscape around it. No wind blew, not the slightest breeze. No leaf or branch stirred, but the ground and the air around her were alive with movement, filled with shapes and shadows flitting about, fleeting, insubstantial forms, darting in random motion, glowing with faint energy akin to the light from the stone. As she watched, their motion took shape, developed purpose. The shapes were coming towards her, coming after her. She felt a tingling sensation. Her hair rose straight up. Suddenly she was scrambling down the steep path, stumbling and slipping with fear. When she reached the abri, she ran towards the porch, lit by the moonlight. Lying beside Marthona's bed, where he had been told to stay, Wolf raised his head and whimpered. Ayla raced across the porch, towards downriver, then down to the river, and followed the path along it. She felt charged with energy, and ran now for the joy of it, no longer chased, but pulled by some incomprehensible attraction. She splashed across the river at the crossing and kept going. It seemed forever. She was approaching a tall cliff that jutted out by itself, a familiar cliff, yet totally unfamiliar. She came to an inclined path and started climbing, her breath tearing from her throat in ragged gasps. But she was unable to stop. At the top of the path was the dark hole of a cave. She ran into it, into a black so thick she could almost grasp it in her hands, then stumbled on the uneven floor and fell heavily. Her head hit the stone wall. When she woke, there was no light. She was in a long black tunnel, but somehow she could see. The walls glowed with faint iridescence. Moisture glistened. When she sat up, her head hurt, and for a moment she could only see red. She felt as though the walls were racing past her, but she hadn't moved. Then the iridescence shimmered again, and it was no longer dark. The rock walls glowed with eerie color, fluorescent greens, glowing reds, lustrous blues, pale, luminous whites. She got up and stood next to the wall and felt the slick, cold wetness as she followed the wall, which became an icy blue-green. She was no longer in a cave, but in a sheer crevasse, deep in a glacier. Large, plain surfaces reflected fleeting, darting, ephemeral shapes. Above her, the sky was a deep purple blue. A glaring sun blinded her, and her head hurt. The sun came closer and filled the crevasse with light, but it was a crevasse no longer. She was in a swirling river, being carried along in its current. Objects floated past, caught in eddies and whirling back currents that turned faster and faster. She was caught in a whirlpool, turning, round and round. It sucked her down. In a vertigo of spinning motion, the river closed over her head, and everything was black. She was in a deep, empty, wrenching void, flying faster than she could comprehend. Then her motion slowed, and she found herself in a deep fog that glowed with light closing in on her. The fog opened to reveal a strange landscape. Geometric shapes in fluorescent greens, glowing reds, lustrous blues repeated themselves over and over again. Unfamiliar structures rose high in the air. Broad ribbons of white rolled out along the ground, luminous white, full of shapes, speeding along it, speeding after her. She was petrified with fear and felt a tickle probing the edge of her mind that seemed to recognize her. She shrunk back, pulled away, feeling her way along the wall as fast as she could. She came to an end as panic filled her. She dropped down to the ground and felt a hole ahead. It was a small hole she could enter only by crawling. She skinned her knees on the rough ground, but didn't notice. The hole grew smaller. She could go no farther. Then she was speeding through a void again, so fast she lost all sense of motion. She wasn't moving. The black around her was. It closed in, smothering her, drowning her, and she was in the river again, and the current was pulling her. She was tired, exhausted. The river drew her into the current as it raced toward the sea, the warm sea.
She felt a sharp pain deep inside and felt the warm, salty waters flooding around her. She breathed in the smell of it, the taste of the waters, and felt she was floating peacefully in the tepid liquid. But it wasn't water. It was mud. She gasped for breath as she tried to crawl out of the slime. Then the beast that was chasing her grabbed her. She doubled up and cried out with pain as it crushed her. She was burrowing through the mud, trying to crawl out of the deep hole the crushing beast had pulled her into, trying to escape. Then she was free, climbing a tree, swinging from its branches, driven by drought and thirst to the edge of the sea. She plunged in, embraced the water, and grew larger, more buoyant. Finally, standing upright, she gazed out at a vast grassland and waded towards it. But the water dragged against her. She fought to haul herself from the resistant tide. Then, exhausted, she collapsed. Waves lapping on the shore washed over her legs, pulling her back. She felt the pull, the pain, the grievous, wrenching, tearing pain that threatened to pull her insides out. With a gush of warm liquid, she gave in to the demand. She crawled a little further, leaned back against a wall, closed her eyes, and saw a rich steppe-land, bright with spring flowers. A cave lion loped towards her in slow, graceful motion. She was in a tiny cave, crunched into a small declivity. She grew to fill the cave as the cave expanded. The walls breathed, expanding, contracting, and she was in a womb, a huge black womb, deep in the earth. But she was not alone. Their forms were vague, transparent. Then the shapes coalesced into recognizable forms, animals, every kind of animal she had ever seen, and birds and fish and insects, and some she was sure she had never seen before. They formed a procession, without order or pattern, one seeming to flow into the other. An animal became a bird or a fish, or another bird or animal or insect. A caterpillar became a lizard, then a bird, which grew into a cave lion. The lion stood and waited for her to follow. Together they went through passages, tunnels, corridors, the walls becoming shapes that thickened and took form as they approached, and grew translucent, fading into the wall as they passed. A procession of woolly mammoths lumbered along through a vast grassy steppe. Then a herd of bison overtook them and formed their own rank in their place. She watched two reindeer approach each other. They touched noses. Then the female dropped down to her knees, and the male reached down and licked her. Ayla was moved by the tender scene. Then her attention was drawn by two horses, male and female. The female was in heat and moved in front of the male, making herself available as he prepared to mount. She turned in another direction and followed the lion down another long corridor. At the end of the tunnel, she came to a rather large, rounded, womb-like niche. She heard a distant pounding that drew closer as a bison herd appeared and filled the niche. They stopped to rest and graze, but the pounding continued. The walls were throbbing in a slow, steady beat. The hard rock floor seemed to give under her feet, and the throbbing became a deep, earthy voice, at first so faint she could hardly detect it. Then it grew louder, and she recognized the sound. It was the talking drum of the mamutoi. Only among the mammoth hunters had she ever heard a drum like that. The instrument, made of a mammoth bone, had such tonal resonance and variation when hit with a modified antler beater that it could be rapidly tapped at variously discrete areas in such a way that it approximated the sound of a voice speaking words. The words, spoken with a staccato throbbing, did not quite match a human voice, but they were words. They had a slightly ambiguous vibrato quality, which added a touch of mystery and expressive depth, but played by someone with sufficient skill, They were distinctly words. The drum could literally be made to talk. The rhythm and pattern of the words made by the drum began to sound familiar. Then she heard the high-pitched resonance of a flute, and singing along with it was a sweet, high voice, a voice that sounded like the Mamutoi woman Fraley, whom Ayla had known. Fraley had been pregnant, a precarious pregnancy that she nearly lost. Ayla had helped her, but even with her help, the baby had been born early. But her daughter had lived and became healthy and strong. Sitting inside the round niche, Ayla discovered her face was wet with tears. She was crying great heaving sobs as though she felt she had suffered a devastating loss. The sound of the drum grew stronger, overcoming her anguished lament. She was recognizing sounds, discerning words. Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the Mother Sublime. She woke to herself, knowing life had great worth. The dark, empty void grieved the great Mother Earth. The Mother was lonely. She was the only. It was the Mother's song, sung as she had never heard it sung before. If only she had the voice to sing, that's how she would sing it. It was both deep and earthy like a drum, high and resonant like a flute, and the deep, rounded niche reverberated with the rich, vibrant sound. The voice filled her head with the words. She felt them more than heard them, and the feeling was so much more than the words. She anticipated each line before it came, and when it came, it was fuller, more eloquent, more profound. It seemed to go on forever, but she didn't want it to stop, and as it neared the end, she felt a deep sadness. The Mother was pleased with the pair she created. She taught them to love and to care when they mated. She made them desire to join with each other. The gift of their pleasures came from the Mother. Before she was through, her children loved too. But when Ayla anticipated no more, the voice did not stop. Her last gift, the knowledge that man has his part, his need must be spent before new life can start. It honors the Mother when the couple is paired, because woman conceives when pleasures are shared. Earth's children were blessed. The Mother could rest. The words came as a gift, a benediction soothing her pain. The Mother was telling her she was right. She had been right all along. She'd always known. Now it was confirmed. She was sobbing again, still feeling pain, but now it was mixed with joy. She was crying with grief and happiness both, as the words repeated in her mind over and over. She heard the growl of a lion and watched her totem spirit lion turn to go. She tried to get up, but felt too weak and called out to the animal, "Baby, baby, don't go. Who will lead me out of here?" The animal loped down the tunnel, then stopped and was coming towards her. But it wasn't the lion that was approaching. Suddenly the animal leaped at her and began licking her face. Ayla shook her head, feeling shaky and confused. "Wolf? Is it you, Wolf? How did you get here?" she said, hugging the great beast. As she sat holding on to the wolf, her visions of the bison in the niche faded and grew dark. The scenes on the walls of the tunnels were getting dim, too. She reached for a wall to steady herself, then felt along the stone to move out of the niche. She sat on the ground and closed her eyes, trying to overcome her spinning head. When she tried to open her eyes, she wasn't sure that she had. It was absolutely dark, whether her eyes were open or closed, and she felt a tingling lick of fear crawl up her spine. How was she going to find her way out? Then she heard Wolf whine and felt his tongue on her face. She reached out for him, and her nervousness eased. She groped for the stone wall beside her, and at first felt nothing. But as she kept reaching, her shoulder bumped the stone. There was a space under one wall, unnoticed because it was so close to the ground, but as she was feeling her way, her hand touched something that was not stone. She pulled it back quickly, then realizing that it was familiar, she reached in again. The cave was blacker than night, and she tried to discover what it was by feel. It had a soft, suede feel, like well-scraped buckskin leather. She pulled out a leather-wrapped bundle. Examining it in her hands, she located a thong or strap, unwrapped it, and found an opening. It seemed to be a carrier pack of some sort, a soft leather pouch suspended from a strap. Inside she found an empty water bag. It made her realize that she was thirsty. A fur something, perhaps a cloak, and she could feel and smell the remnants of some uneaten food. She closed it and put it over her shoulder, then pulled herself up and stood next to the wall, fighting a wave of dizziness and nausea. She felt something warm run down the inside of her leg. The wolf was drawn to sniff her, but she had trained him away from that habit long before and pushed his inquisitive nose away. "We need to find our way out of here, Wolf. Let's go home," she said. But as she started walking, feeling her way along the damp wall, she realized how weak and exhausted she was. The floor was uneven and slippery, littered with broken pieces of stone intermixed with slick, clayey mud. Pillars of stalagmites, some as thin as twigs and some as massive as ancient trees, seemed to grow from the floor. The tops, when she happened to feel them, were wet from the inexorable drips of calcareous water falling from stalactites, their stone icicle counterparts reaching down from the ceiling. After hitting her head on one, she tried to be more careful. How had she ever gotten so far into the cave? The wolf ranged ahead a short ways, then came back to her, and at one place urged her away from a wrong turn. When she felt the ground rise under her, she knew she was getting closer to the entrance. She had been in the cave often enough to recognize the place, but trying to climb up the tumbled stone, she felt a wave of dizziness that brought her to her knees. It seemed much farther than she remembered, and she had to stop and rest several times before reaching a smallish, narrow opening. Although the entire cave was sacred, there was a natural barrier of rock that partitioned the cave, separating the more mundane beginning section from the inner, profoundly sacred region. The hole was the only way through, an entrance into the Great Mother's underworld. She noticed the temperature starting to grow slightly warmer once she was beyond the obstruction, but it made her shiver as she became aware of how cold she was. After a turn, she thought she saw a hint of light ahead and tried to hurry. She was sure when she reached the next turn, she could see the wet texture of the cave walls glistening, and ahead the wolf jogging towards a faint glow. When she rounded a corner, she welcomed the dim light coming in from outside, though her eyes had become so accustomed to the dark it was almost too brilliant. She almost ran when she saw the opening ahead. Ayla staggered out of the cave, blinking her watering eyes, which washed streaks down her muddy cheeks. Wolf crowded in close to her. When she could finally see, she was surprised to discover the sun high overhead and several people staring at her. The two hunters, Lorigan and Forison, and Javiva, the pregnant woman's mother, held back at first, looking at her with a suggestion of awe, and their greeting was somewhat subdued. But when she stumbled and fell, they rushed to help. They eased her to sit up, and when she saw concern on their faces, she felt a great relief. "Water," she said. "Thirsty." "Let's get her some water," Javiva said. She had noticed blood on her legs and clothing, but didn't say anything. Lorigan opened his water bag and gave it to her. She drank greedily, letting it run out of her mouth in her hurry. Water had never tasted so good. She smiled when she finally stopped, but did not give up the water bag.
"Thank you. I was ready to lick the water off the walls."
"There have been times when I felt that way," Lorrigan said with a smile.
"How did you know where I was, and that I would be coming out?"
Ayla asked. "I saw the wolf run in this direction," Forison said, nodding in the animal's direction. "And when I told Marthona, she said you were probably in here. She told us to come and wait for you. She said you might need help. One or another of us has been here ever since. Javiva and Lorrigan just came to relieve me."
"I've seen some of the Zelendania come back from their calling before. Some were so exhausted they couldn't walk. Some don't come back," Javiva said. "How do you feel?" "Very tired," Ayla said, "and still thirsty."
She took another drink, then handed the water bag back to Lorrigan. The carrier pack she had found inside slid off when Ayla put her arm down. She had forgotten she had it. Now that she was in the light, she could see that distinctive designs had been painted on it. She held it out.
"I found this in there. Does anyone know who it belongs to? Someone may have tucked it out of the way and forgotten about it."
Lorrigan and Javiva looked at each other. Then Lorrigan said, "I've seen Madraman carrying that around."
"Have you looked inside it?"
Javiva said. Ayla smiled.
"I couldn't see to look. I didn't have a light, but I did try to feel," she said.
"You were in there in the dark?" Forison said, full of incredulous wonder.
"Never mind,"
Javiva said, shushing him. "It's not your concern." "I'd like to see what's in that," Lorrigan said, giving Javiva a significant glance. Ayla handed it to him. He pulled out the fur cloak and shook it out to expose it. The fur was made of squares and triangles of various types and shades from different animals, sewn together into the characteristic pattern of a Zelendania acolyte.
"That does belong to Madraman. I saw him wearing it last year when he came around telling Geralda what to do if she wanted to keep the baby," Javiva said with a tone of disdain. "She held that one nearly 6 moons. He said she needed to appease the mother and told her to perform all kinds of rituals. But when Zelendani found her walking in circles outside, she made her go in and lay down right away. Zelendani said she needed to rest, or she would shake the baby loose too soon. The Danyar said the only thing wrong with her was that she has a slippery womb and tends to drop them too easy. She lost that one. It would have been a boy."
The woman looked at Lorrigan.
"What else is in there?"
He reached inside the pouch and pulled out the empty water bag without comment, holding it up for all to see. Then he looked inside and dumped the remaining contents out on top of the cloak. Partially chewed pieces of dried meat and a hunk of a traveling cake fell out, along with a small flint blade and a firestone. Among the crumbs, there also appeared to be a few wood splinters and pieces of charcoal. "Wasn't Madraman bragging before they left for the summer meeting that he had been called and was finally going to be Zelendani this year?" Lorrigan said. He lifted the water bag. "I don't think he was very thirsty when he came out of that cave."
"Did you say you were planning to go to the summer meeting later, Ayla?" Javiva said. "I was thinking of going in a few days. Maybe now I'll wait a while," Ayla said. "But yes, I do plan to go." "I think you should take this with you," Javiva said, carefully wrapping the food remains, splinters, fire-making equipment, and water bag in the cloak, and stuffing the cloak back in the carrier pouch. "And tell Zelendani where you found it."
"Can you walk?" the older hunter said. Ayla tried to stand and felt overcome with vertigo. For a moment everything went dark and she fell back. Wolf whimpered and licked her face. "Stay there," the older hunter said. "Come on, Forest-son. We need to make a litter to carry her."
"If I rest, I think I can walk," Ayla said. "No, I don't think you should," Javiva said. Then to the hunters, "I'll wait with her until you come back with the litter." Ayla sat back against a stone, feeling grateful. Maybe she could have walked all the way to the 9th cave, but she was glad she wouldn't have to. "Perhaps you're right, Javiva. I seem to get a little dizzy now and then." "No wonder," Javiva said under her breath. She had noticed a fresh blood stain on the stone when Ayla tried to stand up. "I think she lost a baby in there," the woman thought. "What a terrible sacrifice to make to become Zelendani. But she's not a cheat, not like that Madra man." "Ayla, Ayla, are you awake?" Ayla opened her eyes and saw a blurry image of Marthona looking down at her with concern. "How do you feel?" Ayla thought about it. "I hurt all over," she said in a hoarse whisper. "I hope I didn't wake you. I heard you talking. Maybe you were dreaming. Zelendani warned me this might come. She didn't think it would be so soon, but she said it was possible. She told me not to stop you, and she told me not to let Wolf follow you, but she gave me some tea to fix for you when you came back." She held out a steaming cup of liquid, but put it down to help prop Ayla up. The tea was hot, but not too hot, and Ayla was grateful when she felt it slide down her throat. She was still thirsty, but she laid back down, too tired to sit up. Her head started to clear. She was in her dwelling, in her own bed. She looked around and saw Wolf beside Marthona. He whined with concern and drew closer to her. She reached out to touch him, and he licked her hand. "How did I get here?" she asked. "I don't remember much after I got out of the cave." "The hunters carried you here on a stretcher. They said you tried to walk and then fainted. You ran down from your watching place and apparently all the way to the deep hollow of Fountain Rocks. You weren't yourself and went in without a fire or anything. When Forest-son came and told me you had come out, I couldn't get there. I've never felt so useless in my life," Marthona said. "I'm just glad you're here, Marthona," Ayla said, then closed her eyes again. The next time she opened her eyes, only Wolf was there, keeping a vigil beside her bed. She smiled at him, reached over to pat his head, and scratched under his chin. He put his paws on the bed and tried to edge closer, close enough to lick her face. She smiled again, then pushed him away and tried to sit up. The groan of pain was involuntary, but it brought Marthona in a hurry. "Ayla, what's wrong?" she said. "I didn't know so many parts of me could hurt at the same time," Ayla said. The look of concern on Marthona's face was so strong it was almost a caricature, and brought a smile to the young woman's face. "But I think I'll live." "You have bruises and scrapes all over, but I don't think anything is broken," Marthona said. "How long have I been here?" "More than a day. You got here yesterday, late in the afternoon. The sun went down not long ago." "How long was I gone?" Ayla asked. "I don't know when you went into the cave, but from the time you left here until you got back, it was more than 3 days, almost 4. Ayla nodded. "I have no sense of the time that passed at all. I remember parts, some very clearly. It feels like something I dreamed, but different." "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" Marthona asked. "I'm thirsty," Ayla said, then felt an overwhelming dryness, as though the saying of it made her realize how dehydrated she was. "Very thirsty."
Marthona left and came back with a water bag and a cup to drink from. "Do you want to sit up, or should I just prop up your head?"
"I'd rather try to sit up."
She rolled on her side, trying to muffle her groans, then got up on one elbow, breaking through a scab that had been forming over a bad scrape, and pushed herself up to sit on the edge of the bed platform. She felt a moment of dizziness, but it passed. She was more surprised at how much she hurt inside. Marthona poured water in the cup, and Ayla took it in both hands. She drank it down without stopping, then held it out for more. She seemed to remember gulping down water from a water bag when she first came into the light. She finished the second cup only a little more slowly. "Are you hungry yet? You haven't had anything to eat," Marthona said.
"My stomach hurts,"
Ayla said. "I imagine it does," Marthona said, looking away. Ayla frowned.
"Why should my stomach hurt?"
"You're bleeding, Ayla. You probably have cramps and more."
"Bleeding? How can I be bleeding? I've missed 3 moon times. I'm pregnant." "Oh, no,"
Ayla cried.
"I've lost the baby, haven't I?"
"I think so, Ayla. I'm not expert in those things, but every woman knows you can't be pregnant and bleed at the same time. At least not as much as you have. You were bleeding when you came out, and a lot since then. I think it may take a while for you to gain your strength. I'm sorry, Ayla. I know you wanted this baby," Marthona said.
"The mother wanted her more,"
Ayla said, in a dry monotone of grief-stricken shock. She laid back down and stared up at the underside of the limestone overhang. She didn't even realize when she fell asleep again. The next time she woke, Ayla had a strong urge to pass water. It was obviously night-time, dark, but several lamps were burning. She looked around and saw Marthona asleep on some cushions beside the bed platform. Wolf was beside the old woman with his head up, looking at her. "He's got 2 of us to worry and watch over now," she thought. She rolled to her side and pulled herself up again, sitting on the bed platform for a while before she tried to get up. She was stiff and still sore and achy, but she felt stronger. Carefully, she eased herself to her feet. Wolf stood up, too. She signaled him down again, then took a step toward the night basket near the entrance. She wished she had thought to take some changes of absorbent padding with her. She had been bleeding quite heavily. As she started back to her sleeping place, Marthona approached, bringing her a change.
"I didn't mean to wake you,"
Ayla said. "You didn't. Wolf did, but you should have. Would you like some water? I also have some stew if you're ready to eat," Marthona said.
"Water would be nice, and maybe a little stew,"
Ayla said, returning to the night basket to change to clean padding. Movement had eased her soreness. "Where do you want to eat? In bed?" the woman asked, as she limped to the cooking area. She, too, was stiff and sore. Her sleeping place and position had not been good for her arthritis.
"No, I'd rather sit at the table."
Ayla went into the cooking area and poured a little water into a small basin bowl, then rinsed her hands and, using a small absorbent leather scrap, wiped off her face. She was sure Marthona had cleaned her up a little, but she wanted to take a nice, refreshing swim with some soap root. Maybe in the morning, she thought. The stew was cold but tasty. Ayla thought she'd be able to eat several bowls of it when she took the first few bites, but she filled up sooner than she thought. Marthona made them both some hot tea and joined Ayla at the table. Wolf slipped outside while the 2 women were up, but was back before very long.
"Did you say Zelendani expected that I would do something?"
Ayla asked. She didn't really expect it. She just thought it was possible.
"What did she expect? I don't really understand what happened, Ayla said. I think Zelendani could tell you better. I wish she was here. But I think you are Zelendani now. I think you were called, as they say. Do you remember anything? Marthona asked. I remember things, and then all of a sudden I remember something else, but I can't seem to sort it out, Ayla said, frowning. I wouldn't worry about it yet. Wait until you have a chance to talk to Zelendani. I'm sure she'll be able to explain things and help you. Right now, you just need to get your strength back, Marthona said. You're probably right, Ayla said, relieved to have an excuse to put off dealing with the whole thing. She didn't even want to think about it, though she couldn't help remembering the baby she had lost. Why did the mother want to take her baby? Ayla did little except sleep for several days. Then one day she woke up feeling starved and couldn't seem to get enough to eat for the next couple of days. When she finally emerged from her dwelling and joined the small group, they all looked at her with new respect, even awe, and a touch of apprehension. They knew she had been through an ordeal, which they were convinced had changed her, and they all felt a certain pride because they were there when it happened, and by association they felt that they were somehow a part of it. "How are you feeling?" Javiva asked. "Much better," Ayla said, "but hungry. Come and join us. There's plenty of food, and it's still warm," Javiva said. "I think I will." She sat down beside Geralda while Javiva prepared a dish for her. "And how are you feeling?" "Bored," Geralda said. "I'm so tired of sitting and laying around. I wish it was time for this baby to come." "I think it is probably time for the baby to come. It wouldn't hurt if you took a walk now and then to encourage it. It's just a matter of waiting until the baby feels ready. I thought so the last time I examined you," Ayla said, "but I thought I'd wait before I said anything, and then I got distracted. I'm sorry." That evening, Marthona mentioned, with some hesitation, "I hope I didn't do anything wrong, Ayla." "I don't understand." "Zelendani told me that if you did leave, not to try to stop you. When you didn't come back that morning, I was terribly worried. But Wolf was worse. You had told him to stay with me, but he was whining and wanting to go. Just the way he was looking at me, I could tell he wanted to go and look for you. I didn't want him to disturb anything, so I tied a rope around his neck, the way you would do sometimes when you wanted him to stay and not interrupt. But after a few days he was so miserable, and I was so worried, I untied him. He raced out of here. Was I wrong to let him go?" the woman asked. "No, I don't think so, Marthona," Ayla said. "I don't know if I was in a spirit world, but if I was and he found me there, I think I was already returning. Wolf helped me find my way out of the cave. At least he gave me the sense that I was going in the right direction. It was dark in there, but the passages are narrow, and I kept close to the wall. I think I might have been able to find my way out anyway, but it would have taken longer." "I'm not sure if I should have tied him up in the first place. I don't know if it was my place to make that decision. I know I'm getting old, Ayla, when I can't even make a decision any more." The former leader shook her head, looking disgusted with herself. "Things of the spirit world were never my strength. You were so weak when you got here. Maybe she thought you needed a helper. Perhaps the mother wanted me to let that animal go so he could find you and help you." "I don't think anything you did was wrong. Things tend to happen the way she wants," Ayla said. "Right now, what I want is to go down to the river and take a long swim, and then have a good washing. Do you know if Zelendani left behind any of that Losadunai cleansing foam, the one I showed her how to make from fat and ashes? She likes to use it for purifying, especially to clean the hands of grave diggers.
I don't know about Zelendani, but I have some, Marthona said. I like to use it on weavings sometimes. I have even used it on some of my platters, the ones I use for meat, and to collect clean fat. Can you use it for bathing, too?
The Losadunai did sometimes. It can be harsh and make your skin red. Usually I prefer to use soap root or some other plant, but right now I just want to be clean,
Ayla said.
If only there was a well of Donnie's healing hot waters nearby,
Ayla said to herself as she headed toward the river with Wolf at her side.
It would be perfect, but the river will do for now.
The wolf looked up at her at the sound of her voice. He had stayed close to her, not wanting to let her out of his sight since her return. The hot sun felt good as she walked down the path toward the swimming place. She lathered all over and washed her hair, then ducked under to rinse well and went for a long swim. She climbed up and rested on a flat rock to let the sun dry her while she combed her hair. The sun feels so good, she thought, spreading out her drying buckskin and lying on top of it. When was the first time I lay down on this rock? It was my first day here, when Jondalar and I went swimming. She thought of Jondalar, in her mind's eye seeing him lying naked beside her, his yellow hair and darker beard. No, it's summer. He'd be clean-shaven, his broad, high forehead beginning to show the lines caused by his habit of knotting it in concentration or concern, his vivid blue eyes looking at her with love and desire. John Ayla has his eyes. His straight, fine nose and strong jaw, with a full, sensuous mouth. Her thoughts lingered on his mouth, almost feeling it. His broad shoulders, muscular arms, large, sensitive hands, hands that could feel a piece of flint and know how it would fracture, or could caress her body with such perception that he would know how she would react. His long, strong legs, the scar on his groin from his encounter with her lion, baby, and nearby, his manhood. She was feeling her desire for him build, just thinking about him. She wanted to see him, to be near him. She hadn't even told him she had been expecting a baby. Now she didn't have a baby to tell him about any more. She felt a wave of grief. I wanted the baby. But the mother wanted it more, she thought, frowning. She knew I wanted another baby, but I don't think the mother would have wanted a baby that I didn't want. For the first time since her ordeal, she began to think about the mother's song, and with a chill of recognition remembered the verse, the new verse, the one that brought the new gift, the gift of knowledge, the knowledge that men were necessary for new life to start. Her last gift, the knowledge that man has his part, his need must be spent before new life can start. It honors the mother when the couple is paired, because woman conceives when pleasures are shared. Earth's children were blessed. The mother could rest. I've known it for a long time. Now she has told me it is true. Why did she give me this gift? So I could share it? So I could tell the others? That's why she wanted my baby. She told me first, told me her last great gift, but I had to be worthy. The cost was high, but maybe it had to be. Perhaps the mother had to take something of great value, so I would know that I had to appreciate the gift. Gifts are not given without something of great value given back. Have I been called? Am I Zelendani now? Because I made the sacrifice of my baby, the great mother spoke to me and gave me the rest of the mother's song so I could share it and bring this wonderful gift to her children. Now Jondalar will know for certain that Ayla is his as much as she is mine, and we'll know how to start a new baby when we want one. Now all men will know that it is more than spirits. It is him, his essence. His children are a part of him. But what if a woman doesn't want another child, or shouldn't have another one because she's too weak or exhausted from having too many? Then she will know how to stop it. Now a woman will know how not to have a child if she is not ready or doesn't want one. She doesn't have to ask the mother. She won't have to take any special medicine. She will just have to stop sharing pleasures, and she won't have any more children. For the first time, a woman can be in control of her own body, her own life. This is very powerful knowledge. But there is another side. What about the man? What if he doesn't want to stop sharing pleasures? Or what if he wants a child that he knows comes from him? Or what if he doesn't want a child? I want another baby, and I know Jondalar would want another baby too. He's so good with Ayla, and he's so good with the youngsters who are learning to knap flint, his apprentices. I'm sorry I lost this baby. Tears came to her eyes as she thought about the baby she miscarried. But I can have another one. If only Jondalar were here, we could begin to start another one now. But he's at the summer meeting. I can't even tell him about losing the baby if I'm here and he's at the summer meeting. He would feel bad. I know he would. He would want to start another one. Why don't I go? I don't have to watch the sky anymore. I don't have to stay up late. My training is over. I have been called. I am Zelindani, and I need to tell the rest of the Zelindania. The mother not only called me, she gave me a great gift, a gift for everyone. I need to go so I can tell all the Zelindani about the mother's wonderful new gift, and so I can tell Jondalar, and maybe start another baby. Chapter 31. Ayla quickly got up from the rock, put on her clean clothes, gathered up her soiled ones and the drying skin, and whistled to Wolf as she hurried back along the path. As she walked up to the stone front porch of the shelter, she remembered her first swim with Jondalar, and then Morona and her friends offering to give her some new clothes. Though Ayla had developed varying levels of tolerance toward the other women who were involved in the trick, she never got over her aversion to Morona and avoided contact with her. The feeling was more than mutual. Morona had never made any effort to reconcile with the woman Jondalar brought home with him from his journey. She had mated for a second time the same summer that Ayla and Jondalar did, at the second matrimonial, and once again more recently. That mating had apparently not worked out either. She had moved back to the 9th cave to stay with her cousin a year or so before, but for all her matings, she had no children. Ayla couldn't abide the woman and didn't know why she should be thinking of her. She shook off thoughts of Morona and concentrated on Jondalar. I'm so glad to finally be going to the summer meeting, she thought. I can ride Winnie, and it won't take long at all to get there, no more than a day if I don't stop along the way. The summer meeting was being held this year about 20 miles to the north along the river, at her favorite place for a meeting. It was the same location as the first Zelendanyi summer meeting she had ever gone to, and the one where she and Jondalar were mated. Such meetings usually used up nearly all the resources around the area, but if enough time was allowed to pass, Mother Earth healed the place from the misuse caused by the large concentration of people, and it was refreshed enough to host them again. The young woman burst into her dwelling, full of vigor and enthusiasm, and began sorting through her clothes and possessions. She was humming her usual monotone under her breath when Marthona came in. "You're suddenly full of excitement," the older woman said. "I'm going to the summer meeting.
I don't have to watch the sky anymore. I'm through with my training. There is no reason I can't go, Ayla said.
Are you sure you're strong enough? There was a note of regret in Marthona's voice.
You've taken good care of me. I'm feeling fine, and I really want to see John Delar and John Ayla.
I miss them too, but it's a long way to go alone. I thought you might wait until the next hunter comes to take a turn helping us. Then you could go back with Forison, Marthona suggested.
I'm going to ride Winnie. It won't take long. I can probably get there in a day. 2 at the most,
Ayla said. Yes, you're probably right. I'd forgotten that you would be taking your horse, and Wolf, too, Marthona said. Ayla noticed Marthona's disappointment and suddenly realized how much the woman would like to go, and she was still concerned about her health.
How are you feeling? I don't want to leave if you are not well.
No, don't stay on my behalf, Marthona said. I'm much better. If I had felt this good at the beginning of the season, I might have considered going.
Why don't you come with me? You could sit on Winnie's back. It might take a little longer, but only another day or so,
Ayla said. No, I like the horse well enough, but I don't want to sit on her back. To be honest, it frightens me a little. You are right, though. You need to go. You need to tell Zelendani that you were called. Imagine what a surprise it will be.
There's not much summer left anyway. Everyone will be coming back before long,
Ayla said, trying to ease the separation. I feel 2 ways about that, Marthona said. I'm anxious for the summer meeting to be over and for the 9th cave to come back, but I'm not looking forward to the return of winter. I suppose it's always that way when a person gets old. Ayla's next step in preparing to leave was to look for Lorrigan and Forison. She knew exactly where to find John Cloten with Geralda. Almost everyone was sitting around the community fireplace, finishing up a meal.
Ayla, come join us, Geralda called. Have something to eat. There's plenty left, and it's still warm. I think I will. I've been so hungry the last few days, Ayla said.
I can understand why, Javiva said. How do you feel?
Much more rested, Ayla said, then smiled. I've decided that I'm going to go to the summer meeting soon. I've finished my sky watching. There is no reason for me to stay. But I thought we ought to go hunting once more before I leave, both for those who are here and for something to take with me to the meeting. The animals around the meeting camp are likely to be almost gone, and those that haven't been killed are probably avoiding the area. You aren't going to leave before my baby comes, are you? Geralda said. If you don't have it in the next few days, Ayla said, though I would like to stay and see that nice, healthy baby born. Have you been walking? Yes, I have. But I was so looking forward to you being here to help me. Your mother is here, and several other women who know about babies, not to mention John Cloten. I don't think you'll have any problems, Geralda, Ayla said. Then she looked at the 3 hunters. Would you like to go hunting with me tomorrow morning?
I hadn't planned on going for a few more days, but it doesn't matter to me, Lorrigan said. I can go tomorrow, especially if you're leaving soon. I have to admit I've gotten used to our little hunting pack, including the wolf. I think we work well together. Which way do you want to go? John Cloten said. We haven't been north for a while, Forison said. I've been avoiding that direction because I don't know how far the hunters from the summer meeting are having to range now. I'm sure animals are getting scarce around the camp by now. That's why I want to bring something with me. I have Zelendani's pole drag. I can use it to haul a good-sized carcass with me, Ayla said.
"Is that safe?" Javiva said. "Won't you attract a hunting animal? Maybe you shouldn't go alone."
Marthona had joined them, but didn't say anything. She didn't think it was anything that would concern Ayla if she had made up her mind to go.
"Wolf will warn me, and I think between us we can drive off a four-legged hunter," Ayla said. "Even a cave lion?" Geralda asked. "Maybe you should wait until the hunters can go with you."
Ayla knew she was looking for a reason for her to stay, so she'd be there to help her deliver her baby.
"Don't you remember when we hunted a pride of cave lions who tried to settle too close to the third cave? It was too dangerous to allow that. Every child or elder would have been considered prey. We had to make them go. When we killed the lion and a couple of the lionesses, the rest of them left." "Yes, but that was a whole hunting party. You are just one person," Geralda said. "No, Wolf will be with me, and Winnie. Lions like to go after something they know is weak. I think the scent of all of us together would confuse them, and I'll keep my spear thrower close by. Besides, if I leave early in the morning, I should be able to get there before nightfall," Ayla said, then added to the hunters, "Tomorrow, let's plan to go southwest."
Marthona stayed back a ways, listening to the conversation. She would make a good leader, the former leader of the 9th cave said to herself. She takes charge without even thinking about it. It just comes naturally. I think she's going to be a strong Zelendani. The hunters returned the next day, hauling 2 large red deer with sizable racks. Ayla thought about going to get Winnie to help drag them back, but the other hunters didn't even think about it. They field-dressed the animals, emptied the stomachs, cleaned the intestines, and threw away the bowels, but saved the rest of the internal organs, then grabbed the antlers and started pulling them. They were used to getting their kills back home by themselves. 2 days later, Ayla was ready to leave. She packed everything on Zelendani's large pole drag, including the deer wrapped in a woven grass mat that Marthona had helped her make, and intended to leave the following morning, planning to reach the summer meeting campsite by nightfall without having to push Winnie too hard. But there was a delay, not exactly unexpected. Geralda started labor in the middle of the night. Ayla was rather glad. She had been overseeing her pregnancy all summer and didn't really want to leave her now that she was getting close. But she hadn't been entirely sure when the woman would deliver, a few days or a whole moon. This time, luck was with Geralda. She gave birth to a girl before midday. Her mate and her mother were as happy and excited as she was. After a meal, when the woman was resting comfortably, Ayla began to get restless. Everything was ready to go. Besides, while letting the meat age a bit often added to its flavor, if too much time passed, it could get a little too high, at least to her taste. It wouldn't take much to pack up and leave. She could go now, but if she did, she would probably have to spend one night out along the way. She decided to leave anyway. After farewells and last-minute instructions to Javiva, Geralda, and Marthona, Ayla started out. She enjoyed riding alone on Winnie, with Wolf loping beside them, and both the animals seemed to enjoy it as well. The weather was quite warm, but the riding blanket on Winnie's back added some comfort and absorbed some of the sweat of woman and horse. She wore a short tunic and her loincloth skirt, similar to the one she had worn when she and Jondalar had traveled through the summer heat, and she was reminded of their journey, but it made her miss him all the more. Her body, which had thickened slightly from the lack of exercise during the past few years, had been thinned down by her ordeal in the cave. Her breasts, which had filled out when she was heavy with milk while nursing John Ayla, and again with early pregnancy, had gone back to normal size, and her muscle tone was still good. She had always been firm and well-shaped, and though she could count 26 years now, she thought, she looked very much the same as she had when she could count only 17 years. She rode until sunset, then stopped and made camp beside the river. Sleeping alone in her small tent made her think about Jondalar again. She crawled into her furs and closed her eyes and kept seeing visions of the tall man with the thrilling blue eyes, wishing he was there to wrap his arms around her, wishing she could feel his mouth on hers. She rolled over, closed her eyes, and tried again to go to sleep. She kept tossing and turning, but could not get to sleep. Wolf was beside her and started whining. "Am I keeping you awake too, Wolf?" Ayla said. He sat up and poked his nose out of the opening under the closure, a growl deep in his throat. He squirmed his way under the flap that was loosely tied across the triangular-shaped front of the small tent, his growl becoming more menacing. "Wolf, where are you going? Wolf?" She quickly untied the closure and started out, then turned back and reached for her spear-thrower and a couple of spears. The moon was waning, but there was still enough light to see reflected shapes. She saw the pole drag, then noticed that Winnie was moving away from it. Even in the limited moonglow, she could tell from the way the mare moved that she was nervous. Wolf was crouching low, moving in the general direction of the pole drag, but slightly behind it. Then, for an instant, she glimpsed a shape, a round head with 2 ears sticking up, ending in tufts. "It's a lynx." She'd had memories of the large cat with mottled whitish-yellow fur, short stubby tail and tufted ears, and long legs that could run fast. It was her first encounter with a lynx that had encouraged her to teach herself to cast 2 stones in rapid succession with her sling, so she wouldn't be left weaponless after one hurl. She checked to make sure that she had more than one spear as she mounted one on her spear-thrower ready to throw. Then she saw his silhouette slinking toward the pole drag. "Aye!" she screamed, running toward the cat. "Get out of there! That's not yours! Go away! Get out of here!" The startled lynx leaped straight up in the air, then sped away. Wolf took off after it, but after a few moments, Ayla whistled. He slowed down, then stopped, and when she whistled again, finally turned around and headed back. Ayla had brought along a little kindling. She used it to stir up the coals of the fire she had made earlier to heat some water for tea to drink with the traveling cake that she ate before going to bed. The coals had died, so she got her fire-making kit and started a new one. Once she had the kindling lit, she used a piece as a torch to search around for more fuel. She was on an open plain with the river running through it. There were a few trees near the river, but only green wood was available. Dried grass was, though, and a few desiccated animal droppings, probably from a bison or an aurochs, she thought. It was enough to keep the small fire going for a while. She laid out her sleeping roll next to the fire and crawled into it with Wolf beside her. Winnie stayed close to Ayla and the fire as well. She dozed a little during the night, but the least sound roused her. Without bothering to build up the fire, she was on her way again shortly after first light, stopping only long enough for the horse, the wolf, and herself to get a drink from the river. She ate another traveling cake along the way and sighted the smoke of cooking fires from the camp before noon. Ayla waved to a few friends as she rode along the river, pulling the pole drag behind, heading first towards the place upstream where the 9th cave had camped before. She went straight to the glen surrounded by trees. The simple corral made of wood made her smile. The horses nickered greetings at first scent. Wolf raced ahead to rub noses with Racer, who had been his friend since his puppy days, and Gray, whom he had watched over from the time she was born. He felt nearly as protective toward her as he did toward John Ayla. Except for the horses, the camp of the 9th cave seemed to be deserted. Wolf began sniffing around a familiar tent, and when she brought in her sleeping roll, she saw Wolf near John Ayla's sleeping furs. He looked at her, whining with anxious need. "Do you want to go find her, Wolf?" "Go ahead, Wolf. Find John Ayla," she said, giving him the signal that he was free to go. He raced out of the tent, sniffed the ground to pick up her particular scent among all the others, then ran off, smelling the ground now and then. People had seen Ayla arriving, and before she could unpack the meat, relatives and friends came to greet her. Joharan was the first, Proleva close behind.
"Ayla, you finally made it,"
Joharan said, rushing towards her and giving her a big hug.
"How's Mother? You have no idea how much she has missed. Both of you, in fact."
Proleva was next to embrace her. "Yes, how is Marthona?" she asked, giving Ayla time to answer. "Better, I think. When I was leaving, she said if she had felt as good when everyone left, she might have come," Ayla said. "How's Geralda?" Proleva asked next. Ayla smiled. "She had a girl yesterday. The baby seems perfectly healthy. I don't think she was early. They both seem fine. Javiva and John Cloten are very happy."
"It looks like you brought something,"
Joharan said, motioning towards the travois. "Lorgan Forresten, John Cloten, and I did a little hunting," Ayla said. "We came upon a herd of red deer in Grass Valley and got 2 stags. I left one there. It will hold them for a while. I brought the other one with me. I thought some fresh meat might be welcome about now. I know animals get a little scarce around here about this time. We had some before I left. They're good, already building up fat for winter." Several more of the 9th cave arrived, and some others as well. Joharan and a couple of them started to unload the pole drag. Madigan, Jondalar's first apprentice, ran with a limp, but ran nonetheless, and greeted her enthusiastically. "People have been asking when you were coming. Zelendani kept saying it could be any time, but no one was expecting you in the middle of the day," Garthadal said. "Jondalar was sure that you wouldn't get here until evening or later. He said when you decided to come, you'd probably ride your horse and make the trip in one day." He was right. At least that's what I planned to do. But Geralda went into labor in the middle of the night and had her baby in the morning. I was too restless to wait, so I left in the afternoon and camped out last night, Ayla explained. Then looking around, she asked, "Where is Jondalar and John Ayla?" Joharan and Proleva glanced at each other, then quickly looked away. "John Ayla is with the other girls her age," Proleva said. "The Zelendania had some things for them to do. They're going to take part in a special celebration those who serve have planned."
"I'm not sure where Jondalar is,"
Joharan said, his brow knotted with the frown that was so like his brother's. He glanced up behind Ayla and smiled.
"But there is someone here who has been wanting to see you."
Ayla turned around and looked in the direction that Joharan had glanced. She saw a giant of a man with wild red hair and a bushy red beard. Her eyes opened wide. "Talut? Talut, is it you?" she cried, rushing towards the burly man.
"No, Ayla, not Talut. I am Danug, but Talut told me to give you a big hug for him, too," the young man said, as he swept her up in a big friendly embrace. She felt not crushed. Danug had learned long ago to be careful of his overpowering strength, but enveloped, overwhelmed, almost smothered by the sheer size of the man. He was taller, by some measure, than Jondalar's 6'6". His shoulders were nearly as broad as those of 2 ordinary men, and his arms were the size of most men's thighs.
She couldn't fully wrap her arms around his massive chest, and though his waist was slender enough in proportion, his muscular thighs and calves were huge. Ayla had known only one other to match Danug's size, Talut, the man to whom Danug's mother was mated, the headman of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, and if anything, the young man was bigger.
"I told you I was going to come and visit you some day," he said when he put her down. "How are you, Ayla?"
"Oh, Danug," she said, tears filling her eyes. "I'm so glad to see you. How long have you been here? How did you get here? How did you get so big? I think you're bigger than Talut."
She easily slipped into speaking Mamutoi, but though her words were understood, it didn't make her questions follow any logical order.
"I think he is, too, but I'd never dare say that to Talut."
Ayla turned at the sound of the voice and saw another young man. He seemed to be a stranger, but as she looked closer, she began to see similarities to others she had known. He resembled Barzek, though he was larger than the short, sturdy man who was mated to Tuli, the big head woman of the lion camp. She was Talut's sister, and almost matched him in size. The young man bore a certain resemblance to both of them.
"Drues?" Ayla said. "Are you Drues?"
"It's hard to mistake the big galoot," the young man said, smiling at Danug. "But I didn't know if you would recognize me."
"You have changed," Ayla said, hugging him, "but I can see your mother and Barzek in you. How are they? And how's Nezi and Diji and everyone?" she said, including both in her glance. "I can't tell you how much I've missed everyone."
"They miss you, too," Danug said, "but we have someone else with us who's been looking forward to meeting you."
A tall young man with a shy smile and curly brown hair was standing back a bit. He came forward at the prompting of the two young Mamutoi. Ayla knew she had never met him before, yet there was something strangely familiar about him. She just couldn't put her finger on it.
"Ayla of the Mamutoi, Zelendanyi now, I guess. Meet Aldanor of the Sarmunai,"
Danuk said.
"Sarmunai?"
Ayla said. Suddenly she realized what was so familiar about him, his clothing, especially his shirt. It was cut and decorated in the unique style of those people she and Jandalar had involuntarily visited on their journey. Memories came rushing back. They were the people who had captured Jandalar, or rather, Ataroa's camp of Sarmunai had. Ayla, with Wolf and the horses, had tracked them and found him, but that had not been the first time she had seen a shirt made in that style. Rainik, the Mamutoi man she almost mated, had one that he had traded carvings for. Ayla suddenly realized they were staring at each other. She collected herself, stepped toward the young man with both hands held out in greeting.
"In the name of Dani, the great Earth Mother, also known as Muna, you are welcome here, Aldanor of the Sarmunai," she said.
"In the name of Muna, I thank you, Ayla."
He smiled a shy grin.
"You may be Mamutoi or Zelendanyi, but did you know that among the Sarmunai you are known as Sayla, mother of the Wolf Star, sent to destroy Ataroa, the evil one? There are so many stories about you. I didn't believe you were a real person. I thought you were a legend. When Danug and Drues stopped at our camp and said they were making a journey to visit you, I asked if I could go along. Now I can't believe I'm actually meeting you."
Ayla smiled and shook her head.
"I don't know about stories or legends," she said. "People often believe what they want to believe."
He seems like a nice young man, she thought.
"I have something for you, Ayla," Danug said. "If you'll come inside, I'll give it to you."
She followed Danug into a smallish, hide-covered structure, apparently their traveling tent, and watched as he rummaged through a pack. Finally, he pulled out a small object carefully wrapped and tied with a cord.
Rainik told me to give this to you personally.
Ayla unwrapped the small package. Her eyes opened wide, and she gasped with surprise as she held the object in her hand. It was a horse, carved out of mammoth ivory, small enough to fit in her hand, but so exquisitely carved it almost looked alive. Its head was thrust forward as though straining into the wind. The stand-up mane and shaggy coat were carved with a pattern of lines that suggested the rough texture of the horse's hide, without hiding the stocky conformation of the small steppe horse. A shade of yellow ochre, the color of dry, standing hay, had been rubbed onto the animal, matching the familiar color of one horse she knew, and a blackish color shaded the lower legs and the length of the spine.
"Oh, Danug, she's just beautiful. It's Winnie, isn't it?"
Ayla smiled, but her eyes glistened with tears.
Yes, of course. He started carving this horse right after you left.
"I think the hardest thing I ever did in my life was to tell Rainik that I was leaving to go with Jandalar. How is he, Danug?"
He's fine, Ayla. He mated Trishie later that summer. You know, the woman who had the baby that probably came from his spirit. She has 3 children now. She's feisty, but she's good for him. She'll start raving about something, and he just smiles. He says he loves her spirit. She can't really resist his smile, and she really does love him. I don't think he will ever get over you completely, though. It caused a bit of trouble between them at first."
Ayla frowned. "What kind of trouble?"
Well, he lets her have her way in almost everything, and I think in the beginning she thought he was weak because he gave in so easily. She started pushing him, seeing how far she could go. Then she began demanding things, wanted him to get her this or that. He seemed to make a game out of it. No matter how outrageous, he would somehow manage to get whatever she asked for and present it with one of those smiles of his. You know.
"Yes, I know,"
Ayla said, smiling through wet eyes as she remembered.
"So pleased with himself, as though he had just won a competition and was all full of his own cleverness."
Then she started changing everything around, Danug continued. His workspace, his tools, all the special things he collected and arranged. He just let her. I think he was just seeing what she would do. But I happened to be in the lodge the day she decided to move this horse. I've never seen him so angry. He didn't raise his voice or anything. He just told her to put it back. She was surprised. I don't think she really believed him. He'd always given in to her. He told her again to put it back, and when she didn't, he grabbed her wrist pretty hard and took it from her. He told her never to touch that horse again. He said if she did, he would break the mating bond and pay the price. He said he loved her, but there was one piece of him she could never have. If she couldn't accept that, she could leave. Trishie ran out of the lodge crying, but Rainik just put the horse back, then sat down and started carving. When she finally came back in, it was night. I couldn't help but overhear. Their hearth is right next to ours, and, well, I suppose I wanted to hear. She told him she wanted to stay with him. She said she loved him, had always loved him, and wanted to stay with him even if he did still love you. She promised never to touch the horse again. She didn't either. I think it gave her respect for him and made her realize how she really felt about him. He's happy, Ayla. I don't think he'll ever forget you, but he's happy.
"I'll never forget him either. I still think about him sometimes. If it hadn't been for Jandalar, I could have been happy with him. I did love him. I just loved Jondalar more. Tell me about Trishy's children, she said.
That blending of spirits has produced an interesting mixture, Danuk said. The oldest is a boy. You saw him, didn't you? Trishy brought him to that summer meeting.
Yes, I saw him. He was very fair. Is he still so fair?
His skin is the whitest I've ever seen, except where it's covered with freckles. Trishy has red hair and she's fair, but not as much as him. His eyes are pale blue, and he has fuzzy orangey red hair. He can't stand the sun. He just burns, and if it's really bright, it hurts his eyes. But except for his color, he looks just like Rainik. It's strange to see them together. Rainik's brown skin next to Ra's white, but the same face. He's got Rainik's sense of humor, only more. Already he can make anyone laugh, and he loves to travel. If he doesn't turn out to be a traveling storyteller, I'll be surprised. He can't wait until he's old enough to go off on his own. He wanted to come with us on our journey. If he'd been a little older, I would have taken him. He'd have been good company. Trishy's little girl is a beauty. Her skin is dark, but not brown like Rainik's. Her hair is black as night, but her curls are softer. She has black eyes, serious eyes. She's a quiet, delicate little thing. But I swear that there's not a man who sees her that isn't entranced by her. She'll have no trouble finding a mate. The baby is as dark as Rainik, and though it's hard to tell yet, I think his features are going to be more like Trishy's.
It seems as though Trishy is a good addition to the lion camp, Danuk. I wish I could see her children. I have a little girl, too, Ayla said, and suddenly remembered that she could have been having another one soon, were it not for her call to the deep cave. I would like to tell him that it is more than a blending of spirits that makes children, she thought.
I know. I've met Ayla. She looks just like you, except she has Jondalar's eyes. I wish I could take her back with me and let her meet everyone. Nezzy would love her. I've already fallen in love with her, just like I fell in love with you when I was a boy, Danuk said with a delighted laugh.
Ayla looked so surprised he laughed harder, and she could hear Talut's big booming laughter coming from Danuk. In love with me?
I'm not surprised you didn't notice. Between Rainik and Jondalar, you had enough to think about. But I couldn't stop thinking about you. I dreamt about you. In fact, I still love you, Ayla. How would you like to come back to the lion camp with me?
There was a broad smile on his face and twinkle in his eye, but something more, too, a hint of wistful longing, a wish that he knew would never be fulfilled. She looked away for a moment, then changed the subject. Tell me about the rest. How are Nezzy and Talut, Lati and Ruji?
Mother's fine. Getting older, that's all. Talut is losing his hair, and he hates it. Lati is mated, has a girl, and still talks about horses. Ruji is looking for a mate, or rather, the young men are looking at her. She's had her first rites. Tussie did too, at the same time. Oh, and Diji has 2 sons. She told me to give you her love. You never got to know her brother, Tarneg, did you? His mate has 3 little ones. You know, they built another earth lodge nearby. Diji and Tarneg are head woman and head man. Tuli is pleased that she can see her grandchildren nearly every day, and she has taken another mate. Barzek says she's too much woman for only one man.
Do I know him?
Ayla asked. Danuk smiled. In fact, you do. It's Wymez.
Wymez? You mean the man of Rainik's hearth, the flint napper that Jondalar admires so much?
Ayla asked. Yes, that Wymez. He surprised us all, even Tuli, I think. And old Mammut has gone to the next world. We have a new one, but it's hard to get used to having someone else at the third hearth.
I'm sorry to hear that. I love that old man. I've been training to be one who serves the mother, but he's the one who started it. My training is almost over,"
Ayla said. She didn't want to say too much until she talked to Zelendani. "That's what Jondalar said. I always thought you would serve the mother. Mahmut would never have adopted you if he didn't think so. There was a time when the lion camp thought you might be their Mahmut after the old man left this world. Ayla, you may be Zelendani here, but you are still Mahmutoi, still numbered among the lion camp."
"It makes me happy to hear that. No matter what names or ties I may acquire, in my heart I will always be Ayla of the Mahmutoi," she said.
"You certainly did acquire some names and left a trail of stories behind you on your journey," Danug said. "Not just from the Sarmunai. I even heard about you from people who never met you. You were everything from a skilled healer and controller of surprising spiritual forces to the incarnation of the great Earth Mother herself, a living Muta. I guess here it's Danyi, come to help her people. And Jondalar was her fair-haired and handsome mate, as they say here, her pale, shining lover. Even Wolf was an incarnation of the Wolf Star. The stories about him range from avenging beast to lovable creature who tended babies. The horses, too. They were animals of wonder that the great horse spirit allowed to be controlled by you. There was one story from Aldenor's people that claimed the horses could fly and carried you and Jondalar back to your homes in the next world. I was beginning to wonder if all the stories could be about the same people, but after talking to Jondalar, I think you both had some interesting adventures."
"I think people like to enlarge stories to make them seem more interesting," Ayla said. "And who's to prove them wrong once the people the stories are about are gone? We just traveled back here to Jondalar's home. You no doubt have had your share of adventures."
"But we didn't travel with a pair of magical horses and a wolf."
"Danug, you know there is nothing magical about those animals. You watched Jondalar train Racer, and you were there when I brought Wolf to the lodge as a tiny puppy. He's just a wolf that got used to people because he grew up with them."
"Which reminds me, where is that animal? I wonder if he'll still remember me," Danug said.
"As soon as we got here, he ran off to look for Ayla," Ayla said. "Apparently she is with her age mates doing something for the Zelendania. But I still haven't seen Jondalar. Did he say anything about going hunting?"
"Not to me," Danug said. "But the three of us haven't been around here that much. We're strangers from far away, but introduced by Jondalar as your kin, so we have been welcomed as kin. Everyone wants to hear our stories and ask questions about our people. We've all been asked to participate in first rites, even me, as big as I am, though I was questioned about my experience with such young women, and I think I was tested by 1 or 2 Danyi women."
The huge young man grinned with delight.
"Jondalar translated for us in the beginning, but we've been learning Zelendanyi and can get by fairly well now on our own. People have been wonderful to us, but they keep wanting to give us things, and you know how hard it is to carry much when you're on a journey. In fact, I did bring something that you left behind. I gave it to Jondalar. Do you remember the piece of ivory Talut gave you when you left, the one that showed landmarks to help to get started out right on your journey?"
"Yes, we had to leave it behind to make room."
"Laduni gave it to me to give back to you."
"That must have made Jondalar happy. It was one thing he wanted to keep as a reminder of his stay with the lion camp."
"I understand that. The Sarmunai gave me something that I will definitely keep. I'll show you."
He took out a figure of a mammoth made out of a very hard but strange kind of material.
"I don't know what kind of stone it is.
Aldenor says they make it, but I don't know whether to believe him.
They do make that stone. They start with muddy clay, then shape it and burn it in a very hot fire in a special enclosed space, like an oven built in the earth, until it turns to stone. I watched the Sarmuna of Three Sisters Camp do it. She is the one who discovered how to make that stone.
Ayla paused, and her eyes took on a faraway look, as though she was looking inside at a memory.
She was not an evil person, but Ataroa did turn her the wrong way for a while. The Sarmunai are an interesting people.
Jondalar told me what happened to both of you there, but Aldenor is from a different camp. We stopped overnight at Three Sisters. I thought it was strange that there were so many women, but they were very hospitable. After I talked to Jondalar, I realized that I might not have made it this far if you hadn't passed that way first. I shudder to think about it, Danuk said. The leather entrance cover was moved aside. Danuk and Ayla looked up and saw Dalinar looking in.
If I'd known you wanted to keep her to yourself, I might have thought again before taking you along with us to this summer meeting, young man, Dalinar said sternly, then smiled. Can't say that I blame you. I know you haven't seen her in a long time, but there are many other people who want to talk to this young woman.
Dalinar,
Ayla said, getting up and going outside the small tent to hug him. He'd aged, but he still looked so much like Jondalar, she felt a warm glow at the sight of him.
Did Danuk and the other two come with you? How did they find you?
By accident, or it was meant to be, depending on who you ask. Some of us were out hunting. There's a river valley nearby that attracts a lot of passing herds. They saw us and indicated that they wanted to join in the hunt. We were more than happy to have 3 healthy young men help out. I had already been thinking that if we made some really successful hunts, enough to put some meat down for next winter and take some with us, we might go to the Zelendanyi meeting this year. Their help made a difference. We counted 6 bison kills. It wasn't until later that evening that this young man started asking about you and Jondalar and how to find the Zelendanyi, Dalinar said, indicating the huge red-haired man just emerging from the tent. Language was a bit of a problem. The only thing Danug could say was, Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi. I tried to tell him Jondalar was the son of my hearth, but didn't have much luck, the older man continued. Then Echazar returned from the flint mine, and Danug started talking to him in signs. He was surprised to find out Echazar could talk, but not nearly as surprised as Echazar was to see Danug and Druez talk to him in signs. When Echazar asked where they learned it, he told us about his brother, a boy he said his mother adopted, who died. He said you were the one who taught everyone the hand sign so he could talk and be understood, Ayla. That's how we managed to communicate at first. Danug and Druez talked to Echazar in signs, and he translated. I made up my mind then and told Danug we were going to the Zelendanyi summer meeting and would take them with us. The next day, Willamar and his party happened to arrive. It's amazing how good he is at communicating with people, even if he doesn't know the language.
Is Willamar here too?
Ayla asked.
Yes, I'm here.
Ayla spun around and smiled with delight to see the old trade master. They hugged with warmth and affection.
Did you come with the Lanzadanyi too?
No, we didn't arrive with them, Willamar said. We still had a few other stops to make to finish out the round. We got here a few days ago. I was just getting ready to leave for the 9th cave. We actually came a little early this year, Dalinar said. I knew where the 9th would probably set up camp, so we're close by. I happened to be one of the people who saw the 9th cave coming, Danuk said. "When I saw the horses from a distance, I knew it had to be your people, Ayla. I was really disappointed when you were not with them, though I was glad to see Jandalar. At least he could speak Mamutoi. I recognized John Ayla as your daughter right away, especially when I saw her sitting on the back of that gray horse. If you hadn't come, I was going to go back with the ninth cave and surprise you. But you surprised us instead," Danuk said.
You are a surprise, Danuk, a welcome one, and you can still come and visit the ninth cave, you know, Ayla said, then turned to Dalinar. I am glad you decided to come with the Lanzadani. Is Jerica with you? Marthona will be so disappointed not to see all of you.
I was sorry to hear she wasn't coming. Jerica was looking forward to seeing her, too. It's amazing what good friends they've turned out to be. How is Marthona?
Not entirely well, Ayla said, shaking her head. She complains about her aching joints, but it's more than that. She has pain in her chest and trouble breathing when she exerts herself too much. I always did plan to come to the meeting as soon as I could, but I hated to leave her. She did seem much better when I left, though.
Do you really think she's better? Willamar asked. His eyes had become serious.
She said if she had felt as good earlier when the ninth cave left, she might have come, but I don't think she could walk the whole way.
Someone could have carried her, Dalinar said. I carried Hochaman on my shoulders all the way to the great waters of the west, twice before he died.
Dalinar turned to Danuk.
Hochaman was the mate of Jerica's mother. They traveled all the way from the endless seas of the east. His tears mingled with the salt of the great waters of the west, but they were tears of joy. It was his greatest wish to go as far as the land went, farther than anyone ever did. I've never heard of anyone who traveled farther.
We remembered that story, Dalinar, and wanted to carry her, Ayla said, but she didn't want to ride on Jandalar's shoulders. I think she felt it would be too undignified. She didn't want to ride on Winnie either. I asked her, but she didn't want to do that either. She likes the horses, but the idea of riding one always did scare her.
Ayla noticed the travois, the simple construction of poles and cross mats, now unloaded on the ground.
I wonder, do you think she would mind riding on the pole drag, Willamar?
For that matter, a few people could take turns carrying her on a litter, Dalinar volunteered. With 4 people, one on each corner, it would be easy. She's not heavy.
And she could sit up. She wouldn't have to look backwards. I'm tempted to tell Jandalar to go back and get her, but I haven't seen him yet. Has he been with you, Dalinar?
Ayla asked.
No, I haven't seen him all day. He could be anywhere. You know how it is at a meeting like this, Dalinar said. I haven't even seen Bokovan all day.
Bokovan? Are Joplea and Echazar here? I thought Echazar said he'd never come back after the big fuss that was made over his joining with Joplea.
It took a lot of persuading. Jerica and I thought he should come for Bokovan's sake. He's going to need to find a mate someday, too, and there aren't enough Lanzadanyi yet. All the youngsters are raised like siblings, and you know how it is when children grow up together. They don't usually think of each other as potential mates. I told Echazar that it was only a few people who objected, but he wasn't convinced. It wasn't until this big Mamutoi and his cousin and friend came that he decided to go. They helped most of all.
What did they do?
That's just it. They didn't do anything. You know how people always seem to feel uncomfortable around Echazar when they first meet him. You never did, but you were an exception, Dalinar said. I think that's why he's always had a special fondness for you. Danug didn't either, just started talking to him in signs. The young Sarmunai didn't seem terribly bothered by Echazar either. Apparently, they don't think of the ones of mixed spirits with as much antagonism as some of the Zelendanyi.
I think that's true, Ayla said. Mixtures seem more common among them and more accepted, though not entirely, especially when the look of the clan is as strong as it is in Echazar. He might have some problem, even there.
Not with Aldenor. All three of those young men accepted him as easily as anyone else. They didn't make him an exception, or make special efforts to be nice to him. They just treated him like any other young man. It made Echazar realize, I think, that not everyone would hate him or object to him. He could make friends, and so could Bokovan. In fact, that young couple that mated the same time you did, Jondakam and Lavila, they have all but adopted Bokovan. He's over there all the time, playing with their youngsters, and all the rest of the children that always seem to be running around their camp. I wonder sometimes how they put up with having so many children there all the time,
Dalinar said. Lavila has no end of patience, Ayla said. I think she loves it. She turned to Danug. You will go with us back to the 9th cave, won't you? We haven't even started catching up on what everyone in the lion camp is doing.
We were rather hoping to winter with you, but I'd like to go all the way to the great waters of the west before I return. Besides, I don't think there is any way we're going to get Aldenor away from here before spring, and maybe not then, Danug said, smiling at his friend.
Ayla looked at him questioningly. Why not?
When you see him around Jondalar's sister, you'll know.
Folara?
Yes, Folara. He is absolutely smitten with her, completely, totally out of his mind over her, and I think the feeling may be mutual. At least she certainly doesn't seem to mind spending time with him. A lot of time with him. Though Danug had spoken Mamutoi, he was grinning. His language was similar, and he had learned quite a bit of Mamutoi on their journey, and her name was the same word in any language. Ayla saw Aldenor's face flush. She raised her eyebrows and then smiled. The tall, graceful young woman that Folara had become easily commanded attention everywhere she went. She had her mother's natural elegance and Willimar's easy charm, and as Jondalar had always predicted she would be, Folara was beautiful. Her beauty was not quite the consummate manifestation of perfection that Jondalar had been in his youth, and for the most part still was. Her mouth was a little too generous, her eyes were spaced a bit too wide, her light brown hair was a touch too fine, but the minor imperfections only made her more approachable and appealing. Folara had had no lack of suitors, but none had quite excited her fancy or fulfilled her unexpressed expectations. Her lack of interest in choosing a mate was driving her mother to distraction. She wanted to see a grandchild from her own daughter. After spending so much time with the woman, she had grown to understand her better and knew that Folara's regard for the young Sarmunai would be of great consequence to Marthona. The biggest question was, would Aldenor decide to stay with the Zelendanyi, or would Folara go with him back to the Sarmunai? Marthona needs to be here, Ayla thought.
Willimar, have you noticed Folara's interest in this young Sarmunai?
Ayla asked, smiling at the self-consciously blushing visitor.
Now that you mention it, I guess they have spent a lot of time together since I've been here.
You know Marthona, Willimar. You know she would want to be here if Folara is getting serious about a young man, especially one who may want her to go with him back to his home. I'm sure she would come here if she could.
You're right, Ayla. But is she strong enough?
You said something about carrying her on a litter, Dalinar. How long do you think it would take for a few strong young men to run back to the 9th cave and bring her here.
No more than a few days for good runners, maybe twice that to bring her back, and however long it would take her to prepare. Do you really think she's well enough? Dalinar said.
Would Jerica be well enough if it was Joplea?
Ayla asked. Dalinar nodded with understanding.
Marthona seemed much better when I left, and if she doesn't have to exert herself, I think she would be as well here, where there are so many people to help her, as she is at the 9th cave. She likes the horses, to watch them or pet them, and I think, under the circumstances, she'd even ride the pole drag to get here, but I believe she'd be more comfortable sitting up on a litter and able to talk to people along the way. I'd ask Jondalar, but he doesn't seem to be around anywhere. Could you and Dalinar and maybe Joharen arrange it, Willamar?
I think we could do that, Ayla. You're probably right. Falara's mother needs to be here if she's getting serious about mating, especially to a foreigner.
Mother, you came! You finally came!
A young voice called out. It was an interruption Ayla was delighted to hear. She turned and smiled, and her eyes lit up as she held out her arms to the young girl running towards her, with the wolf happily loping beside her. Her daughter fairly flew into her arms.
I missed you so much,
Ayla said, hugging her close, then pulled back to look at her and hugged her again.
I can't believe how much you have grown, Janela,
she said when she put her down. Zelendani had followed the child back at a slower pace, but smiled warmly at Ayla as she approached. After they had embraced in greeting, she asked, "You finished your watching?"
"Yes, and glad of it. But it was exciting to see the sun stop and turn back and mark it myself. The only problem was not having anyone there to share it with who really understood. I kept thinking of you,"
Ayla said. Zelendani observed the young woman closely. There was a different air about her. Ayla had changed. The woman tried to find it. Ayla has lost weight. Has she been sick? She should be starting to show, but her waistline was thinner and her breasts were smaller. Oh, Donnie, she thought, she isn't pregnant anymore. She must have miscarried. But there was something else, a new assurance in her manner, an acceptance of the tragedy, a self-confident poise. She knew who she was, and who she was Zelendani. She has been called. She must have lost the baby then. We're going to have to talk, aren't we, Ayla? Zelendani, who was first, said, stressing her name. She could be called Ayla, but she wasn't Ayla anymore.
"Yes,"
the young woman said. She didn't have to say more. She knew that the one who was first among those who served the mother understood. We should do it soon.
"Yes, we should."
And Ayla, I am sorry. I know you wanted the baby, she said quietly. Before Ayla could respond, more people crowded around. Nearly all her close friends and kin came to the camp to greet her. Everyone seemed to be there except Jondalar, and no one seemed to know where he was. Usually, when a person was leaving the meeting camp to go off by themselves or with just one or two others, someone was told where they were going. Ayla might have begun to worry, but no one else seemed to. Most people stayed to have a meal or a snack. They recounted events that had taken place, talked about people, who was getting mated, who'd had another child or was expecting one, who had decided to sever the knot or take a second mate. Friendly gossip. In the afternoon, people started wandering off to other activities. Ayla arranged her sleeping roll and the rest of the belongings that she had brought with her. She was glad she had taken the horses to the meadow in the woods earlier, and the corral that had been fenced for the horses, not so much to keep them in as to keep people out. Horses in a meadow were fair game under normal circumstances, though everyone knew about the horses the ninth cave brought with them, just to leave no doubt that these were, in fact, those special horses. The area was conspicuously fenced. Jondalar and Ayla often took them to the grassy steppes to ride, or just to let them graze. But whenever they were not in the enclosure, she knew someone was with them. Ayla left with Zelendani and Wolf to go back to the area of the Zelendania to finish working out the details of the special evening that was planned. Ayla decided to give Winnie a good grooming after the hot, dusty ride and went to the horse meadow with soft pieces of leather and teasel brushes. She brushed Racer and Gray a bit, too, just to give them a scratching and some attention. She looked at the small stream that flowed along the edge of the grassy glen before emptying into the river and remembered the last time the meeting was in this location. There was a swimming hole some distance upstream, she recalled. Not many people knew about it because it was far enough away from the meeting camp to make it inconvenient for general use. She hadn't known her adopted people as well then, and she and Jondalar used to go there when they wanted to get away from the crowds and spend some time alone together. A swim would feel good right now, she thought, and the river is muddy from so much use. She started walking upstream toward the bend in the small stream that cut a deeper hole near the outside edge and left a grassy strand with a beach of small pebbles on the inside curve. She smiled, thinking about Jondalar and what they used to do beside that stream. She'd been thinking about him so much, thinking about how he could make her feel. She felt herself warming to his imagined touch and even noticed a wetness between her legs. Wouldn't it be fun to try to make another baby, she thought. As she approached the swimming hole, she heard splashing and then voices and almost turned back. Sounds like someone else has found this place, she thought. I'd hate to disturb another couple looking for a place to be alone. But it might not be a couple. It might just be some people going for a swim. As she approached, she heard a woman's voice and then a man's. She couldn't make out the words, but something about that voice bothered her. She moved as silently as she ever had when stalking an animal with her sling. She heard more talking, then a deep laugh of sheer abandon. She knew that laugh, though she hadn't heard it much recently, and it was rare enough in any case. Then she heard the woman's voice and recognized it. She had a peculiar sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach as she looked through the bushes that skirted the small beach. Chapter 32. Jondalar and Morona were just coming out of the water as Ayla looked through the bushes. With a stab of anguish, she watched Morona turn to face Jondalar, put her arms around him and press her naked body close to his, then reach up to kiss him. Jondalar bent down to meet her lips. With fascinated horror, she watched his hands begin to caress her body. How many times had she felt his knowing hands? Ayla wanted to run, but she couldn't move. They moved a few steps closer towards a soft leather hide spread out on the grass just in front of her. She could see that he wasn't really aroused, but no one had seen him since she arrived. He'd been gone all day, and it was obvious to her that they had already used the leather blanket at least once. Morona pressed against him again, kissed him deeply as though with great hunger, then slowly dropped down in front of him. With a languid, knowing laugh, Morona enclosed her mouth around his flaccid manhood while Jondalar stood looking down at her. Ayla could see his mounting excitement in his expression of intense pleasure. She had never seen his face when she did that to him. Was that how he looked? As Morona moved rhythmically back and forth, his tumescent organ pushed her farther away from him as it began to extend. It was agony for Ayla to see him with her. She could hardly breathe. Her stomach knotted in pain, her head pounded. She had never experienced this kind of feeling before. Was this anguish jealousy? Was this how Jondalar felt when I went to Reynick's bed, she thought. Why didn't he tell me? I didn't know then. I never felt jealousy before, and he never told me. He only said it was my right to choose who I wanted. That means it's his right to be there with Morona. Her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't stand it. She had to get away. She turned and started to run blindly through the small woods, but she tripped on an exposed root and crashed to the ground.
"Who's there? What's going on?"
Ayla heard Jondalar's voice call out. She scrambled to her feet and started off again as Jondalar pushed the brush aside.
"Ayla? Ayla,"
he said in shocked surprise.
"What are you doing here?"
She turned to face the man who was coming after her. "I didn't mean to interfere," she said, trying to compose herself. "You have the right to couple with whoever you want, Jondalar, even Morona." Morona pushed through the screen of bushes and stood close to Jondalar, pressing her body against him. "That's right, Ayla," she said with an exultant laugh. "He can couple with whoever he wants. What do you expect a man to do when his mate is too busy for him? We have coupled often, and not only this summer. Why do you think I moved back to the 9th cave? He didn't want me to tell you, but now that you've found out, you might as well know the whole story." She laughed again. Then with a vicious sneer she said, "You may have stolen him from me, Ayla, but you haven't been able to keep him to yourself." "I didn't steal him from you, Morona. I didn't even know you until I arrived here. Jondalar chose me of his own free will. Now he can choose you if he wants. But tell me, do you really love him, or are you just trying to cause trouble?" Ayla said. Then she turned, and with as much dignity as she could gather, she hurried away. Jondalar shrugged off the woman hanging on him and caught up with Ayla in a few strides.
"Ayla, please, wait. Let me explain," he said.
"What is there to explain? Morona is right. How could I expect anything else? You were in the middle of something, Jondalar. Why don't you go back and finish it?" she said, starting away again. "I'm sure Morona will be able to arouse you once more. She had you well on your way."
"I don't want Morona. Not if I can have you, Ayla,"
Jondalar said, suddenly afraid he might lose her. Morona looked at him with surprise. She meant nothing to him, she realized. She had meant nothing to him all along. She had made herself available, and he had found her an expedient way to take care of his urges. Morona glared at them both with anger, but Jondalar didn't notice. He was concentrated on Ayla. Now he wished he hadn't given in to Morona's invitations, hadn't used her so casually. He was so intent on Ayla, on trying to think of something to say that could somehow explain how he felt, that he didn't even notice when the woman he had so recently been with stormed past him with her clothes bunched up in her arms. But Ayla did. As a man, after he returned from his stay with Dalinar, Jondalar had always had his choice of women, but he had never really loved one. Nothing ever matched the powerful intensity of his first love, and his memory of those overwhelming emotions had been made stronger by the appalling scandal and disgrace it had brought on both Selina and himself. She had been his Dunyi woman, his instructor and guide in the ways that a man should behave with a woman, but he was not supposed to fall in love with her. She was not supposed to allow it. He had come to believe that he would never love a woman again. He had finally concluded that as a penalty imposed by the mother for his youthful indiscretion, he would forever be unable to fall in love. Until Ayla. and he'd had to travel for more than a year to an entirely different and unfamiliar place to find her. He loved Ayla more than his life. It overwhelmed him. He would do anything for her, go any place for her. He would give his life for her. The only person for whom he felt a love as strong, if of a different nature, was Ayla. "You should be grateful she is there to satisfy your needs, Jondalar," Ayla said, still hurting and trying to cover the pain. "I am going to be even busier than ever now. I have been called. I will do as she wishes now. I will be as a child of the great Earth Mother. I am Zelindani."
"You were called? Ayla, when?"
His voice was full of frantic worry. He'd seen some of the Zelindania returning from their first call, and he'd seen some, found later, that had not.
"I should have been there. I could have helped you."
"No, Jondalar, you couldn't have helped me. No one can help. It must be done alone. I survived, and the mother gave me a great gift, but I had to make a sacrifice for it. She wanted our baby, Jondalar. I lost it in the cave," Ayla said, with as much dignity as she could muster.
"Our baby? What baby? Ayla was with me."
"The baby that was started when I came down from the cliff early one night. I suppose I should consider myself lucky that you hadn't already been with Morona that night, or I wouldn't have had a baby to sacrifice," she said with hollow bitterness.
"You were pregnant when you were called? Oh, great mother!"
He was feeling panicky. He didn't want her to leave like that. What could he say to keep her there, to keep her talking?
"Ayla, I know you think that's how new life starts, but you can't be sure."
"Yes, Jondalar, I can. The Great Mother told me. That was the gift I received in exchange for my baby's life." She said it with such haunting, painful certainty it left no room for doubt. "I thought we might try to start another, but I can see you are too busy for me." He stood there, stunned as she walked away.
"Oh, Donnie, great mother, what have I done?"
Jondalar cried out in anguish.
"I've made her stop loving me. Oh, why did she have to see us?"
He stumbled after her, forgetting his clothes. Then, as she hurried away, he dropped to his knees and followed her with only his eyes. "Look at her," he thought. "She's so thin. It must have been so hard for her. Some acolytes die. What if Ayla had died? I wasn't even there to help her. Why didn't I stay behind with her? I should have known she was almost ready. Her training was nearly over. But I wanted to come to the summer meeting. I didn't think what might happen to her. All I could think of was myself." As Ayla was lost to sight, he hunched forward, closed his eyes, and buried his face in his hands, as though trying not to see what he had done.
"Why did I couple with Morona?"
he moaned aloud. "Ayla has never coupled with anyone but me," he thought. "Not since Rainik, not since we left the Mamutoi. Even at ceremonies and festivals to honor the mother, when almost everyone chooses someone else, she has never chosen anyone but me. People talk about it. How many men have looked at me with envy, thinking what great pleasure I must give her for her never to choose anyone else.
Why did Ayla have to see us?
I never thought she would get here in the daytime. I thought she'd ride all day and get here late. I thought it was safe to come here during the day. I never wanted to cause Ayla pain. She's had enough pain. And now she's lost a baby. I didn't even know she was going to have another baby, and she lost it. Did it really start that night? It was such an incredible night. I could hardly believe it when she came to bed and woke me up. Will it ever be like that again? She said the mother wanted our baby. Was it our baby? In exchange, Donnie gave her a gift? Ayla was given a gift from the mother? The mother told her it was our baby, my baby, and hers. "Did Ayla lose my baby?" Jandalar said, his forehead knotted with the familiar frown. Why did she come here? She said she wanted to start another baby. Was she looking for me? We always came to this swimming hole the last time the meeting was here. I should have thought about that. I shouldn't have brought Morona here. Especially Morona. I knew how Ayla would feel if she found out about her. That's why I made Morona promise never to tell. "Why did she have to see us?" he beseeched the vacant woods. "Have I become so used to her never choosing anyone else that I've forgotten what it was like for me?" He recalled the bitter pain and desolation he had felt the time she chose Raynick. I know how she must have felt when she saw me with Morona, he thought, just the way I did when Raynick told her to come to his bed, and she went. But she didn't know then. She thought she was supposed to go with him. How would I feel if she chose someone else now? I tried to drive her away then because I was so hurt, but she still loved me. She made a matrimonial tunic for me, even when she was promised to Raynick. Jandalar felt the same wretched torment at the thought of losing her now as he had when he thought he was going to lose her to Raynick. Only this time it was worse. This time he was the one who had hurt her. Ayla ran blindly ahead, tears clouding her vision, but they could not wash away her misery. She had thought about Jandalar at the 9th cave, dreamed about him at night, hungered for him on her way, and pushed herself to get here so she could be with him. She couldn't return to the camp and face all the people. She needed to be alone. She stopped at the horse enclosure and led Winnie out, put the horse blanket on her back and climbed on, then raced her towards the open grassland. Winnie was still tired from the trip, but responded to the woman's urging and galloped across the plains. Ayla could not get the picture of Morona and Jandalar out of her mind. She could think of nothing else, and soon forgot about directing the horse, but simply rode her. The mare slowed when she felt the woman cease to actively direct her and turned back towards the camp at a slow walk, stopping to graze now and then. It was growing dark by the time they reached the meeting site and cooling down fast, but Ayla felt nothing except the deep, numbing cold inside her. The horse did not feel her passenger take control again until they reached the horse grove and saw several people. "Ayla, people have been wondering where you've been," Proliva said. "John Ayla was here looking for you. But after she ate, she went to Lavila's to play with Bokovan when you didn't return." "I've been riding," Ayla said. "Jandalar finally turned up," Joharan said. "He came stumbling into the camp a while ago. I told him you were looking for him, but he just mumbled something incoherent." Her eyes were glazed as she walked into the camp. She passed by Zelendani without greeting her, without even seeing her. The woman eyed her sharply. She knew something was wrong. "Ayla, we haven't seen much of you since you arrived," the Danyer said, surprised that she'd had to speak first. "I guess not," Ayla said. It was plain to Zelendani that Ayla's thoughts were somewhere else. Jandalar's incoherent mumbling hadn't been unclear to her, even if she hadn't understood the words. His actions were clear enough. She had also seen Morona emerge from the small wooded area, looking disheveled, but not on the normal path used by most members of the 9th cave. She came to their camp from a different direction, went directly into the tent she had been sharing, and began to pack up her things. She told Proliva some friends from the 5th cave wanted her to stay with them. Zelendani had been aware of Jandalar's dalliance with Morona from the beginning. At first she thought there was little harm in it. She knew his true feelings for Ayla and thought Morona would be just a passing fancy, something to relieve him at a time when Ayla had other demands on her and no choice but to be away at times. But she hadn't counted on Morona's obsession to get him back and to get back at Ayla, or her ability to insinuate herself upon him. Their physical attraction had always been strong. Even in the past it had been the primary focus of their relationship. Sometimes Zelendani had suspected it was the only thing they had had in common. The Danyer guessed that Ayla hadn't fully recovered from her ordeal in the cave. Her loss of weight and the gaunt hollows in her face would have given her away even if she hadn't seen it in Ayla's eyes. Zelendani had seen too many acolytes return from a calling, emerging from a cave or returning from wandering the steppe, not to know the danger of the ordeal. She herself almost didn't survive. Since Ayla lost a baby at the same time, she would very likely also be suffering the melancholy most women felt after giving birth, which was often worse after miscarrying. But the one who was first had seen more than the suffering Ayla had endured in the cave in her eyes now. She saw pain, the sharp, chilling pain of jealousy, with all the related feelings of betrayal, anger, doubt, and fear. She loves him too much. It's not hard to do, the woman once known as Zolina recalled. The first had often wondered during the past few years how a woman who loved a man so much could be Zelendani too, but Ayla's talent was formidable. In spite of her love for the man, it could not be ignored, and if anything, his feeling for her was even stronger. But as much as he loved her, Jondalar was a man with strong drives. It was difficult for him to ignore them. It was especially true when there were no societal constraints against it, and someone as intimately familiar with him as Morona was using every faculty she possessed to encourage him. It was too easy to fall into the habit of going to her rather than bothering Ayla when she was busy. Zelendani knew Jondalar hadn't mentioned anything about his ongoing liaison to Ayla, and instinctively others who cared about them had tried to shield her. They hoped Ayla would not find out, but the Danyer knew if he continued it was a vain hope. He should have known it too. In spite of how well she had learned the ways of the Zelendani and seemed to fit in, Ayla had not been born to them. Their ways were not natural to her. Zelendani almost wished the summer meeting was over. She would like to be able to watch the young woman, make sure she was all right, but the last part of the summer meeting was a very busy time for the one who was first. She observed the young woman, trying to discern the extent of her feelings over her discovery of Jondalar's encounters with Morona and what effects it would have. At Proliva's urging, Ayla accepted a plate of food, but she did little more than push it around. She dumped the food and cleaned the plate, then returned it. "I wish John Ayla would come back. Do you know how long she'll be gone?" Ayla said. "I'm sorry I wasn't here when she came." "You could go to Lavila's and get her," Proliva said. "Lavila would love it if you came to visit. I didn't see where Jondalar went. He may be there too." "I'm really tired," Ayla said. "I don't think I'd be very good company. I'm going to bed early, but will you send John Ayla in when she comes?" "Are you feeling all right, Ayla?" Proliva asked, finding it hard to believe that she would just go to bed. She had been trying to find Jondalar all day, and now she wouldn't even walk a little ways to look for him. "I'm fine. I'm just tired," Ayla said, heading for one of the large circular dwellings that ringed the central fireplace. A wall of sturdy vertical panels made of overlapped cattail leaves which shed rain was attached to the outside of a circle of poles sunk into the ground. A second interior wall of panels, woven out of flattened bulrush stems,
was attached to the inside of the poles, leaving an airspace between for extra insulation to make it cooler on hot days and, with a fire inside, warmer on cool nights. The roof was a thick thatch of phragmite reeds sloping down from a center pole, supported by a circular frame of slender alder poles lashed together. The smoke escaped through a hole near the center. The construction provided a fairly large enclosed space that could be left open or divided into smaller areas with movable interior panels. Sleeping rolls were spread out on mats made of bulrushes, tall phragmite reeds, cattail leaves, and grasses around a central fireplace. Ayla partially undressed and crawled into her sleeping roll, but was far from ready to sleep. When she closed her eyes, all she could see was the scene of Jondalar with Morona, and her mind whirled with the implications. Ayla knew that among the Zelendani, jealousy was not condoned, though she was not as aware that behavior designed to provoke it was even less acceptable. People recognized that jealousy existed and fully understood its cause, and more important, its often damaging effects. But in a harsh land, often overwhelmed by long and bitter glacial winters, survival depended on mutual cooperation and assistance. The unwritten strictures against any behavior that could undermine the necessary goodwill required to maintain that unanimity and understanding were strongly enforced by social customs. In such adverse conditions, children were especially at risk. Many died young, and while the community in general was important to their well-being, a close, caring family was considered essential. Though most commonly families began with a woman and man, they could be extended in any number of ways, not only with grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins, but so long as it was agreeable to everyone involved, a woman might select more than one man. A man might choose 2 or more women, or even multiple couples might join. The only exception was the prohibition of close family members joining. Siblings could not mate with each other, or those recognized as close cousins, for example. Other relationships were highly disapproved, though not expressly forbidden, such as a young man and his Danyi woman. Once the family was formed, customs and practices had developed to encourage its continuity. Jealousy did not favor long-term bonds, and various measures to alleviate its detrimental effects were understood. Passing attractions could often be appeased by the socially approved festivals to honor the mother. Incidental relationships outside the family were usually overlooked if they were conducted with restraint and discretion. If the appeal of a mate was waning, or a stronger attraction developed, incorporation into the family was preferable to breaking it apart, and when nothing would serve except to sever the knot, there were always penalties of some sort levied against one or another or several of the people involved to discourage breaking apart, particularly when there were children. Penalties might consist of continued assistance and support of the family for a period of time, sometimes coupled with restrictions against forming a new bond for a similar period of time. Or the penalty might be paid all at once, particularly if one or more of the people wanted to move away. There were no hard and fast rules. Each situation was judged individually within generally known customs by a number of people, usually those with no direct interest, who were known to have qualities of wisdom, fairness, and leadership. If, for example, a man wanted to sever the knot with his mate and leave a family to mate with another woman, there would have to be a waiting period, the duration determined by several factors, one of which might be if the other woman was pregnant. During the wait, they would be urged to join the family rather than break the bond. If there was too much antipathy for the new woman to want to join, or for her to be accepted into the family, the man could break the existing bond, but he could be required to assist in the support of the original family for some stated length of time, or some total amount of stored foods, tools, implements, or whatever that could be traded could be paid at once. A woman could also leave, and especially if she had children and was living at her mate's cave, might return to the cave she was born to, or move to the cave of another man. If some or all of the children stayed with the mate, or if a woman left a mate who was sick or disabled, a woman might have to pay a penalty. If they were living at her home cave, she could ask for the cave to make an unwanted mate leave. His mother's cave would then be required to accept him. Usually there would be a reason given. A mate was cruel to her or her children, or he was lazy and didn't provide adequately, although it might not be the real reason. It could be that he wasn't paying enough attention to her, or that she was interested in pursuing someone else, or simply that she was no longer interested in living with him, or any other man. Occasionally, one or the other or both simply said they no longer wished to live together. The cave's concern was primarily for the children, and if they were provided for or grown, almost any arrangement that people chose to make was acceptable. If there were no children involved, and no other extenuating circumstances, such as an illness of a family member, the knot could be severed, the relationship broken, with relative ease by either the woman or the man, usually involving little more than cutting a symbolic knot in a rope and moving out. In any of those situations, jealousy could be most disruptive, but in any case was not tolerated. The cave would step in if necessary. So long as it was agreeable and did not cause problems between caves or disrupt the relationships of others, people could make almost any arrangements they wanted. Of course, nothing kept anyone from avoiding a penalty by simply packing up and moving away. But other caves usually learned about most separations sooner or later and did not hesitate to exert social pressures as well. He or she would not be driven out, but would not be made very welcome either. A person would have to live alone or move far away to avoid the penalties, and most people didn't want to be alone or live with strangers. In the case of Dalinar, he had been more than willing to pay his penalty and then some. He didn't have another woman, and in fact still loved Marthona. He just couldn't bear to stay with her anymore when so much of her time and attention were directed toward the needs of the ninth cave. He traded belongings in order to pay the full penalty as soon as possible so he could leave, but he hadn't planned to stay away. He wanted to go only because the situation was too distressing for him to remain, and once he did leave, he just kept going until he found himself in the mountain foothills some distance to the east, where he stumbled across the flint mine and stayed. Ayla was still wide awake when Ayla and Wolf came into the tent. She got up to help her daughter get ready for bed. After some attention from her, Wolf went to the place she had set out for him, using his blankets. She greeted some others who had just come into the large, sturdy, not quite permanent structure designed to sleep several, or to keep them dry when it rained.
"Where were you, Mother?" Ayla asked. "You weren't here when I came back with Zelindani."
"I was out riding Winnie," Ayla explained. To the young girl who loved nothing more than riding her horse, the explanation was sufficient.
"Can I go out with you tomorrow? I haven't ridden Gray for a long time."
"How long?" Ayla asked with a smile.
"This many days."
Ayla held out 2 fingers on one hand and 3 fingers on the other. She didn't quite have the concept of counting yet, especially relating numbers of fingers to numbers of days. Ayla smiled.
"Can you say the counting words for how many that is?"
She touched each finger to help her.
1, 2, 4,
Ayla began.
"No, 3, and then 4. 3, 4, 5, Ayla finished.
That's very good,
Ayla said.
Yes, I think we can go riding together tomorrow.
Children were not separated from adults and regularly taught in an organized way. They learned by observation and trial of adult activities for the most part. Young children were with a caring adult most of the time until they showed a desire to explore on their own, and whenever they expressed a desire to try something, they were usually given a tool and shown how. Sometimes they'd find their own tool and try to copy someone. If they really showed an aptitude or desire, child-size versions might be made for them, but they weren't toys so much as smaller-size, fully functional tools. The exception was dolls. It was not easy to create a small-size, fully functional baby. Both girls and boys were given replicas of humans of various sizes and shapes when they were young if they wanted them. In addition, real babies were often cared for by only slightly older siblings, usually under the watchful eye of an adult. Community activities always included children. They were all encouraged to join in on the dancing and singing that were a part of various festivals, and some became quite good and were encouraged. Mental concepts like counting words were usually picked up incidentally, through storytelling, games, and conversation, although one or more of the Zelandania would occasionally take a group of children off to explain or show some particular concept or activity.
Usually I go riding with Jondi,
Ayla said.
Can he come too?
Ayla hesitated a moment.
I suppose, if he wants to. Where is Jondi?
Ayla said, looking around, suddenly realizing he wasn't there.
I don't know,
Ayla said.
He was always here when I went to bed before. I'm glad you're here, Mother, but I like it better when you're both here,
Ayla said. The thought echoed through Ayla's mind. Yes, so do I. But he wanted to be with Morona. When Ayla woke the next morning, it took her a few moments to recognize where she was. The inside of the structure was familiar. She had slept in similar ones often. Then it came to her. She was at the summer meeting. She glanced toward the place where her daughter usually slept. Ayla was already gone. The child usually awoke suddenly and was up and out of bed the next instant. Ayla smiled and looked beside her at Jondalar's place. He wasn't there, and it was obvious he had stayed away all night. Suddenly it all came crashing down on her again. Thinking where he might have been made the hot sting of tears rise and threaten to overflow. Ayla had learned most of the customs of her adopted people and had heard stories and legends that helped to explain them, but she wasn't born into the culture, and appropriate behavior wasn't bred into her bones. She knew the general attitude about jealousy, but primarily in reference to Jondalar's lack of control as a youth. She felt that she had to demonstrate her ability to manage her emotions. Her experience in the cave had been such a physically and emotionally wrenching ordeal. She was not thinking clearly. She was afraid to turn to anyone for help, afraid it would show that, like Jondalar, she could not control herself. But she was so devastated that unconsciously she wanted to strike out, make him feel her pain. She hurt, and she wanted to hurt back, make him sorry. She even considered going back into the cave and begging the mother to take her, just to make Jondalar sorry. She forced back her tears. I will not cry, she thought. She had learned to control her tears long ago when she lived with the clan. No one will know how I feel, she thought. I will act as though nothing happened. I will visit friends. I will join in the activities. I will meet with the other acolytes. I will do everything I'm supposed to. Ayla lay awake, gathering courage to get up and face the day. I will have to talk to Zelandani and tell her what happened in the cave. It will not be easy to keep anything from her. She always knows. But I can't let her know. I can't tell her that I know how jealousy feels." Everyone who shared the tent with them knew something had happened between Ayla and Jandalar, and most had a fair idea what it was. For all that he thought he was being discreet, everyone knew about Morona and him. Morona enjoyed flaunting it too much. They had been glad to see Ayla come so things could get back to normal, but when Ayla stayed away all afternoon, a disheveled Morona tried to sneak back a different way, then packed up all her things and left, and Jandalar returned conspicuously disturbed and didn't come back that night to sleep. It wasn't hard to draw conclusions. When Ayla finally got up, several people were sitting around a fire outside having a morning meal. It was still early, earlier than she thought. Ayla joined them. "Proliva, do you know where John Ayla is? I promised her I'd go riding with her today, but I have to talk to Zelendani first," Ayla said. Proliva studied her closely. She was handling it much better today. Someone who didn't know her might not realize anything was wrong, but Proliva knew her better than most. "John Ayla went to Lavila's again. She's been spending a lot of time there, and Lavila loves it. That little sister of mine has loved having a camp full of children around since she was born, I think," Proliva said. "Zelendani did ask me to tell you that she wants to see you as soon as you can. She said she'll be available all morning." "I'll go after I eat, but I think I'll stop off and greet Marshall and Lavila on my way," Ayla said. "They'd like that," Proliva said. As Ayla approached the campsite, she heard childish voices raised in a squabble. "So you won! I don't care!" John Ayla shouted at a boy somewhat bigger than her. "You can win all you want. You can take it all. But you can't have a baby, Bokavan. When I grow up, I'm going to have lots of babies, but you can't have any at all. So there!" John Ayla stood facing the boy, overpowering him in spite of his greater size. The wolf hovered close to the ground, his ears back, looking confused. He didn't know who to protect. Although the boy was bigger, he was younger. He looked hardly more than a baby, but an oversized baby. His chubby short legs were bowed, his body was long in proportion, and his big barrel chest was accentuated by a baby's pot belly. Wolf ran to Ayla when he saw her, and she put her arms around him to calm him down. Bokavan's shoulders were already much broader than her daughter's, Ayla noticed. He had a big nose on a face that jutted out in the middle, accentuating that nose, and a receding chin. Though his forehead was straight and not sloped, he had a definite bony ridge over his eyes, not huge, but there. To Ayla there was no question that he had the cast of the clan, including his dark liquid eyes, but their shape was not quite clan. Like his mother, he had a slight epicanthic fold, making his eyes seem slanted, and at that moment they were filled with tears. Ayla thought he was an exotically handsome child, though not many others agreed. The boy ran to Dalinar.
"Dalana!" the boy cried. "Janeya say I can't have a baby. Tell her not true."
Dalinar picked the boy up and put him on his lap.
"I'm afraid it is true, Bokavan," Dalinar said. "Boys can't have babies. Only girls can grow up to have babies. But someday you can mate with a woman and help take care of her babies."
"But I want a baby too,"
Bokavan said, crying a new sob.
"Janela, that was a cruel thing to say,"
Ayla reprimanded.
"Come here and say you're sorry to Bokavan. It's not nice to make him cry like that."
She did feel contrite. She really hadn't meant to make him cry.
"I'm sorry, Bokavan,"
John Ayla said. Ayla almost said that he would help to make babies when he grew up, but thought better of it. She hadn't even spoken to Zelendani yet, and Bokavan wouldn't understand anyway, but her heart went out to the boy. She knelt down in front of him.
Hello, Bokovan. My name is Ayla, and I've been wanting to meet you. Your mother and Echozar are my friends.
Can you say hello to Ayla, Bokovan?
Hello, Ayla,
the boy said, then buried his head in Dalinar's shoulder.
Can I hold him, Dalinar?
I'm not sure if he'll let you. He's very shy and not used to people,
Dalinar said. Ayla held her arms out to the boy. He looked at her in serious contemplation. There was a liquid depth to his dark, slanted eyes, and something more, she felt. He reached out to her, and she took the child from the man's arms. He was heavy. Ayla was surprised at his weight. You are going to grow up to be a very big man, Bokovan. Do you know that? Ayla hugged the boy to her.
I'm really surprised he went to you,
Dalinar said.
He never takes to strangers like that.
How old is he now?
She asked.
We can count just past 3 years for him, but he's big for his age. That can be a problem, especially for a boy. People think he's older than he is. I was always tall for my age when I was a youngster. Jondalar was too,
Dalinar said. Why did it hurt so much just to hear Jondalar's name, Ayla thought. She must learn to overcome that. After all, if she was going to be Zelendani now, she needed to show composure. She had been training to control her mind in many ways. Why couldn't she control herself now? Ayla held the boy as she greeted Lavila and Marshaval.
I understand Janela has been here quite often. It seems she'd rather be here than any other place. Thank you for looking after her. We're happy to have her, Lavila said. She and my girls are good friends, but I'm glad you finally made it here this year. It was getting so late in the season, we didn't know if you were coming. I had planned to come before this, but things came up, and I couldn't leave sooner,
Ayla said.
How's Marthona? Everyone has missed her,
Lavila said.
She seems better. Which reminds me.
She looked at Dalinar. He spoke before she could ask.
Joharan sent some people for her yesterday, in the afternoon. If she's up to it, she should be here in a few days.
He saw the questioning look on Lavila's face.
They're going to carry her here on a litter if she'll allow it. It was Ayla's idea. Falara and young Aldanar seemed to be seeing a lot of each other, and she thought Marthona would want to be here if they're getting serious. I know how Jerica would feel if it was Joplea.
The young couple smiled and nodded.
Have you seen Jerica or Joplea yet, Ayla?
Dalinar asked.
No, I haven't, but I'm on my way to see Zelendani. Then I promised John Ayla we'd go riding together.
Why don't you come back to the Lanzadanyi camp this evening and stay for a meal?
Dalinar said. Ayla smiled.
I'd like that,
she said.
Perhaps Jondalar can come too. Do you know where he is?
Ayla lost her smile. Dalinar noted with some concern.
No, I'm afraid I don't,
Ayla said.
Well, there's always so much going on at summer meetings,
Dalinar said, relieving her of Bokovan. Yes, there certainly is, Ayla thought, as she continued on her way to meet with the Zelendania. Chapter 33. I really didn't think anyone would be so foolish as to think he could deceive the Zelendania like that, the huge woman said. She and Ayla were sitting together in the large structure that was used by the Zelendania for a variety of purposes. Thank you for bringing these things to me, she paused. You did know Madraman was the one who brought down all the difficulties on Jondalar and me when he was young and I was his Danyi woman.
Jondalar told me about it. Isn't that why he's missing his front teeth? Because Jondalar hit him?
Ayla asked. He did more than hit him. It was terrible. He became so violent, it took several men to stop him, and he was hardly more than a child then. That was the main reason Jondalar was sent away. He's learned to control himself now, but then his feelings, his anger and fury, were overpowering. I don't think he even knew what he was doing to Madraman. It was like something else had gotten inside of him and pushed his elan out. He was beside himself. The woman once known as Zolina closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and shook her head at the memory. Ayla didn't know what to say, but the story disturbed her. She had seen Jondalar jealous and upset, but never that angry. It was probably for the best that someone brought it to the attention of the Zelandania. I had let it go too far, the first said, but Madraman didn't do it because it was the right thing to do. He had watched us secretly, and did it because he was jealous of Jondalar, but you can understand why I was beginning to wonder if I was letting personal feelings interfere with my judgment.
"I don't believe you would do that,"
Ayla said. I hope not. I've had my doubts about Madraman for some time. I think he lacks something, a certain quality that is necessary to serve the mother. But he was admitted for training before I was first. When I originally questioned him about his call, I felt his story was too contrived. Several others thought the same, but some Zelandania wanted to give him every benefit. He's been an acolyte for so long, and he has yearned to be Zelandani from the beginning. That's why I felt it best to begin with an informal questioning. He has not had his final testing yet. These things you brought may help bring out the truth. That is all I want. He may have a good explanation for them. If so, then he will certainly be acknowledged. But if he is feigning his call, we need to know.
"What will you do to him if the words he says are not true?"
There isn't much we can do, except to forbid him from using any of the knowledge he gained as an acolyte and tell his cave about it. He will be disgraced, and that is hard punishment to bear, but there are no penalties. He really didn't harm anyone or commit any offense except to lie. Maybe lying should be punishable, but I'm afraid everyone would have to be punished then, Zelandani said.
"Clan people don't lie. They can't. With their way of speaking, it's always known, so they never learned how,"
Ayla said. That's what you have said before. I sometimes wish that were so with us, the Danyer said. That's one reason the Zelandania never allow an acolyte to be present when we initiate a new Zelandani. It doesn't happen often, but every once in a while one tries to take a shortcut. It never works. We have ways of finding out. Several of the Zelandania had come into the shelter while they were talking, including the visiting Zelandania from the south who were still there. They were both curious and fascinated with the similarities and differences that the distance between them had created. They all chatted casually until everyone was there. Then the large woman stood up, went to the entrance, and talked with a couple of newly initiated Zelandania who were guarding the summer lodge to make sure no one tried to get close enough to listen. Ayla looked around the large summer dwelling. The double-walled circular construction of vertical panels which enclosed the space was similar to the sleeping lodges, but larger. The movable interior panels had been stacked near the outer walls, in between the raised sleeping places that circled the large space, forming a single large room. Many of the mats that covered the ground were woven with intricate, beautiful patterns, and various pads, pillows, and stools used for seating were scattered around near several low tables of various sizes. Most of them were graced with simple oil lamps, usually made of sandstone or limestone, that were lit day and night inside the windowless shelter. Zelendani closed the entrance flap and tied it shut, then walked back and sat down on a raised stool in the middle of the group. "Since it's so late in the season and your call was rather unexpected, I think the choice should be yours, Ayla. Do you want to submit to informal questioning first? That can be easier to begin with, to get you used to the process. Or do you want a full formal testing?" the one who was first to serve the mother asked. Ayla closed her eyes and bowed her head.
"If we just talk about it informally, I'll have to go through it again, won't I?" she asked.
"Yes, of course." She thought about the baby she had lost and felt a stab of grief. She really didn't want to talk about it at all.
"It was hard," she said. "I don't want to go over it again and again. I think I was called. If not, I want to know as much as anyone. Can we just go ahead with it?"
A fire was burning in a fireplace that was slightly off-center toward the back of the fairly large round space, but the smoke found its way out of the central hole. Water was steaming in a water bag that had been stretched across a frame and placed directly over the fire. The not-quite waterproof, partially cured leather from a large animal seeped just enough so that it would not catch fire. The cooking skin had been used before. The outside was blackened and the bottom somewhat shrunk and misshapen from, in effect, being cooked by the boiling water inside and the fire outside, but it was an effective pot for keeping liquid simmering over the hot coals in the hearth. The one who was first took a large pinch of some dried green plant material from a woven bowl and dropped it on the simmering water, then added 3 more pinches. The rather rank odor it gave off as it steamed was familiar to Ayla. The herb was datura, and had not only been used by Isa, the clan medicine woman who had cared for her and trained her, it had also been used by the Mogur in special ceremonies with the men of the clan. Ayla was very aware of its effects. She also knew it was not very prevalent in their immediate region. That meant it must have come from some distance away, making it rare and valuable.
"What is the name of that in Zelendani?"
Ayla asked, pointing at the dried material.
"It doesn't have a name in Zelendani, and the foreign name is hard to pronounce," the first said. "We just call it the Southeast tea." "Where do you get it?"
"From our visiting Danyers of the Southern Cave, the 24th, the same person who gave you the herbs we were going to experiment with together. They live near the border of the territory of another people and have more contact with their neighbors than they do with us. They even exchange mates. I'm surprised they haven't decided to affiliate, but they are fiercely independent and take pride in their Zelendani heritage. I don't even know what the plant looks like, or if it's more than one," the first explained. Ayla smiled.
"I do. It's one of the first plants I ever learned about from Isa. I've heard several names for it. Datura, stinkleaf. The Mamutoi have a name that would translate as thornapple. It's tall, rather coarse, with large, strong-smelling leaves. It has big white, sometimes purple, flowers, shaped like funnels that flare out, and bears round, prickly, thorny fruits. All parts of it are useful, including the roots. If used wrong, it can make people behave strangely, and, of course, it can be fatally poisonous."
All the assembled Zelendania were suddenly very interested, especially the visitors. They were surprised that the young woman they had met earlier in the summer knew so much about it.
"Have you seen it around here?" Zelendani of the 11th asked.
"No, I haven't,"
Ayla said,
"and I have been looking for it. I had some with me when I came, but it's gone, and I'd like to replace it. It's very useful."
"How do you use it?" the visiting Danyer pressed.
"It's a soporific," prepared one way, it can be used as an anesthetic, or when made another way, to help people relax, but it can be very dangerous. It was used by the Mogurs of the clan for sacred ceremonies, Ayla said. It was just these kinds of discussions that she loved best about being in the Zelandania. Do different parts of the plant have different uses or different effects? Zelandani of the Third asked.
I think we should put aside these questions for now, the first interjected. We are here for a different purpose. Everyone settled back down, and those who had so eagerly asked questions looked a bit embarrassed. The first dipped out a cupful of the simmering liquid and set it aside to cool. The remainder was passed around to the others, who each got some, but a smaller amount. When it was cool enough to drink, the Danyer gave the cup to Ayla. This testing could be done without this drink, using meditation, but it would take longer. The tea seems to help us relax and get in the right state of mind, Zelandani explained.
Ayla drank down the cup of tepid, rather foul-tasting tea, and then, along with everyone else, assumed whatever pose was most conducive to meditation, and waited. Ayla was at first most interested in consciously observing how the drink was affecting her, thinking about how her stomach felt, how her breathing was affected, whether she could notice a relaxation of her arms and legs. But the effects were subtle. She didn't notice when her mind wandered off and she found herself thinking about something entirely unrelated. She was almost surprised, if she could have felt surprise, when she became aware that the first was talking to her in a low, soft voice.
Are you getting sleepy, Ayla? That's good. Just relax. Let yourself feel sleepy, very sleepy. Empty your mind and rest. Don't think of anything except my voice. Listen only to my voice. Let yourself be comfortable, relax, and hear only my voice.
Zelandani droned on.
Now tell me, Ayla, where were you when you decided to go into the cave?
I was on top of the cliff, Ayla began, then stopped.
Go on, Ayla. You were on top of the cliff. What were you doing? Take your time. Just tell the whole story in your own way. There's no hurry.
The short day was already marked. The sun had turned around and was going back, heading for winter, but I thought I'd mark a few more days. It was quite late, and I was tired. I decided to stir up the fire, make a little tea. I searched in my medicine bag for the mint. It was dark, but I was feeling the knots to find the right bag. I finally found the one by the strong smell of mint. While the tea was steeping, I decided to practice saying the mother's song.
Ayla began to recite the song.
Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the mother sublime. She woke to herself, knowing life had great worth. The dark, empty void grieved the great Mother Earth. The mother was lonely. She was the only. It's my favorite of all the legends and histories, so I repeated it while I was drinking the tea, Ayla said, continuing on with the next few verses. From the dust of her birth, she created the other, a pale, shining friend, a companion, a brother. They grew up together, learned to love and to care, and when she was ready, they decided to pair. Around her he'd hover, her pale, shining lover. She was happy at first with her one counterpart. Then the mother grew restless, unsure in her heart. She loved her fair friend, her dear complement. But something was missing. Her love was unspent. She was the mother. She needed another. She dared the great void, the chaos, the dark, to find the cold home of the life-giving spark. The whirlwind was fearsome, the darkness complete. Chaos was freezing and reached for her heat. The mother was brave, the danger was grave. She drew from cold chaos the creative source, then conceiving within, she fled with life force. She grew with the life that she carried inside and gave of herself with love and with pride. The mother was bearing, her life she was sharing. It all seemed so clear in her mind, almost as though she was there again. I was bearing too, sharing my life with the growing life force inside. I felt so close to the mother. She smiled dreamily. Several of the Zelandania looked at each other with some surprise, then at the first. The big woman nodded, indicating that she knew Ayla was pregnant. And then what happened, Ayla? What happened on that cliff? The moon was so big, so bright. It filled the whole sky. I felt myself drawn to it, drawn up into it, Ayla continued, telling how she rose above the land and how the column of rock glowed, then how she had become frightened and ran down to the 9th cave and then headed towards downriver and on to the river. She told how she had walked along a river, like the river but not quite the same, for a long, long time. It seemed like days and days, but the sun never shone. It was always night, lit only by the huge bright moon. I think her shining lover, her friend, was helping me to find my way, Ayla said. Finally, I came to the place of the sacred fountain. I could see the path up to the cave glowing in the light of Lumi, her shining friend. I knew he was telling me to go that way. I started up, but the path was so long, I wondered if I was going the right way. And then suddenly, I was there. I saw the dark opening of the cave, but I was afraid to go in. Then I heard, she dared the great void, the chaos, the dark. And I knew I had to be brave, like the mother, and brave the dark too. Ayla continued her story, and the gathered Zelandania were completely enthralled. Whenever she stopped or hesitated too long, Zelandani encouraged her to go on in her low, soothing, unhurried voice. Ayla, here, drink this. It was Zelandani's voice, but it sounded so far away. Ayla, sit up and drink this. The voice was commanding now. Ayla! She felt herself being raised up and opened her eyes. The big, familiar woman held a cup to her lips. Ayla sipped it. It made her realize she was thirsty, and she drank some more. The mist was beginning to clear. She was helped to sit up and became aware of voices around her speaking softly, but with an undertone of excitement. "How are you feeling, Ayla?" the first asked. "I have a little headache, and I'm still thirsty," she said. "This tea will make you feel better," the Danyer of the 9th cave said. "Have some more." Ayla drank it. "Now I think I have to pass water," she said, smiling. "There's a night basket behind that screen," a Zelandani said, indicating the way. Ayla stood up, feeling slightly dizzy, but it cleared. "I think we should let her get settled," Ayla heard the one who was first say. "She has been through a great deal, but I think there is little doubt she will be the next first." "I believe you are right," she heard another voice say. She heard more of the Zelandania talking among themselves, but she wasn't listening any more. What did they mean? She wasn't sure she liked hearing them talk about the next first. When she returned, the Zelandani of the 9th cave asked, "Do you remember everything you told us?" Ayla closed her eyes, frowning with concentration. "I think so," she finally said.
We would like to ask you some questions. Do you feel strong enough to answer, or would you like to rest longer?
I think I'm awake and don't feel tired. I would like some more tea, though. My mouth still feels dry,
Ayla said. Her cup was refilled. Our questions should help you to interpret your own experience, the Danyer said. No one else really can. Ayla nodded. Do you know how long you were in the cave? The first asked.
Martona said almost 4 days,
Ayla said.
but I don't recall too much after I first came out. Some people were there waiting for me. They carried me back on a litter, and the next few days are not clear.
Do you think you would be able to explain some things to us?
I'll try.
The ice walls you spoke of, if I remember correctly, you told us once of falling down into a crevasse on your way across the glacier. By some miracle, you landed on a ledge and Jondalar pulled you out. Is that right? The first asked.
Yes, he threw me a rope and told me to wrap it around my waist. He attached the other end to his horse. Racer pulled me out,
Ayla clarified. Few people who fall into crevasses are fortunate enough to get out. You came very close to death, then. It is not uncommon for acolytes, when they are being called, to experience again those times when they were near the spirit world. Would you say that was a possible interpretation of the ice walls? The first asked.
Yes,
Ayla said, then looked at the large woman.
I didn't think about it before, but that could explain some of the other things, too. I almost died crossing a flooded river on our way here, and I'm sure it was Ataroa's face I saw. She would have killed me for sure if Wolf hadn't saved me.
I'm sure that accounts for some of the visions, though I haven't heard the full story of your journey here. Obviously, most people have, said the visiting Zelendani. But what was that black void? Was it a reference to the mother's song, or did it have some other significance? You almost had me terrified.
There was some quiet laughter and a few smiles at her comment, but some nods of agreement as well.
And what about the warm sea and the creatures burrowing in the mud and in the trees? That was all very strange, said another. Not to mention all the mammoths and reindeer and the bison and horses.
One question at a time, please, the first said. There are many things we'd all like to know, but we are in no rush. Do you have any interpretations for those things, Ayla?
I don't have to interpret. I know what they are,
Ayla said,
but I don't understand them.
Well, what were they?
Zelendani of the third cave asked.
I think most people know that when I lived with the clan, the woman who was like a mother to me was a medicine woman who taught me most of what I know about healing. She also had a daughter, and we all lived at the hearth of her sibling, her brother, who was called Kreb. Most people of the clan knew Kreb as the Mogur. A Mogur was a man who knew the spirit world, and the Mogur was like the one who was first, the most powerful of all the Mogurs.
He was like a Zelendani, then, the visiting Zelendani said.
In a sense, he wasn't a healer. The medicine women are the healers. They are the ones who know healing plants and practices, but it is the Mogur who calls upon the spirit world to aid in the healing,
Ayla explained.
The two parts are separate? I always thought of them as inseparable, the woman unknown to Ayla said.
You might also be surprised to know that only men were allowed to contact the spirit world, to be Mogurs, and only women were healers. medicine women," Ayla said. "That is surprising. I don't know about the other Mogurs, but the Mogur had a special ability in the way he called upon the spirit world. He could go back to their beginnings and show others the way. He even took me back once, although he wasn't supposed to, and I think he was very sorry that he did. He changed after that. He lost something. I wish it had never happened."
"How did it happen?" the first asked.
"There was a root they used, only for the special ceremony with all the Mogurs at the clan gathering. It had to be prepared a particular way, and only the medicine women of Isa's line knew how."
"You mean they have summer meetings too?" the Zelendani of the 11th asked.
"Not every summer, only once in 7 years. When it was time for the clan gathering, Isa was sick. She couldn't make the trip, and her daughter was not yet a woman, and the root had to be prepared by a woman, not a girl. Although I didn't have the clan memories, Isa had been training me to be a medicine woman. It was decided that I would have to be the one to prepare the root for the Mogurs. Isa explained how I would have to chew the root and then spit it out into a special bowl. She cautioned me not to swallow any of the juice while I was chewing. When we got to the clan gathering, the Mogurs were not going to allow me to make it. I was born to the others, not to the clan. But finally, at the last moment, Kreb came for me and told me to prepare myself. I went through the ritual, but it was difficult for me, and I ended up swallowing some, and I had made a little too much. Isa had told me it was too precious to be wasted, and by then I wasn't thinking clearly. I drank what was left in the bowl so it wouldn't go to waste, and without meaning to, I went into the cave nearby, and deep inside I found the Mogurs. No woman was ever supposed to participate in the men's ceremonies, but I was there, and had also swallowed the drink. I can't really explain what happened after that, but somehow Kreb knew I was there. I was falling into a deep black void. I thought I would be lost in it forever, but Kreb came for me, pulled me back. I'm sure he saved my life. The people of the clan have a special quality to their minds that we don't, just as we have a special quality that they don't. They have memories. They can remember what their ancestors knew. They don't really have to learn what they need to know like we do. They only have to need to know it or to be reminded to remember. They can learn something new, but it's more difficult for them. Their memories go back a long way. In certain circumstances, they can go back to their beginnings, to a time so long ago there were no people and the earth was different. Perhaps back to the time when the great Earth Mother gave birth to her son and first made the land green with her birth waters. Kreb had the ability to direct the other Mogurs and lead them back to those times. After he saved me, he took me with him and the other Mogurs back into the memories. If you go back far enough, we all have the same memories, and he helped me to find mine. I shared the experience with them. In the memories, when the earth was different, so long ago it is hard to imagine, those who came before people once lived in the depths of the ocean. When the water dried and they were stranded in the mud, they changed and learned to live on land. They changed many times after that, and with Kreb, I was able to go there with them. It was not quite the same for me as it was for them, but still I was able to go there. I saw the 9th cave before the Zelendani lived there. I recognized the falling stone when I first arrived, and then I went someplace Kreb was not able to go. He blocked out the other Mogurs so they wouldn't know I was there, and then he told me to leave, to get out of the cave before they discovered me. He never told them I was there. I would have been killed outright if they knew, but he was never the same after that."
There was a silence when Ayla finished. Zelendani, who was first, broke the silence. "In our histories and legends, the great Earth Mother gave birth to all life, and then to those like us who would remember her. Who is to say how Dani formed us? What child remembers its life in the womb? Before it is born, a baby breathes water and struggles to breathe when first born. You have all seen and examined human life before it was fully formed, when it was expelled early. In the first stages it does resemble a fish, and then animals. It may be she is remembering her own life in the womb before she was born. Ayla's interpretation of her early experience with the ones she calls the clan does not deny the legends or the mother's song. It adds to them, explains them. But I am overwhelmed that those we have called animals for so long would have such great knowledge of the mother, and having such knowledge in their memories, how they could not recognize her." The Zelendania were relieved. The first had managed to take what at first seemed like a basic conflict of beliefs, told by Ayla with such credible conviction that it could almost create a schism, and instead blend them together. Her interpretation added strength to their beliefs rather than tearing them apart. They could, perhaps, accept that the ones they called flatheads were intelligent in their own way, but the Zelendania had to maintain that the beliefs of those people were still inferior to their own. The flatheads had not recognized the great Earth Mother.
"So it was that root that brought on the black void and the strange creatures,"
Zelendani of the Fifth said.
"It is a powerful root. When I left the clan, I had taken some with me. I didn't plan to. It was just in my medicine bag. After I became a Mamutoi, I told Mamut about the root and my experience with Kreb in the cave. As a young man, he had once been injured while traveling, and the clan medicine woman healed him. He stayed with them for a while, learned some of their ways, and participated at least once in a ceremony with the men of the clan. He wanted us to try the root together. I think he felt that if Kreb could control it, so could he. But there are some differences between the clan and the others. With Mamut, we did not go back into past memories. We went somewhere else. I don't know where. It was very strange and frightening. We went through that void and almost didn't return. But someone wanted us back so much. His need overpowered everything else."
Ayla looked down at her hands.
"His love was so strong. Then,"
she said under her breath. Only Zelendani noticed the pain in Ayla's eyes when she looked up.
"Mamut said he would never use that root again. He said he was afraid he'd get lost in that void and never return, never find the next world. Mamut said that if I ever used that root again, I should make sure that I had strong protection, or I might never return."
"You still have some of that root?" the first was quick to ask.
"Yes. I found more in the mountains near the Sharamudoi, but I haven't seen any since. I don't think it grows in this region,"
Ayla said. "The root you have, is it still good? It's been a long time since your journey," the large woman pressed.
"If it's dried properly and kept out of the light, Isa told me that the root concentrates, gets stronger with age,"
Ayla said. The one who was first nodded, more to herself than anyone.
"I got a strong impression that you felt the pain of childbirth," the visiting Zelendani said. Did you ever come near death giving birth?"
Ayla had told the first about her harrowing experience giving birth to her first child, her son of mixed spirits, and the large woman thought that might account for part of Ayla's ordeal of childbirth in the cave, but she didn't think it was necessary to tell everyone. "I think the most important question is the one we have all been avoiding," the first interjected. "The mother's song is perhaps the oldest of the elder legends. Different caves, different traditions, often have minor variations, but the meaning is always the same. Would you recite it for us, Ayla? Not the whole song, just the last part of it." Ayla nodded, closed her eyes, thought about where to begin.
"With a thunderous roar, her stones split asunder, and from the great cave that opened deep under, she birthed once again from her cavernous heart, bringing forth all the creatures of earth from the start. From the mother forlorn, more children were born. Each child was different. Some were large and some small. Some could walk and some fly. Some could swim and some crawl. But each form was perfect, each spirit complete. Each one was a model whose shape could repeat. The mother was willing, the green earth was filling. All the birds and the fish and the animals born would not leave the mother this time to mourn. Each kind would live near the place of its birth and share the expanse of the great Mother Earth. Close to her they would stay. They could not run away.
Ayla had started out rather tentatively, but as she got into it, her voice gained more power, her delivery became more sure.
They all were her children. They filled her with pride, but they used up the life force she carried inside. She had enough left for a last innovation, a child who'd remember who made the creation, a child who'd respect and learn to protect. First woman was born full-grown and alive, and given the gifts she would need to survive. Life was the first gift, and like Mother Earth, she woke to herself knowing life had great worth. First woman defined, the first of her kind. Next was the gift of perception, of learning, the desire to know, the gift of discerning. First woman was given the knowledge within that would help her to live, then impart to her kin. First woman would know how to learn, how to grow. Her life force near gone, the mother was spent. To pass on life's spirit had been her intent. She caused all of her children to create life anew, and woman was blessed to bring forth life too. But woman was lonely. She was the only. The mother remembered her own loneliness, the love of her friend and his hovering caress. With the last spark remaining, her labor began. To share life with woman, she created first man. Again she was giving, one more was living.
Ayla spoke the language so fluently, most people hardly noticed her accent anymore. They were used to the way she said certain words and sounds. It seemed normal, but as she repeated the familiar verses, her speech peculiarity seemed to add an exotic quality, a touch of mystery that somehow made it seem that the verses came from some other place, perhaps some otherworldly place. To woman and man the mother gave birth, and then for their home she gave them the earth, the water, the land, and all her creation. To use them with care was their obligation. It was their home to use, but never abuse. For the children of earth the mother provided the gifts to survive, and then she decided to give them the gift of pleasure and caring that honors the mother with the joy of their sharing. The gifts are well earned when honor's returned.
The mother was pleased with the pair she created. She taught them to love and to care when they mated. She made them desire to join with each other. The gift of their pleasures came from the mother. Before she was through, her children loved too. This was the place that the song usually ended, and Ayla hesitated a moment before she continued. Then, taking a breath, she recited the verse that had filled her head with its booming metered resonance deep in the cave. Her last gift, the knowledge that man has his part, his need must be spent before new life can start. It honors the mother when the couple is paired, because woman conceives when pleasures are shared. Earth's children were blessed. The mother could rest. There was an uneasy silence when she finished. Not one of the powerful women and men there knew quite what to say. Finally, the Zelendani from the 14th cave spoke up. "I have never heard that verse, or anything like it." "Nor have I," said the first. "The question is, what does it mean?" "What do you think it means?" said the 14th. "I think it means that woman alone does not create new life," the first said. "No, of course not. It has always been known that the spirit of a man is blended with the spirit of a woman to make a new life," the 11th protested. Ayla spoke up. "The verse does not speak of spirit. It says woman conceives when pleasures are shared," she said. "It is not just a man's spirit. A new life will not start if a man's need is not spent. A child is as much a man's as it is a woman's, a child of his body as well as hers. It is the joining of man and woman that starts life." "Are you saying that joining is not for pleasures?" asked the third, with a tone of incredulous disbelief. "No one doubts that joining is a pleasure," the first said with a sardonic smile. "I think it means that Donnie's gift is more than the gift of pleasure. It is another gift of life. I think that is what the verse means. The great Earth Mother did not create men just to share pleasures with women and to provide for her and her children. A woman is the blessed of Donnie because she brings forth new life. But a man is blessed too. Without him, no new life can start. Without men and without the pleasures, all life would stop." There was an outburst of excited voices. "Surely there are other interpretations," said the visiting Zelendani. "This seems too much, too hard to believe." "Give me another interpretation," the first countered. "You heard the words. What is your explanation?" The Zelendani hesitated, paused. "I would have to think about it. It needs time for thought, for study." "You can think about it for a day or a year or as many years as you can number. It will not change the interpretation. Ayla was given a gift with her calling. She was chosen to bring this new gift of the knowledge of life from the mother," the one who was first said. There was another buzz of commotion. "But gifts are always exchanged. No one receives a gift without the obligation of giving one in return, one of equal value," the Zelendani of the second cave said. It was the first time she had spoken. What gift could Ayla give in return to the mother that would be of equal value? There was silence as everyone looked at Ayla. "I gave her my baby," she said, knowing in her heart that the child she had lost was one started by Jondalar, that it was hers and Jondalar's child. "Will I ever have another baby that will be Jondalar's too?" she wondered. "The mother was honored deeply when that baby was started. It was a baby I wanted more than I can tell you. Even now my arms ache with the emptiness of that loss. I may have another child some day, but I will never have that child." Ayla fought back tears.
I don't know how much the mother values the gift she gives her children, but I know of nothing I value more than my children. I don't know why she wanted my child, but the Great Mother filled my head with the words of her gift after my baby was gone."
Tears glistened in Ayla's eyes as much as she tried to control them. She bowed her head and said quietly,
"I wish I could return her gift and have my baby back."
There was a gasp from several who were gathered. One did not take the mother's gifts lightly, nor did one openly wish to give them back. She might be greatly offended, and who could know what she might do then? "Are you sure you were pregnant?" the 11th asked.
"I missed 3 moon times, and I had all the other signs. Yes, I'm sure,"
Ayla explained.
"And I'm sure," the first said. "I knew she was carrying a child before I left for the summer meeting."
"Then she must have miscarried. That would account for the childbirth pain I thought I sensed in her telling," said the visiting Zelendani.
"I think it's obvious that she miscarried. I believe the miscarriage brought her dangerously close to death while she was in the cave," the first said. "That must have been why the mother wanted her baby. The sacrifice was necessary. It brought her close enough to the next world for the mother to speak to her, to give her the verse for the gift of knowledge."
"I am sorry," said the Zelendani of the second cave. "Losing a child can be a terrible burden to bear." She said it with such genuine feeling, it made Ayla wonder.
"If there are no objections, I think it is time for the ceremony,"
the one who was first said. There were nods of agreement.
"Are you ready, Ayla?"
The young woman frowned with consternation as she looked around. Ready for what? It all seemed so sudden. The Donyar could see her distress.
"You said you wanted to have the full formal testing. The understanding is that if you satisfied the Zelendania, you would progress to the next level. You would no longer be an acolyte. You would leave here, Zelendani,"
the first explained.
"You mean right now?" Ayla asked. "The first mark of acceptance, yes," the first said, as she picked up a sharp flint knife.
Chapter 34.
There will be a more public ceremony when you are presented to the people as a Zelendani, but the marks are made with acceptance, in private, with only the Zelendania. As you increase in rank, and marks are added, they are made in the presence of Zelendania and acolytes, but never in public,"
the Zelendani who was first said. The large woman who carried herself with the dignity and power her position conferred asked,
"Are you ready?"
Ayla swallowed and frowned.
"Yes,"
she said, and hoped she was. The first looked around the gathering, making sure she had everyone's attention. Then she began.
"This woman is fully trained to fulfill all the duties of the Zelendania, and it is the first among those who serve the mother who attests to her knowledge."
There were nods and sounds of acknowledgement.
"She has been called and tested. Are there any among us who question her call?"
Zelendani asked. There were no dissenters. There was never any doubt.
"Do all here agree to accept this woman as a Zelendani into the ranks of the Zelendania?"
"We agree," came the unanimous response. Ayla watched as the woman who was Zelendani of the second cave came forward and held out a bowl of something dark. She knew what it was. A part of her mind was observing, not just participating. The bark of mountain ash, called a rowan tree, had been burned in a ceremonial fire and then sifted in the wind to a fine gray powder. The ashes of rowan bark were astringent, antiseptic. Then the woman who was the Zelendani from a distant cave, the one unknown to her, brought forth a steaming reddish liquid, last autumn's dried rowan berries boiled down to a concentrated liquid and strained.
Ayla knew the juice from the rowan berries was acidic and healing. Zelendani, who was first, picked up a bowl of soft, white, partially congealed, pure tallow that had been rendered with boiling water from aurochs fat, and added a little to the powdered ashes, then some of the steaming red rowanberry juice. She mixed it with a small carved wooden spatula, adding more fat and liquid until it satisfied her. Then she faced the young woman and picked up the sharp flint knife. "The mark you will receive can never be removed. It will declare to all that you acknowledge and accept the role of Zelendani. Are you ready to accept that responsibility?" Ayla took a deep breath and watched the woman with the knife approach, knowing what was coming. She felt a twinge of fear, swallowed hard, and closed her eyes. She knew it would hurt, but that wasn't what she was dreading. Once this was done, there was no going back. This was her last chance to change her mind. Suddenly, she recalled hiding in a shallow cave, trying to squeeze herself into the stone wall at her back. She saw the sharp, curved claws on the huge paw of a cave lion reaching in, and screamed with pain as 4 parallel gashes were raked across her left thigh. Squirming away, she found a small space to the side and pulled her legs in closer, away from the claws. Her memory of being chosen and marked by her cave lion totem had never been so clear and intense before. Reflexively, she reached for her left thigh to feel the different texture of the skin of the 4 parallel scars. They were recognized as clan totem marks when she was accepted into Brun's clan, though traditionally a cave lion totem chose male, not female. How many marks had been carved into her body in her life? Besides the 4 marks of her protective totem spirit, Mogur had nicked the base of her throat to draw blood when she became the woman who hunts. She was given her clan hunting talisman, the red-stained oval of mammoth ivory, to show that in spite of the fact that she was a woman, she was accepted as a hunter of the clan, though only allowed to use a sling. She no longer carried the talisman with her, or her amulet with the rest of her signs either, though at that moment she wished she had them. They were hidden behind the carved, woman-shaped Danyi figure in the niche that had been dug out of the limestone wall of her dwelling at the 9th cave. But she did have the scar. Ayla touched the small mark, then reached for the scar on her arm. Talut had cut that mark, and with the bloody knife had notched an ivory plaque that he wore suspended from a fantastic necklace of amber and cave lion canine teeth and claws to show that she was accepted into the lion camp, adopted by the Mamutoi. She had never asked. She had always been chosen, and for each acceptance she bore a mark, a scar that she would carry always. It was the sacrifice she'd had to make. Now she was being chosen again. She could still decline, but if she didn't refuse now, she was committed for life. It crossed her mind that the scars would always remind her that there were consequences to being chosen, responsibilities that came with acceptance. She looked into the eyes of the woman. "I accept. I will be Zelendani," Ayla said, trying to sound firm and positive. Then she closed her eyes and felt someone come up behind the stool on which she was seated. Hands, gentle but firm, pulled her back to rest on the soft body of a woman for support, then held her head and turned it so that her right forehead was presented. She felt a wash of liquid from something soft and wet wiped across her forehead, recognized the odor of iris root, a solution she had often used to clean wounds, and felt an anxious tension arise within her. "Oh, ow!" she cried out involuntarily as she felt the quick cut of a sharp blade, then fought to control such outbursts at a second cut, and then a third. The solution was applied again, then the cuts were dried, and another substance was rubbed in. This time the pain stung like a burn, but not for long. Something in the stinging salve had numbed the pain. "You can open your eyes, Ayla. It's over," the large woman said. Ayla opened her eyes to see a rather dim, unfamiliar image. It took her a moment to realize what she was seeing. Someone was holding up a reflector and a lighted lamp so she could see herself in the oiled piece of sand-smoothed, black-stained wood. She seldom used a reflector, didn't even have one in her dwelling, and was always surprised to see her own face. Then her eyes were drawn to the marks on her forehead. Just in front of her right temple was a short horizontal line with two vertical lines extending up from each end of about the same length, like a square with no top line or an open box. The three lines were black, with a little blood still oozing out around the edges. They looked so conspicuous, they seemed to diminish everything else. Ayla wasn't at all sure that she liked having her face marred like that, but there was nothing she could do about it now. It was done. She would carry those black marks on her face for the rest of her life. She started to reach up to feel it, but the first stopped her. "It's best if you don't touch it just yet," she said. "It has almost stopped bleeding, but it's still fresh." Ayla looked around at the rest of the Zelandania. They all had various marks on their foreheads, some more intricate than others, mostly square, but with other shapes as well, many filled in with color. The markings of the first were the most elaborate of all. She knew they designated rank, position, affiliation of the Zelandania. She noticed, however, that the black lines faded to blue tattoos after they healed. She was glad when they took the reflector away. She didn't like looking at herself. It made her uncomfortable to think that the strange, dim image of the face she saw belonged to her. She preferred to see herself reflected in the expressions of others, the happiness of her daughter when she saw her mother, the pleasure of seeing herself in the aspect and demeanor of people she cared about, like Marthona and Proliva, Joharan and Dalinar, and the look of love in Jondalar's eyes when he saw— Not any more. The last time he saw her he was horrified. His look showed shock and dismay, not love. Ayla closed her eyes to shut off impending tears and tried to control her feelings of loss, disappointment, and pain. When she opened them and looked up, all the Zelandania were standing in front of her, including the two new ones, a woman and a man, who had been on guard outside, and all of them had warm smiles of anticipation and welcome. The one who was first spoke. "You have traveled far, have belonged to many people, but your feet have always led you along the path the great Earth Mother chose for you. It was your fate to lose your people at an early age, and then be taken in by a healer and a man who traveled the spirit world of those people you call the clan. When you were adopted by the Mamut of the Mamutoi to the mammoth hearth that honors the mother, your way was guided by she who gave birth to all. Your destiny has always been to serve her. Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandanyi, mated to Jondalar of the 9th cave, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave of the Zelandanyi, mother of Jonayla, blessed of Dani of the 9th cave of the Zelandanyi, who was born to the hearth of Jondalar, Ayla of the Mamutoi, member of the lion camp of the mammoth-hunting people to the east, daughter of the mammoth hearth, the Zelandania of the Mamutoi, Ayla, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion and protected by the cave bear of the clan. Your names and ties are many. Now they are no longer needed. Your new name means all of them and more. Your name is one with all of her creation. Your name is Zelandani. Your name is one with all of her creation. Welcome, Zelandani, the assembled group said in unison. Come join with us in the mother's song, Zelendani of the Ninth Cave, said the one who was first, and the group began entirely in unison. Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the mother sublime. When they reached the verse that had always been the last, only the one who was first continued in her beautiful, rich voice. The mother was pleased with the pair she created. She taught them to love and to care when they mated. She made them desire to join with each other. The gift of their pleasures came from the mother. Before she was through, her children loved too. The whole group sang the last line. Then they all looked expectantly at Ayla. It took her a moment to comprehend. Then, in a strong voice, with an exotic accent, Ayla didn't sing, but spoke alone. Her last gift, the knowledge that man has his part. His need must be spent before new life can start. It honors the mother when the couple is paired, because woman conceives when pleasures are shared. Earth's children were blessed. The mother could rest. The group finished the final line and stood silently for a while. Then they broke up and relaxed. A large container of tea was brought out, and each one took out individual cups from pouches and pockets. The question now is, how do we tell the rest of the Zelendani about the last gift? Said the one who was first, as she casually sat on her stool. The question brought an uproar.
Tell them? We can't tell them. It would be too much for them. Think how much it would upset everything.
The first waited until the disturbance settled down. Then she looked at the assembled Zelendania with a fierce glance. Do you think Dani made this known so you could withhold it from her children? Do you think Ayla suffered those agonies, or that she was required to sacrifice her baby just so the Zelendania would have something to argue about? The Zelendania are those who serve the mother. It is not for us to say whether or not her children may know. It is our task to decide how to tell them. There was contrite silence. Then the Zelendani of the 14th said, It will take time to plan an appropriate ceremony. Perhaps we should wait until next year. This season is almost over. Everyone will be going back soon.
Yes, the Zelendani of the 3rd quickly agreed. Perhaps the best way would be to let each Zelendani tell his own cave in his own way, after he's had some time to think about it.
The ceremony will be held 3 days from now, and Ayla will tell them, the first announced unequivocally. It was Ayla who was given the gift. It is her place, her duty to tell the rest. She was called this season and sent to this summer meeting for that reason. The first glared at her fellow Danyers, then her expression softened, and her tone became cajoling. Wouldn't it be better to get it over with now? With the season so close to the end, there won't be time for too many difficulties to arise before we leave, and you can be sure there will be difficulties. But this way, we will have all winter to get our own caves used to the idea. By next season, there shouldn't be any reason for problems. The first wished she really believed that. Unlike the rest of the Zelendania, the first had thought about a man's contribution to creating new life for many years, even before her first conversation with Ayla. The fact that Ayla had come to her own similar conclusions was one of the reasons the woman had wanted her to become Zelendani. Her observations were too perceptive, and she wasn't restricted by Zelendani beliefs fed to her with mother's milk. That was why Zelendani had decided as soon as she heard Ayla tell about her experience in the cave that the idea must be made known immediately when everyone was still together, and while the Zelendania were still bewildered by it. She would have set the ceremony for the next day if she had thought it was possible to arrange it. As she often did under the guise of resting or meditating, and seeming to ignore her surroundings, the woman waited and watched for a while as the Zelandania began to make plans. At first they were tentative. She heard the 11th say,
"Maybe a good approach might be to try to duplicate Ayla's own experience."
"We don't have to show her entire experience, just the essence of it," said the 23rd. "If we had a cave large enough to hold everyone, it would help," the Zelandani of the 2nd cave said.
"We'll have to let the darkness of night act as the walls of a cave," the 5th said. "If we have just one fire in the middle, it will help to concentrate everyone's attention."
"Good," the 1st thought, listening to the Danyers speaking among themselves. They are starting to think of how to plan the ceremony, rather than thinking of objections to it. "We should have drums for the mother's song."
"And singing."
"The 9th doesn't sing."
"Her voice is so distinctive it doesn't matter."
"We can have singing in the background, without words, just the sound." "If we slow the cadence of the drums, the mother's song will have a greater impact, especially at the end when she speaks the last verse." Ayla seemed at a loss with all the attention, as more suggestions were made for her part. But after a while, even she seemed to be getting involved with the arrangements. "The visitors from the Mamutoi, the 2 young men, Danuk and Drues, they know how to play drums so that they actually sound like a voice speaking. It's uncanny, but very mysterious. I think they could make the drums speak the final verse if they brought their drums, or we can find something similar."
"I would like to hear it first,"
said the 14th. "Of course," Ayla said. More than she realized, Ayla was incredibly wise in the ways of people, and much more sophisticated and knowledgeable than she knew. The tactics of the Zelandani who was first in pushing the Zelandania into creating the ceremony were not lost on Ayla. On a sometimes subliminal and sometimes fully aware level, she had watched the first mold the rest to her will. The woman was quick to press her advantage, knew when to bluster, when to threaten, when to cajole, wheedle, criticize, praise, and the Zelandania were not easily led. As a group, they were clever, shrewd, often cynical, and on the whole more intelligent than most. Ayla remembered Jondalar asking Zelandani once what made a Zelandani first. Even then she knew just how much to say, just how much to hold back. Zelandani relaxed. They were into it now. It would gain momentum of its own accord. Her problem most of the time was to keep them from getting too carried away. This time she was going to let them take on just as much as they wanted. The more spectacular, the better. If I let them plan it big enough and elaborate enough, they won't have time to think about anything else until after the ceremony. When the general outline for the ceremony had begun to take shape, and most of the Zelandania were developing a decided interest in the event, Zelandani, who was first, hurled another surprise at them. Getting up to get more tea, she made an ostensibly offhand comment. "I imagine we'll also have to make plans for a camp meeting a day or so after the ceremony to answer questions that are bound to come up. We might as well get them out of the way all at once. That's when we can announce the name for the relationship between a man and his children and tell them that the men will name the boys from now on," she said. The consternation of the Zelandania was immediate. Most hadn't had time to think about what changes the new knowledge was going to make.
"But a mother has always named her own children," one of them said.
Zelandani caught a few sharp looks. That's what she had been afraid of. Some of them were going to start thinking. As a group, it was not wise to underestimate the Zelandania. How are the men going to realize that they are an essential if we don't let them take some part? The first asked. It doesn't really change anything. Coupling will still be a pleasure. Men are not going to start giving birth, and a man will still need to provide for the woman he has taken to his hearth and her children, especially while she is confined close to home and with small children. Naming a male child is a small thing. Women will still name the females, the woman cajoled. In the clan, the Mogurs named all the children, Ayla mentioned. Everyone stopped and looked at her. I was very pleased to be able to name my daughter. I was nervous about it, but it was very exciting, and it made me feel very important. I think the men would feel the same way, the first said, grateful for Ayla's unplanned support. There were nods and grunts of approval. No one brought up any further objections, at least for the moment.
What about the name of the relationship? Have you a name for it already? The Zelandani from the 29th cave asked, with a hint of suspicion.
I thought I would meditate and see if I could think of something appropriate for children to call the men who shared in giving them life, to distinguish them from other men. Perhaps we should all think about it, the one who was first said. The first had felt that she had to push them now, while the Zelandania were still overwhelmed and at a disadvantage relative to herself, before they began to think about the possible consequences and come up with some real objections that she couldn't confound with bluster. She had no doubt that this new gift of the knowledge of life would have more profound repercussions than even she could imagine. It would change everything, and she wasn't entirely sure that she liked some of the very real possibilities that might develop. The Zelandani who was first was a keenly observant, intelligent woman. She had never had a child of her own, but in her case that was an advantage. She never had the distractions that children invariably entailed. But she had been a midwife at more births than she cared to count, and had helped many women through miscarriages. As a result, the first had more knowledge of the developmental stages of unborn fetuses than any mother. The Donyers were also instrumental in helping some women end their pregnancies before full term. The most precarious time in the lives of infants was the first 2 years. Many children died then, even with the help of mates, elder parents, or other extended family members. Most mothers could not nurse and care for too many young children at one time, if any were to survive. Although nursing a baby, in itself, seemed to be a deterrent to starting another, it was sometimes necessary to terminate an unanticipated pregnancy if those who were already born were to live past infancy, or if a woman was seriously ill, or had children who were nearly grown and was too old, or had had one or more harrowing deliveries in the past that had brought her close to death, and another pregnancy could deprive existing children of their mother. The mortality rate of children would have been appreciably higher if they did not practice such selective controls as were available to them. There might be other reasons as well for a woman to end her pregnancy. And while the cause of pregnancy was not innately apparent, women did know that they were pregnant fairly soon. At some earlier time, a woman, or women, had discovered how to know that a child was growing inside of her before it was obvious. Perhaps she noticed that it had been some time since she had bled, and she had learned that that could be a sign. Or if she had been pregnant before, she might recognize certain symptoms. The knowledge had been passed down until all women learned it as part of their initiation into adulthood. In the beginning, when a woman realized she was carrying a child, she might look back and try to think about what had caused it. Was it a certain food she ate, a special pool she had bathed in, a specific man she'd had relations with, a particular river she had crossed, a unique tree in whose shade she had slept. If a woman wanted to have a baby, she might try repeating some or all of those activities, perhaps making it into a ritual. But she would learn that she could do any of those things any number of times and still not necessarily become pregnant. She then might wonder if it was a combination of actions, or the order in which they were done, or the time of day, or the cycle, or season, or year. Maybe just a strong desire to have a baby, or the concerted wishes of several people. Or perhaps it was unknown agents, emanations from rocks, or spirits from another world, or the Great Mother, the First Mother. If she lived in a society that had developed a set of explanations that seemed reasonable, or even unreasonable, but that seemed to answer questions that were not accessible to her own observations, it would be easy to accept them if everyone else did. But someone might be observant enough to begin to make connections and draw inferences that were close to the truth. Because of a unique set of circumstances, Ayla had come to such conclusions, though she'd had to overcome the strong urge to believe what others believed instead of her own observations and reasoning. Even before talking to Ayla, the one who was first had also begun to suspect the true cause of conception. Ayla's belief and explanation was the final piece of information she needed to persuade herself, and she had felt for some time that people, women in particular, should know how new life was started. Knowledge was power. If a woman knew what caused a baby to begin growing inside her, she could gain control over her own life. Instead of simply finding herself pregnant, whether she wanted a baby or not, whether the timing was right for her to have one, whether she was well enough or had enough children already, she had a choice. If it was relations with a man that somehow caused the pregnancy, not something external and out of her hands, she could decide not to have a baby simply by choosing not to share pleasures with a man. Of course, it wouldn't necessarily be easy for a woman to make that choice, and Zelandani wasn't at all sure how the men would react. Though there would likely be unknown repercussions, there was another reason that she wanted her people to know that children were the result of the union of women and men. The strongest reason of all, because it was true, and men needed to know it too. Men had been considered incidental to the process of procreation for too long. It was only right that men should know that they were essential to the creation of life, and Zelandani believed the people were ready for it, more than ready. Ayla had already told Jandalar what she believed, and he was nearly convinced. More, he wanted to believe. This was the right time. If Zelandani herself had guessed it, and if Ayla could work it out, so could others. The first hoped that the consequences of telling everyone would not be too devastating, but if the Zelandania didn't tell them now, it was bound to come from someone else before long. As soon as she heard Ayla recite the new final verse to the mother's song, Zelandani knew the truth had to be revealed now. But to be accepted, it could not be divulged casually or piecemeal. It needed dramatic impact. The one who was first was clever enough to understand that most of what happened to acolytes in the course of being called to serve the mother were the products of their own minds. A few of the older Zelandania had become entirely cynical about the whole process, but there were always inexplicable events that were caused by unknown or unseen forces. It was those events that revealed a true calling. And when Ayla talked about her experience in the cave, the first had never heard a truer calling, in particular that final verse of the mother's song. Though Ayla's instinct for language and ability to memorize was phenomenal, and she had become a skillful and compelling teller of stories and speaker of legends, she had never before displayed an ability to create verse, and she had said it filled her head, that she heard it complete. If she could explain it to the people with the same conviction, she would be very persuasive. When it seemed to the first that everything was in motion and could not be stopped, she finally announced, "It's getting late. This has been a long meeting. I think we should go now and meet again tomorrow morning."
"I promised John Ayla I would go riding with her today," Ayla was explaining, "but the meeting took so long."
No wonder, Proliva thought to herself, eyeing the black marks on Ayla's forehead, but she refrained from saying anything.
"Jondalar heard her talking to me about going out on the horses with you, wondering where you were and what was taking so long. Dalinar tried to explain to her that you were at a very important meeting, and no one knew how long you would be. Then Jondalar offered to take her out." "I'm glad he did," Ayla said. "I hated to disappoint her. Have they been gone long?" "Most of the afternoon. I imagine they will be back soon," Proliva said. "Dalinar did ask me to remind you that the Lanzadanyi are expecting you this evening." "That's right. He did ask when I was on my way to the meeting. I think I'll change clothes and rest for a while. It's hard to believe that just sitting around at the meeting can make you so tired. Will you send John Ayla in to get me when she gets here?" "Of course I will," Proliva said.
It was a lot more than just a meeting, I'm sure, she thought.
"Would you like something to eat? Maybe a little tea?"
"Yes, I think I would, Proliva, but I'd like to clean up a little first. I'd love to go for a swim, but I guess I should wait until later. I think I'll go check on Winnie first."
They took her with them. Jondalar said she'd want to go with the other horses, and the run wouldn't hurt her.
"He's right. Winnie probably missed her children, too."
Proliva watched Ayla walk toward the sleeping lodge. She does look tired, the woman thought. Not surprising. Look what she's been through. Having a miscarriage, and now becoming our newest Zelandani, and getting her call, whatever that really means. The woman had seen the effects of getting too close to the spirit world. Everyone had. Any time someone was seriously hurt, for example, or even more frightening, had an inexplicable critical illness, she knew they were near the next world. The idea that a person would purposely put themselves in contact with that world so that they could serve the mother was almost beyond her comprehension. Proliva felt a slight shudder. She was grateful that she would never have to go through such a harrowing experience. While she knew that someday everyone would have to move on to that fearful place, she had no desire whatever to join the ranks of the Zelandania. She and Jondalar are having problems, too, Proliva thought. He's been avoiding her. I've watched him go the other way as soon as he sees her. I'm sure I know what his problem is. He's feeling ashamed. She caught him with Morona, and now he doesn't want to face her. This is not a good time for him to be avoiding Ayla. She needs everyone's help now, especially his. If he didn't want Ayla to know about Morona, he shouldn't have started up with her again, even if she was encouraging him every way she could. He knew how Ayla would feel about her. He could have found some other woman if he had to have one. It's not like he still couldn't have his pick of just about any woman in the whole camp. And it would have served that Morona woman right. She's so obvious. You'd think even he would see it. As much as Proliva cared about him, there were times when her mate's younger brother exasperated her.
Mother, are you finally back? Proliva said you were here. You said we would go for a ride today, and I was waiting and waiting,
Ayla said. The wolf, who bounded in after her, was just as excited, trying to get Ayla's attention. She gave the girl a big hug, then grabbed the head of the big carnivore and started to rub his face with hers, but her marks were feeling sore, so she just hugged him. He started to sniff her wound, but she pushed him away. He looked into his food dish instead, found a bone Proliva had left there earlier, and took it to his resting place.
"I'm sorry, John Ayla said. "I didn't know the meeting with the Zelendania would take so long. I promise we'll do it another day, but it may not be tomorrow." "It's all right, Mother. The Zelendania do take a long time. They spent a whole day teaching us songs and dances and stuff, showing us where to stand and what steps to make. I did get to go riding, anyway. Jondi took me. Proliva told me. I'm glad he did. I know how much you wanted to go," Ayla said. "Does that hurt, Mother?" John Ayla asked, pointing to Ayla's forehead. Ayla was slightly taken aback that her daughter had noticed. "No, not now. It did a little at first, but not bad. That mark has a special meaning." "I know what it means," the girl said. "It means you're Zelendani now." "That's right, John Ayla. Jondi told me you won't have to be gone so much after you get a Zelendani mark. Is that true, Mother?"
Ayla hadn't realized how much her daughter had missed her, and she felt a rush of gratitude that Jondalar had been there to take care of her and explain things to her. She reached out to hug the child.
"Yes, it's true. I will still have to be gone sometimes, but not as much."
Maybe Jondalar missed her too, but why did he have to turn to Morona? He said he loved her, even after she found them like that. But if he did, why was he staying away from her now?
"Why are you crying, Mother?" the girl said. "Are you sure that mark doesn't hurt? It looks sore." "I'm just so glad to see you, John Ayla."
She let go of the child, but smiled at her through wet eyes.
"I almost forgot to tell you. We are going to visit the Lanzadanyi camp and have a meal with them tonight." "With Dalinar and Bokovan?" "That's right, and Echazar and Joplea and Jerica and everybody." "Is Jondi coming?" "I don't know, but I don't think so. He had to go someplace else."
Suddenly Ayla turned aside, and seeing John Ayla's clothing basket, started going through it. She didn't want her daughter to see her in tears again.
"It will get cold after it gets dark. Would you like to change into something warmer?" "Can I wear the new tunic that Folara made for me?" "That would be a good idea, John Ayla."
Chapter 35. At first glance, in the distance, Ayla thought it was Jondalar carrying something, coming towards her along the well-worn main path between the camps of several friendly caves. She felt her stomach tightening to a knot. The height, the shape of the body, the walk were so familiar, but as the man approached, she saw it was Dalinar carrying Bokovan. As soon as they neared, Dalinar saw the obvious black marks on her forehead. Ayla noted Dalinar's look of surprise when he first saw her, then his effort to avoid looking at her forehead, and remembered her marks. She didn't see them and tended to forget them. Is that why Jondalar is behaving so strangely? Dalinar wondered. When he had invited Jondalar to join the Lanzadanyi for a meal along with Ayla and John Ayla, Dalinar had been surprised by Jondalar's hesitation and then refusal. He claimed he had already promised to be some other place, but he looked upset and embarrassed. It was as though he was looking for excuses not to join them this evening. He recalled his own reasons for leaving a woman he loved, but I didn't think Jondalar was bothered by her becoming Zelendani, the older man thought. He always seemed to be proud of her skill as a healer and content to be working the flint and training his apprentices.
"Would you let me carry you for a while, Bokovan, and give Dalinar a rest?"
Ayla said, holding out her arms to him and smiling. The youngster hesitated, then held out his arms to her. She remembered how much he weighed when she picked him up. Ayla, carrying Bokovan, walked alongside Dalinar, who was holding John Ayla's hand as they headed towards his camp. Wolf followed along behind. The animal seemed to be perfectly comfortable wandering through the large camp of people now, and none of the people appeared particularly concerned about him. Ayla had noticed, however, that the Zelendanyi took a special delight in the reactions of visitors or strangers who were not accustomed to seeing a wolf mingle so freely with people. When they arrived, Joplea and Jerica came to greet her, and Ayla noticed their look of surprise and not quite successful attempt to ignore her new forehead marks. Although there was still an air of sadness about the beautiful dark-haired young woman who Jondalar called cousin, Ayla noticed a smile of warm love light up her vivid green eyes as she took her son. Joplea seemed more relaxed, more accepting of her life, and genuinely pleased to see Ayla. Jerica also greeted her warmly. "Let me take Bokovan," she said, taking the child from his mother's arms. "I have some food ready for him. You and Ayla can visit." Ayla spoke directly to the boy. "I am glad I met you, Bokovan. Will you come to visit me? I'm from the 9th cave. Do you know where it is?" He stared at her for a while, then with great seriousness he said, "Yes." Ayla could not help but notice both the similarities and the differences between Jerica, Joplea, and Bokovan before his grandmother took him away. The older woman was short and sturdy, her movements quick and energetic. Her hair, once as dark as the night sky, was now showing sunset streaks of gray. Her face, round and flat with high cheekbones, was more wrinkled, but her black slanted eyes still sparkled with charm and wit. Ayla remembered Hochaman, the man who had been mated to Jerica's mother. He had been the traveler, and his mate had chosen to go along with him. Jerica was born along the way. Ayla recalled Dalinar telling the Sarmunai visitor about Hochaman's long journey from the endless seas of the east all the way to the great waters of the west with pride. It occurred to her that even though the truth was exceptional in itself, it was the kind of story that would be told and retold, probably growing with each telling until it became a legend or myth, with little resemblance to the original story. Dalinar had met Jerica some time after he found his flint mine, and had been at first intrigued and then captivated by the exotic woman. Several people had already gathered around Dalinar and his flint mine, beginning the nucleus of the cave that would later be called the Lanzadanyi, when Hochaman and Jerica arrived at his camp. They looked so unusual, it was obvious they had come from a great distance. Dalinar had never seen anyone like Jerica. She was tiny in comparison with most women, but intelligent and strong-minded, and he was captivated by the exotic young woman. It had taken someone that unusual to finally vanquish his great love for Marthona. Joplea was born to Dalinar's hearth. Ayla now knew that what she had long believed was true. Joplea was as much Dalinar's child as she was Jerica's. But Jondalar had not gone to live with the Lanzadanyi until he and Joplea were both adolescents. They had not been raised together as sister and brother, and Joplea had fallen hopelessly in love with Jondalar, even though he was a close cousin, an unmateable man. Joplea is as much his sister as Folara, Ayla thought, trying to sort out what the new relationships would mean. Jondalar and Folara are both children of Marthona, and Jondalar and Joplea are both Dalinar's children. You can see him in both of them. Jondalar was a younger replica of Dalinar, while Joplea showed more of her mother's influence, but she was tall like Dalinar, and a more subtle contribution showed in other ways. Her hair was dark, but had light highlights. It was not the pure glossy sheen her mother's had been. Her face had the contours of Dalinar's people, with her mother's high cheekbones, but her most stunning feature were her eyes. Neither black like her mother's, nor vivid blue like Dalinar's and Jondalar's, Joplea's eyes were a vivid green with accents of hazel, with a shape and epicanthic fold like her mother, but less pronounced. Jerica was obviously a foreigner, but in many ways Joplea seemed more exotic than her mother because of her similarities. Joplea had decided to mate with Echazar because she knew she could never have the man she loved. She chose him, she once told Ayla, because she knew she'd never find a man who would love her more, and she was right. Echazar was one of mixed spirits. His mother had been clan, and many people thought he was as ugly as Joplea was beautiful, but not Ayla. She was sure Echazar looked the way her son would when he grew up. Bokovan exhibited all of the components of his unusual background. The physical strength of the clan from Echazar, along with the height of his mother and Dalinar, were already obvious. His eyes were only slightly slanted and dark, nearly as dark as Jerica's, but not exactly black. Touches of a lighter shade or a reflective sparkle gave them a vivid quality she had never seen in such dark eyes. They were not only unusual, they were compelling. She sensed something special about Bokovan and wished the Lanzadanyi lived closer. She would love to watch him grow up. He was only a little younger than her son had been the last time she saw him, and he reminded her so much of Dirk. It almost hurt. Ayla wondered what kind of mind he would have. Would he have some aspect of the clan memories, along with the capacity to make art and speak with words? Like Dalinar's and Jerica's people. She had often thought about her son in the same way.
Bokovan is a very special child, Joplea,
Ayla said.
When he's a little older, I wish you would consider sending him to the 9th cave for me to keep for a while.
Why? Joplea asked.
Partly because he may have some unique qualities that could lead to the Zelendania, and you might want to know about that, but mostly because I would love to get to know him better,
Ayla said. Joplea smiled, then paused. Would you be willing to send John Ayla to the Lanzadanyi to stay with me for a while?
I never thought about it, Ayla said, but that might be a good idea. In a few years, if she'd be willing to go. Why do you want her?
I'll never have a girl. I'll never have another child. It was too hard on me giving birth to Bokovan, Joplea said. Ayla remembered the difficulties she had giving birth to her son Dirk, the one born to the clan, and she had heard about Joplea's problems.
Are you sure, Joplea? One difficult birth doesn't mean they all will be.
Our Dunyer says she doesn't think I should try. She's afraid I would die. I came very close with Bokovan. I'm taking the medicine that you gave the Zelendania, and Mother tries to make sure I take it. I do it to please her, but even if I didn't, I don't think it would matter. I don't think I can get pregnant again. In spite of Mother, I stopped taking the medicine for a while. I wanted another child. But Dani chose not to bless me, Joplea said. Ayla didn't want to pry, but as a Zelendani she felt she had to ask, especially now.
Do you honor the mother frequently? It is important, if you want the mother to bless you, that you honor her properly.
Joplea smiled.
Echazar is a sweet and loving man. He may not be the one I wanted, Ayla.
She paused, and for a fleeting moment a look of desolation darkened her expression. Ayla matched it with one of her own for an entirely different reason. But I was right when I said no one could love me more than Echazar, and I have truly come to care for him. In the beginning, he could hardly bring himself to touch me out of fear that he would somehow hurt me, and because, I think, he couldn't quite believe he had the right. We are beyond that now,
Although he still acts so grateful sometimes, I have to tease him out of it. He's even learning to laugh at himself. I think Dani is properly honored."
Ayla thought for a while. It was possible that the problem wasn't Joplea's, but Echazar's. He was half-clan, and there could be a reason why a man who was clan, or even just part, might experience some problem having a child with one of the others. One child could have been just luck, though some would call him abomination, not luck. She wasn't sure how often someone of the clan actually coupled with one of the others, or how many of the offspring lived or were allowed to live. Everyone knew about those with mixed spirits, but she hadn't seen very many. She stopped to consider them. There was her son Dirk, and Ura at the clan gathering, Rydag of the Mamutoi lion camp. Possibly Ataroa and others among the Sarmunai had clan mixed in. Echazar was half, and of course there was Bokovan. It was likely Brukaval's mother had been half too, which accounted for his characteristic look. She was going to ask how well the mother was honored at ceremonies and festivals among the Lanzadani. They were still a small group, although there had been some talk, she knew, about where they would locate a second cave sometime in the future. It occurred to her that perhaps she ought to talk to their Zelandani first. After all, she was one of the Zelandania and ought to discuss such things with another Zelandani. Perhaps I should consult with the first. She may have some thoughts on the matter, Ayla thought. Echazar arrived at the camp then, and the subject changed. She was glad for the chance to stop trying to be Zelandani and just be a friend. He gave her a broad smile, which still startled her somewhat on a face so strongly clan. An expression that bared the teeth had a different meaning in the clan she grew up with.
"Ayla, how good to see you,"
Echazar said as they embraced. He, too, had noticed the fresh mark on her forehead, and though he understood what it meant, he had been adopted by Dalinar's people, and it didn't affect him quite the same way. He knew she was an acolyte, and expected her to become a Zelandani some day. He might have commented on it, but he'd been exposed to more than his share of comment about the way he looked, and was reluctant to bring up any aspect of another person's appearance.
"And here's the wolf,"
he said, feeling just a touch of apprehension when Wolf sniffed him. The Lanzadani were not as familiar with the animal, and though he did remember him, it took a while to get used to the idea of a wolf mingling freely with people.
"I heard he was here. That's how I knew you had arrived. I was afraid we wouldn't see you after making the trip all the way here. Some of us were even considering going to the 9th cave to see you before we left. Your Mamutoi kin and their Sarmunai friend are definitely planning to go, and some of the Lanzadani were thinking of going along," Echazar said.
Ayla thought he seemed much more confident and relaxed, and was sure Dalinar was right about how helpful it had been for Echazar to be accepted so easily by Danug and Druez, and, what was his name? Aldanor. She was sure Jondalar had welcomed him too, along with their kin and several close friends. Jondalar would be very good about making Echazar feel welcome, but he hadn't said one single welcoming word to her. The only time she had seen him since she arrived was in the small woods, standing naked with Morona. Ayla had to look away to fight back the sudden tightness in her throat and sting of impending tears, feelings that seemed to come upon her at the most unexpected moments lately. She said she had something in her eye.
"Just because I've come to the summer meeting doesn't mean you can't come to visit the 9th cave," Ayla said after a moment. "It's not very far from here, and since you are so close, you might as well. I think Dalinar and Joplea would be interested in the way Jondalar has set up the training for his flint-knapping apprentices. He has 6 of them now.
Ayla said, sounding almost normal. After all, she could hardly help talking about Jondalar to Dalinar and Joplea. "And I'd love to see a little more of Bokovan, and of course all the rest of you."
"I think that little one has charmed Ayla completely," Dalinar said. Everyone smiled benignly. "He is going to be a big man," Echazar said, "and I want to teach him to be a good hunter."
Ayla grinned at him. For a moment she could imagine that Echazar was a man of the clan, proud of the son of his hearth. "He may turn out to be more than just a big man, Echazar. I think he's a very special child."
"Where is Jondalar?" Echazar asked. "Wasn't he supposed to come and share a meal with us tonight?" "I saw him when he was taking Ayla out with the horses after midday. He said he couldn't make it," Dalinar said, sounding disappointed.
"I was going to take Ayla out, but the Zelendani meeting took longer than I expected,"
Ayla said. Everyone glanced up at her forehead.
"Did he say why he couldn't come?" Echazar asked. "I don't know. Something about other plans and promises he made before Ayla came."
Ayla felt her stomach knot. I can imagine what promises he made, she thought. It was nearly dark by the time Ayla insisted she had to go. Echazar walked back with her and Ayla and Wolf, carrying a torch.
"You look happy, Echazar,"
Ayla said.
"I am happy, although I still find it hard to believe Joplea is my mate. Sometimes I wake up at night and just look at her in the firelight. She is so beautiful, and she's wonderful, kind and understanding. I feel so lucky I sometimes wonder how I could deserve her."
"She's lucky too, you know. I wish we lived closer."
"So you could see more of Bokovan," he said.
She saw his teeth gleaming with a smile.
"It's true. I would like to see more of Bokovan, and you and Joplea and everyone else,"
Ayla said.
"Have you considered coming back with us and staying over winter?" Echazar asked. "You know, Dalinar says you and Jondalar are always welcome."
Ayla frowned, staring into the dark. Yes, of course, Jondalar, she thought.
"I don't think Jondalar would want to leave his apprentices. He has made promises, and winter is the best time to work on perfecting techniques," she said.
Echazar was silent for a few paces.
"I don't suppose you'd want to leave Jondalar for a season and visit by yourself, with Ayla and your animals, of course," he said. "As much as she loves Bokovan, I know Joplea would love to have that little girl around. She and Bokovan spent a lot of time at Lavila's camp and got to know her."
"I don't know. I guess I never thought about it. I've been so busy training for the Zelendania," she said,
then glanced around, looking for her daughter, who was straggling behind. She has probably found something along the path to distract her, Ayla thought.
"We would never object to having another Danya,"
Echazar said. Ayla smiled at him, then stopped.
"Ayla,
why are you so far back?"
"I'm tired, Mother,"
Ayla whined.
"Would you carry me?"
Ayla stopped to pick her daughter up, using a hip for support. The little girl's arms felt good around her neck. She had missed Ayla and hugged her little body close. They continued in silence for a while and began to hear raucous voices. Ahead they could see the light of a campfire behind a fairly dense stand of brush. It wasn't a regular cave's site, Ayla gathered as they drew closer. Through the screen of brush, she noticed several men sitting around the fire. They were obviously gaming and drinking something from miniature water bags made from the nearly waterproof stomachs of small animals. She knew many of the men. Several were from the 9th cave, but there was a sprinkling of others from several different caves. Larimar was there, the man who was known for making the potent alcoholic brew from almost anything that would ferment. While they didn't have the refinement of the wine that Marthona made, the drinks he produced weren't bad. He did very little of anything else, and had perfected what had become his craft, but he made it in quantity, and many people regularly drank too much, creating problems. His only other claim to fame had been a hearthful of unkempt children and a slovenly mate who indulged heavily in his product. Ayla and the rest of the cave took more care of the children than either Larimar or Tremita did. Now the oldest girl, Lanoka, was mated to Lanadar and had a child of her own, but the young couple had adopted all her younger siblings. Her older brother, Bolagan, also lived with them and helped to provide for the children. He had also helped to build their new dwelling, along with Jondalar and several others. Her mother, Tremita, and Larimar also lived with them occasionally, when they chose to go to a place they called home, and both of them behaved as though it was theirs. Besides Larimar, Ayla noticed the distinctive forehead markings of a Zelandani on one man, but when he smiled, she saw the gap of his missing front teeth and frowned, realizing it was Madraman. Had he already been accepted into the Zelandania and tattooed? She didn't think so. She looked again and noticed that an edge of the tattoo was smeared. He must have painted it on, using the colors that some people use to temporarily decorate their faces for special occasions, but she had never seen anyone decorate with Zelandani marks before. Seeing him reminded her of the backpack she found in the cave and brought to the first. Though he invariably smiled and tried to engage her in conversation, she had always felt uneasy around Madraman. He disturbed her in a way that made her think of how a horse's fur looked when it was stroked opposite to the direction in which it grew. He rubbed her the wrong way. She saw many young men talking and laughing loudly, but there were other men of all ages. From what she knew of those she recognized, none of them contributed much. Some were not too bright or were easily led. One of them spent most of his time drinking Larimar's brew, barely stumbling home each night, and often could be found in some out-of-the-way place completely unconscious, smelling of drink and vomit. Another was known to be unnecessarily brutal, especially to his mate and her children, and the Zelandania had talked of ways to intercede, waiting only for his mate to ask for help. Then, almost hidden in the shadows, she caught sight of Brukaval, sitting somewhat off by himself with his back to a tall, roughly pointed stump, taking a drink from one of the bags. His temper still bothered her, but he was a cousin of Jondalar's and had always been kind to her. She hated to see him with such an unsavory lot. She was about to turn away when she heard Wolf growl low in his throat. A voice spoke up loudly behind her back.
"Well, look what we have here. The animal lover, and a couple of animals."
She spun around in surprise. A couple of animals, she thought, but I only have Wolf. It took her a moment before she realized that he had called Echazar an animal. She felt her anger rise. "The only animal I see here is a wolf. Or were you thinking of yourself?" Ayla countered. There were a few guffaws from some who had heard the remarks, and she saw the man frown.
"I wasn't saying I was an animal," he said.
"That's good. I wouldn't put yourself in the same category as Wolf. You don't measure up," she said. Some of the other men pulled the brush aside to see what was going on. They saw Ayla holding her daughter on one hip, her leg in front of the wolf to restrain him, and Echazar holding a torch.
"She sneaked up and was watching us," the man said defensively.
"I was walking along a main path and stopped to see who was making all the noise," Ayla said.
"Who is she, and why does she talk so funny?" asked a young man Ayla didn't know.
Then he added with surprise, "That's a wolf." Ayla had all but forgotten about her accent, and so had most of the people who knew her, but occasionally a stranger brought it to her attention. From the pattern on the man's shirt and the design of the necklace he wore, she guessed he was from a cave that lived on another river to the north, a group that did not regularly attend their summer meeting. He must have arrived only recently.
"She's Ayla of the 9th cave, the one Jondalar brought back with him," Madraman said.
"And she's a Zelendani, who can control animals," another man said. Ayla thought he was from their neighbor, the 14th cave.
"She's not Zelendani,"
Madraman said with an air of condescension.
"She's an acolyte, still in training."
He had obviously not yet seen her new tattoo, Ayla thought.
"But when she came, she could already control that wolf and a couple of horses,"
the man from the 14th cave said.
"I told you she was an animal lover,"
the first man said with a sneer, looking pointedly at Echezar. Echezar glared back and moved towards Ayla protectively. This was a large group of men, and they had been drinking Larimar's brew. It had been known to bring out the worst in people.
"You mean like those horses from that cave camped upstream?"
the stranger said.
"That's the first place I was taken when I got here. She's the one who controls them. I thought it was that man and the girl."
"Gray is my horse," John Ayla spoke up.
"They're all the same hearth," Brukaval said, strolling into the firelight. Ayla glanced from Brukaval to Echezar and saw their similarity immediately. Brukaval was clearly a modified version of Echezar, though neither of them was fully clan.
"I think you should let Ayla get on her way," Brukaval continued, "and I think it might be smart to have our parties a little farther off the main path in the future."
"Yes, I think that is a good idea," said another voice that had suddenly appeared. Joharan, accompanied by some other men, stepped into the light of the torch held by Echezar. Several of them had unlit torches, which they immediately lit from Echezar's, showing how many there were. "We heard you and came to see what was going on. There are plenty of places to have drinking parties, Larimar. I don't think you men need to be bothering people who are walking along main paths between camps. Perhaps you should move your party now. We don't need children stumbling over you in the morning."
"He can't tell us where to go,"
a slurred voice called out.
"That's right. He can't tell us where to go,"
said the first man who had seen Ayla.
"It's all right,"
Larimar said, picking up several of the small drinking bags that had not been unstoppered and putting them in a back frame.
"I'd rather find a place where we won't be bothered."
Brukaval began to help him. He glanced up at Ayla and caught her eye. She smiled at him with gratitude for taking her part and suggesting they move. He smiled back with a lingering expression that puzzled her, then frowned and looked away. She put John Ayla down and knelt to restrain Wolf while the men moved off. "I was going to walk over to the Lanzadanyi camp to talk to Dalinar anyway, Echezar," Joharan said. "Why don't you walk back with me? Ayla can go on with Soliban and the others." Ayla wondered what was so important that Joharan had to talk to Dalinar about that it couldn't wait until morning. Neither one was going anywhere in the dark. Then she noticed a few of the men who had been sitting around the fireplace move out from behind a bush and head in the direction the others had taken, their heads turning to watch Echezar, Joharan, and a couple of others go. She frowned with concern. Something did not feel right. "I have never seen such goings-on with the Zelendania," Joharan commented. "Have you heard anything about the special ceremony everyone says they're planning? Ayla has her mark, but they haven't announced her yet. They usually do it right away. Has she said anything to you?" "She's been so busy with the Zelendania, I haven't seen much of her," Jondalar said, which was not entirely true. He had not seen much of her, but not because she was so busy. He was the one who had been staying away, and his brother knew it.
Well, it looks like they must be planning something very big. Zelendani spent a long time talking with Proliva, and she told me the Zelendania want a huge, elaborate feast. They are even talking to Larimar about supplying his brew for the festival. We're getting together a hunting party, probably be gone a day or two. Do you want to join us? Joharan asked. Yes, Jondalar answered, almost too quickly, causing his brother to give him a questioning look. I'd be glad to. If he'd been thinking straight, Jondalar might have recalled that Ayla had said something to him when he first saw her, but he hadn't been able to think of anything but Ayla finding him with Morona since the incident. He just couldn't bring himself to simply crawl into the sleeping furs beside her under the circumstances. He didn't even know if she would let him. He was certain he had lost her, but was afraid to find out for sure. He thought he had managed to find a plausible excuse for not returning to their camp another night when Proliva asked him about it. He had actually slept near the horse enclosure, using horse blankets and the ground covering he and Morona had used at the swimming place for bedding to keep warm. But he didn't think he could continue staying away without arousing curiosity from the whole camp. Being away on a hunting trip would solve the problem for the next day or two. He didn't even want to think beyond that. Though Ayla was trying to behave as if nothing was wrong, and Jondalar thought his avoidance of her went unnoticed, in fact, the whole camp was aware by now that something was wrong between the couple, and many guessed what it was. His clandestine trysts with Morona were not nearly so secret as he had thought. To most people, he was just being appropriately discreet, and they ignored the affair. But the news that the formerly doting couple had not even shared the same bed since Ayla arrived, even though Morona had moved to a different camp, had spread quickly. It was the kind of gossip people loved to speculate about, the fact that Ayla had been marked as a Zelendani without being immediately announced, and that plans for a major ceremony were underway, only added to the delicious innuendos. People were guessing that the event had something to do with the newest Zelendani, but no one seemed to know anything for sure. Usually, one or another of the Zelendania would let something slip to an interested questioner, but this time none of them were talking. Some people were suggesting that even the acolytes didn't know the real reason for the big festival, though they all tried to act as if they did. Jondalar was hardly aware that a celebration was being planned, and until Joharan had asked him to join the hunting party, he didn't care. Then it only became an excuse to get away for a while. He had seen Morona a few times. When she heard the rumors about the estrangement of Ayla and Jondalar, she had made a point of seeking him out, but he had lost all interest in her. He was little more than coldly polite when she spoke to him, but she was not the only one who tried to find out how serious their breach was. Brukaval also came to the camp of the Ninth Cave. Though he had traveled to the summer meeting with the Ninth Cave, Brukaval had long since moved away to sleep in the men's summer lodges, the far lodges, that were constructed around the periphery of the summer meeting camp, commonly shortened to falajas. Some were used by young men recently elevated to manhood status, some by older men who were not yet mated or were between mates, or men who wished they were. Brukaval had never mated. He'd always had a secret fear of being refused and had never asked anyone. Besides, none of the available women seemed all that interesting to him. Since he had no immediate family or children, he felt out of place at the main camp, and even around the more frequently used areas of the Ninth Cave. As the years went by, and most of the men his age took mates, he avoided ordinary activities and familiar people more and more, and by default
often ended up with the idlers who attached themselves to Larimar to partake of the brew he made, frequently imbibing of it himself for the forgetfulness it induced. Brukeval had tried a few different men's tents at the summer meeting, but finally settled in the one that housed many of the men he knew from the Ninth Cave, who enjoyed easy access to Larimar's brew. Larimar himself slept there most of the time, rather than returning to the tent of his mate and her children. The children weren't very welcoming lately, especially since Lenoga mated that boy with the feeble arm. She'd grown up to be pretty enough, Larimar thought. She could have gotten a better man, though he'd heard the boy could hunt. Madraman often chose that men's tent as well, rather than the large dwelling of patronizing Zelandania, where he was still only an acolyte, even though he told everyone that he had been called. Brukeval didn't much like the men he chose to live with, a shiftless bunch who had little to offer and even less respect. He knew he was brighter and more capable than most of them. He was related to the families of those who often became leaders, and he had grown up with people who were responsible, intelligent, and often talented. The men with whom he shared a phylage were essentially lazy, weak-willed, or slow, with no generosity of spirit or heart, and few other redeeming qualities. As a result, in an effort to bolster their own self-worth, and as an outlet for their frustrations, they fed each other's vanity and conceit with bragging contempt for something they could feel superior to, those dirty, stupid animals called flatheads. They told each other that while they were not human, they could be tricky. Because flatheads bore a vague resemblance to real people, they were sometimes clever enough to confuse the spirits that made a woman pregnant so that she gave birth to an abomination, and that was intolerable. For reasons of his own, the one thing Brukeval had in common with the men with whom he shared living space was a deep and abiding hatred for flatheads. Some of the men were brutal bullies, and in the beginning one or two had actually tried to bait and tease him about having a flathead mother, but after he had demonstrated his irrational anger and powerful strength a few times, none dared to bother him again, and most came to treat him with more respect than anyone else who shared their phylage. Besides, he did have some influence with the cave leaders, since he knew many of them, and had spoken up for one or another of the men who had gotten himself in deeper than usual trouble. Many of the men began to look to him as a leader of sorts. So did some of the caves. They felt that he could be a restraining influence, and by the middle of the summer, if any of the men who lived there were being especially troublesome, Brukeval was the one people went to. When he appeared at the main camp of the Ninth Cave, ostensibly to share a midday meal and visit with the people of his cave, it caused some conjecture. Ayla had gone early. She was deeply involved with the activities of the Zelandania and had taken John Ayla to stay with Lavila along the way. In fact, most of the women were gone. With her usual organizing flair, Proliva had gathered up everyone she could find, assigning jobs here and delegating there to begin the preparations for a great feast that would feed the entire summer meeting. The only women at the camp were the ones going on the hunt. Proliva had left behind some food for the midday meal of the hunters who were gathering at the camp of the Ninth Cave. The hunting party would have to fend for themselves on the trail. Most of them had packed dried traveling food along with their equipment, tents, and sleeping rolls, though they did expect to eat fresh food they killed or collected most of the time. Since he was there and was known to be a more than adequate hunter, Joharan invited him along on the hunt. Brukeval hesitated only a moment. He wondered about the situation between Ayla and Jondalar and thought that perhaps, during the camaraderie of a hunt, he might be able to find out. Brukeval had never forgotten the way Ayla had faced them all down when Morona had tricked her into wearing entirely inappropriate clothing to her own welcoming party. Now all the women were wearing similar outfits, he'd noticed. He remembered how warm she had been to him when they first met, the way she smiled, almost as though she knew him, with none of the hesitation or reservation most women showed, and he dreamed of her in her beautiful and unusual matrimonial clothing, often seeing himself removing them, and after all these years he still daydreamed about what it would be like if he were Jandalar, lying beside her on soft furs. Ayla had always been pleasant to him, but after that first night he sensed a feeling of distance from her that was different from that first welcome. Brukeval had withdrawn more into himself as the years had gone by, but without their being aware of it, he knew a great deal about Jandalar and Ayla's life together, even intimate details. Among other things, he knew that Jandalar had been coupling with Morona, of all people, for some time. He also knew that Ayla never joined with anyone else, not even at mother festivals, and that she did not know about Jandalar and Morona. Brukeval returned to the Falaj for his hunting gear, and by the time he got back to the Ninth Cave's camp, he was actually looking forward to the hunt. He hadn't really been included in one since he took up residence with the men he currently shared sleeping space with. As a rule, most hunting party leaders didn't bother asking the men from that tent to join them, and they seldom organized their own hunts, except for Brukeval, who had often gone off alone over the years and had learned to hunt or forage enough for himself when he wanted to. The other men usually cadged something to eat from one cave or another, often returning to the camps of their own caves. Madraman had no concern about meals. He usually ate with the Zelandania, who were customarily supplied quite well by the caves, usually in exchange for general services, but also for specific requests. Larimar also had his own resources. He traded his brew and found no lack of willing consumers. It was not uncommon for the youngest men staying in their own shelters to get food or a meal from one camp or another, although they usually tried to make some contribution in return, such as hunting or joining in other community work or food-gathering activities. And though it was not unusual for the men who had recently reached manhood to create a few problems now and then, it was generally ascribed to high spirits and tolerated, especially by older men recalling their own youth. If, however, they caused too much trouble, it could bring a visit from cave leaders who had the authority to impose penalties, including, at the worst, banishment from the summer meeting camp. Everyone knew that the men of Brukeval's Falaj, as people had started referring to the place, were not young, and they could seldom be found when there was work to do. But there was never a lack of food at summer meetings, and no one who showed up when it was time to eat was ever turned away, no matter how unwelcome. The men of that place were generally smart enough not to appear at the same camp too often, and they usually spread out so that all of them did not end up at one place at the same time, unless they learned of a rather lavish feast, as when one or more camps would have a large communal meal. But with their often loud parties, sometimes violent fights, slovenly ways, and unwillingness to contribute, that particular men's group skirted the very edge of tolerance. But that tent was the only place where Brukeval could drown out his secret guilt and pain with Larimar's brew. In a drunken stupor, with his conscious mind no longer in control, then he was free to think of Ayla the way he wanted. He could think of the way she looked when she proudly faced down the laughter of the Ninth Cave, think of her smiling at him with her beautiful smile, laughing and a little tipsy, flirting with him, talking to him as if she thought he was an ordinary man, even a charming, handsome man, not ugly and short. People called him a flathead, but it wasn't true. It wasn't. I am not a flathead, he thought. It's only because I am short and ugly. Hidden in the dark, full of potent drink. He could dream of Ayla in her spectacular exotic tunic, with her beautiful golden hair falling around her face, and the amber jewel nestled between her high, firm, bare breasts. He could dream of holding those breasts, of touching those nipples, of taking them in his mouth. Just the thought would bring him to erection, and filled with his need, he barely had to touch himself to make his essence spurt. Then he could crawl into his empty bed and dream that he was the one who had stood in front of Zelendani with Ayla at his side, not his cousin, the tall man with the yellow hair and vivid blue eyes, not that perfect man every woman wanted. But Brukaval knew he wasn't so perfect. Jondalar had been coupling with Morona, not telling Ayla, trying to hide it from everyone. He had guilty secrets, too, and now Ayla was sleeping alone. Jondalar had been sleeping outside in the horse place, using their riding blankets. Had Ayla stopped loving Jondalar? Had she found out about Morona and stopped loving that man who was everything Brukaval had ever wanted to be? The man who was mated to the woman he loved more than life itself? Did she need someone to love her now? Even if she stopped loving Jondalar, he knew it wasn't likely that she would choose him, but she had smiled at him again and didn't seem as distant, and with the arrival of Dalinar and the Lanzadani, he was reminded that some beautiful women did choose men who were ugly. He was not a flathead, and he hated to think of himself as having any similarity, but he was aware that Echazar, that ugly abomination of a man who was born of mixed spirits, whose mother was a flathead, had mated the daughter of Dalinar's second woman, the one most people thought was so exotically beautiful. So it was possible. He tried not to get his hopes up, but if Ayla ever needed someone who would never couple with anyone else, never, not as long as he lived, who would never love anyone else as long as he lived, he could be that man. Chapter 36.
Mother, Mother, Thona is here. Grandam finally came,
John Ayla cried, running into their lodge to announce the news, and then running out again. Wolf followed her in and out again. Ayla stopped to think about how many days it had been since she had asked to have someone go for Marthona. She touched a finger to her leg as she thought about each day, and could count only 4. Marthona must have been eager to come, as Ayla knew she would be, if a way could be found to get her here. She stepped out of the lodge just as 4 young men of approximately the same height lowered the stretcher on which Marthona was sitting from their shoulders to the ground. 2 of them were Jondalar's apprentices. The other 2 were friends who happened to be nearby when the request for litter-bearers was made. Ayla looked at the contrivance upon which Marthona had been carried to the summer meeting. It consisted of 2 poles from straight young alder trees, placed parallel to each other with strong rope woven across them diagonally, creating a diamond pattern. Shorter shafts were woven through the ropes at intervals between the long poles to give some added stability. Ayla was sure that Marthona, who was an experienced weaver, had a hand in making it. The woman sat on a couple of cushions near the back, and Ayla reached out a hand to help her stand up. Marthona thanked the young men, as well as several others, who apparently had traded off the job of carrying the former leader. They had spent the night before in the small valley of the 5th cave with the few people from that group who had stayed back from the meeting, along with one of their Zelendani's acolytes. They were all quite interested in Marthona's mode of transportation. A couple of them wondered to themselves if they could find some young men who might be willing to carry them to a summer meeting. Most of them would have liked to attend. They all felt they were missing out when they had to stay back because they were not able to walk the distance on their own legs. When Jondalar's apprentices brought the stretcher into the lodge, it occurred to Ayla that their services might still be needed.
Hartaman, would you and Zachadal, and maybe some of the others, be willing to carry Marthona around the camp if she needs you? The walk from here to the Zelandania Lodge and some of the other camps might be a little too far for her, Ayla said.
Just let us know when you need us,
Hartaman said.
It might be best if you could tell us in advance, but there is likely to be at least one of us around most of the time. I'll talk to some of the others and see if we can work out a way to make sure someone is here who can go and get more to help.
That's very kind of you, Marthona said. She had heard Ayla's request as she walked in the entrance, but I don't want to keep you from your own activities.
There isn't that much to do anymore,
Hartaman said.
Some people are planning to go hunting or visiting relatives or back home soon. Most of the ceremonies and feasts are over, except for the late matrimonial and whatever big event the Zelandania are preparing now, and no one seems able to find Jondalar lately, but he always does more training in the winter anyway. It's fun to carry you around, Marthona,
Hartaman said with a grin.
You can't believe how much attention we got just walking into camp with you.
Well, it seems I've become a new amusement, Marthona said, smiling back. As long as you really don't mind, I may call upon you for your help now and then. I'll tell you the truth, I can walk much better for short distances, but I can't go very far even with a walking stick, and I hate slowing everyone else down. Falara suddenly came bursting into the summer lodge. Mother, you're here! Someone just told me you would come to the summer meeting. I didn't even know you were coming. They hugged in greeting and touched cheeks. You can thank Ayla for that. When she heard that you might have found someone that you really care about, she suggested that someone go and get me. A young woman needs her mother if serious plans are being made, Marthona said. She's right, Falara said, and her smile was radiant, which made Marthona know that the possibility was true. But how did you get here? I think that was Ayla's idea, too. She told Dalinar and Joharan there was no reason that I couldn't be carried here on a stretcher by strong young men, so several of them came and got me. Ayla wanted me to come with her when she came, riding on Winnie's back, and I probably should have, but as much as I like the horses, the thought of riding one of them frightens me. I don't know how to control horses. Young men are easier. You just tell them what you want and when you want to stop, Marthona said. Falara hugged her brother's mate. Thank you, Ayla. It takes another woman to understand. I did want my mother here, but I didn't know if she was well enough, and I knew she couldn't walk here. She turned to her mother. How are you feeling? Ayla took very good care of me when she was staying at the 9th cave, and I feel much better now than I did last spring, the woman said. She really is a very good healer, and if you look closely, you will see that she is now a Zelandani. Marthona had noticed the mark on the side of her forehead, Ayla realized. It was healing, and there was no pain, although it itched sometimes, and she had almost forgotten about it, unless someone mentioned it or made a point of staring. I know she is, Mother, Falara said. Everyone knows, even if they haven't announced it. But like all the rest of the Zelandania lately, she's been so busy I haven't seen much of her. They're planning some kind of ceremony, but I don't know if it will be before or after the second matrimonial. Before, Ayla said. You'll have time to talk to your mother and plan. So you are serious about someone, Marthona said. She paused and was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then she said, Well, where is this young man? I'd like to meet him. He's waiting outside, Falara said. I'll get him. Why don't I go out and meet him? Marthona said. It was dark in the summer lodge. There were no windows, only the entrance with its covering drape pulled back and tied, and the smoke hole in the middle of the roof,
which was often left completely open during the day when the weather was nice. Her sight wasn't what it used to be, and she wanted to get as good a look at this young man as she could. When the three women went out of the entrance, Marthona saw three young men whom she didn't know, dressed in unfamiliar clothing, one of them a veritable giant with bright red hair. When Falara approached him first, Marthona took a deep breath. She had rather hoped he would not be the one her daughter had chosen. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with him. It was Marthona's aesthetic sense, which wasn't a deciding factor in any case, just that she always had hoped that the man Falara chose would fit well with her, that they would complement each other, and a man that big would make her tall and elegant daughter seem small. Falara began the introductions.
Danuk and Druez of the Mamutoi are Ayla's kin. They came all this way to visit her. On their way they met another man and invited him to travel with them. Mother, please welcome Aldenor of the Sarmunai.
Ayla watched as a young man with the dark good looks of the Sarmunai came forward.
Aldenor, this is my mother Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, mated to Willamar, trade master.
Marthona breathed a sigh of relief when Falara started to formally introduce her to Aldenor, not the young red-haired giant, and began to recite the strange names and ties of the young man to the older woman. "In the name of the great Earth Mother, you are welcome here, Aldenor of the Sarmunai," Marthona said. "In the name of Muna, great Mother of the Earth, her son Luma, bringer of warmth and light, and her mate Bala, the watcher in the sky, I give you greetings," Aldenor said to Marthona, putting his hands up with arms bent at the elbow and palms facing her. Then he remembered and quickly changed the position so that his arms were stretched out and his palms were facing up, the way the Zelendanyi made a greeting. Both Marthona and Ayla knew that he must have been practicing the Sarmunai greeting so he could say it in Zelendanyi, and they were both impressed. To Marthona, it spoke well of the handsome young man that he was willing to make the effort, and she had to admit he was a handsome young man. She could understand her daughter's attraction, and so far was pleased with her choice. Ayla had never heard the formal greeting of the Sarmunai. Neither she nor Jondalar had ever been formally welcomed to a camp of the Sarmunai. Jondalar had been taken prisoner by Ataroa's wolf women and kept in a confined fenced area along with their men and boys. Ayla and the horses, with the help of Wolf, followed his trail to the camp. After the formal greetings, Marthona and Aldenor began chatting, but Ayla recognized that while the former leader was being charming, she was also asking pointed questions to learn as much as she could about the stranger her daughter was planning to mate. Aldenor was explaining that he had met Danug and Druez when they stopped to stay with his people for a while. He did not belong to Ataroa's camp, but one farther north, for which he was grateful when it became known what had been going on there. Ayla and Jondalar had become legendary figures to the Sarmunai. The tale was told of the beautiful Sayla, the mother incarnate, a living Munai, as fair as a summer day, and her mate, the tall blonde Selendan, who had come to earth to save the men of that southern camp. It was said that his eyes were the color of water in a glacier, more blue than the sky, and with his light hair, he was as handsome as only the shining moon would be if he came to earth and took human form. After the mother's fierce wolf, an incarnation of the wolf star, killed the evil Ataroa, Sayla and Selendan rode back up to the sky on their magic horses. Aldenor had loved the stories when he first heard them, especially the idea that the visitors from the sky could control horses and wolves.
He thought the legend came from a traveling storyteller who must have had an inspiration of sheer genius to come up with such an innovative story. When the cousins claimed the two legendary figures were kin and that they were on their way to visit them, he couldn't believe they were real. The young men got along well, and when the two cousins extended the invitation, he decided to travel with them on their journey to visit their Zelendanyi kin and see for himself. As the three young men traveled west, they heard more stories. The couple not only rode horses, but their wolf was so fierce he allowed babies to crawl all over him. When they arrived at the Zelendanyi's summer meeting, and he heard the true story of Ataroa and the people of her camp from Jondalar, Aldanor was amazed that the incidents in the legends were so accurate. He had planned to go back with Danug and Druez just to tell everyone how true they were. A woman named Ayla did exist and was living with the Zelendanyi, and her mate Jondalar was tall and blond with surprisingly blue eyes, and if a little older, still a most handsome man. Everyone said Ayla was beautiful too. But he decided not to go. No one would have believed him any more than he had believed the stories that he heard were actually true. They were supernatural fables, which had a mystical kind of truth that helped to explain things that were unknown, myths. And besides, Jondalar's sister was a beauty in her own right, and she had captured his heart. People had been gathering around as the stranger and Marthona talked, listening to the story Aldanor was telling. "Why are the couple in the story called Sela and Selendan, and not Ayla and Jondalar?" Folara asked. "I think I can tell you that," Ayla said. "The S sound is an honorific. It is meant to express honor, show respect. The name Sarmunai means the honored people or the special people. When it is used in front of a person's name, it means that person is held in great esteem." "Why aren't we called special people?" John Ayla asked. "I think we are. I think their honorific is another way of saying children of the mother, which is what we call ourselves," Marthona said. "Maybe we are related, or were long ago. It's interesting that they could take Zelendanyi and so easily change it to mean one who is honored or the special people." "When they were confined to the fenced-in area," Ayla continued, "Jondalar started showing the men and boys how to do things, like make tools. He was the one who found a way to break everyone free. On our travels, when we would meet people, he often referred to himself as Jondalar of the Zelendanyi. One boy in particular took the Zelendanyi part of Jondalar's name and started saying it Selendan, giving him the honorific because he honored and respected him so much. I think he believed that was what his name meant, Jondalar, the honored one. In the legend, they apparently gave me the honor, too." Marthona was satisfied for the present. She turned to Ayla. "I am being ill-mannered. I'm sorry. Please introduce me to your kin." "This is Danuk of the Mamutoi, son of Nezi, who is mated to Talut, the leader of the lion camp. And this is his cousin Druez, son of Talut's sister Tuli, co-leader of the lion camp of the Mamutoi," Ayla began. "Danuk's mother, Nezi, was the one who gave me my wedding outfit. You remember I told you she was going to adopt me, but then Mamut surprised everyone and adopted me instead." Ayla knew Marthona had been very impressed by her wedding outfit, and she also knew that as the mother of the young woman who would soon be mated, she would want to know the standing of the young men, since it was likely they would be part of the matrimonial ceremony. "I know others have welcomed you here," Marthona said, "but I want to add my greetings to theirs. I can understand how your people might miss Ayla.
She would be a very worthwhile addition to any community. But if it's any compensation, you can tell them that we truly appreciate her. She has been a very welcome member of our cave. Though a part of her heart will always belong to the Mamutoi, she is a very cherished Zelendanyi."
"Thank you," Danug said. As the son of the leader's mate, he understood that this was part of the exchange of information that conveyed status and recognition of rank. "We have all missed her. My mother was very sorry when Ayla left. She was like a daughter to her, but she understood that her heart was with Jandalar. Nezi will be very pleased to know that Ayla has found such a warm welcome among the Zelendanyi, to know that her exceptional qualities are so well received." Even though his Zelendanyi was not perfect, the young man was obviously well-spoken and knew how to convey the position of his family among his people. No one understood the value and importance of place and position better than Marthona. Ayla understood the concept of status. It had been important even to the clan, and she was learning how the Zelendanyi rated, ranked, and awarded significance to people. But she would never have the intuitive knowledge that someone like Marthona did, someone who was born into the highest position of her people. In a society without currency, status was more than prestige. It was a form of wealth. People were eager to do favors for a person with standing because obligations always had to be repaid in kind. Debt was incurred when asking someone to make something or to do something or to go someplace because of the implicit promise to return a favor of like value. No one really wanted to be in debt, but everyone was, and to have someone of high standing be in your debt gave you more status. Many things had to be taken into account when appraising status, which was why people recited their names and ties. Assigning value was one, as was effort. Even if the end product was not of the same quality, if the person gave it his or her best effort, the debt could be considered satisfied, though it didn't increase rank. Age was a factor. Children up to a certain age did not accrue debts. In taking care of a child, even one's own, a debt to the community was paid, because children were the promise of continuity. The reaching of a certain age, becoming an elder, also made a difference. Certain favors could be asked without accruing debt and without losing status, but as a person lost the ability to contribute, he or she didn't so much lose rank as shift position. An elder with knowledge and experience to offer could retain her status, but if she began to lose cognitive ability, she kept her position, but only in name. She would still be respected for her past contributions, but her advice was no longer sought. The system was complicated, but everyone learned its nuances the way they learned language, and by the time they reached the age of responsibility, most of them understood the fine distinctions. At any given time, a person knew exactly what he owed and what was owed to him, the nature of the debts, and where he ranked within his own community. Marthona also spoke with Druez, whose position was equal to that of his cousin, since he was the son of Tuli, the sister of Tulut, and co-leader of the lion camp, but he tended to be more reticent. The sheer size of Danug made him more noticeable, and though shy in the beginning, he'd had to learn to be more forthcoming. A warm smile and willing conversation tended to alleviate any fears his size may have provoked. Finally, Marthona turned to Ayla. "Where is that son of mine who is so honored by Aldenor's people?" Ayla turned aside. "I don't know," she said, trying to keep her sudden flush of emotion in check. Then she added, "I've been busy with the Zelendania." Marthona knew immediately that something was very wrong. Ayla had been so excited about seeing Jandalar. Now she didn't even know where he was. "I saw Jondi walking down by the river this morning," John Ayla said.
"But I don't know where he's sleeping. I don't know why he won't sleep with us anymore. I like it better when he stays with us."
Although her face flushed, Ayla didn't say anything, and Marthona was certain something was seriously wrong. She'd have to find out just what was going on.
"Folaura, would you and Marthona watch John Ayla, or drop her off at Lavila's if you're going to the main camp, and take Wolf with you? I need to talk to Danuk and Druez, and maybe take them to the Zelandania Lodge,"
Ayla said.
"Yes, of course,"
Folaura said. Ayla gave her daughter a hug.
"I'll see you this evening,"
she said, then went up to the two young men and started speaking to them in Mamutoi.
"I was thinking about the talking drums and mentioned them to the first. Can either or both of you make the drums talk?"
Ayla said.
"Yes," Danuk said. "We both can, but we didn't bring any with us. Drums are not a necessary part of traveling gear when you go on a journey."
"How long would it take to make a couple of them? I'm sure we can get people to help you if you need it. And would you be willing to play out a verse or two as part of the ceremony we're planning?"
Ayla said. The two young men looked at each other and shrugged.
"If we can find the materials, they wouldn't take long to make. Maybe a day or two. It's just rawhide stretched across a round frame, but it has to be a tight stretch so that the drum really resonates at different pitches. The frame has to be strong, or it will break as the rawhide shrinks, especially if we use heat to shrink it faster," Druez said. "They are small drums, and you play them with your fingers, very fast. I've seen some play them with a nicely balanced stick, but we learned to do it with the fingers," Danuk said.
"Would you be willing to do it for the ceremony?"
Ayla asked.
"Of course,"
they said in unison.
"Then come with me,"
she said, as she headed towards the main camp. On the way to the large Zelandania Lodge, Ayla noticed how many people actually stopped and stared at them, though often enough she had been. This time she wasn't the one who was the object of the gawks. It was Danuk. It was rude, but in a way she couldn't blame them. He was a striking figure of a man. On the whole, the men of the Zelandani tended to be tall, well-built men. Jondalar himself was 6'6", but Danuk stood head and shoulders above everyone else, and he was well proportioned to his size. If seen alone from some distance, he would have seemed to be an ordinary muscular man. It was when he stood in the midst of others that his great size was so noticeable. It made her recall the first time she saw Talut, the man of his hearth, the only man she ever saw who was of comparable dimensions. She had probably stared then, even though, except for Jondalar, Talut was one of the first people of her own kind she had seen since she was a small child. Maybe that was why she stared. When she reached the great lodge in the center of the camp, two young female acolytes approached them.
"I wanted to make sure we had all the ingredients for that special ceremonial drink you told us about," one of them said. "You said fermented birch sap, fruit juices, scented with woodruff, and some herbs, right?" "Yes, in particular Artemisia," Ayla said, "sometimes called wormwood or absinthe."
"I don't think I'm familiar with that drink," Druez said.
"Did you stop and visit the Losaduna on your way here?" Ayla asked. "In particular, did you share a mother festival with them?"
"We stopped, but we didn't stay long," Druez said. "And unfortunately they did not have a festival while we were there."
"Solandia, the mate of the Losaduna, told me how to make it. It tastes like a pleasant-tasting mild drink, but in fact it is a potent mixture made especially to encourage the spontaneity and warm interaction that are wanted during a festival to honor the mother," Ayla said. Then to the acolyte she added, I'll taste it when you are done and let you know if anything is missing."
As they turned to go, the two young women made some hand gestures to each other and glanced back at Danug. Over the past few years, especially during summer meetings, Ayla had been teaching all the Zelendania some of the basic clan signs. She thought it would help the Danyers to communicate, at least at a basic level, if they happened to meet some people of the clan when they were traveling. Some picked it up better than others, but most of them seemed to enjoy having a silent, secret method of talking that most people didn't understand. What the two young acolytes didn't know was that Ayla had taught Danug and Druez the clan signs long before, when she lived with the Mamutoi. Suddenly Danug looked at one of the young women and smiled. "Maybe you'd like to find out at the Mother Festival," he said, then turned to Druez, and they laughed. Both young women blushed. Then the one who had first made the sign smiled at Danug with a suggestive look.
"Maybe I would," she said. "I didn't know you understood the talking signs."
Can you imagine anyone living around Ayla for very long without learning them? Danug said. Especially when my brother, the boy my mother adopted, was half-clan and couldn't speak until Ayla came and taught us all to make the signs. I remember the first time Rydag made the sign for Mother to her. She cried. People started milling around the ceremonial area early. The excitement in the air was tangible. The ceremony had been in stages of preparation for days, and there was an incredible sense of expectation. This was going to be special, totally unique. Everyone knew it. They just didn't know what to expect. The suspense mounted as the sun began to sink. Never had the Zelendanyi at the summer meeting wanted the sun to set quite so much. They wished it down from the sky. Finally, as the sun settled down below the horizon and it grew dark enough to need fire, people began to settle down, waiting for the ceremonial fires to be lit. There was a natural amphitheater in the center of this area that was sufficiently large to hold the entire camp of some 2,000 people. Behind and toward the right of the summer meeting camp, the limestone hills formed the general shape of a large scooped-out shallow bowl, curving around on the sides but open in front. The base of the curved slopes converged to a small, relatively level field, which had been evened out with stones and packed earth over the many years the location had been used for meetings. In a wooded copse near the rugged crest of the hill, a spring rose which filled a small pool, then spilled down the slope of the bowl shape through the middle of the area at the bottom, and eventually into the larger stream of the camp. The spring-fed creek was so small, especially late in summer, that people stepped over it easily, but the clear, cold pool at the top supplied convenient drinking water. The grass-covered hillside within the partial bowl depression rose up in a gradual, irregular slope. Over the years, people had dug a little here, filled in a little there, until the slope of the hill had many small flattened sections that provided comfortable places for family groups or even whole caves to sit together, with a good view of the open space below. People sat on the grass or spread out woven mats, stuffed pads, cushions, or furs on the ground. Fires were lit, mostly torches stuck into the ground, but also some small fire pits encircling the entire gathering around the stage-like area, and one larger bonfire near the front and center of it. Then several fires were lit throughout the area where people were sitting. Shortly afterwards, quietly, the distinctive sound of young voices singing could be heard in the background of the conversation. People started shushing each other to hear the singing better. Then a parade of most of the youngsters of the entire camp walked toward the central area, singing a rhythmic song using the counting words. By the time they reached it, everyone else had stopped talking, although there were smiles and winks.
beginning with the singing children, had two purposes. The first was to let them show their elders what they were learning from the Zelandania. The second was a tacit understanding that a mother festival would take place along with the feasting and general revelry. When they were finished with their part, the children would be taken to one of the camps near the edge of the gathering, where there would be games and their own feast, separate from the adults, watched over by several Zelandania and others, often older women and men, or new mothers who were not yet ready to participate, or women who had just begun their moontime, or those who just didn't feel like indulging in activities to honor the mother at that time. While most people looked forward to mother festivals, it was always voluntary, and it was easier for most people to participate if they knew they didn't have to worry about their children for an evening. The children were not prevented from going if they wanted to, and some of the older ones did, just to satisfy their curiosity, but watching adults talk, laugh, eat, drink, dance, and couple was not all that interesting if they weren't really ready for it and it wasn't forbidden. The close quarters in which they lived meant that children observed all adult activities all the time, from childbirth to death. No one made an issue of keeping them away. It was all a part of life. When the children were done, most were led into the audience. Next, two men dressed as bison bulls with their heavy horned heads started at opposite sides and ran towards each other, slipping past, but just barely missing each other, which captured people's attention. Then several people, including some children, dressed in the hides and horns of aurochs, started milling around like a herd. Some of the animal skins were hunting camouflages, some made just for this occasion. A lion came out, snarling and grunting in a skin and tail, then attacked the cows with a roar so authentic it made some people flinch.
"That was Ayla,"
Folara whispered to Aldenor.
"No one can do a lion roar as well as she can."
The herd scattered, jumping over things and almost running into people. The lion chased after them. Then 5 people came out dressed in deer hides and holding antlers on their heads, and portrayed them jumping into a river as though running away from something, and swam across. Horses were next, one of them whinnying so realistically it got an answering whinny from a distance.
"That was Ayla, too,"
Folara informed the man beside her. "She's very good," he said.
"She says she learned to mimic animals before she learned to speak Zelandani."
There were other demonstrations portraying and depicting animals, all showing an event or story of some kind. The troupe of traveling storytellers were also a part of the presentation, pressed into service as various animals, and their skills added a vivid realism. Finally, the animals started coming together. When they were all gathered, a strange animal appeared. It walked on 4 legs and had hooved feet, but it was covered with a strange spotted hide that hung down the sides almost to the ground and partially covered its head, to which 2 straight sticks had been attached that were meant to represent some kind of horns or antlers. "What is that?" Aldenor asked.
"It's a magical animal, of course,"
Folara said,
"but it's really Ayla's whinny, who is being a Zelandani. The first says all of her horses and wolf are Zelandania. That's why they choose to stay with her."
The strange Zelandani animal led all the other animals away. Then several of the Zelandania and storytellers hurried back as themselves and began playing drums and flutes. Some began singing some of the older legends. Then others narrated the histories and lore that the people knew and loved so well. The Zelandania had prepared well. They used every trick they knew to capture and hold the attention of the large crowd. When Ayla, with her face painted in Zelandani designs, all except for the area around her new tattoo, which was left bare to show the permanent mark of acceptance, stepped in front of the group,
All 2,000 people held their breaths, ready to hang on to her every word, her every motion. Drums resounded, high-pitched flutes interwove with the slow, steady, inexorable bass, with some tones below the range of hearing, but felt deep in the bone. Thrum, thrum, thrum. The cadence changed in rhythm, then matched the meter of a verse so familiar, the people joined in singing or saying the beginning of the mother's song. Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the mother sublime. She woke to herself, knowing life had great worth. The dark, empty void grieved the great Mother Earth. The mother was lonely. She was the only. The first, with her spectacular, full, vibrant voice, joined in. Drums and flutes played in between the singers and speakers as the mother's song continued. Near the middle, people began to take notice that the voice of the first was so markedly rich and rare. They stopped singing so they could listen. When she reached the last verse, she stopped, and only the drums played by Ayla's visiting kin were left. But the people almost thought they could hear the words. And then they were sure they could, but they were spoken with a strange, eerie vibrato. At first, the audience wasn't quite sure what they were hearing. The two young Mamutoi men stood in front of the crowd with their small drums and played the last verse of the mother's song in a strange staccato beat. Drum beats that sounded like words spoken in a throbbing voice, as though someone was singing by rapidly varying the pressure of the breath, except it wasn't someone's breath. It was the drums. The drums were speaking words. The mother was pleased with... The silence of the listeners was perfect, as everyone strained to hear the drums speak. Ayla, thinking about the way she had learned to throw her voice forward so that even those at the very back could hear her clearly, pitched her normally low voice slightly lower and spoke louder and more strongly into the dark stillness, lit now by only one fire, the only sound the assembled crowd heard, seeming to come from the air around them on the beat of the drum, was Ayla speaking the last verse of the mother's song alone, repeating the words the drum had spoken. The mother was pleased with the pair she created. She taught them to love and to care when they mated. She made them desire to join with each other. The gift of their pleasures came from the mother. Before she was through, her children loved too. The drum beat slowed imperceptibly. Everyone knew this was the end. There was only one line left. Yet somehow they were held waiting, not knowing why. It made them nervous, drove up the tension. When the drums got to the end of the verse, they didn't stop. Instead, the drums continued with unfamiliar words. Her last gift thee. The people listened carefully, but still weren't sure what they had heard. Then Ayla stood alone, slowly repeating the verse with emphasis. Her last gift, the knowledge that man has his part. His need must be spent before new life can start. It honors the mother when the couple is paired, because woman conceives when pleasures are shared. Earth's children were blessed. The mother could rest. That didn't belong. That was new. They had never heard that part before. What did it mean? People felt uneasy. For as long as anyone knew or remembered, for long before anyone remembered, the mother's song had been the same, except for insignificant variations. Why was it different now? The meaning of the words hadn't yet penetrated. It was disquieting enough that new words were added, that the mother's song had changed. Suddenly, the last fire was put out. It was so black no one dared move. "What does it mean?" a voice called out. "Yes, what does it mean?" came an echoing question.
But Jondalar was not asking. He knew. Then it's true, he thought. Everything Ayla has always said is true. Though he'd had time to think about it, even his mind struggled with the implications. Ayla had always told him John Ayla was his daughter, his true daughter, of his flesh, not just his spirit. She had been conceived because of his actions, not some amorphous spirit that he couldn't see, mixed up in some vague way by the mother inside Ayla with her spirit. He did it. He and Ayla both. He had given Ayla his essence with his manhood, his organ, and that was combined with something inside Ayla to make life begin. Not every time. He had put a lot of his essence inside her. Maybe it took a lot of essence. Ayla had always said she wasn't sure exactly how it worked, only that it was a man and woman together that made life start. The mother had given her children the gift of pleasures to make life begin. Shouldn't starting a new life be a pleasure? Is that why the urge to spend his essence inside a woman was so strong? Because the mother wanted her children to make their own children? He felt as though his body had a new sense to it, as though it had come alive in some way. Men were necessary. He was necessary. Without him, there would have been no John Ayla. If it had been some other man, she would not be John Ayla. She was who she was because of both of them, Ayla and him. Without men, there could be no new life. Around the periphery, torches were being lit. People started getting up, milling around. Food was being uncovered and set out in several different areas. Each cave, or group of related caves, had a feasting place, so no one would have to wait too long to eat. Except for children, most people hadn't eaten much all day. Some were too busy. Some wanted to save room for the feast, and while it wasn't required, it was considered more proper to eat sparingly before the main meal on feast days. People were talking as they headed toward the food, asking each other questions, still feeling uneasy.
"Come on, Jondalar,"
Joharen said. Jondalar didn't hear. He was so lost in his own thoughts, the crowd around him did not exist.
"Jondalar,"
Joharen said again, and shook his shoulder.
"What?"
Jondalar said.
"Come on, they're serving the food."
"Oh," the younger brother said, his mind still whirling as he stood up.
"What do you think it all means?"
Joharen asked as they started walking. "Did you see where Ayla went?" Jondalar said, still oblivious to everything except his own thoughts.
"I haven't seen her, but I imagine she'll join us before long. It was quite a ceremony. It took a lot of work and planning. Even the Zelendania need to relax and eat once in a while," Joharen said. They walked a few steps. "What do you think that meant, Jondalar, that last verse to the mother's song?"
Jondalar finally turned to look at his brother.
"It meant what it said. Man has his part. It's not just women who are blessed. No new life can begin without a man."
Joharen frowned, showing the furrows on his brow that matched his brother's.
"Do you really think so?"
Jondalar smiled.
"I know so."
As they approached the area where the 9th cave had gathered to feast, various strong drinks were being handed out. Someone put watertight woven cups in both Joharen's and Jondalar's hands. They took a taste, but it wasn't what either expected.
"What's this?"
Joharen said.
"I thought it would be Larimar's brew. It's nice, but it's rather light."
It was familiar to Jondalar, and he tasted again. Where had he tasted this before?
"Ah, the Losadunai." "What?"
Joharen said.
"This is the drink the Losadunai serve at their mother festivals. It tastes light, but don't underestimate it," Jondalar warned. "This is potent. It sneaks up on you. Ayla must have made it. Did you see where she went after the ceremony?" "I thought I saw her a while ago coming out of the ceremonial tent. She had her regular clothes on,"
Joharen said.
Did you see which direction she went?"
"There she is, over there, where they're serving more of that new drink."
Jondalar headed toward a sizable group of people milling around a large kerfed box, dipping out cups of liquid. When he saw Ayla, she happened to be standing next to Larimar. She handed him a cup she had dipped. He said something, and she laughed, then smiled at him. Larimar looked surprised, then leered in response. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all, he thought. She had always been so standoffish before, hardly ever said a word to him. But she is Zelendani now. They are supposed to honor the mother at festivals. This may turn out to be an interesting festival. Suddenly Jondalar appeared. Larimar frowned with disappointment.
"Ayla," Jondalar said, "I need to talk to you. Let's get away from here."
He took her arm and tried to walk toward a less crowded place. "Is there some reason you can't talk right here? I'm sure I'll be able to hear you. I haven't suddenly gone deaf," Ayla said, pulling her arm away.
"But I need to talk to you alone."
"You had plenty of opportunity to talk to me alone before, but you couldn't be bothered. Why is it suddenly so important now? This is the Mother Festival. I'm going to stay here and enjoy myself," she said, turning to smile rather suggestively at Larimar. He forgot. In his excitement about his new depth of understanding, Jondalar forgot. Suddenly it all came back to him. She had seen him with Morona, and it was true he hadn't spoken to her since then. Now she didn't want to talk to him. Ayla saw his face turn white. He reeled as if someone had hit him and stumbled away. He looked so beaten and confused she almost called him back, but bit her tongue to keep from speaking. Jondalar walked around in a daze, lost in his own thoughts. Someone put a cup of something in his hand. He drank it without thinking. Someone else filled it again. She was right, he thought. He'd had plenty of time to talk to her, to try to explain things to her. Why hadn't he done it? She had come looking for him and found him with Morona. Why hadn't he gone looking for her? Because he was ashamed and afraid he'd lost her. What was he thinking? He'd tried to keep Morona a secret from Ayla. He should have just told her. In fact, he shouldn't have been with Morona at all. Why had she been so appealing? Why did he want her so much then? Just because she was available? She didn't even interest him now. Ayla said she'd lost a baby. His baby.
"That baby was mine," he said aloud. "It was mine."
A few people passing by stared at him, staggering and talking to himself, and shook their heads. That child she lost was his. She was called. He'd heard something about the terrible ordeal she went through. He'd wanted to go to her then, comfort her. Why hadn't he? Why had he tried so hard to stay away from her? Now she didn't want to talk to him. Could he blame her? He couldn't blame her if she never wanted to see him again. What if she didn't? What if she really didn't ever want to see him again? What if she never wanted to share pleasures with him again? Then the thought struck him. If she refused to share pleasures with him, he'd never be able to start a baby with her. He would never have another child with Ayla. Suddenly he didn't want to know that it was him. If it was a spirit that caused life to begin, it would just happen, no matter what anyone did. But if it was him, the essence of his manhood, and she didn't want him, there would be no more children for him. It didn't occur to him that he could have a child with another woman. It was Ayla he loved. She was his mate. It was her children he had promised to provide for. They would be the children of his hearth. He didn't want another woman. As Jondalar stumbled around with a cup in his hand, he drew no more attention than any of the other celebrants who were staggering back and forth to the places where food and drink were supplied. Some laughing people bumped into him. They had just filled a water bag with a potent drink of some kind. "Sorry. Let me fill your cup,"
"Can't have empty cups at a mother festival," one of them said.
Never had there been such a festival. There was more food than anyone could eat, more brew and wine and other beverages than anyone could drink. There were even leaves to smoke, certain mushrooms and other special things to eat. Nothing was forbidden. A few people had been chosen by lot or had volunteered to refrain from festival activities to make sure the camp remained safe, to assist the few that inevitably got hurt, and to take care of those who got out of hand. And there were no young children around for the revelers to stumble over or worry about. They had all been gathered together to the camp at the edge of summer meeting camp, being looked after by Donyers and others. Jondalar took a drink from his recently filled cup, unmindful that he was losing most of it as he walked around with the sloshing cup full. He hadn't eaten, and the liberally flowing beverages were having their effect. His head was swimming and his vision fuzzy, but his mind, still caught up in his private thoughts, was disassociated from everything. He heard dancing music, and his feet took him toward the sound. Only vaguely did he see the dancers moving around in a circle in the flickering firelight. Then a woman danced by, and suddenly his vision cleared as he focused on her. It was Ayla. He watched her dance with several men. She laughed drunkenly. Staggering unsteadily, she broke away from the circle. 3 men followed her, their hands all over her, tearing off her clothes. Unbalanced, she fell over in a heap with the 3 men. One of them climbed on top of her, roughly spread her legs apart, and jammed his engorged organ into her. Jondalar recognized him. It was Larimar. Held by the sight, unable to move, Jondalar watched him moving up and down, in and out. Larimar! Filthy, drunken, lazy, shiftless Larimar! Ayla wouldn't even talk to him, but there she was with Larimar. She wouldn't let him love her, share pleasures with her. She wouldn't let him start a baby with her. What if Larimar is starting a baby with her? Blood rushed to his head. All he could see in his red haze was Larimar on top of Ayla, on top of his mate, bouncing up and down, up and down. Suddenly, in a blazing fury, Jondalar roared, "He's making my baby!" The tall man covered the distance between them in 3 strides. He pulled Larimar off Ayla, spun him around, and smashed his fist into the stunned man's face. Larimar crumpled to the ground, nearly unconscious. He didn't know who hit him or even what had happened. Jondalar jumped on top of him. In a savage, ravaging frenzy of jealousy and outrage, he was hitting Larimar, punching him, hammering him, unable to stop. His voice so tight with frustration, its pitch rose to a squeal as Jondalar screamed, "He's making my baby! He's making my baby!" repeating it over and over again. "He's making my baby!" Some men tried to drag him away, but he shook them off. In his maddened fury, his strength was almost superhuman. Several more tried to pull him away, but he was wild. They couldn't contain him. Then, as Jondalar pulled back to pound his fist once more into the bloody mass of raw meat unrecognizable as a face, a massive hand grabbed his wrist. Jondalar struggled as he felt himself being pulled away from the unconscious man who was sprawled out on the ground, close to death. He fought to free himself from the 2 enormous, powerful arms that restrained him, but he couldn't break loose. As Danug held him off, Zelendani cried, "Jondalar! Jondalar! Stop! You'll kill him!" He vaguely recognized the familiar voice of the woman he once knew as Zolina, and recalled hitting a young man over her. Then his mind went blank. While several of the Zelendania rushed in to attend to Larimar, the burly red-haired giant picked Jondalar up in his arms like a baby and carried him away. Chapter 37. Zelendani gave Ayla one of the tightly woven reed cups that had been specially made for the festival, nearly full of hot tea made of herbs that would be relaxing. She put another cup on a low table, then sat down on the large stool beside Ayla's stool. They were alone in the large Zelendania dwelling, except for the unconscious man, his face wrapped in soft skins that held healing poultices in place, lying on a nearby bed. Several lamps cast a warm glow of soft light around the injured man, and two more were on a low table that held the teacups.
"I've never seen him like that,"
Ayla said.
"Why did he do it, Zelendani?"
"Because you were with Larimar."
"But it was a mother festival. I am Zelendani now. I'm supposed to share the mother's gift at festivals that honor the mother, aren't I?"
Ayla said. "Everyone is supposed to honor the mother at her festivals, and you always have, but never before with anyone except Jondalar," the large woman said.
"Just because I haven't done it before with anyone else shouldn't make any difference. After all, he's been coupling with Morona,"
Ayla said. Zelendani noticed a touch of defensiveness in her voice. "Yes, but you weren't available when he did. You know men often share the mother's gift of pleasure with other women when their mates are not within easy reach, don't you?" the one who was first asked.
"Yes, of course,"
Ayla said, looking down quickly, then took a sip of her tea. "Does the thought of Jondalar choosing another woman bother you, Ayla?"
"Well, he never has chosen anyone else, not as long as I've known him,"
Ayla said, looking at the woman with earnest concern.
"How could I know him so little? I can't believe what he did. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't been there. First he sneaks around with Morona, and I found out he's been doing it for a long time. Then he... Why Morona?"
"How would you feel if it was someone else?" Ayla looked down again.
"I don't know."
She looked up at Zelendani again.
"Why didn't he come to me if he wanted to satisfy his needs? I have never refused him. Never."
"Maybe that's why. Maybe he knew you were tired or deeply involved in something you were learning, and he didn't want to impose himself on you when he knew you would not refuse him," Zelendani said. "And there were some times when you were required to forego certain things for a period of time, pleasures, food, even water."
"But why Morona? If it had been another woman, anyone else, I think I would have understood. I might not have liked it, but I would have understood. Why that woman?"
"Perhaps because she offered." Ayla looked so puzzled, Zelendani went on to explain. "Everyone was aware that neither you nor Jondalar ever chose anyone else, Ayla, not even at mother festivals. Before he left, Jondalar was always available, especially then. He had such a strong drive, one woman was seldom enough for him. It was like he was never quite satisfied until he came back with you. Not long after he returned, women stopped trying. If you don't make yourself available, no one offers. Most women don't like being refused, but Morona didn't care. It was so easy for her to have any man she wanted. A refusal just made it a challenge. Jondalar became a special challenge, I think."
"I can't believe how little I know him."
Ayla shook her head, took another sip of tea.
"Zelendani, he almost killed Larimar. His face will never be the same. If Danuk hadn't been here, I'm not sure Larimar would still be alive. No one else could stop him."
"It was one of the things I was afraid would happen after we told the people about a man's role in starting new life, though I didn't expect it to happen this way, or quite so soon. I knew problems would come up once we told the men, but I thought we'd have more time to work them out."
"I don't understand,"
Ayla said, frowning again.
"I would have thought men would be happy to know that they were necessary for new life to begin, just as necessary as women, that it was the reason the mother made them."
"They may be happy, but once they understand the implications, men may want to be sure that the children of their hearths are more than the children of their mates. They may want to know that the children they provide for came from them."
"Why should it matter? It never has before. Men have always provided for their mates' children. Most men have been pleased when their mates brought children to their hearths. Why would they suddenly want to provide for only their own?"
Ayla said. "It may turn out to be a thing of pride. They may get possessive of their mates and their children," the first said. Ayla took a drink of tea and thought for a while, frowning.
"How would they know for sure? It's the woman who gives birth. The only thing any man can know without doubt is that the baby is the child of his mate."
"The only way a man can be sure is if a woman shares pleasures with only her mate," Zelendani said. "Like you, Ayla." Ayla's frown deepened.
"But what about mother festivals? Most women look forward to them. They want to honor the mother, to share her gift of pleasures with more than one man."
"Yes, most women do, and men too. It adds excitement and interest to their lives. Most women also want a mate to help take care of her children," Zelendani said.
"Some women don't have mates. Their mothers and aunts and brothers help them, especially with a newborn. Even the cave helps women take care of their children. Children have always been provided for,"
Ayla said. "That's true, but things can change. There have been a few difficult years in the past when animals were more scarce and plant food less abundant. When there is not as much, some people don't always want to share. If you only had enough food for one child, which child would you give it to?"
"I would give up my own food for any child,"
Ayla said. "For a while, yes, most people would, but for how long? If you don't eat, you would become weak and sick. Then who would take care of your child?"
"Janda,"
Ayla started. Then she stopped and put her hand to her mouth. "Yes."
"But Marthona would help too, and Willemar, even Folara. The whole 9th cave would help,"
Ayla rushed ahead. "That's true. Marthona and Willemar would, as long as they were able. But you know Marthona is not well, and Willemar is not getting younger. Folara is going to mate Aldenor in the late matrimonial this season. When she has a baby of her own, who will she feed first?"
"It's never that bad, Zelendani. Sometimes things get a little scarce in the spring, but you can always find something to eat,"
Ayla said. "And I hope that will always be true. But a woman usually feels more secure if she has a mate to help her."
"Sometimes 2 women share a hearth and help each other with their children,"
Ayla said. She was thinking about Aldenor's people, the Sarmunai, and Ataroa, who tried to get rid of all the men. And they may become mates to each other. It is always better to have someone around to help, someone who cares. But most women choose men. It's the way the mother created most of us, and you have told us why, Ayla." Ayla glanced over toward the man in the bed.
"But if you knew everything was going to change, Zelendani, why did you allow it to happen? You're the first. You could have stopped it,"
Ayla said. "Perhaps for a while. But the mother would not have told you if she didn't want her children to know. And once she decided it was inevitable, it could not be kept a secret. When a truth is ready to be known, it may be delayed, but can't be stopped," Zelendani said. Ayla closed her eyes, thinking. Finally she opened them and said, "Jandala was so angry, so violent." Tears were welling up. "The violence has always been there, Ayla. It is for most men. You know what Jandalar did to Madraman, and he was little more than a boy then. He has just learned to keep it under control most of the time." "But he couldn't stop hitting him. He nearly killed Laramar." "Why?" "Because you chose Laramar, Ayla. Everyone heard Jandalar yelling, 'He's making my baby.' You can be sure no man has forgotten those words. Why did you choose Laramar?" Ayla bowed her head, and tears tracked down her face as quiet sobs began. Finally she got it out. "Because Jandalar chose Marona." The tears she had held back for so long were suddenly flowing, and there was no stopping them. "Oh, Selindani, I never knew what jealousy was until that moment when I saw them together. I'd just lost my baby, and I'd been thinking about Jandalar and looking forward to seeing him and maybe starting another baby with him. It hurt so much to see him with Marona, and it made me so angry. I wanted to make him hurt too." Zelindani found a piece of soft bandaging material and gave it to her to wipe her eyes and her nose. "And he wouldn't talk to me afterwards. He didn't say he was sorry I lost the baby, or hold me and comfort me. He didn't even touch me, not once. He never said one word to me. It hurt even more when he wouldn't talk to me. He didn't even give me a chance to be angry, to tell him how I felt. I wasn't even sure if he still loved me." She sniffled and wiped away more tears, then continued. "When Jandalar saw me at the feast and finally came over to say he wanted to talk to me, Laramar happened to be nearby. I know Jandalar has no respect for Laramar. There is no man he dislikes more. He thinks Laramar not only treats his mate and her children badly, he causes other men to do the same. I knew it would make Jandalar angry if I chose Laramar instead of him. I knew it would hurt him. But I didn't know he would get so brutal. I didn't know he would try to kill him. I just didn't know." Zelindani reached for Ayla and held her while she cried. "I thought it was something like that," she said, patting her back and letting her get her tears out, but her mind was filling in details. I should have paid closer attention, Zelindani thought. I knew she had just miscarried, and that always brings on feelings of melancholy, and I knew Jandalar was not handling the problem well. He never does in these kind of situations, but Ayla seemed to be. I knew she was upset about Jandalar. I didn't realize how much. I should have, but she's hard to assess. It surprised me that she was called. I didn't think she was quite ready, but I knew it had happened the moment I saw her. I thought it was difficult for her, especially with the miscarriage, but she has always been so strong. I didn't realize until I talked to Marthona just how bad it was. Then, when she told her calling in front of the whole Zelindania, that caught me by surprise, too. I knew something had to be done about it right away. I should have talked to her first. Then I would have known what to expect. It would have given me some time to think of the implications. But there is always so much going on at these summer meetings. It's not an excuse. I should have been there to help her, help them both, and I wasn't. I have to accept responsibility for a large part of this whole unfortunate affair. While she was leaning on the soft shoulder of the large woman, sobbing, and finally letting out the tears she had held back for so long, Ayla kept thinking about the question Zelindani had asked. Why did I choose Laramar? Why did I choose the worst man in the whole cave, probably the worst man at the whole summer meeting? What a horrible summer meeting this has been. Instead of rushing to get here, it would have been better if I hadn't come at all, she said to herself. Then I wouldn't have seen them together. If I hadn't seen Morona and Jondalar, if someone had just told me, it would have been better. I still wouldn't have liked it, but at least every time I shut my eyes I wouldn't see them. Maybe that's what made me choose Larimar, what made me want to hurt Jondalar so much. I wanted to make him feel the way I was feeling. What does that make me? Wanting to strike back, wanting to hurt, is that worthy of a Zelendani? If I loved him so much, why should I want to hurt him? Because I was jealous. Now I know why the Zelendani tried to prevent it. Jealousy is a terrible thing, Ayla said to herself. I had no right to feel so hurt. Jondalar didn't do anything wrong. It was his right to choose Morona if he wanted to. He wasn't breaking his bond. He was still contributing to the hearth, still helping to provide for John Ayla and me. He has always done more than he had to. He has probably taken care of John Ayla more than I have. I know how bad he always felt about hitting Madraman when he was younger. He hated himself for it. He must feel terrible now. And what will happen to him? What will the ninth cave do to him? Or the Zelendania? Or all the Zelendani for almost killing Larimar? Ayla finally sat back, wiped her eyes and her nose, reached for her tea. Zelendani hoped the release had done her some good, but Ayla's mind was still whirling. It's all my fault, she thought. Tears started to fall again as she sat sipping cold tea, almost without her noticing. Larimar is hurt so bad he'll never be the same, and it's my fault. He wouldn't be hurt if I hadn't encouraged him, coaxed him, made him think I wanted him. And she'd had to force herself to do it. She hated the thought of his dirty, sweaty hands touching her. It made her skin crawl, feel itchy, grimy, and she couldn't wash it away. She had bathed, scrubbed herself nearly raw, flushed herself out. Even though she knew it was dangerous, she drank a tea of mistletoe leaves and other herbs that made her vomit and gave her painful cramps to expel anything that may have started. But nothing she did could rid her of the feel of Larimar. Why had she done it? To hurt Jondalar? She was the one who couldn't find time for him. She was the one who was up all night and spent most of her waking hours memorizing songs and histories and symbols and counting words. If she loved him so much, why didn't she find time for him, too? Was it because she enjoyed her training? She did love it, loved learning all the things she had to know to be Zelendani, all the knowledge that could be revealed and all that was hidden, the symbols that had secret meaning, symbols that she could scratch on a stone or paint on a cloth or weave into a mat. She knew what they meant. All the Zelendania knew what they meant. She could send a stone with symbols on it to another Zelendani, and the person who carried it wouldn't have any idea that it meant anything at all, but the other Zelendani would know. And she loved all the ceremony. Ayla remembered how moved and impressed she had been at her first ceremony, with only the Zelendania that was held deep in that cave. Now she knew how to make them impressive. She had learned all the tricks, though it wasn't just tricks. Some of it was real, frighteningly real. She knew that some of the Zelendania, particularly the older ones, didn't really believe any more. They had done it all so many times they had grown accustomed to their own magic. Anyone could do it, they said. Maybe anyone could, but not without training, not without help or the magic medicines. What did it mean to fly with no wind, with your body still back with the Zelendania or the cave, to someone who'd forgotten that not everyone could, or who did it only out of habit or duty? Ayla remembered suddenly, at her initiation, hearing the one who was first say that she would be first some day. At the time, Ayla had ignored it. She couldn't imagine herself as first, and besides, she had a mate and a child. How could anyone be first and have a mate and family at the same time? Some of the Zelendania had families, but not many. All she had ever really wanted from the time she was little was to have a mate and children, her own family. Isa had told her she would never have children. Her cave lion totem was too strong, but she had surprised them. She'd had a son. Braud would have hated it if he'd known that by forcing her he had given her the one thing she wanted. But it had been no gift of pleasures then. Braud didn't choose her because he cared about her. He loathed her. He forced her only to prove he could do whatever he wanted to her, and because he knew she detested it. Now she had done it to herself, forced herself to choose a man she detested to hurt a man she loved. Look what she had done to Jondalar because of her jealousy. It was her fault that he had almost killed a man. She didn't deserve a family. She couldn't even take care of her family as an acolyte. It would be much more difficult as a full-fledged Zelendani. He'd be better off without her. Maybe she should let him go, let him find another mate. But how could she not be mated to Jondalar? How could she live without Jondalar? The thought brought on a freshet of new tears, which caused Zelendani to wonder. It had seemed that Ayla had almost cried herself out. How could she live without Jondalar, Ayla thought. But how could Jondalar live with her now? She wasn't worthy of him. She had nearly driven him to kill, just because he needed to satisfy his needs she obviously wasn't satisfying. Even women of the clan would do that, any time her mate wanted. Jondalar deserves a better woman. But what about Ayla? She's his daughter, too, and he loves her so much. He's raised her more than I have. Ayla deserves better than me for a mother. If I break the bond, he can mate again. He's still the most beautiful, no, the most handsome man of all the caves. Everyone thinks so. He would have no trouble finding another woman, even a younger one. I am old already. A younger woman could have more children with him. He can even choose Morona if he wants to. It hurt her just to think it, but she felt a need to punish herself, and she could think of no worse pain to inflict on herself. That's what I'll do. I'll break the bond and give Ayla to Jondalar, and let him find another woman to have a family with. When I get back to the 9th cave, I won't move back into my home. I'll move in with Zelendani, or I'll have another place built, or move away and be Zelendani to another cave, if any other cave would have me. Maybe I should just go away, find another valley and live by myself. Zelendani watched the play of emotions across Ayla's face, but she couldn't quite decipher them. There always was something unfathomable about the woman, Zelendani thought, but there is no doubt someday she will be first. Zelendani had never forgotten that day in Marthona's dwelling when Ayla, young and untrained, had nevertheless overpowered the forceful mind of the first. It had shaken her more than she cared to admit. "If you are feeling better, we should go, Ayla. Zelendani of the 9th cave. We don't want to be late to the meeting. People will have a lot of questions, especially after what happened between Jondalar and Larimar," the one who was first among those that served the great Earth Mother said. "Come on, Jondalar. We need to get to the meeting. There are some questions I want to ask," Joharan said. "You go on. I'll come later," Jondalar said, hardly looking up from the bedroll he was sitting on. "No, I'm afraid not, Jondalar. I was specifically told to make sure you came with me," Joharan said. "Told by whom?"
Zelandani and Marthona. Who do you think?"
"What if I don't want to go to this meeting?" Jondalar said, testing his prerogatives. He felt so miserable he didn't want to move.
"Then I guess I'll have to ask this mighty Mamutoi friend of yours to carry you out there, the way he carried you here,"
Jondalar's brother said, grimly smiling at Danug. They were in the shelter that Danug, Druez, Aldanor, and some other men used. Since only men used it, it was called a falaj, although it wasn't with the other falages on the outskirts of the camp or very far from the Ninth Cave's regular family dwellings.
"You've hardly moved since. Whether you want to or not, Jondalar, you're going to have to face people. This is an open meeting. No one is going to discuss your situation. That will come later, after we see how well Larimar recovers."
"He should clean up a little," Soliban said. "He still has bloodstains on his clothes."
"I think you're right,"
Joharan said, then looked at Jondalar.
"Are you going to do it yourself, or is somebody going to have to dunk you?"
"I don't care. If you want to dunk me, go ahead," Jondalar said.
"Jondalar, get a clean tunic and come to the river with me,"
Danug said, speaking Mamutoi. It was a way to let Jondalar know he had someone he could talk to in private if he didn't want anyone else to know what he was saying. Besides, he enjoyed the ease of speaking his own language rather than always struggling with Zelandanyi.
"Fine,"
Jondalar said, sighing deeply, then hauling himself up. "It doesn't matter anyway." He really didn't care what happened to him. Jondalar was convinced that he had lost everything that mattered: his family, including John Ayla, the respect of his friends and his people, but most of all, Ayla's love, and that he deserved to lose it. Danug watched Jondalar plodding alongside him toward the river, oblivious to everything around him. The young Mamutoi had seen the same kind of problems between the two people he had come so far to see before. People he cared a great deal about, and who, he knew, loved each other more than any two people he had ever met. He wished there was some way he could make them see what he and everyone around them knew, but just telling them wouldn't help. They would have to come to the realization on their own, and now it wasn't just them. Jondalar had seriously injured someone, and while Danug was not familiar with the details of Zelandanyi customs, he knew there would be consequences. Zelandani moved the drape, pushed the screen aside, and peeked out the concealed private access at the rear of the large Zelandania dwelling, directly opposite from the regular entrance. She scanned the assembly area that came down from the hillside behind and opened out onto the camp. People had been gathering all morning, and it was nearly full. She had been right about questions. The meaning of the ceremony and the new verse to the mother's song were beginning to be understood, but people were unsure. It was unsettling to think about what changes might happen, especially after Jondalar's behavior. Zelandani looked again to make sure that certain people had arrived, and then waited a little longer to give the last stragglers a chance to get settled. Finally, she gave a signal to a young Zelandani who conveyed the "she's ready" sign to the others, and when everything was prepared, Zelandani stepped outside. Zelandani, who was first, was a woman who exhibited great presence, and her magnificent size, both in height and mass, contributed to her bearing. She also commanded a large repertoire of techniques and tactics to keep gatherings focused on points she wanted to emphasize, and she would be using all her skills, both intuitive and learned, to project confidence and certainty to the large number of people who were watching her with such intensity. Knowing how people had a tendency to speak out, she announced that since there were so many people, it would help keep things more orderly if questions were asked by the leaders of the caves, or by only one member of each family. But if someone felt a strong need to say something, it should be brought up. Joharan asked the first question, but it was a point everyone wanted clarified.
That new verse, I want to be sure I understand. Does it mean that Jaredal and Sethona are my children, not just Proliva's?
Yes, that is right, Zelendani, who was first, said. Jaredal is your son. Sethona is your daughter, Joharan, as much as they are Proliva's son and daughter.
And it is the gift of pleasure from the great Earth Mother that makes life begin inside a woman? Asked Brahmaval, the leader of the 14th cave.
Dani's gift to us is not only for pleasure, it is also the gift of life.
But pleasures are shared often. Women don't get pregnant that often, said another voice, unable to wait.
The great Earth Mother still makes the final choice. Dani has not given up all her knowledge, nor all her prerogatives. She still decides when a woman will be blessed with new life, the first said.
Then what's the difference between using a man's spirit or the essence of his organ to start a baby? Brahmaval asked.
It's very clear. If a woman never shares pleasure with a man, she will never have a child. She cannot just hope that someday the mother will choose the spirit of some man and give her one. A woman must honor the mother by sharing her gift of pleasures. The man must release his essence inside her so that it can mix with the essence of a woman that is waiting for it, the great woman said.
Some women never get pregnant, said Tormodin, the leader of the 19th cave.
Yes, that's true. I have never had a child. Though I have honored the mother often, I have never become pregnant. I don't know why, the first said. Perhaps because the mother chose me for a different purpose. I know it would have been very difficult for me to serve the mother as I have if I had a mate and children. That is not to say that Zelendania should not have children. Some Zelendania do, and still serve her well, though it may be easier for a Zelendani who is a man to be mated and have children at his hearth than for a woman. A man does not have to bear a child, or give birth, or nurse. Some women are able to do both, especially if their calling is strong, but they must have mates and families that are very caring and willing to help. Zelendani noticed several people looking towards Jondalar, sitting with the Mamutoi visitors, somewhat uphill from the 9th cave, and not with the woman to whom he was mated. Ayla, who was holding John Ayla on her lap, sat beside Marthona, with the wolf between them near the front of the audience. She was close to the 9th cave, but also close to the ranks of the Zelendania. Most people believed that with her control of animals and her healing skills, even before she became an acolyte, Ayla's calling had to be strong, and until this summer, when all their troubles began, everyone was aware of how caring Jondalar had been. Many people believed it was Morona who was at the root of their troubles. She was sitting with her cousin, Wailopa, and some friends from the 5th cave, but now it had escalated far beyond that. Although word had gone out that Larimar had regained consciousness, he was still recovering inside the Zelendania lodge, and only they knew how badly he was hurt.
My mate shares the gift of pleasures with other men, not just me, at mother festivals and ceremonies, a man in the audience said.
Now the questions are getting ticklish, Zelendani thought. Festivals and ceremonies are held for sacred purposes. Sharing pleasures is a sacred act. They honor the Great Earth Mother. If a child is conceived then, it is with her intention. It should be considered a favored child. Remember, Dani still chooses when a woman will become pregnant. There was a scattering of barely audible comments from the audience. Kareja, the leader of the 11th cave, stood up.
Willadan has asked me to ask a question for him.
but I think he should ask it himself."
"If you think so, then certainly he should," Zelindani said.
"My mate was a Danyi woman one summer after we were mated," the man began. "She wasn't having any luck getting a baby started and wanted to make the offering to honor the mother and encourage her to start one. It seemed to work. She did have a child after that, and 3 more since then. But now I wonder, did any of those children come from me?"
This must be handled with great delicacy, Zelindani thought. "All children born to your mate are your children," she said.
"But how do I know if they were started by me or some other man?"
"Tell me, Willadan, how old is your first child?"
"He can count 12 years. Almost a man."
There was pride in his voice. "Were you happy when your mate became pregnant with him and when he was born?"
"Yes, we wanted children at our hearth."
"So you love him?"
"Of course I love him."
"Would you love him more if you knew for sure that he was started by your essence?" He glanced at the boy.
"No, of course not," he said, frowning.
"If you knew the rest of your children were started with your own essence, would you love them more?" He paused, thinking about the point he knew she was making.
"No, I could not love them more."
"Then does it make any difference if the essence that started them came from you or someone else?"
Zelindani noticed that his frown deepened. She decided to continue.
"I have never been pregnant. I have never conceived a child, though there was a time when I wanted one more than you will know. I am content now. I know the mother chose what was best for me. But it is possible, Willadan, that you were born as I was. Perhaps, for some reason known only to Dani, your essence could not start a child with your mate at that time, but the great Earth Mother in her wisdom gave you and your mate the children you wanted. If you were not the one who started them, would you be willing to give them back if you found the name of the man who may have started them?"
"No, I have provided for them all their lives," Willadan said.
"Exactly. You have cared for them. You love them. They are the children of your hearth. That means they are your children, Willadan."
"Yes, they are the children of my hearth. But you said, if I am not the one who started them, do you think they could have been started by my essence?"
Willadan asked, a bit wistfully.
"It may well be that the honor your mate paid to the mother was accepted as sufficient offering, and that she allowed your essence to start all of them. We don't know. But if you could not love them more, Willadan, does it make any difference?"
"No, I guess not."
"They may have been started by your essence, or they may not have," Zelindani said, "but they will always be more than the children of your hearth. They are your children."
"Will we ever know for sure?"
"I don't know if we will ever know. With a woman, it is obvious. She is either pregnant or not. With a man, his children are always the children of his mate. That's the way it has always been. Nothing has changed. No man can be certain who started the children of his hearth."
"Jondalar can," came a voice from the audience. Everyone stopped and stared at the one who had spoken. It was Jaladan, a young man from the 3rd cave. He was sitting with Folara's friend, Galea, whom he had mated 2 years before. He suddenly flushed from all the penetrating attention, including the hard look from Zelindani.
"Well, he can," he said defensively. "Everyone knows Ayla never chose anyone but him. Until last night. If children are started from the essence of a man's organ and Ayla never shared pleasures with anyone but Jondalar, then the child of his hearth has to be his, had to come from his essence. That's what he was fighting about last night, wasn't he? He kept screaming, 'He's making my baby,' every time he hit Larimar." Now all the attention was focused on Jondalar, and he squirmed under the intense scrutiny. Some people glanced at Ayla, but she was sitting rigidly still, looking down. Suddenly Joharan stood up.
Jondalar was not in control of himself. He let himself drink too much, and it drowned his brains,
he said with exasperated sarcasm. There were smiles and snickers.
I'll wager his head was full of the morning after when the sun came up,
another young man called out. There was a touch of admiration in his tone, as though he found Jondalar's violent behavior somehow laudable.
Since both Jondalar and Larimar are from the 9th cave, this is an issue that will be settled by the 9th cave. This is not the place to discuss Jondalar's actions,
Joharan said, trying to end the issue. He had heard the appreciation in the voices of some of the young men, and the last thing he wanted was for anyone to be emulating that kind of behavior. "Except to say, General," Zelendani added, "that Jondalar will be suffering from more than a morning-after headache, I'm afraid. There will be serious consequences to pay. You can be sure." It was difficult to know all the people at the meeting, though she tried. Their clothing was always a clue, as well as the beads and belts and other accoutrements they wore. This was a young man from the 5th cave, related to their Zelendani. They all tended to be a little showier than most, and wore more beads, since they were known for making and trading them. And he was sitting closer to the front, which allowed her to see him clearly enough to recognize him.
but I think I understand how he felt, Gemerald persisted. What if I want the child of my mate to come from me?
Yes, another man spoke out.
What then?
Another voice added, What if I want the children of my hearth to be mine? Zelendani waited until the commotion settled down, surveying the audience to see that most of the comments were coming from the 5th cave. Then she fixed the entire group with a stern look. You want the children of your hearth to be yours, Gemerald, she said, looking directly at the young man who had asked the question. Do you mean like your clothes or your tools or your beads? You want to own them?
No, I didn't mean that,
the young man stuttered. I'm glad to hear that, because children cannot be owned. They can't be yours or your mate's. No one can own them. Children are ours to love and care for, to provide for, to teach, as the mother does for us. And you can do that whether they come from your essence or from someone else's. We are all children of the great Earth Mother. We learn from her. Remember in the Mother's song, to woman and man the Mother gave birth, and then for their home she gave them the earth, the water, the land, and all her creation. To use them with care was their obligation. It was their home to use, but not to abuse. Several Zelendania joined in the response. Then they continued. For the children of earth the mother provided the gifts to survive, and then she decided to give them the gift of pleasure and caring that honors the mother with the joy of their pairing. The gifts are well earned when honors returned. She provides for us, cares for us, teaches us, and in return for her gifts we honor her. The one who was first continued. Donnie's gift of the knowledge of life was not given to you so that you might own the children born to your hearth, to claim them as yours. She looked at several of the young men who had spoken out. It was given so that we would know that women are not the only ones who are the blessed of Donnie. Men have a purpose that is equal to that of women. They are not here just to provide and to help. Men are necessary. Without men, there would be no children. Isn't that enough? Do your children have to be yours? Do you have to own them? The young men exchanged sheepish looks, but Zelendani wasn't sure if they truly understood. Then a young woman spoke up. "What about before? We know our mothers and our grandmothers. I am my mother's daughter. But what about the men?" The young woman wasn't immediately familiar to Zelendani, but reflexively the astute mind of the first tried to place her. She was sitting with the 23rd cave, and the designs and patterns on her tunic and necklace indicated she was a member of that cave, not from another cave and sitting with friends. Though the outfit she wore indicated a woman and not a girl, she was obviously quite young. Probably just had her first rites, the Danyer thought. For one so young to speak out in a large crowd indicated she was either brash and impetuous or brave and accustomed to being with people who spoke their minds, which would indicate leadership. The leader of the 23rd cave was a woman, Dinara. Zelendani recalled then that Dinara's eldest daughter was among those having first rites this year, and Zelendani noticed that Dinara was smiling at the young woman. Then she remembered the young woman's name. "Nothing has changed, Deresa," the first said. "Children have always been the result of the joining of a man and a woman. Just because we didn't know before doesn't mean it hasn't always been that way. Donnie just chose to tell us now. She must have felt we were ready for this knowledge. Do you know who your mother's mate was when you were born?"
"Yes, everyone knows who her mate is. It's John Coran," Deresa said.
"Then John Coran is your father," Zelendani said. She had been waiting for the right opportunity to bring up the word that had been chosen. Father is the name that has been given to a man who has children. A man is necessary for a life to begin, but he doesn't carry the baby inside him, nor does he give birth or nurse. But a man can love the child as much as a mother. He is a far mother, a father. It was also chosen to indicate that while women are the blessed of Donnie, men may now think of themselves as the favored of Donnie. It is similar to mother, but the fa sound was chosen to make it clear that it is a name for a man, just as Falaj is the name for the men's place. There was an immediate outburst of noisy talk from the gathering. In the audience, Ayla heard the new term being repeated several times, as though the people were tasting it, getting used to it. Zelendani waited until the noise settled down. "You, Deresa, are the daughter of your mother, Dinara, and you are the daughter of your father, John Coran. Your mother has sons and daughters, and your father also has sons and daughters. Those children may call him father, just as they call the woman who gave birth to them mother." "What if the man who coupled with my mother and started me was not the man she mated?" asked Gemeral, the young man from the 5th cave. "The man who is mated to your mother, the one who is the man of your hearth, is your father," Zelendani said without hesitation. "But if he didn't start me, how could he be my father?" Gemeral persisted. "That young man is going to be trouble," the one who was first thought. "You don't know who may have started you, but you know the man who lives with you and your mother. He is the one who is most likely to have fathered you. If you don't know of anyone else for sure, he may as well not exist, and there is no point in naming a relationship that does not exist. Your mother's mate is the one who promised to provide for you. He's the one who cared for you, loved you, helped to raise you. It is not the coupling, it is the caring that makes a man your father. If the man to whom your mother was mated had died, and if she mated another man who loved you and cared for you, would you love him less? But which one is the real father? You may always call the man who provides for you father. When you name your ties, as in a formal introduction, your father is the man who was mated to your mother when you were born. the man you call the man of your hearth. If the one who provides for you is not the one who was there when you were born, you will refer to him as your second father, to distinguish between the two when it is necessary," Zelandani explained. She was glad now that she spent a night when she was unable to sleep, thinking about all the kinship ramifications this new knowledge would cause. The one who was first had another announcement she wanted to make. This may be a good time to bring up one more matter that needs to be mentioned. The Zelandania felt that the men need to be included in some of the rituals and customs associated with the welcoming of a new baby, to give them a deeper feeling and understanding of their part in the creation of new life. Therefore, from now on, the men will name the male children born to their hearths. The women will, of course, continue to name the female children. Her statement was received with mixed feelings. The men looked surprised, but several of them were smiling. She could see by their expressions, however, that some of the women did not want to give up their prerogative of naming the children. No one wanted to make an issue of it just then, and no questions were asked, but she knew this idea was not settled. There would be problems, she was sure.
"What about children who are born to women who are not mated?" asked a very young-looking woman who was nevertheless cuddling a baby in her arms.
Second cave, Zelandani thought, looking at her clothing and jewelry. Could that be a child of last summer's first rites? The women who give birth before mating are blessed, like the women who have new life started within them at the time they are mated. A woman who has been blessed with a child has demonstrated that she can carry and deliver a healthy baby, and she is often the one who is chosen to be blessed again. Until she mates, her children are provided for by her family or her cave, and their father is Lumi, the mate of Dani, the great Earth Mother. She smiled at the young woman. "Nothing has really changed, Shalita." The name had suddenly come to her. The cave always provides for a woman with children who has no mate, whether her mate was lost to the next world or not yet chosen. But most men find a young woman with a baby very desirable. She usually mates quickly, since she can bring a child to a man's hearth immediately, a child who is a favorite of Dani. The man she mates becomes the child's father, of course, the large woman explained, and watched the woman who was little more than a girl, glancing shyly at a young man from the third cave who was staring at her with rapt adoration.
"But what about the man who is really the father?" said the familiar voice of the young man from the fifth cave, who had been asking so many questions. "Isn't the man whose essence actually started the baby the father?"
Zelandani noticed him glancing at the same young woman who was holding the baby. She was looking at the other man. "Ah, now I understand," the Danyar thought. Maybe not a first rights child, but a first infatuation. She was a little surprised at how easily she had fallen into the pattern of thinking about the birth of children being caused by the coupling of a man and a woman. It all seemed to fit into place so logically now. Ayla had also been aware of the young man from the fifth cave and had noticed the byplay between the young woman and the two men. Does he think he started her baby? Could he be jealous? She wondered. Ayla realized that she was now more aware not only of the concept, but of the intense feelings associated with jealousy. I didn't know this gift of knowledge from the great Earth Mother would be so complicated. I'm not sure it's such a wonderful gift at all, she said to herself. If a woman with a child has never been mated, then the man she mates, the one who promises to provide and care for the child, becomes the father of her baby. Of course, if a woman chooses to mate with more than one man, they would share the name father equally, Zelandani said, trying to show a possible alternative.
But a woman doesn't have to mate with anyone she doesn't want. Isn't that right? The young woman said.
The first noticed that the Zelendani of the fifth cave was climbing the hill toward the area where his cave was gathered. Yes, that has always been true, and it hasn't changed. She saw that the Danyer was sitting beside the young man who had so many questions, and turned to take a question from an entirely different segment of the audience.
"What is my father's father called?" asked a man from the 11th cave.
Zelendani breathed a quiet sigh of relief. An easy question. A mother's mother is a grandmother, and is usually called grandma. A father's father is a grandfather, or grandfa. A father's mother is a grandmother too, but to distinguish between them, she will still be called grandam. A father's father is a grandfather or grandaf. When you name your ties, your mother's mother is your close grandmother or your grandma, and your mother's father is your close grandfather or your grandfa, because you're always certain who your mother is.
"What if you don't know whose essence started your mother?" the leader of the fifth cave asked. "Or if they are walking in the next world, how can you name the tie?"
If you know the man who was mated to your mother's mother, he would be your grandfather. The same is true for your father. Even if he is in the next world, your father was started by a man who coupled with his mother, just as your mother was started by a man who put the essence of his organ inside her mother, Zelendani carefully explained.
"No, no!" came a cry from the audience. "It's not true! She has done it again! She has betrayed me just when I was starting to trust her!"
Everyone turned to look. On the far outside edge of the large group of people from the 9th cave, a man was standing.
"It's a lie! It's all a lie! That woman is trying to trick you! The mother would never have told her that!"
he screamed, pointing at Ayla.
"She's a lying, evil woman!"
Shading her eyes, Ayla looked up and saw Brukaval. Brukaval? Why is he screaming at me like that? I don't understand, she thought. What did I do to him?
"I come from the spirit of a man who was chosen by the Great Mother to join with the spirit of my mother," Brukaval shrieked. "My mother came from the spirit of a man who was chosen by Dani to join with the spirit of her mother. She did not come from the organ of an animal, not from the essence of any organ. I am a man. I am not a flathead. I am not a flathead."
His voice couldn't sustain the anguished scream. It cracked on the last words and ended on a sobbing wail. Chapter 38. Brukaval suddenly started running down the hill, then across the small field, and kept on going, leaving the campsite behind without looking back. Several men, mostly from the 9th cave, started after him, Joharan and Jondalar among them, hoping that once he ran out of breath, they could talk to him, calm him down, bring him back. But Brukaval ran as though the spirit of the dead were chasing him. For all his resistance to it, he had inherited the strength and the stamina of the man of the clan who was his grandfather. Though they ran faster in the beginning and started to catch up, the men who were chasing after Brukaval did not have his endurance and could not keep up the pace he set. They finally stopped, gasping, bent over, some rolling on the ground, trying to catch their breaths in a collective agony of aching sides and raw throats.
"I should have gotten Racer,"
Jondalar rasped, barely able to speak.
"He couldn't have outrun a horse."
When they finally trudged back, the meeting was in disarray. People were standing up, walking around, talking. Zelendani didn't want it to end like that and had called for a pause until the men returned, hopefully with Brukaval. When they returned without him, she decided to finish up quickly. It is unfortunate that Brukeval of the 9th cave of the Zelendanye feels as he does. His sensitivity about his background is well known, but no one knows for sure what really happened to his grandmother. We only know that she was lost for some time and finally found her way back, and later gave birth to Brukeval's mother. Anyone lost for so long is bound to have adverse effects from the ordeal, and Brukeval's grandmother was not in her right mind when she returned. She was so full of fears, no one could believe or even understand much of what she said. The daughter she bore was not physically strong, probably because of her mother's ordeal, and her pregnancy and the birth of her son was so hard for her, she died as a result. It's likely that Brukeval bears the imprint of his mother's difficult pregnancy in his stature and appearance, though it is fortunate that he grew strong and healthy. I think Brukeval was entirely right when he said he is a man. He is a Zelendanye man of the 9th cave, a good man who has much to offer. I'm sure he will decide to return to us after he's had time to reconsider, and I know the 9th cave will welcome him back when he does. The one who was first said. Then she continued, I think it is time to close this meeting. We all have much to think about, and you can all continue the discussion we started here with your own Zelendani. As people were getting up again to leave, the first signaled to the leader of the 5th cave. Will the 5th cave stay a little longer and join me here near the lodge? She asked. I have a matter of importance that concerns you. Might as well get this unpleasant chore over with while I'm at it, she thought. The meeting had not gone at all the way she'd hoped. Jondalar's fight the night before had set the wrong tone in the beginning, and Brukeval's abrupt departure left people feeling unsettled at the end. I'm sorry I have to do this, the first said to the group of people of all ages that constituted the 5th cave. Madraman was among them, as well as their Zelendani. She picked up a carry sack that was on a table near the back of the lodge and turned to face the acolyte. Does this look familiar to you, Madraman? He looked, and then he blanched and glanced around, looking worried and wary. It's yours, isn't it? It has your markings. Several people were nodding their heads. Everyone knew it was his. It was quite distinctive. They had seen him with it. Where did you get that? He asked. Ayla found it, hidden in the deep of Fountain Rock, after you were called to go in there, the first said with heavy sarcasm. I might have guessed it was her, Madraman mumbled. She wasn't looking for anything. She was sitting on the floor near the large round niche at the back and happened to feel it in a hidden space at the bottom of a wall. She thought someone had forgotten it and wanted to return it to him. Zelendani said. Why would she think someone had forgotten it if it was hidden? Madraman said. There was no use pretending any more. Because she wasn't thinking straight. She had just lost her baby and very nearly her life in that cave, the first said. What is this about? The leader asked. Madraman has been an acolyte for a long time. He wanted to join the ranks of the Zelendania and was tired of waiting to be called. She emptied the carry sack on the table. Out fell the remains of food, the water bag, the lamp, and fire-making equipment, and the cloak. He hid this inside the cave, then pretended that he felt the call. He stayed inside a little more than 2 days, with plenty of food, water, light, and even a covering for warmth. He hid this, then came out acting groggy and disoriented, and claimed he was ready. You mean he lied about his call? The leader asked. In a word, yes. If it hadn't been for her, you would never have known, Madraman spat out. You are wrong, Madraman. We knew. This only confirmed it. What makes you think you can fool the Zelandania? We have all been through it. Don't you think we'd know the difference?" Zelandani said.
"Why didn't you say something before?"
"Some of us were trying to find a way to give you every opportunity. Some thought, or hoped, that it wasn't intentional. They wanted to make sure that you hadn't fooled yourself in your strong desire to become one who serves, until Ayla brought this to us. You would not have become Zelandani in any case, but you might have remained an acolyte, Madraman. Now that is no longer possible. The great Earth Mother doesn't want to be served by a liar and a cheat," the powerful woman said in tones that left no doubt about her feelings. "Camorden, leader of the 5th cave of the Zelandania," the first continued, "will you and your cave bear witness?" "We will," he replied.
"We will,"
said the cave in unison. "Madraman of the 5th cave of the Zelandani, former acolyte," the first intoned, "you may never again put yourself out as a member of the Zelandania, not as an acolyte or in any other manner. You may never again attempt to treat someone's illness or offer advice about the ways of the mother, or in any way assume the duties of the Zelandania. Do you understand?"
"But what am I supposed to do now? That's all I've trained for. I don't know how to be anything but an acolyte," Madraman said.
"If you return everything you have received from the Zelandania, you can go back to your cave and think about learning some other craft, Madraman, and be grateful I am not imposing a fine and announcing it to the whole camp."
"They'll all find out anyway," Madraman said, then raising his voice, "You were never going to let me be a Zelandani. You've always hated me. You and Jondalar, and your little favorite, Ayla, the flathead lover. You've been out to get me from the beginning, Zolina."
There was a gasp from the 5th cave. Not one of them would have dared to be so disrespectful to the one who was first as to call her by her former name. Most would have been afraid to. Even Madraman paused in his tirade when he saw the expression on the face of the first. She was, after all, a woman of formidable powers. He turned on his heel and stomped away, not sure what he was going to do as he headed for the falage he had sometimes shared with Larimar, Brukeval, and the rest. It was empty when he got there. Most camps were serving meals after the long meeting, and the rest of the men had gone to find something to eat. It suddenly came to him that neither Larimar nor Brukeval would be back at all. Larimar would be a long time recovering, and who knew what Brukeval would do? Madraman walked over and took a small water bag of Barma from Larimar's traveling pack. He sat down on the sleeping roll and drank most of it down in a few gulps, then took a second one. "Larimar will never know," he thought. "It's all the fault of that big dolt who knocked my teeth out." Madraman felt the hole in the front of his mouth with his tongue. He had learned to compensate for it and didn't think about his missing teeth much anymore, though it had hurt when he was younger and women ignored him because of it. He'd since discovered that certain women were interested in him when they learned he was part of the Zelandania, even just an acolyte in training. None of those women would want him now. He flushed at the thought of his disgrace and opened the second water bag full of Barma. Why did Jondalar have to come back, he said to himself. If Jondalar hadn't returned from his journey and brought that foreign woman here, she wouldn't have found that sack. Then the Zelandania never would have known. I don't care what that fat old woman says. I don't really want to go back to the 5th cave now, and I don't want to learn another trade. Why should I? I'm as good a Zelandani as any of them, and I doubt that they've all been called either. I'll bet a lot of them fake it. What is a call, anyway? They probably all fake it, even that flathead lover. So what if she lost a baby? Women lose babies all the time. What's so special about that? He took another drink, glanced over at Brukeval's place, then got up and walked over. Everything was there, neatly in order the way he always kept it. He didn't even come and get his gear, Madraman thought. He's going to sleep cold tonight without a sleeping roll. I wonder if I could find him. He might be grateful if I brought him his things. Madraman walked back to his place and looked at the paraphernalia he had acquired as an acolyte. That fat old woman wants me to give it all back. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to pack up all my things and leave. He paused, looked over at Brukeval's sleeping place. If I can find him, maybe we could go on a journey together or something, find some other people. I could tell them I am a Zelendani. They'd never know. That's what I'll do. I'll pack up Brukeval's gear and go look for him. I know a few places he might be. He would be someone to stay with, and he's a better hunter than I am. I haven't done it in so long. Maybe I'll take some of Larimar's things, too. He'll never miss them. He won't even know who took them. It could be anyone in this lodge. They all know he won't be back. And it's all Jondalar's fault. First he nearly kills me. Then he nearly kills Larimar. He'll get away with it, too, just like he did before. I hate Jondalar. I've always hated Jondalar. Someone ought to hold him down and beat him up, ruin his pretty face. See how he likes it. I'd like to give Ayla a few whacks, too. I know a few people who wouldn't mind holding her down. I'd give her something else, too, like a load of my essence, he thought with an evil grin. Then she wouldn't walk so high. She never would share pleasures with anyone else, not even at mother festivals. Thinks she's so perfect, finding my sack and bringing it to the Zelendania. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be out. I'd be Zelendani. I hate that woman. Madraman finished up the second water bag of Barma, grabbed several more, then looked around to see what else he wanted to take. He found a spare outfit, used, but still good. He tried it on. They were nearly the same size. He took it. His Zelendania clothing was decorative and distinctive, but not very practical for long hikes. The sleeping roll wasn't much good. It was an old throwaway to begin with. Larimar's good one was in his mate's tent. But there were several other very nice items, including a good fur cover. Then he found a real treasure, a new full winter outfit that Larimar had recently traded for. His Barma was constantly in demand, and he had always been able to trade for whatever he wanted. Next, Madraman walked over to Brukeval's place and began hauling everything he saw back to his own place. He changed into the more practical outfit that he'd found at Larimar's place. It didn't matter that it had Ninth Cave decorations instead of Fifth Cave. He wasn't going to be staying at either place. He took food from both places, and then rummaged through the possessions of all the rest of the men, taking food and a few other items as well. He found a good, well-hafted knife, a small stone hatchet, a new pair of warm mittens someone had just acquired. He didn't have any with him, and winter was coming. Who knows where I'll be then, he thought. He had to repack a few times, eliminate a few things, but once he was ready, he was eager to leave. He put his head out of the lodge and looked around. The campsite was full of people as usual, but none were nearby. He hoisted on the heavy back frame and started out briskly. He planned on heading generally north, the direction he had seen Brukeval take. He was nearly beyond the boundary of the summer meeting campsite, close to the camp of the Ninth Cave, when Ayla came out of a dwelling. She seemed to be distracted, preoccupied, but she glanced up and saw him. He flashed her a look of sheer hatred and kept on going. The camp of the Ninth Cave looked deserted. Everyone had gone to the Lanzadani camp for a joint midday meal, a feast they had been planning together for some time, but Ayla said she wasn't hungry and promised she'd come later. She was sitting on her bedroll in the dwelling, feeling despondent, thinking about Brukeval and his outburst at the meeting, and wondering if there was anything she could have done. She didn't think Zelendani had anticipated his reaction, and it didn't even occur to her to consider it, though now she was sure she should have. She knew how sensitive he was to inferences that he was in any way related to Flatheads. He called them animals, she thought, but they aren't. Why do some people always say that? She wondered if Brukeval would still feel that way if he knew them better. It probably wouldn't make any difference. A lot of the Zelendanyi feel that way. The first reminded everyone that Brukeval's grandmother had not been in her right mind when she found her way home again, and that she was pregnant. Everyone says she was with the clan, Ayla thought, and they're right. It's obvious that Brukeval has some clan mixture in him, so she must have become pregnant while she was with them. That means some clan man had to put his essence inside her. A thought Ayla hadn't considered suddenly came to her. Did some man of the clan force her over and over again, the way I was forced by Braud? I wasn't in my right mind when Braud was doing that to me, and I didn't think they were animals. I was raised by them. I loved them. Not Braud. I hated him, even before he forced me, but I loved most of them. Ayla hadn't thought of it quite that way when she first heard the story, but it was a possibility. The man might have forced her out of meanness, like Braud, or he might have thought he was doing her a favor, taking her as a second woman, perhaps, accepting her into the clan, but it wouldn't have made any difference to her. That's not how she would have seen it, Ayla thought. She couldn't talk to them or understand them. They were animals to her. Brukeval's grandmother must have hated it worse than I hated Braud doing it. And as much as I wanted to have the baby when Isa told me I was pregnant, it was hard on me. I was sick all the time when I was expecting Dirk, and I almost died delivering him. Clan women didn't have that much trouble, but Dirk's head was so much bigger and harder than John Ayla's. Ayla had seen enough women into motherhood in the past few years to realize that her pregnancy and delivery of John Ayla was far more normal for women of the others than her birthing of Dirk had been. I don't know how I ever pushed him out, she thought, shaking her head. The heads of the others are smaller, and the bone is thinner and more flexible. Our legs and arms are longer, but those bones are thinner, too, Ayla said to herself, looking at her own limbs. All the bones of the others are thinner. Was Brukeval's grandmother sick during her pregnancy? Did she have a hard time delivering like I did? Is that what happened to her? Is that why she died? Because it was so hard on her? Even Joplea nearly died giving birth to Bokovan, and Etchazar is only half clan. Is a baby of mixed spirits, a baby that's a mixture of the clan and the others, always hard on women of the others? Ayla was brought up short with a new thought. Could that be why those babies were originally called abominations? Because they sometimes made their mothers die? There are differences between the clan and the others. Maybe not enough to stop a baby from getting started, but enough to make it hard on the mother if she's one of the others and used to birthing babies with smaller heads. It might not be so hard on clan women. They're used to babies with big, long, hard heads and heavy brow ridges. It was probably easier for them to give birth to a mixed baby. I don't think it's always good for the babies, though, whether the mother is clan or others. Dirk was strong and healthy, even though I had a hard time, and so is Etchazar, and his mother was clan. Bokovan is healthy, but he's not quite the same. Etchazar, his father, was the first mixture, so he's like Brukeval, but still, Joplea almost died. She realized she was using the word father with ease. It was so logical, and she had understood the relationship for a long time. But Rydag was weak, and his mother was clan. She died after giving birth, but Nezzy never said she had a hard time delivering. I don't think that's why she died. I think she'd been turned out of her clan and didn't want to live, especially since she must have thought her baby was deformed. Brukeval's mother was a first mixture, and her mother was one of the others. She was weak, so weak she died giving birth to him. Whether he wants to admit it or not, Brukeval knows what happened to his grandmother. That's why he was so quick to understand the implications of the gift of life at the meeting. I wonder if he ever thought that his mother's weakness was somehow caused by the mixture. I suppose I shouldn't blame Brukeval for hating the clan. He didn't have a mother to love him or to comfort him when people called him names because he looked a little different. It was hard for Dirk, too. He looked enough different from the clan that they thought he was deformed, and some of them didn't want to let him live, but at least he had people who loved him. I should have been more careful of Brukeval's feelings. I'm always so sure that I'm right, always blaming people for calling the clan flatheads and animals. I know they aren't, but most people don't know them like I do. It was my fault Brukeval ran away. I don't blame him for hating me. Ayla got up. She didn't want to sit inside any more. It was dim and gloomy in the windowless dwelling, and the lamp was guttering out, adding to the darkness. She wanted to get out, do something besides think about her shortcomings. As she stepped out of the dwelling and looked around, she was surprised to see Madraman approaching in a big hurry. When he saw her, he gave her such a malicious glare she felt the tingle of icy needles prickling up her spine, raising the hairs on the back of her neck, and a cold shudder of ominous apprehension. Ayla watched him as he hurried on. "Something's different about him," she said to herself. Then she noticed he was not wearing his acolyte clothing, but the clothes he had on were strangely familiar. She wrinkled her brow in concentration. Then it came to her. Those are 9th Cave patterns. But he's 5th Cave. Why is he wearing 9th Cave clothes? And where is he going in such a hurry? That look he gave me. Ayla shivered again at the thought, so full of hatred. Why should he hate me so much? And why wasn't he wearing his Oh! Suddenly it occurred to her. Zelendani must have told him he can't be an acolyte anymore. Is he blaming me? But he's the one who lied. Why should he blame me? It couldn't be because of Jondalar. He beat Madraman once, knocked his teeth out, but that was over Zelendani, not me. Could he hate me because I found his leather sack in the cave? Maybe he hates me because he will never be a Zelendani, and I just became one. That's 2 of them who hate me, Madraman and Brukeval, Ayla thought. 3 if I count Larimar. He must hate me too. When he finally woke up, he said he didn't want to go back to the 9th Cave when he felt good enough to leave the Zelendania Lodge, and they decided that he could. I'm glad the 5th Cave said they would be willing to take him. I couldn't blame him if he never wanted to see me again. I deserve his hatred. It is my fault that Jondalar beat him so badly. Jondalar probably hates me now, too. Ayla was feeling so despondent she was beginning to think that everyone hated her. Ayla started walking faster, unmindful of where she was going. She looked up when she heard a soft whicker and found she was at the horse enclosure. She had been so busy the last few days she had hardly seen the horses, and when she heard the welcoming whinny of her dun-yellow mare, tears brought a familiar ache behind her eyes. She climbed over the fencing and hugged the sturdy neck of her old friend. "Oh, Winnie, I'm so happy to see you," she said, talking in the strange language she always used with the mare, the one she had made up so long ago in the valley, before Jondalar came and taught her his language. "At least you still care about me," she said, as the tears overflowed. "You should probably hate me too. I've been ignoring you so much, but I'm so glad you don't. You were always my friend, Winnie." She said the name the way she had learned from the mare, a remarkably close reproduction of the sound of a horse whinny. "When I didn't have anyone else, you were there. Maybe I should just go away with you. We could find the valley and live together like we used to." As she was sobbing into the thickening fur of the yellow horse, the young gray mare and the brown stallion joined them. Gray tried to get her nose under Ayla's hand, while Racer bumped her back with his head to let her know he was there. Then he leaned against her, the way he had done so often before, keeping her between himself and his dam. Ayla hugged and stroked and scratched them all, then found a dried teasel to use as a currying brush and started to clean Whinny's coat. It had always been a relaxing activity for her to clean and care for the horses, and by the time she finished with Whinny and started on the impatient Racer, who had been nudging her for his share of her attention, her tears had dried, and she was feeling better. She was working on Gray when Joharan and Echazar came looking for her.
"Everyone was wondering where you were, Ayla,"
Echazar said, smiling to see her standing in the middle of the three horses. It still amazed him to see her with the animals.
I haven't spent much time with the horses lately, and their coats needed a good cleaning. They are already thickening up for winter,
Ayla said.
"Proliva's been trying to keep the food warm for you, but she says it's drying out," Joharan said. "I think you should come and get something to eat."
I'm almost through here. I've already brushed Whinny and Racer. I just have to finish up Gray. Then I probably should wash my hands,
Ayla said, holding up her hand to show him her black palms, grimy with oily horse sweat and dirt.
"We'll wait,"
Joharan said. He had been given strict instructions not to return without her. By the time Ayla arrived, people were finishing with the meal and starting to leave the Lanzadanyi camp for various afternoon activities. Ayla had been disappointed that Jondalar was not at the big feast, but no one could get him out of the falaj, short of picking him up and bodily carrying him. Once she was there, Ayla was glad she went. After she picked up the plate piled high with food that had been saved for her, she had been pleased to have a little more time to talk to Danuk and Druez and to get to know Aldanor a little better, although it appeared that she would have plenty of time for that. Falara and Aldanor were going to be mated at the late matrimonial just before the summer meeting ended, and he was going to become Zelendanyi and a member of the 9th Cave, much to Marthona's delight. Danuk and Druez promised to stop at his camp on their way back home and tell his people, but that wouldn't be until next summer. They were wintering with the Zelendanyi, and Willamar had promised to take them and a few others to see the great waters of the west soon after they returned to the 9th Cave. "Ayla, will you walk with me back to the Zelendania Lodge?" the first asked. "There are some things I'd like to talk over with you."
Yes, of course, Zelendani, Ayla said. Let me talk to John Ayla first.
She found her daughter with Marthona, and inevitably with Wolf.
Do you know Thona is my grandmother, not just my grandam?
John Ayla said when Ayla approached.
Yes, I do, Ayla said. Are you pleased to know that?
She reached to stroke the animal who was so excited to see her. Wolf had hardly left John Ayla for a moment since they arrived at the campsite, as though trying to make up for their long separation earlier. But he seemed overjoyed to see Ayla whenever she was near, anxiously seeking her affection and approval. He seemed most relaxed when they were both together with him, which usually was only at night. Although I've always felt that I was, it's nice to be acknowledged as the grandmother of the children of my sons, Marthona said, and though I've long thought of you as my daughter, Ayla, it pleases me to know that Falara has finally found an acceptable man to mate, and may yet give me a grandchild before I walk the next world. She took Ayla's hand and looked at her. I want to thank you again for telling these men to come and get me. Smiling at Hartiman and some of the others who had carried her on a litter to the summer meeting and were often around the campsite since she arrived, she continued, I'm sure they were concerned about my health and meant well, but it takes a woman to understand that a mother needs to be with her daughter when she's contemplating her matrimonial.
Everyone was pleased to think you might feel well enough to come. You were greatly missed, Marthona,
Ayla said. Marthona avoided the subject of Jondalar's conspicuous absence and the probable reason for it, although it distressed her greatly to think that her son had once again lost control of himself and caused great harm to another person. She was also very concerned about Ayla. She had gotten to know the young woman quite well and knew how troubled she was, though she handled herself remarkably well in spite of her anguish.
Zelendani asked me to walk with her to the Zelendania Lodge,
Ayla said.
She said she wanted to talk about some things. Will you take John Ayla back with you, Marthona?
I'll be happy to. I've missed this little one, although Wolf is probably a better guardian than I am.
Are you coming back to sleep with me tonight, Mother?
John Ayla said, with a worried look.
Of course. I'm just going to talk to Zelendani for a little while,
Ayla said.
Is Jondi going to sleep with us tonight? I don't know, John Ayla. He's probably busy. Why is he always so busy with those men in the Falaj that he can't sleep with us? The child asked.
Sometimes men are just very busy, Marthona said, noticing that her mother was struggling to keep her control. You go ahead with Zelendani, Ayla. We'll see you later. Come along, John Ayla. We should go and thank everyone for the wonderful feast. Then, if you like, you can ride with me on the litter when they carry me back.
Oh, could I?
John Ayla said. She thought it was particularly wonderful the way there were always a couple of young men nearby to carry Marthona wherever she wanted to go, especially if it was any distance. As Ayla and Zelendani walked toward the Zelendania Lodge together, discussing the meeting and the things that might be done to create a more positive mood about the changes the gift of knowledge would bring about, Zelendani thought that Ayla seemed quite despondent, though as usual she was covering it up well. When they reached the lodge, Zelendani started water heating for tea. They saw that Larimar had left the Zelendania Lodge already, and must have been moved to the 5th Cave's camp. When the tea was ready, she led Ayla to a quiet area where there were a few stools and a low table. She considered trying to get Ayla to talk about what was bothering her, but changed her mind. The first thought she had a good idea what was troubling Ayla, though she had not heard John Ayla question her mother about Jondalar's absence, and didn't know how much it added to her despair. The Danyar decided it might be better to talk about something else to get Ayla's mind off her worries and concerns.
I'm not sure if I heard you correctly at the time, Ayla. I should say Zelendani of the 9th Cave, but I thought you said you still had some of those roots that your clan Zelendani, what do you call him, Mogor, used in his special ceremonies. Is that right? The idea of them had intrigued the first ever since Ayla mentioned them. Would they really still be good after all these years? The clan in this region call him Mogor, but we always said Mogur. And yes, I still have some of the roots, and I'm sure they're good. They get stronger with age if stored properly. I know Isa often kept hers for the entire 7 years between clan gatherings, and sometimes longer, Ayla said. What you said about them interests me. Though I do understand they can be hazardous, it might be a valuable experience to try a small experiment. I don't know, Ayla said. They are dangerous, and I'm not sure if I'd know how to do a small experiment. I only know one way to prepare them. She felt nervous about the idea. If you don't think it's appropriate to experiment, that's fine. Zelendani didn't want to distress her further. She took a sip of her tea to give herself a few moments to think. Do you still have the pouch of mixed herbs that we were going to experiment on together?
The ones you got from that visiting Zelendani from the cave that's so far away?"
"Yes, I'll get them,"
Ayla said, getting up to get the sack of medicinal herbs that she kept in her special place within the Zelendania lodge. She thought of it as her Zelendania medicine bag, though it did not resemble her clan medicine bag. Some years before, she had made a new one in the clan style out of a whole otter skin, but it was in the lodge at the Ninth Cave's camp. Its distinctiveness gave it an unmistakable quality of something different. The one Ayla kept in the Zelendania lodge was similar to the ones used by all the Danyers, a simple rawhide leather carrier, a smaller version of the one she used to carry meat. The decoration, however, was far from simple. Each of the medicine bags was unique, designed and made by each individual healer, bearing both required elements and others that were chosen by the user. Ayla brought hers back to the area where Zelendani was sipping tea while she waited. The young woman opened the leather packet and felt around inside. A frown creased her forehead. Finally, she emptied it out onto the small table between them and found the pouch she was looking for, but it was only half full. "It looks like you have already experimented with that," Zelendani said.
"I don't understand,"
Ayla said.
"I don't recall opening this pouch. How did it get used?"
She opened the container, poured a small amount in her palm, and sniffed.
"It smells like mint."
"If I recall correctly, the Zelendani who gave it to you said that the mint was put in as a way to identify this mixture. She doesn't keep mint in these kind of pouches, but in larger woven containers. So if it's in a pouch and smells like mint, she knows it is this mixture," Zelendani explained. Ayla sat back and looked up at the ceiling with a deep frown, straining to remember. Suddenly she sat up.
"I think I drank this the night I was watching the risings and settings, the night I was called. I thought it was mint tea."
Suddenly she clasped her hand over her mouth.
"Oh, Great Mother, Zelendani, I might not have been called at all. It might have all been caused by this mixture,"
Ayla said, appalled. Zelendani leaned forward, patted Ayla's hand, and smiled. "It's all right, Ayla. You don't need to be concerned about that. You were called, and you are Zelendani of the Ninth Cave. Many of the Zelendania have used similar herbs and mixtures to help them to find the spirit world. A person may find herself in a different place as a result of using them, but only if you are ready for it are you called. There is no question that your experience was a true calling, though I must admit I didn't expect it to happen to you quite so soon. This mixture may have encouraged you to have it a little sooner than I anticipated, but that doesn't make it less meaningful."
"Do you know what was in it?"
Ayla asked. "She did tell me the ingredients, but I don't know the proportions. Even though we like to share our knowledge, most Zelendania like to keep a few secrets." The one who was first smiled.
"Why do you ask?" "I'm sure it must have been very strong,"
Ayla said, then looked down at the cup of tea in her hands.
"I was wondering if there was anything in it that could have caused me to miscarry."
"Ayla, don't blame yourself," Zelendani said, leaning forward and taking her hand. "I know it hurts to lose a baby, but you had no control over that. It was the sacrifice the mother demanded of you, perhaps because she had to bring you close enough to the next world to give you her message. There may be something in this mixture that would cause a miscarriage, but perhaps there was no other way. It may have been she who caused you to take this when you did, so that everything would happen as she wished."
"I've never made a mistake like that with the medicines in my bag. I was careless, so careless I lost my baby,"
Ayla said, as though she hadn't even heard the first. "Because you don't make those kind of mistakes, is all the more reason to believe it was her will. Whenever she calls someone to serve her, it is always unexpected, and the first time that one goes to the spirit world alone is especially dangerous. Many never find their way back. Some leave something behind, as you did. It is always dangerous, Ayla. Even if you've gone there many times, you never know if this is the time that you will not find your way back. Ayla was quietly sobbing, the tears glistening on her cheeks. It's good that you're letting go. You've held in for too long, and you need to grieve for that baby, the Danyer said. She got up, took both cups, and went to the back where the bandaging skins were stored. When she returned, she poured more tea. Here, she said, handing her the soft animal hide, and put the tea on the table. Ayla wiped her eyes and her nose, took a deep breath to settle herself, then took a sip of the warmish tea, struggling to get herself under control again. It was more than losing the baby that had caused her tears, although that had been the catalyst. She couldn't seem to do anything right. Jondalar had stopped loving her, people hated her, and she had been so careless that she lost her baby. She had heard Zelendani's words, but she didn't fully comprehend, and it didn't change how she felt. Perhaps now you can understand why I'm so interested in those roots you talk about, the first said, when it seemed that Ayla was feeling better. If the experience can be carefully watched and controlled, we may have another helpful way to reach the next world when we need to, like this mixture in the pouch, and some other herbs we sometimes use. Ayla didn't hear her at first. When Zelendani's words finally reached her, she recalled that she had never wanted to experiment with those roots again. Though the Mogur had been able to control the effects of the powerful substance, she was sure she never would be capable of it. She believed only a clan mind with its unique differences and the clan memories could control it. She didn't think anyone born to the others could ever control the black void, no matter how well they were watched. She knew that the first was fascinated. Mahmut had been intrigued, too, about the special plants used only by the Mogurs of the clan, but after their dangerous experience together, Mahmut had said he would never use them again. He told her he was afraid he would lose his spirit in that paralyzing black void, and had warned her against them. Reliving the terrifying journey to that menacing, unknown place when she was deep in the cave, and vividly recalling it during her initiation, made the memory too disturbingly fresh, and she knew that even her unnerving recollection was only a faint shadow of the real experience. Yet in the black despair of her present state of mind, she wasn't thinking clearly. She should have had time to regain her balance, but too much had happened too fast. Her ordeal in the cave when she was called, including the miscarriage, had weakened her both physically and emotionally. The pain and the jealousy and the disappointment of finding Jondalar with another woman were intensified by her experience in the cave and by her loss. She had been looking forward to the knowing touch of his hands and the closeness of his body, to the thought of replacing the baby she had lost, to the healing comfort of his love. Instead, she found him with another woman, and not just any woman, the woman who had viciously and knowingly tried to hurt her before. Under normal circumstances, she might have been able to take his indiscretion in stride, especially if it had been with someone else. She might not have been happy about it. They had been too close, but she understood the customs. They were not so different from those of the men of the clan, who could choose whatever woman they wanted. She knew how jealous Jondalar had been about her and Rainik when they lived with the Mamutoi, even though she didn't know what was causing the barely controlled violence of his reaction. Rainik had told her to come with him, and she was raised by the clan. She hadn't learned yet that among the others she had the right to say no. When they finally resolved the problem and she left with Jondalar back to his home, she had decided in her own mind that she would never give him cause to be jealous of her again. She never chose anyone else, even though she knew it would have been acceptable, and to her knowledge, he never did either. He certainly never did openly, as the other men did. When she was confronted with the fact that he not only had chosen someone else, but that he had been choosing that particular woman in secret for a long time, she felt utterly betrayed. But Jondalar had not meant to betray her. He wanted to keep her from finding out so she wouldn't be hurt. He knew she never chose anyone else, and at a certain level he even knew why. Though he would have struggled to control it, he knew how jealous he would have been if she had chosen someone else. He did not want her to experience the intensity of pain that he would have felt. When she found them together, he was beside himself. He simply didn't know what to do. He had never learned. Jondalar was born to grow into a 6'6" tall, well-formed, incredibly handsome man, with an unconscious charisma enhanced by a vividly intense shade of blue eyes. His natural intelligence, innate manual dexterity, and intrinsic mechanical skill were discovered early, and he was encouraged to apply it in many areas until he discovered his love for knapping flint and making tools. But his powerful feelings were also stronger than most, far too intense, and his mother and those who cared about him struggled to teach him to keep them under control. Even as a child, he wanted too much, cared too much, felt too much. He could be overcome with compassion, yearn with desire, rage with hate, or burn with love. He was given too much, too many gifts, and few understood what a burden that could be. When he was a young man, Jondalar had been taught how to please a woman, but that was a normal practice of his culture. It was something all young men were taught. The fact that he'd learned it so well was partly because he had been taught so well, and partly the result of his own natural inclination. He discovered young that he loved pleasing women, but he never had to learn how to interest a woman. Unlike most men, he never had to find ways to make a woman notice him. He couldn't help but be noticed. He sought ways to get away occasionally. He never had to think about how to meet a woman. Women went out of their way to meet him. Some threw themselves at him. He never had to entice a woman to spend her time with him. Women couldn't get enough of him. And he never had to learn how to handle loss, or a woman's anger, or his own blundering mistakes. No one imagined that a man with his obvious gifts wouldn't know how. Jondalar's reaction when something didn't go right was to withdraw, try to keep his feelings under control, and hope that somehow it would sort itself out. He hoped that he would be forgiven, or his mistakes overlooked, and usually that was what happened. He didn't know what to do when Ayla saw him with Morona, and Ayla wasn't any more adept at handling those kinds of situations. From the time she was first found by the clan as a 5-year, she had struggled to fit in, to make herself acceptable, so they would not turn her out. The clan didn't cry emotional tears, and hers disturbed them, so she learned to hold them back. The clan didn't display anger or pain or other strong emotions. It was not considered proper, so she learned not to show hers. To be a good clan woman, she learned what was expected of her and tried to behave the way she was expected to behave. She had tried to do the same with the Zelendanyi. But now she was at a loss. It seemed obvious to her that she had not learned how to be a good Zelendanyi woman. People were upset with her. Some people hated her. And Jondalar didn't love her. He had been ignoring her, and she had tried to provoke him to respond to her, but his brutal attack on Larimar was completely unexpected, and she felt beyond all doubt that it was entirely her fault. She had seen his compassion and his love, and had seen him control his strong feelings when they were living with the Mamutoi. She thought she knew him. Now she was convinced she didn't know him at all. She had been trying to maintain a semblance of normality by sheer force of will, but she was tired from lying awake too many nights, too full of worry, pain, and anger to sleep, and what she needed desperately was calm surroundings and rest. Perhaps Zelendani had been a little too interested in learning about the clan route, or she might have been more perceptive. But Ayla had always been a case apart. They didn't have enough common points of reference. Their backgrounds were far too different. Just when she thought she really understood the young woman, she'd find out that what she thought was true about Ayla was not. "I don't want to make it a big issue if you really feel we shouldn't, Ayla, but if you could tell me something about how to prepare this route, perhaps we can work out a small experiment, just to see if it might be useful. It would be just for the Zelendania, of course. What do you think?" Zelendani said. In Ayla's troubled state, even the terrifying black void struck her as a restful place, a place to get away from all the turmoil around her. And if she didn't come back, what difference would it make? Jondalar didn't love her any more. She would miss her daughter. Ayla felt a tight knot grip her stomach, then thought, John Ayla would probably be better off without her. The child was missing Jondalar. If she wasn't there, he would come back and take care of her again. And there were so many people who loved her. She would be well cared for. "It's not that complicated, Zelendani," Ayla said. "Essentially, the roots are chewed to a mash and spit into a bowl of water. But they are hard to chew, and it takes a long time. And the one who is preparing it is not supposed to swallow any of the juice. It could be that it's a necessary ingredient, the juice that accumulates in the mouth," Ayla said. "That's all? It seems to me if you just use a small amount, like one would test anything new, it shouldn't be that dangerous," Zelendani said. "There are some clan rituals involved. The medicine woman who prepares the root for the Mogurs is supposed to purify herself first, bathe in a river using soap root, and she is not supposed to wear clothing. Isa told me that was so the woman would be unsullied and open, with nothing hidden, so that she would not contaminate the holy men, the Mogurs. The Mogur, Kreb, painted my body with red and black colors, mostly circles around the female parts to isolate them, I think," Ayla said. "It is a very sacred ceremony to the clan." "We could use the new cave you found. It's a very sacred place, and private. This would be a good use for it," the first said. "Anything else?" "No, except when I tried the route with Mahmud, he made sure that the people of the lion camp kept chanting, so we would have something to hold on to, something that would keep us tethered to this world and help us find our way back." She hesitated, looked down at the empty cup still in her hands, and added softly, "I'm not sure how, but Mahmud said Jondalar may have helped bring us back." "We will make sure all the Zelendania are there. They are very good at sustained chanting." "Does it make any difference what is chanted?" the first asked. "I don't think so. Just something familiar," Ayla said. "When should we plan to do it?" Zelendani asked, more excited than she thought she would be. "I don't think it matters." "Tomorrow morning, as soon as you can get everything ready." Ayla shrugged as if she didn't care. At that moment, she didn't. "It's as good a time as any, I suppose," she said. Chapter 39. Jondalar was filled with as much anxiety and despair as Ayla. He had tried to avoid everyone as much as possible since the big ceremony where everyone was told about men and why they were created. He recalled parts of that night only vaguely. He did remember smashing Larimar in the face over and over again, and he couldn't erase from his mind the picture of that man moving up and down on top of Ayla. When he woke up the next day, his head was pounding. He was still somewhat dizzy and very nauseous. He couldn't remember ever being so sick the next day, and wondered what was in the drinks he consumed. Danuk was there, and he thought he ought to feel grateful to him, but he didn't know why. He asked Danuk questions, trying to fill in the blanks. As Jondalar learned what he had done, he started to recall what had happened, and was appalled and full of remorse and shame. He had never much liked Larimar, but nothing he had ever done could be as bad as what Jondalar had done to him. He was so filled with self-hatred, he could not think of anything else. He was sure everyone felt the same way about him, and he was convinced that Ayla could not possibly love him any more. How could anyone love someone so despicable? Part of him wanted to leave everything behind and just go as far away as he could get, but something held him back. He told himself he had to face his punishment, at least find out what it would be and somehow make amends. But it was more that things felt unfinished, and he couldn't go leaving everything so unresolved. And deep inside, he wasn't sure he could simply walk away from Ayla and John Ayla. He couldn't bear the thought of never seeing them again, even if only from a distance. His mind became a confusion of pain, guilt, and desperation. He could think of nothing he might do to make his life right again, and every time he saw anyone, he was sure they were looking at him with the same disgust and loathing that he felt about himself. Part of his self-recrimination stemmed from the fact that as despicably as he'd behaved, and as ashamed as he was, every time he closed his eyes to try to sleep at night, he would see Larimar on top of Ayla and feel the same rage and frustration he'd felt then. He knew in his heart that under the same circumstances he would do it again. Jondalar's mind dwelled on his problems constantly. He could hardly think of anything else. It was an incessant itch, like continually picking on the scab of a minor cut, never giving it a chance to heal, making it worse and worse until it became a running infection. He tried to get away from people as often as he could, and began taking long walks, usually beside the bank of the river, most often upstream. Each time he went, he'd walk a little farther, stay a little longer, but he always reached a point where he could not go on and would have to turn around and walk back. Occasionally he would get racer, and instead of walking along the river, would ride out across the open grassland. He resisted taking his horse too often, because it was then that he was most tempted to keep on going. But this day he wanted to ride out and put some distance between himself and the camp. As soon as she was fully awake, Ayla got up and went to the river. She hadn't slept well. At first she was too edgy and restless to fall asleep, and then she was awakened by dreams that she couldn't quite remember, but that left her uneasy. She thought about what she needed to do to make the clan ceremony as close to correct as possible. While she looked for soap root to purify herself, she also kept an eye out for a nodule of flint or even a leftover piece of reasonable size. She wanted to make a cutting tool in the clan way that she could use to cut off a piece of leather to make a clan amulet. When she came to the mouth of the small stream as it emptied into the river, she turned to follow it instead. She had to walk upstream some distance before she found a few soaproot plants in the woods behind the camp of the 9th cave. It was late in the season, and most had been picked, and then the variety she found wasn't the same plant that the clan used, and she had wanted the ritual to be right. although, since she was a woman, it would never be a clan ceremony anyway. Only men of the clan consumed the roots. The woman's job was only to prepare them. As she stooped to pull the soap roots out, she thought she caught a glimpse of Jondalar in the woods, walking alongside the small stream. But when she stood up, she didn't see him, and wondered if it was her imagination. The stallion was glad to see Jondalar. The other horses were too, but he didn't want to take them. He was in the mood for a long run alone. When they reached the open plains, Jondalar urged the horse into a thundering gallop across the land. Racer seemed just as eager to live up to his name. Jondalar wasn't paying much attention to where they were going or where they were. Suddenly, he was literally jerked out of his moody meditation when he heard a loud, belligerent neigh, the sound of hoofs, and felt his mount begin to rear. They were in the middle of a herd of horses. It was only his years of riding and quick reflexes that enabled him to keep his seat. He lunged forward and grabbed a handful of the stand-up mane of the steppe horse and held on, struggling to calm the stallion and get him back under control. Racer was a healthy stallion in his prime, though he'd never had the experience of living in the auxiliary male herd that stayed near the fringes of a primary herd of females and young, keeping the herd stallion constantly on guard and ready to defend his own, or of the play fighting with other young males as he was growing up. Yet he was instinctively ready to challenge the herd male. Jondalar's first thought was to get his horse as far away from the herd as possible, as fast as he could. But it was all he could do to turn the stallion around and head back toward the campsite. When Racer settled down and they were finally heading steadily back, Jondalar began to wonder if it was fair to keep the virile stallion away from other horses, and for the first time he seriously contemplated the idea of letting him go. He wasn't ready to give him up yet, but he began to rethink taking long rides alone on the brown stallion. On the way back, he found himself moodily introspective again. He remembered the day of the big meeting and watching Ayla sitting stiffly while Brukaval reviled her. He had ached to comfort her, to force Brukaval to stop, to tell him he was wrong. He had completely understood everything Zelendani said. He'd heard most of it over the years from Ayla, and he was more ready than most to accept it. The thing that was new to him was the name given to the relationship, Far Mother, shortened to Father. And he thought about Zelendani's final words, that the men would name the boys. Fathers would name their sons. He said the word over to himself. Father. He was a father. He was John Ayla's father. He wasn't fit to be John Ayla's father. It would shame her to name him her father. He had nearly killed a man with his fists. If it hadn't been for Danuk, he would have. Ayla had lost a baby when she was alone in the deep passages of Fountain Rock's cave, and he wasn't there to help her. What if the child she had lost was a boy? If she hadn't lost it, and it was a boy, would he have been the one to name him? What would it be like to decide on a name for a child? What did it matter? He would never be able to name a child. He would never have any more children. He had lost his mate. He would have to leave his hearth. After Zelendani had closed the meeting, he had avoided the conversations that everyone was having and had hurried back to the Falaj so he wouldn't have to see Ayla or John Ayla. He was still feeling the same when the rest of the Falaj started walking towards the Lanzadanyi camp for the big feast the next day. But after everyone had been gone for some time, Jondalar couldn't seem to stop himself from dwelling on all his wrongs. Finally, he couldn't stand it inside the lodge, with his mind going over and over the same things, blaming himself, berating himself, scourging himself. He went out and headed for the river to take another long walk. Since his near encounter with the stallion when they ran into a herd of mares, Racer seemed more excitable, and Jondalar decided not to ride him. As he started walking upstream, he was surprised to see that Wolf had caught up with him. Jondalar was glad to see the carnivore and stopped to greet him, catching the great head by his ruff that was growing thicker now and more luxurious.
"Wolf, what brings you here? Are you tired of all the noise and commotion, too? Well, you're welcome to join me," he said with enthusiasm. The animal responded with a low growl of pleasure. Wolf had been so involved with Ayla after being away from her for so long, and with Ayla, who had been his primary focus since the day she pulled the frightened 4-week-old pup from his cold and lonely den, that he hadn't spent much time with the third human he considered to be an essential member of his pack. On the way back to the camp of the 9th cave, after the meal he'd been given, he saw Jondalar heading towards the river and ran after the man, ahead of Ayla. He turned back to look at her and whined.
"Go ahead, Wolf,"
the child said, signaling him on.
"Go with Jondalar."
She had seen the man's great unhappiness, and she was more than aware that her mother was just as sad, for all that she tried not to show it. She didn't know exactly what, but the child knew something was terribly wrong, and it gave her a fearful knot in the pit of her stomach. More than anything, she wanted her family back together, and that included her Thona and Weimar and Wolf and the horses, too. "Maybe Jondi needs to see you, Wolf, and be with you like I did," Ayla thought. Ayla had been thinking about Jondalar, or more precisely, about using the pool in the small river for her ceremonial bath, and that made her think of Jondalar. She wanted the quiet and privacy of the secluded place for the purification cleansing, but she hadn't been able to go back since she found Jondalar there with Morona. She knew there was flint in that area. Jondalar had found some, but she didn't see any and didn't think she would have time to look farther afield. She knew Jondalar always had a few good hunks of flint around, but she didn't even consider asking him. He wasn't talking to her these days. She would just have to make do with a Zelendanyi knife and all to cut the hide and to pierce holes around the edge for the drawstring, even if it was another deviation from clan custom. She found a flattish rock, carried it closer to the pool in the small river, and then, with another rounder stone, she pounded the foamy saponifying ingredients from the soap roots on it, mixed with a little water. Then she stepped into the quiet backwater inside a curve at the edge of the pool and began to smooth the slippery foam on her body. The bottom dropped off quickly as she moved out from the bank to rinse. She ducked her head under, swam a few strokes, then returned to wash her hair. As Ayla bathed in the pool, she thought about the clan. She remembered her childhood with Brun's clan as peaceful and safe, with Isa and Kreb there to love her and take care of her. Everyone knew from the time they were born what was expected of them, and there was no allowance for deviation. Roles were clearly defined. Everyone knew where they fit, knew their rank, knew their jobs, knew their place. Life was stable and secure. They didn't have to worry about new ideas changing things. Why was she the one who had to bring changes that affected everyone, that some would hate her for? Looking back, her life with the clan seemed so reassuring. She wondered why she had struggled so hard against the restrictions. The ordered life of the clan appealed to her now. There was a comforting security to a strictly regulated life. Yet she was glad she had taught herself to hunt, though it was against clan traditions. She was a woman, and women of the clan did not hunt. But if she hadn't known how, she wouldn't be alive now, even if she almost died for it after they found out. The first time she was cursed, when Brun expelled her from the clan, he limited the time to only 1 moon. It was the beginning of winter, and they all expected her to die, but the hunting she was cursed for had saved her life from the curse. Maybe I should have died then, she thought. She had defied the way of the clan again when she ran away with Dirk, but she couldn't let them expose her newborn son to the mercy of the elements and carnivores just because they thought he was deformed. Brun had spared them, though Braud objected. He had never made her life easy. When he became leader and cursed her, it was forever and for no good reason, and that time she was finally forced to leave the clan. Hunting saved her then, too. She would never have survived in the valley if she wasn't a hunter, and if she hadn't known that she could live alone if she had to. Ayla was still thinking about the clan and how to handle the rituals associated with the roots properly when she returned to the camp. She saw John Ayla sitting with Proliva and Marthona. They waved and beckoned to her. "Come have something to eat," Proliva said. Wolf had grown tired of walking with the melancholy man, who did nothing but shuffle along, and came back to find John Ayla. He was on the other side of the fire, gnawing a bone, and looked up. Ayla walked in their direction. She gave her daughter a hug, then held her off and looked at her with a strange sadness, and hugged her again, almost too hard. "Your hair is wet, Mother," John Ayla said, squirming out of the way. "I just washed it," Ayla said, petting the large wolf who had come to greet her. She took the handsome head between her hands, looked deeply into his eyes, then hugged him with fervor. When she stood up, the wolf looked up at her with anticipation. She patted the front of her shoulder. He jumped up, steadied himself with his paws on her shoulders, licked her neck and face, then took her jaw gently in his teeth and held it. When he let go, she returned the wolf signal of pack membership, taking his muzzle in her teeth for a moment. She hadn't done that for a while, and Ayla thought he seemed pleased. Proliva let out the breath she'd been holding when Wolf dropped down. That particular bit of wolfish behavior from Ayla was disturbing, no matter how many times she saw it. Watching the woman exposing her neck to the teeth of the huge wolf always unnerved her and made her realize that the friendly, well-behaved animal was a powerful wolf who could easily kill any one of the humans he mingled with so freely. After she caught her breath and settled her apprehensions, Proliva commented, "Help yourself, Ayla. There's plenty. This morning's meal was easy to make. There was a lot left over from yesterday's feast. I'm glad we decided to make a meal together with the Lanzadagni. I liked working with Jerica and Joplea and several of the other women. I feel as though I know them better now." Ayla felt a pang of regret. She wished she hadn't been so busy with the Zelandania. She would have liked to help with the feast. Working together was a good way to get to know people better. Being wrapped up in her own problems didn't help either. She could have gotten there earlier, she thought, as she picked up one of the extra cups that were set out for those who forgot their own, and dipped a cup of chamomile tea from the large, kerfed wooden cooking box. Tea was always the first thing made in the morning. "The aurochs is particularly good and juicy, Ayla. They've started to put on their winter fat, and Proliva just reheated it. You should try some," Marthona urged, noticing that she wasn't taking any food. "Food holders are over there." She indicated a stack of odd-sized but generally flat pieces of wood, bone, and ivory that were used as plates. Trees that had been felled and broken for firewood often produced large splinters that could be quickly trimmed and smoothed into plates and dishes. Shoulder and pelvic bones from various deer, bison, and aurochs were roughly shaped to a reasonable size for the same purpose. The tusks of mammoths could be chipped off, much like flint, but making much larger flakes that were used for plates as well. Mammoth ivory could even be pre-shaped by cutting a circular groove first with a burr and chisel. Then, using a solid end piece of antler or horn with the pointed tip held at just the right angle in the groove of the circle, and with practice and a bit of luck, a blow from a hammerstone on the back of it would detach an ivory flake with the pre-cut shape. But that much work was usually done only for objects meant to be given as gifts or for other special purposes. Such pre-shaped flakes of ivory with smooth, slightly rounded outside surfaces could be used for more than dishes. Decorative images could be etched on them.
"Thank you, Marthona, but I have to get some things and go to see Zelendani,"
Ayla said. Suddenly she stopped and hunkered down in front of the older woman, who was sitting on a small stool woven together out of reeds, cattail leaves, and flexible branches.
"I really do want to thank you for being so kind to me since the first day I arrived. I don't remember my own mother, only Isa, the clan woman who raised me, but I like to think that my real mother would have been like you."
"I think of you as a daughter, Ayla," Marthona said, more moved than she would have expected. "My son was lucky to find you." Then she shook her head slightly. "Sometimes I wish he were more like you." Ayla hugged her, then turned to Proliva.
"Thank you too, Proliva. You've been such a good friend to me, and I appreciate, more than I can say, the way you've taken care of John Ayla when I had to stay back at the 9th cave, and when I've been busy here."
She hugged Proliva, too.
"I wish Folara was here, but I know she's busy with the preparations for her matrimonial. I think Aldenar is a good man. I'm so happy for her."
"I have to go now," she said suddenly, hugged her daughter again, then hurried to the dwelling, misty-eyed with the tears she was holding back.
"I wonder what that was all about,"
Proliva said. "If I didn't know better, I'd think she almost sounded like she was saying goodbye," Marthona said.
"Is Mother going someplace, Thona?"
John Ayla asked. "I don't think so. At least, no one has said anything to me." Ayla stayed in the summer dwelling for a while, making preparations. First, she cut out a roughly circular shape from the belly of the skin of the red deer she had brought with her to the summer meeting. She had found the soft buckskin hide the day before, folded up on her sleeping roll. When she asked John Ayla who cured the deer skin, she was told everybody did. Cordage, fibrous rope, twine, thread, tough sinew, and strips of leather thong in various sizes were always useful and easy to make without having to think about it, once the techniques were learned. Most people busied themselves making things when they were sitting around talking or listening to stories, out of materials that were collected whenever they were found. So there was always some cordage around for anyone to use. Ayla got some strips of leather thong and a long piece of thin, flexible rope that were hanging on pegs pounded into posts near the entrance. After she had cut off the belly part into a circular shape, she folded the rest of the hide, then coiled up the rope and put it on top. She measured out a length of the leather thong around her neck, added additional length, then threaded it through the holes she cut around the edge of the leather circle. She seldom wore her amulet anymore, not even her more modern one. Most Zelendanyi wore necklaces, and it was hard to wear a lumpy leather pouch and a necklace at the same time. Instead, she usually kept her amulet in her medicine bag, which she customarily wore attached to a belt or waist thong. It wasn't a clan medicine bag. She had thought about making another one several times, but never seemed to find the time. Releasing the drawstring that held her medicine bag closed, she searched inside and pulled out the small decorated pouch, her amulet that was full of odd-shaped objects. She undid the knots and poured the strange collection of objects into her hand. They were the signs from her totem that signified important moments in her life. Most of them were given to her by the spirit of the great cave lion after she had made a critical decision as a sign that she had made the right choice, but not all. The piece of red ochre that was the first object to go into the bag was worn smooth. It was given to her by Isa when she was accepted into the clan. Ayla put it into the new amulet. The piece of black manganese dioxide that was given to her when she became a medicine woman was also worn down, just from being inside the small pouch with the other objects for so long. The red and black material that was often used for coloration had left their residue on the other objects in the pouch. The mineral objects could be brushed off, such as the fossil cast of a seashell, the sign from her totem that her decision to hunt was proper for her, even though she was female. He must have known even then that I would need to hunt if I was going to survive, she thought. My cave lion even told Brun to let me hunt, although then only with the sling. The disk of mammoth ivory, her hunting talisman that had been given to her when she was declared the woman who hunts, had absorbed color that couldn't be brushed off, mostly red from the ochre. She picked up the piece of iron pyrite and rubbed it against her tunic. It was her favorite sign. It was the one that told her she had been right to run away with Dirk. If she hadn't, he would have been exposed without anyone thinking any more about it, since he had been judged deformed. When she took him and hid, knowing she could die as well, it made Brun and Kreb stop and think. The colored dust clung to the clear quartz crystal, but didn't discolor it. That was the sign she found that told her she had made the right decision to stop looking for her people and stay in the Valley of Horses for a while. It always bothered her when she saw the black manganese stone. She picked it up again and held it in her closed fist. It held the spirits of all the people of the clan. She had exchanged a piece of her spirit for it, so that when she saved someone's life, they incurred no obligation to her, since she already had a piece of everyone's spirit. When Isa died, Kreb, the Mogur, had taken her medicine woman stone from her before she was buried, so she would not take the entire clan to the spirit world with her. But no one took her stone when Braud cursed her with death. Guv had not been Mogur for very long, and it came as such a shock to everyone when Braud did it. No one remembered to get the stone from her, and she forgot to return it. What would happen to the clan if she still had the stone when she passed to the next world? She put all of her totem's signs into the new pouch, and knew she would keep them there from then on. It felt right for her clan totem signs to be in a clan amulet pouch. As she pulled the drawstring tight, she wondered, as she often had, why she had never been given a sign from her totem when she decided to leave the Mamutoi and go with Jandalar. Had she already become a child of the mother? Had the mother told her totem she didn't need a sign? Had she been given a more subtle sign that she didn't recognize? Or, a new and more frightening thought came to her, had she made the wrong decision? She felt a cold chill. For the first time in a long time, Ayla clutched her amulet and sent a silent thought asking for his protection to the spirit of the great cave lion. When she left the temporary dwelling, Ayla was carrying a folded-up buckskin hide, a leather rucksack lumpy with the objects it held, and her clan medicine bag. There were several more people around the campfire, and she waved to them as she left, but it wasn't the usual beckoning come-back motion with her palm facing inward toward herself, which commonly signified a temporary separation, acknowledging that she would see them soon. She had raised her hand, palm facing out, and moved it slightly from side to side. Marthona frowned at the signal. As she started walking upstream along the small river, a quicker way toward the cave she had found a few years before, Ayla was beginning to wonder whether she should go through with this ceremony. Yes, Zelendani would be disappointed, and so would the rest of the Zelendania who were preparing to assist, but it was more dangerous than they realized. When she agreed to the ceremony the day before, she had been so depressed she didn't care if she got lost in the black void, but she was feeling better this morning, especially after her bath in the river and seeing John Ayla and Wolf, not to mention Marthona and Proliva. She wasn't as ready to face that terrifying black void now. Maybe she should tell Zelendani that she had changed her mind. She hadn't thought about the danger she was facing while she was making her preliminary preparations, but she had felt uncomfortable about her inability to perform all of the rituals in the proper way. That was a very important aspect of clan ceremony, unlike the Zelendani, who were more tolerant of deviation. Even the words of the mother's song varied slightly from cave to cave, which was a favored topic of discussion among the Zelendania, and that was the most important elder legend of all. If such a legend had been a sacred part of clan ceremonies, it would have been memorized and recited in precisely the same way every time it was repeated, at least among the clans that had regular direct contact with each other. Even those clans from distant regions would have had a version that was very close. That was why she could communicate in the sacred sign language of the clan with the clans in this region, though it was a year's travel away from the clan she grew up with. There were minor differences, but it was amazingly similar. Since it was a clan ceremony she would be performing, using powerful roots prepared according to clan procedures, she felt everything should be done as close as possible according to clan tradition. She believed it was the only way she could hope to maintain any control, and she was beginning to have doubts if even that would help. She was walking past the wooded area with her mind deep in thought when she nearly bumped into someone coming out from behind a tree. She was startled to find herself practically in Jondalar's arms. He was even more surprised and at a complete loss about what to do. His first impulse was to finish what the accident had started and put his arms around her. He'd been longing to do it for so long, but catching a glimpse of her shocked expression, he jumped back, assuming somehow that her surprise meant revulsion, that she didn't want him to touch her. Her reaction to his instant avoidance was that he didn't want her, couldn't stand to be near her. They stared at each other for a long moment. It was the closest they had been since she found him with Morona, and in their hearts each yearned to prolong that moment, to broach the emotional distance that seemed to separate them. But a child running down the path they were on distracted them. They looked away for a moment, and then couldn't quite look back.
Sorry,
Jondalar said, aching to hold her, but afraid she would rebuff him. He was so completely at a loss. He was looking around wildly like an animal caught in a trap.
"Doesn't matter,"
Ayla said, looking down to hide the tears that were just too ready to flow these days. She didn't want him to see how terrible it made her feel to think that he couldn't stand to be close to her, that he couldn't wait to get away. Without looking up, she started walking again, hurrying before her overflowing eyes gave her away. Jondalar had to fight his own tears as he watched her almost running along the path in her hurry to get away from him. Ayla continued along what had become a faint path towards the new cave, although it was likely that every one of the entire family of Zelendanyi people had been inside the new cave at least once. It wasn't used often, because it was so beautiful and so unusual, with its nearly white stone walls. It was considered a very spiritual, very sacred place, and still rather inviolable. The Zelendania and cave leaders were still working out the appropriate times and ways to use it. Traditions hadn't been developed yet. It was all too new. As she approached the base of the small hill that held the cave, she noticed that the obstructing brush and the fallen tree, whose uplifted roots had originally exposed the opening to the underground chambers, were cleared away. Dirt and stones around the opening had also been removed, which enlarged the entrance. Although she wasn't looking forward to the ceremony she had been preparing for, she had been excited about seeing the cave again, but the lighter mood that had almost made her decide to forego this dangerous ceremony was gone. Her unhappiness matched the black void she was facing. What did it matter if she lost herself there? It couldn't be any worse than the way she felt at that moment. She was struggling to regain the self-control that seemed so elusive today. It almost seemed she had been on the verge of tears since she woke up. She took a shallow stone bowl from her leather sack and a fur package. Inside was a small, nearly watertight bag of fat with a stoppered end that was wrapped and tied in the piece of fur to keep any seeping grease from damaging anything nearby. She found her package of lichen wicks, poured a little oil in the bowl, soaked a wick in it for a few moments, then pulled it out, and leaned it against the edge of the bowl-shaped lamp. She was preparing to use her firestone to light when she saw 2 more Zelendania walking up the path. The sight of the Zelendania brought Ayla an added measure of composure. She was still new to their ranks and wanted to keep their respect. They greeted each other and spoke of inconsequential matters. Then one of them held the lamp while watching Ayla start a small fire on the ground with her firestone. Once the lamp was lit, she smothered the fire with dirt, and all 3 entered the cave. Once they passed through the warmth of the entrance area and entered the total darkness of the inside, the temperature cooled to the ambient temperature of most caves, about 55 degrees. There was little conversation as they picked their way along exposed rocks and slippery clay, with only a single lamp to show the way. By the time they reached a larger chamber, their eyes were so accustomed to the dark that the lights from many stone lamps seemed almost bright. Most of the Zelendania had already arrived and were waiting for Ayla. "There you are, Zelendani of the 9th cave," the first said. "Have you made all the preparations you think are necessary?"
"Not quite,"
Ayla said.
"I still have to change. During the clan ceremony, I would be naked except for my amulet and the colors painted on my body by the Mogur when I make the drink. But it's too cold in the cave to be naked for very long, and besides, the Mogurs who drank the liquid wore clothes, so I will too. I think it's important to stay as close to the clan ceremony as possible, so I've decided to wear a wrap in the style of a clan woman. I made a clan amulet for my totem symbols, and to show that I am a medicine woman, I will wear my clan medicine bag, although it is the objects in my amulet that are more important. It will enable the clan spirits to recognize me not only as a woman of the clan, but as a medicine woman." With all the Zelendania looking on with great curiosity, Ayla removed her clothing and began wrapping the soft, pliable deer hide around her, tying it on her with a long cord in such a way as to leave pouches and folds to hold things. She thought about all the things she was doing that were not clan, starting with her preparing the drink for herself instead of for the Mogurs. She was not a Mogur. No woman of the clan could be one,
and she didn't know the rituals they performed to ready themselves for this ceremony, but she was a Zelendani, and she hoped that would make a difference once she reached the spirit world. She took a small pouch out of her medicine bag. There was enough light from the many lamps to show its deep red ochre color, the color most sacred to the clan. And then she took a wooden bowl out of the leather pack frame. She had made the bowl some time ago in the style of the clan to show Marthona, who, with her aesthetic sense, appreciated the simplicity and craftsmanship. Ayla had planned to give it to the woman, and now she was glad she still had it. If it wasn't the special bowl that had been used only for this root for the many generations of Issa's ancestors, it was at least a wooden bowl made in the painstaking way the clan made them.
"I will need some water,"
Ayla said as she undid the knots of the red pouch. She emptied the bag of roots into her hand. "May I see them?" Zelendani asked. Ayla held them out to her, but there was nothing distinctive about them. They were just dried roots.
"I'm not sure how much to use,"
she said, picking out 2 small pieces, hoping it would be correct.
"I've only done this twice before, and I don't have Issa's memories."
A few of the Zelendania there had heard her speak about clan memories, but most had no idea what she meant. She had tried to explain them to Zelendani, who was first, but since she didn't know exactly what they were herself, it was hard to explain to someone else. Someone poured water into her wooden bowl, and Ayla drank a little to wet her mouth. She remembered how dry the roots were and how hard they were to chew.
"I am ready,"
she said, and before she could change her mind, she put the roots in her mouth and began to chew. It took a long time to soften them up enough to bite through, and though she did try to avoid swallowing her own saliva, it was difficult, and she thought to herself, since I'm the one who's going to drink it, maybe it doesn't matter too much. She chewed and chewed and chewed and chewed. It seemed to take forever, but finally her mouth held a soggy pulp which she spit into the bowl. She stirred it with her finger and watched the liquid turn a milky white. Zelendani was looking over her shoulder. "Is that what it's supposed to do?" She seemed to be trying to detect its odor.
"Yes,"
Ayla said. She could feel its primeval taste in her mouth.
"Would you like to smell it?"
"It smells ancient," the woman said, "like a deep, cool, wet forest full of moss and mushrooms. May I taste it?" She was going to refuse. It was so sacred to the clan, Issa couldn't even make some just to show her how, and for a moment Ayla was appalled that Zelendani would ask. But then she realized this whole experiment was so far from anything the clan would do that it could hardly matter if Zelendani took a drink. Ayla held the bowl to the woman's lips and watched her take much more than a sip and pulled it back before she took too much. Then she held it to her own mouth and drank it down quickly, making sure there was none left for anyone else to sample. That was how she got in trouble the first time. Issa had told her there was not supposed to be any left, but she had made too much, and after his first taste, the Mogur knew it was too strong. He controlled how much each man drank, and left some in the bottom of the bowl. Ayla had found it later, after she had ingested too much from chewing the root and had too much of the women's drink besides. She was in such a confused state, she drank the rest down so none would be left. This time she would make sure no one else would inadvertently be tempted to try it. "When should we start to chant for you?" the first asked. Ayla almost forgot about the chanting.
"Probably should have started already,"
she said, a slight slur in her voice already. The first was feeling the effects of her rather large taste as well, and struggled to keep her control as she signaled the Zelendania to begin chanting. "That is a powerful root," she thought, "and I only had one drink. What must Ayla be feeling now after all she drank?" Zelindani thought. The ancient taste was familiar, and it brought on feelings Ayla would never forget, memories and associations of the other times she had tasted the drink, and of times long past. She felt the cool and damp of a deep forest, as though she was enveloped within it, with trees so huge it was difficult to find a way around and between them as she climbed up the steep side of a mountain, followed by the horse. Lichen, damply soft and silvery grayish-green, draped the trees, and moss covered the ground and rocks and logs of dead trees in a continuous carpet that ranged in shades from bright true green to deep pine green to rich earthy brownish green and all shades in between. Ayla could smell fungus, mushrooms of every size and shape, fragile white wings sprouting from fallen trees, thick woody shelves attached to old stumps, large, dense, sponge-like, brown-capped, tiny, delicate, thin-stemmed. There were honey-colored tight clusters, compact round spheres, shiny red tops with white spots, tall, smooth caps that melted to black ooze, ghostly white, perfect caps of death, and many more. She knew them all, tasted them all, felt them all. She was in a great delta of a huge river, carried by a stream of muddy brown water, breaking through thick stands of tall phragmite reeds and cattails, and floating islands with trees and wolves that climbed them, spinning round and round in a small leather-covered bowl boat, rising up and floating on a cushion of air. Ayla didn't know her knees had buckled as she went limp and dropped to the ground. She was picked up by several Zelindania and carried to a resting place that Zelindani had thought to have brought into the cave for her. The first almost wished she had one as well as she reached for her strong, padded wicker stool. She struggled to stay aware, to watch Ayla, and felt a dark tinge of worry start to develop in the back of her mind. Ayla was feeling peaceful, quiet, sinking into a soft mist that was drawing her deeper in until she was surrounded. It thickened around her into a fog that obscured all vision, then became a heavy, damp cloud. She felt swallowed by it. She was suffocating, struggled to breathe, gasped for air, then felt herself begin to move. She was moving faster and faster, caught in the middle of the suffocating cloud, rushing so fast it took her breath away, left her with no air. The cloud wrapped itself around her, squeezed her, pushing in from all sides, contracting, expanding, contracting, like something alive. It forced her to move with accelerating velocity until she fell into a deep, black, empty space, a place as black as the inside of a cave, mindless, terrifying. It would have been less terrifying if she had simply dropped into sleep, become unconscious, as it appeared she had to those watching. But she was not. She couldn't move, didn't really have a desire to move, but when she tried to focus her will to move something, even just a finger, she could not. She couldn't even feel her finger or any other part of herself. She couldn't open her eyes or turn her head. She had no volition, no will, but she could hear. At some level she was aware. As though from a distance, and yet with great clarity, she could hear the chant of the Zelindania. She could hear the faint murmur of voices from one corner. Though she couldn't make out what they were saying, she could even hear her own heart beating. Each Danyer chose a sound, a tone with a pitch and timbre each one was comfortable with on a sustained level. When they wanted to maintain a continuous chant, several of the Danyers would begin to make their tone. The combination might or might not be harmonic. It didn't matter. Before the first one got out of breath, another voice would join in, and then another and another at random intervals. The result was a droning, interweaving fugue of tones that could go on indefinitely, if there were enough people to provide sufficient rest for those people who had to stop for a while. For Ayla, it was a comforting sound that was there, but that tended to fade into the background as her mind observed scenes only she could see behind her closed eyelids, visions with the lucid incoherence of vivid dreams. It felt as though she were wide awake, dreaming. At first, she kept gaining speed in the black space. She knew it, though the void remained unchanged. She was terrified and alone, achingly alone. There were no sensations, no taste, no smell, no sound, no sight, no touch, as though none ever existed or ever would, just her conscious, screaming mind. An eternity passed. Then, at a great distance, barely discernible, a faint glimmer of light. She reached for it, strove for it. Anything at all was better than nothing. Her striving pulled her faster. The light expanded into an amorphous, barely perceptible blur, and for a moment she wondered if her mind might have any other effects on the state she was in. The indistinct light thickened to a cloudiness and darkened with colors, alien colors with unknown names. She was sinking into the cloud, falling through it faster and faster, and then she fell out the bottom. A strangely familiar landscape opened up below her, full of repetitive geometric shapes, squares and sharp angles, bright, shining, filled with light, repeating, climbing up. Nothing with such straight, sharp shapes existed in her familiar natural world. White ribbons seemed to flow along the ground in this strange place, reaching straight into the distance, with strange animals racing along it. As she drew closer, she saw people, masses of squirming, wriggling people, all pointing their fingers at her. You, they were saying. It was almost a chant. She saw a figure standing alone. It was a man of mixed spirits. As she got closer, she thought he looked familiar, but not quite. At first she thought it was Echazar, but then it seemed to be Brucaval, and the people were saying, You did it. You brought the knowledge. You did it. No, her mind screamed. It was the mother. She gave me the knowledge. Where's the mother? The mother is gone. Only the son remains, the people said. You did it. She looked at the man and suddenly knew who he was, though his face was in shadow and she couldn't see him clearly. I couldn't help it. I was cursed. I had to leave my son. Braut made me go, her soundless voice cried out. The mother is gone. Only the son remains. In her thoughts, Ayla frowned. What did it mean? Suddenly the world below took on different dimension, but still ominous and otherworldly. The people were gone, and the strange geometric shapes. It was an empty, desolate, wind-blown prairie. Two men appeared, brothers whom no one would guess were brothers. One was tall and blond, like Jandalar. The other, older one, she knew was Dirk, though his face was still shadowed. The two brothers approached each other from opposite directions, and she felt great anxiety, as though something terrible was about to happen, something she had to prevent. With a shock of terror, she was sure one of her sons would kill the other. With arms raised as though to strike, they drew closer. She strained to reach them. Suddenly, Mahmoud was there, holding her back.
It is not what you think. It is a symbol, a message, he said. Watch and wait.
A third man appeared on the wind-blown steps. It was Braud, looking at her with a glare of pure hatred. The first two men reached each other, Then both turned to face Braud.
"Curse him! Curse him! Curse him with death!"
Dirk motioned.
But he is your father, Dirk,
Ayla thought with silent apprehension.
You should not be the one to curse him.
"He is cursed already," her other son said. "You did it. You kept the black stone. They are all cursed."
No, no,
Ayla screamed.
I'll give it back. I can still give it back.
"There is nothing you can do, Ayla. It is your destiny,"
Mahmoud said. When she turned to face him, Kreb was standing beside him.
"You gave us Dirk," the old Mogur signed. "That was also your destiny. Dirk is part of the others, but he's clan too. The clan is doomed. It will be no more. Only your kind will go on, and the ones like Dirk, the children of mixed spirits. Not many, perhaps, but enough. It won't be the same. He will become like the others, but it is something. Dirk is the son of the clan, Ayla. He's the only son of the clan."
Ayla heard a woman weeping, and when she looked, the scene had changed again. It was dark. They were deep in a cave. Then lamps were lit, and she saw a woman holding a man in her arms. The man was her tall blonde son, and when the woman looked up, to her surprise, Ayla saw herself, but she was not clear. It was as though she was seeing herself in a reflector. A man came and looked down at them. She looked up and saw Jandalar.
"Where is my son?" he asked her. "Where is my son?"
I gave him to the mother,
the reflected Ayla cried.
The great Earth Mother wanted him. She is powerful. She took him from me.
Suddenly Ayla heard the crowd and saw the strange geometric shapes.
"The Earth Mother grows weak," the voices chanted. "Her children ignore her. When they no longer honor her, she will be ravished."
No,
the reflected Ayla wailed.
Who will feed us? Who will care for us? Who will provide for us if we don't honor her?
"The mother is gone. Only the son remains. The mother's children are no longer children. They have left the mother behind. They have the knowledge. They have come of age, as she knew someday they would."
The woman still wept, but she wasn't Ayla anymore. She was the mother, weeping because her children were gone. Ayla felt herself being pulled out of the cave. She was weeping too. The voices became faint, as though they were chanting from a great distance away. She was moving again, high above a vast grassy plain full of great herds. Aurochs were stampeding, and horses were racing to keep up with them. Bison and deer were running, and ibex. She drew closer, began to see individual animals, the ones she had seen when she was called to the Zelandania, and the disguises that they had worn during the ceremony when they had given the mother's new gift to her children, when she recited the last verse of the mother's song. 2 bison bulls running past each other, great aurochs bulls marching towards each other, a huge cow almost flying in the air, and another one giving birth, a horse at the end of a passage falling down a cliff, many horses, most in colors, browns and reds and blacks, and Winnie with the spotted hide over her back and across her face, and the 2 stick-like antlers. Chapter 40. Zelandani was not with Ayla on her arcane inward journey, but she sensed it and felt herself pulled toward it. Perhaps if she had consumed more of the drink, she might have been drawn in with Ayla and become lost in the enigmatic landscape induced by the root. As it was, she did lose control of her faculties for a period of time and had her own difficulties. The Zelandania weren't quite sure what was going on. Ayla appeared to be unconscious, and the first seemed close to it. She wasn't exactly dozing off, but she would slump down, and her eyes would glaze over as if she was gazing into some unseen distance. Then she would rouse herself and say things that didn't always make sense. She did not appear to be in control of the experiment, which was unusual in itself, and she definitely was not in control of herself, which made them all nervous. Those who knew her best were most alarmed, but they did not want to spread their concern among the rest. The first shook herself awake, as if by an act of will. "Cold, cold," she said, then slumped over again, and her eyes glazed. The next time she jerked herself awake, she shouted, "Cover, fur, cover, Ayla! Cold, so cold, get hot!" Then she was gone again. They had brought a few warm coverings with them just because it was always cool in a cave. They had already put one on Ayla, but the 11th decided to add another one. When she happened to touch the young woman, she was surprised. "She is cold, almost as cold as death," she said. "Is she breathing?" the third asked. The 11th bent over and looked closely, noticed a slight movement of her chest, and felt a faint sigh of air from her barely open mouth. "Yes, she's breathing, but it's shallow." "Do you think we should make some hot tea?" the 5th asked. "Yes, I think so, for both of them," the third said. "A stimulating tea or a soothing one?" said the 5th. "I don't know. Either one could react with that root in an unexpected way," the third said. "Let's try to ask the first. She's the one who should decide," the 11th said. Her companions nodded. The three of them surrounded the large woman who was sitting on her stool, slumped over. The third put her hand on the first's shoulder and gently nudged her, and then a little harder. Zelandani jerked awake. "Do you want hot tea?" the third asked. "Yes, yes," the first said, loudly again, as though shouting helped her stay awake. "Ayla too?" "Yes, hot." "Tea to stimulate or soothe?" the 11th asked, also speaking loudly. The Zelandani of the 14th cave walked over, frowning with concern. No," the first stopped, straining to concentrate. "Water, just hot water," she said. She shook herself again, trying to stay awake. "Help me up." "Are you sure you can stand?" the third asked. "You don't want to fall." "Help me up. Need to stay awake. Ayla needs help." She started to fall off again and shook herself violently. "Help me stand. Get hot water, not tea." The 3rd, 11th, and 14th all crowded around the hugely corpulent woman who was the first among those to serve the mother, and with some effort got her up on her feet. She wavered drunkenly, leaned heavily on 2 of the Zelandani, and shook her head again. She closed her eyes, and her expression took on a look of intense concentration. When she opened them, she was gritting her teeth with determination, but had stopped swaying. "Ayla's in trouble," she said. "My fault. Should have known." She was still having difficulty concentrating, thinking straight, but being up and moving around did help. The hot water did too, if only to warm her. She felt cold, a deep, bone-chilling cold, and she knew it wasn't just being in the cave. "Too cold. Move her. Need fire. Warmth." "You want us to move Ayla out of the cave?" the 14th said. "Yes, too cold." "Should we wake her?" the 11th asked. "I don't think you can," the first said, "but try." First, they tried gently shaking her, then not so gently. Ayla didn't stir. They tried talking to her, then shouting, but they couldn't rouse her. Zelandani of the 3rd asked the first, "Should we continue chanting?" "Yes, chant, don't stop, it's all she's got," the Zelandani who was first shouted. The higher-ranked Zelendania gave a few instructions. Suddenly there was a flurry of activity as several people rushed outside and hurried to the Zelendania lodge, some to stir up a fire for hot water, others to get a litter to carry the young woman out of the cave. The rest renewed the chanting with fervor. Several people were near the Zelendania lodge. A meeting of the couples planning to tie the knot at the late matrimonial had been planned later in the day, and a few of them had started to gather. Falara and Aldenor were among them. When several Zelendania came rushing toward the lodge, Falara and Aldenor looked at each other with concern.
"What's wrong? Why is everyone in such a hurry?"
Falara asked. "It's the new Zelendani," a young man answered, one of the newer acolytes.
"You mean Ayla? Zelendani of the 9th?
"Yes, she made a special drink using some kind of root, and the first said we have to get her out of the cave because it's too cold. She's not waking up," the acolyte answered. They heard a commotion and turned to look. A couple of strong young Danyers were helping the first back from the cave. She was having difficulty keeping her balance and finding her footing without stumbling. Falara had never seen Zelendani so unstable. A wave of apprehension washed over her. The one who was first was always so completely self-assured, so positive. Even with her great size, she always moved with confidence and ease. It had been bad enough for the young woman to watch her mother weakening. It was utterly frightening to see someone she had always thought of as an unshakable force, a bulwark of security and strength, suddenly show such debility. About the time that the first reached the lodge, another group of Zelendania appeared on the path leading down from the new cave, carrying a litter, piled high with furs. As the procession approached, Falara and Aldenor could hear the distinctive interwoven sounds of Zelendania chanting. When the litter passed by, Falara looked at the young woman she had come to know and love, her brother's mate. Ayla's face was pasty white, and her breathing so shallow she didn't seem to be moving at all. Falara was horrified, and Aldenor could see her alarm.
"We have to get Mother, and Proliva, and Joharan," she said, "and Jondalar."
Although it was difficult, and even a little embarrassing, the walk down to the lodge from the cave had helped to clear Zelendani's head. She dropped down on her large, comfortable stool gratefully and was glad for the cup of hot water. She hadn't dared to suggest an herb or medicinal to counteract the effects of the root, not when she wasn't thinking clearly, for fear its reaction in combination with the root might make the effects worse. Now that her head was more clear, though her body was still feeling the effects of the powerful root, she decided to experiment on herself. She added some stimulating herbs to a second cup of hot water and sipped it slowly, trying to judge if she could feel anything. She wasn't sure if they helped, but at least they didn't seem to make things worse. She stood up and, with a little assistance, went back to the bed recently vacated by Larimar, where they had put Ayla. "Have you tried to give her hot water?" she asked. "We haven't been able to get her mouth open," said a young acolyte who was standing nearby. The first tried to pry Ayla's mouth open, but her jaws were clamped shut, as though she was straining against something with all her might. The Danyer pulled back the covers and noticed her whole body was rigid. She was icy cold and clammy to the touch, in spite of all the furs on her. "Pour some hot water in that large bowl," she said to the young man. Several others who were standing around hurried to help him. She hadn't been able to open the young woman's mouth. If she couldn't get any heat inside her, she would have to try to apply more heat from the outside. The first took several of the pieces of bandage material, both soft skins and fabric, that were still nearby, and dumped them into the bowl of steaming water. Carefully she squeezed the hot liquid out and applied a hot dressing to Ayla's arm. By the time she put another one on the other arm, the first one was cold. "Keep more hot water coming," she said. She untied the rope that was wrapped around Ayla's garment, and with the help of several Zelandania to lift her, unwound it from around her, noting the ingenious way it had secured the buckskin on her. Ayla was not quite naked, the first noted. She was wearing an arrangement of straps that held on the absorbent leather pad stuffed with cattail fuzz between her legs. It is either her moon time, or she is still bleeding from the miscarriage, Zelandani thought. If nothing else, it means Larimar did not start new life in her. Matter-of-factly, the denier checked to see if she needed to be changed, but it appeared she was at the end of her flow. It was barely soiled, and she left the pad intact. Then, with the help of several other deniers, she began placing hot, damp, absorbent skins and cloths on Ayla in an attempt to drive away the deep cold that held the young woman. She herself had had only a taste of the internal chill, but it was enough to make her appreciate just how cold it felt. Finally, after many applications of heat, Ayla's rigid body seemed to relax, at least her jaw unclamped. Zelandani hoped it was a good sign, but she had no way of knowing for sure. She personally covered Ayla with warm furs. It was all she could do for now. Her large, sturdy stool was brought, and the one who was first sat beside the newest Zelandani and began her anxious vigil. For the first time she became conscious of the chanting that had been continuous from the beginning, with some joining in and others dropping out as they grew tired. "We may have to bring in more people to maintain it if this wait goes on too long." Zelandani didn't even want to think beyond the wait. When she did, she kept in her mind the thought that Ayla would eventually wake up and she would be fine. Any other outcome was too painful to contemplate. If I hadn't been so curious about those intriguing new roots, would I have been more perceptive? The first wondered. Ayla did seem rather upset and nervous when she arrived, but all the Zelandania were there and looking forward to this unique ceremony in the new cave. She had watched Ayla chewing the roots for a long time and finally spitting them into the bowl of water, and then she decided to try some herself. That was her first warning. The effects that she felt from that single drink were so much greater than she had anticipated. Though she'd had some bad moments, she was glad now that she did. It gave her a sense of what Ayla was going through. Who would have thought that such innocuous-looking dried roots could be so powerful? What were they? Did the plant grow anywhere nearby? It obviously had some unique properties, some of which might be beneficial for specific uses, but if there was to be any further experimentation, it would have to be under much more careful and controlled circumstances. It was a very dangerous root. She had barely settled into the meditative state she usually assumed for long vigils when one of the Zelandania approached the first. Marthona and Proliva, along with Folara, had arrived and were asking to come in. "Of course they can come in," she said. "They may be of help, and we may need it before this is over." When the three women were ushered in, they noticed several Zelandania were chanting over a bed near the back. Zelandani was sitting beside it. "What happened to Ayla?" Marthona asked when she saw her lying pallid and unmoving on the bed. "I wish I knew for sure," Zelandani said, "and I'm afraid I may be largely to blame. Over the past few years, Ayla spoke occasionally about a root that was used by the Mogurs, I think she calls them, the ones of her clan who know of the spirits. They used it to help them enter the spirit world, though only as part of special ceremonies, or so I understood. The way she talked about the root, I was sure she had used it, but she was always very cryptic about it. She did say that the effects were very powerful. I was intrigued, of course. Anything that can assist the Zelandania to communicate with the next world is always of interest. Stools were brought for the three, and cups of chamomile tea. When they were settled, the first continued. I didn't know until recently that Ayla still had some of those roots, and that she believed they would still be effective. Frankly, I doubted it. Most herbs and medicinals lose strength over time. She claimed that if they were properly stored, they became concentrated, gained in strength over time. I thought perhaps a small experiment might get her to think about something besides her worries. I knew she was troubled over Jondalar and that whole sad incident the night of the festival, especially after miscarrying when she was called. You can't believe how difficult that was for her, Zelandani, Marthona said. I know it is never easy to be called. That's part of it, I suppose. But with the miscarriage and all, I will tell you, there were moments when I thought we'd lose her. She bled so heavily. I was afraid she was bleeding her life away. I was almost ready to send for you. If it had continued like that much longer, I would have, though I'm not sure you would have arrived in time. Zelandani nodded. Perhaps you shouldn't have let her come so soon, she said. There was no way I could stop her. You know how she is when she decides she wants to do something, Marthona said. Zelandani nodded in acknowledgement. She couldn't wait to see Jondalar and John Ayla, especially after losing one. She wanted to see her child, and I think she wanted to start another one. And she was sure she knew how. I think that's partly why she wanted to see Jondalar so bad. She saw him all right, Proliva said, with Morona. I don't understand Jondi sometimes, Falara said. Of all people, why couldn't he leave her alone? Probably because she wouldn't leave him alone, Proliva said. His needs have always been strong. She made it too easy. And then what does he do when she decides to take her turn at the festival? Falara said. It's not like she didn't have the right. Right or not, she didn't do it because she wanted to celebrate the mother at the festival, Zelandani said. She did it out of hurt and anger. That's why she chose the man she did. She didn't want Laramar. She wanted to get back at Jondalar. That doesn't honor the mother, and she knows it. Neither of them are without fault, but I think both of them are trying to take all the blame on themselves, and that doesn't help. No matter who takes the blame, Jondalar will still have a harsh penalty to pay, Marthona said. I can't blame Laramar for not wanting to return to the 9th cave, and I'm glad the 5th was willing to take him in, but his mate doesn't want to move, Proliva said. She says the 9th cave is her home. She does have a good location. But if she stays without a mate, who's going to take care of that brood of hers? Or supply the barma she drinks every day, Falara said. That may be what will encourage her to move to the 5th, Zelandani said. Unless her eldest son takes over, Proliva said. He's been learning to make that barma for several years. Some say his is better than Laramar's, and there are enough people along our section of the river who would rather have a nearby source. Well, don't suggest it to him, Marthona said. It won't make any difference. If we can think of it, someone else is bound to as well, Proliva said. Zelandani noticed 2 more people joining the ones who were chanting, and one leaving. She nodded her approval to them, then glanced at Ayla. Did her skin seem more gray? She hadn't moved, but somehow she seemed to have sunk deeper into the bed. The Danyar didn't like the way she looked. She went back to her explanation. I was saying that I wanted to try to help Ayla get her mind off her problems, to get her to talk about other things which are usually of great interest to her. That's why I asked her about this clan route, but I'm not without fault either. I was too anxious to learn about it. I should have been paying closer attention to her. I should have seen how upset she really was, and I should have believed her about the potency of the clan root. I took only one drink and had to struggle to maintain control. It is far more powerful than I ever imagined, Zelendani said. I'm afraid Ayla is lost somewhere in the world of the spirits. The only thing I really remember her saying is that chanting was the tie that kept her bound to this world, and I could feel the pull of it when I was somewhat lost from just the one drink. I will be honest with you. I don't know what else to do for her, except to keep her warm and chant and hope it wears off soon.
The clan root, she told me about that, Marthona said. The one she calls Mammut said he would never try that route again, that he was afraid he would be lost forever. He told her it was too powerful, and he warned Ayla never to use it again. The first frowned. Why didn't she tell me Mammut told her not to use that route? He was one who serves. He would know. Ayla was a little reluctant to try it at first, but she never told me why. And then she seemed perfectly willing, even performing clan rituals for it. She didn't tell me Mammut had warned her against it, Zelendani said, quite distraught. The first got up and checked Ayla again. She was still cold and clammy, and her breath was hardly noticeable. If the Danyer had just seen her and touched her, she would have thought Ayla was dead. She lifted her eyelid. There was only a slight response. Zelendani had hoped, that all Ayla needed was time for the effects to wear off. Now she was beginning to wonder if anything would bring her out of it. She looked around, beckoned to a particular acolyte. Massage her gently. Try to bring some color to her skin. And let's try to get some warm tea into her, something stimulating. And then louder, so everyone could hear, Does anyone know where Jondalar is? He's been taking long walks lately, usually by the river, Marthona said. I saw him practically running in that direction earlier, an acolyte said. Zelendani stood and clapped her hands for everyone's attention. Ayla's spirit is lost in the void, and she can't find her way back. She may not even be able to find her way to the mother. We have to find Jondalar. If we don't get Jondalar here, she will never find her way back. She won't even have the will to try. Search the whole campsite, every tent. Get everyone looking for him. Search the woods, up and down the river. Search in the river if we have to. Just get him here, fast. Zelendani was more agitated and upset than most people had ever seen her. Everyone, except for those who were needed to chant, rushed out of the lodge and scattered in all directions. When they were gone, the one who was first to serve the mother examined Ayla again. She was still cold, and her skin was turning gray. She's giving up, the Danyer thought. I don't think she wants to live. Jondalar may already be too late. One of the acolytes burst into the falage used by Jondalar and the two Mamutoi visitors. Willamar and Dalinar were also in the lodge. They had come to look for Jondalar, too. The young acolyte had only seen the tall, red-haired man from a distance and didn't realize how big he was up close. He felt a bit overwhelmed. "Do you know where Jondalar is?" the young man asked. "No, I haven't seen him since early this morning," Danug replied. "Why?" "It's the new Zelendani. She drank some liquid that she made from a root, and now her spirit is in some dark void, and the first said we have to find Jondalar and bring him right away or she will die and her spirit will be lost forever," he said all in one breath without stopping. He finally caught his breath. "We're supposed to search everywhere and ask everyone to help look for him," the acolyte said.
Could it be that route she took with Mahmut?
Danug asked, looking at Druez with consternation.
What route is that?
Dalinar asked, quick to notice their worry.
Ayla had some route she brought with her from her clan people,
Danug explained.
Apparently it was used by the ones who talked to the spirit world. Mahmut wanted to try it, so Ayla prepared it the way she had been taught. I don't know what happened exactly, but no one could wake them up. Everyone was worried, and we all had to chant. Finally, Jondalar came and begged Ayla to come back, telling her how much he loved her. They'd been having some trouble, kind of like they are now. I don't understand how two people who love each other so much can be so blind to each other's feelings. He has always had trouble with women like that. I don't know if it's pride or lack of perception, Willamar said, shaking his head. I thought when he brought Ayla home he was past it. He's fine if he really doesn't care that much about a woman. But if he loves one, he seems to lose his sense and doesn't know what to do. You should hear the stories about him, but that's not important. What happened? Jondalar just kept telling her he loved her and begging her to come back. Finally she woke up, and so did Mahmut. Mahmut told us later they would have been lost in some kind of a black void forever if Jondalar's love hadn't been so strong that it found its way to her. He brought her back, and him too. Mahmut said the roots were too strong. He could never control them and would never try them again. He said he was afraid his spirit would be lost forever in that terrible place, and he warned Ayla against them too.
Danug felt the blood drain from his face.
She's done it again,
he said as he ran out of the tent, then wasn't sure where to go. Finally, he had an idea, and he raced toward the camp of the 9th cave. Several people were milling around the large cooking hearth, and he was relieved to see Ayla. She had obviously been crying, and Wolf was whining and trying to lick the tears from her face. Marthona and Falara were trying to comfort her, too. They acknowledged the greeting of the big Mamutoi as he hunkered down in front of the little girl. He stroked Wolf's head when the animal nosed his way closer to the familiar man.
"How are you, Ayla?"
he said.
"I want my mother, Danug,"
she said, starting to cry.
"My mother is sick. She won't wake up."
"I know she is. I think I know a way to help her,"
Danug said.
"How?"
she said, looking at him with wide eyes.
"She got sick like this once before when she lived with us at the lion camp. I think Jondalar could wake her up. He's the one who woke her up before. Do you know where Jondalar is, Ayla?"
She shook her head.
"I don't see Jondi very much anymore. He goes away, sometimes all day."
"Do you know where he goes?"
"Lots of times he walks up the river."
"Does he take Wolf with him sometimes?"
"Yes, but not today."
"Do you think Wolf could find him if you told him to?"
Ayla looked at Wolf, then back at Danug.
"Maybe he could,"
she said. Then, with a tremulous smile,
"Yes, I think he could."
"If you tell Wolf to find Jondalar, I'll follow him, and tell Jondalar to come back and wake your mother up,"
Danug said.
"Mother and Jondi have not been talking very much. Maybe he won't want to,"
Ayla said with a worried frown. Danug thought that she looked exactly like Jondalar when she frowned like that.
"Don't worry about that, Ayla. Jondalar loves your mother very much, and she loves him. If he knew she was in trouble, he would run here as fast as he could. I know it,"
Danug said.
"If he loves her, why doesn't he talk to her, Danug?"
"Because sometimes, even when you love someone, you don't always understand her. Sometimes you don't even understand yourself. Will you tell Wolf to find Jondalar?"
"Wolf, come here," the girl said.
She stood up and took the great massive head between her little hands, just the way her mother would have. She looked so much like a little Ayla, Danuk had to hide a smile. He wasn't alone.
"Mother is sick, and Jondalar has to come and help her, Wolf. You have to find him."
She took her hands away and pointed towards the river.
"Find Jondalar, Wolf. Go find Jondalar," she said.
It was not the first time the wolf had heard that command. Wolf and Ayla had had to follow Jondalar's trail before on their journey back, when he was captured by Ataroa's hunters. The anxious animal licked John Ayla's face, then started toward the river. He turned around once and started back toward her, but she told him again,
"Go, Wolf! Find Jondalar!"
He looked back when Danug started after him, and then continued on in a fast trot, sniffing the ground. Jondalar could hardly wait to get away from the campsite after his brush with Ayla. Then, once he reached the river and started walking upstream, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He had almost done it, almost taken her in his arms. He had wanted to. Why didn't he? What would she have done if he had? Would she have gotten angry, pushed him away? Or not? She had looked so surprised, so shocked. But wasn't he just as surprised to see her? Why didn't he? What was the worst that could happen? If she had gotten angry and pushed him away, would things be any worse than they were now? At least he'd know that she didn't want him. You don't want to know, do you? But things can't go on the way they are now. Was she in tears when she ran away, or did I imagine that? Why would she be in tears? Because she's upset, of course. But what would make her so upset? Just seeing you? Why should that upset her? She told me how she felt on the night of the festival. She showed me, didn't she? She doesn't care about you anymore. But then, why was she crying? Usually when Jondalar walked along the river, he would think about starting back about the time that the sun reached its zenith at midday. But on this day, his mind was so lost in its ruminations, going over and over again each little nuance he could recall, or detail he thought he remembered, that he didn't even notice the passage of time or the height of the sun. Danuk, taking long strides to keep up with the wolf, began to wonder if the animal was on the right trail. Could Jondalar have traveled so far? It was well past noon when Danuk stopped for a quick drink of water before continuing on. He stood up from the river's edge, and far in the distance, along a fairly straight stretch of the winding river, he thought he saw someone walking. He shaded his eyes, but could not see beyond what appeared to be a bend in the waterway. The wolf had rushed on ahead while he had stopped and was out of sight. Danug hoped he'd be able to catch up to him as he started out again, picking up the pace. Jondalar was finally distracted from his intense preoccupation by movement in the brush near the water. He caught sight of the movement again. It's a wolf. I wonder if he's been stalking me, he said to himself, reaching for his spear-thrower. But he hadn't taken spears or spear-throwers. His eyes searched the ground, looking for a weapon, a heavy branch or large shed antler, or a good stone, something to defend himself. But when the huge animal finally broke cover, all he could do was throw up his arm in front of his face as he was knocked over by the charge. But the animal wasn't biting him, he was licking him. Then he saw the ear cocked at a jaunty angle. It was not a wild wolf, he realized. "Wolf, is that you? What are you doing here?" He sat up and had to fend off the exuberant advances of the excited animal. He sat for a while, petting the wolf and scratching him behind his ears, trying to calm him down. "Why aren't you with John Ayla or Ayla? Why did you follow me all this way?" Jondalar said, beginning to have the inkling of alarm.
When he stood up and started on his way again, Wolf pranced nervously in front of him, then back in the direction he had come.
"Do you want to go back, Wolf?" "Well, go ahead. You can go back."
But when Jondalar started out again, the wolf jumped in front of him again.
"What is it, Wolf?"
Jondalar looked up at the sky, and for the first time noticed that the sun was well past its high point.
"Do you want me to go back with you?"
"Yes, that's what he wants, Jondalar,"
Danug said.
"Danug, what are you doing here?"
Jondalar said.
"Looking for you."
"Looking for me? Why?"
"It's Ayla, Jondalar. You have to come back right away."
"Ayla, what's wrong, Danug?"
"Remember that root, the one she made into juice for her and Mahmut? She did it again to show Zelendani. But this time, she drank it herself. No one can wake her up, not even John Ayla. The Danyar says you have to come right away, or Ayla will die, and her spirit will be lost forever," Danuk said.
Jondalar turned white.
"No, not that root. Oh, great mother, don't let her die. Please don't let her die,"
he said, and started running back the way he had come. If he had been preoccupied on his way out, it was nothing compared to his single-minded intensity as he raced back. He tore along the edge of the river, scrambling through brush that tore at his bare legs and arms and face. He didn't feel them. He ran until he was gasping for breath that rasped his throat raw, until he felt a pain in his side that was like a hot knife, until his legs knotted and ached. He hardly felt any of it. The pain in his mind was more. He even outdistanced Danug. Only the wolf kept pace. He couldn't believe how far he had come, and worse, how long it was taking him to get back. He slowed once or twice to catch his breath, but never stopped, and put on an extra burst of speed when the brush thinned out as he neared the campsite.
"Where is she?"
he asked the first person he saw. "The Zelendania Lodge," came the answer. The whole summer meeting had been looking for him, waiting for him, and as he raced toward the lodge, several people actually cheered. He didn't hear it, and he didn't stop until he crashed through the entrance drape and saw her lying on the bed, surrounded by lamps. And then all he could do was gasp out her name.
"Ayla!"
Chapter 41. Jondalar could hardly breathe, and every time he gasped for air his throat felt raw. Sweat was pouring off him. He was bent over double from the pain in his side. His legs shook and could hardly support him as he approached the bed at the back of the lodge. Wolf had pressed in beside him, and with lolling tongue was panting heavily too. "Here, Jondalar, sit," Zelendani said, standing up and giving him her own stool. She could see his extreme stress and knew he must have run a great distance. "Get him some water," she said to the nearest acolyte. "Some for the wolf, too." As he neared, he could see that Ayla's skin had a deathly gray pallor.
"Ayla, oh Ayla, why did you do it again?"
he rasped, barely able to speak.
"You know you almost died last time."
He drank from the cup that was handed to him as a reflex, hardly realizing someone had given it to him. Then he literally climbed onto the bed. He pushed back the covers, picked Ayla up, and held her in his arms, shocked at how chilled she was.
"She's so cold,"
he said with a sobbing hiccup. He didn't know tears were streaming down his face. He wouldn't have cared if he did. The wolf looked at the two people on the bed, lifted his muzzle into the air and howled, a long, eerie wolf song that sent chills down the backs of the Zelendania who were in the lodge and the people who were outside. It stunned the ones who were chanting, causing them to miss a pulse and stop the continuous fugue for a heartbeat. It was only then that Jondalar became conscious of the Zelendania chanting. Then Wolf put his front paws on the bed and whined for her attention.
"Ayla, Ayla, Please come back to me, Jondalar pleaded. You can't die. Who will give me a son? Oh, Ayla, what a thing to say. I don't care if you give me a son. It's you I want. I love you. I don't even care if you never talk to me again, just so I can look at you sometime. Please come back to me. Oh, great mother, send her back. Please send her back. I'll do anything you want. Just don't take her away from me.
Zelendani watched the tall, handsome man, face, chest, arms, and legs, scratched and in places bleeding, sitting on the bed, holding the nearly lifeless woman in his arms like a baby, rocking back and forth, tears streaming down his face, crying for her to come back. She hadn't seen him cry since he was a small boy. Jondalar didn't cry. He fought to control his emotions, keep them to himself. Very few people had ever gotten really close to him, except his family and herself, and even then, once he reached manhood, there was always some distance, some reserve. After he returned from his stay with Dalinar, she had often wondered if he would ever really love a woman again, and blamed herself. She knew he still loved her then, and she had been tempted, more than once, to give up the Zelendania and mate with him, but as time went along and she never became pregnant, she knew she had made the right choice. She felt sure he would mate some day, and though she had often doubted that he would be capable of giving himself completely to any woman, Jondalar needed children. Children could be loved freely, completely, without reservation, and he needed to love like that. She had been genuinely happy for him when he returned from his journey with a woman that he obviously loved, a woman who was worthy of his love. But she hadn't realized until then just how much he did love her. The first felt a small twinge of guilt. Maybe she shouldn't have pushed Ayla so hard to become Zelendani. Maybe she should have just left the two of them alone. But it was the mother's choice, after all.
She's so cold. Why is she so cold?
Jondalar said. He stretched her out on the bed, laid down next to her, then half-covered her naked body with his own and pulled the furs over both of them. The wolf jumped up on the bed with them, crowding in close to her other side. Jondalar's heat filled the space quickly, and the wolf's helped to hold it in. The man held her for a long time, looking at her, kissing her pale, still face, talking to her, pleading with her, begging the mother for her, until finally his voice, his tears, and heat of his body and the wolf's began to penetrate her coldest depths. Ayla wept silently. "You did it! You did it!" the people chanted, accusing her. Then only Jondalar stood there. She heard a wolf howl nearby. "I'm sorry, Jondalar," she cried. "I'm sorry I hurt you." He held out his arms to her.
Ayla, he gasped, give me a son. I love you.
She started towards the figure of Jondalar standing beside Wolf and walked between them. Then she felt something pulling. Suddenly she was moving, faster, much faster than before, though she felt rooted in place. The mysterious alien clouds appeared and were gone in an instant, yet seemed to take forever. The deep black void swooped by, engulfing her in an unearthly black emptiness that went on endlessly. She fell through the mist, and for a moment saw herself and Jondalar in a bed, surrounded by lamps. Then she was inside a frigid, clammy shell. She struggled to move, but she was so stiff, so cold. Finally her eyelids flickered. She opened her eyes and looked into the tear-stained face of the man she loved, and a moment later felt the warm, licking tongue of the wolf.
Ayla, you're back. Zelendani, she's awake. Oh, Donnie, great mother, thank you.
Thank you for giving her back to me, Jondalar said with a heaving sob. He was holding her in his arms, crying his relief and his love, afraid to hold her too tight for fear he would hurt her, but not ever wanting to let her go. And she didn't want him to. Finally, he relaxed his embrace to let the Danyer look at her. "Get down now, Wolf," Jondalar said, pushing the animal towards the edge. "You helped her. Now let Zelendani see her." The wolf jumped off the bed, but sat on the floor looking at them. The first among those who served bent over Ayla and saw open, gray-blue eyes and a wan smile. She shook her head in amazement. "I didn't believe it was possible. I was sure she was gone, lost forever in some dark, irretrievable place where even I could not go to find her, to lead her to the mother. I was afraid the chanting was useless, that nothing could be done to save her. I doubted that anything would ever bring her back, not my most ardent hopes, nor the transcendent wish of every Zelendani, not even your love, Jondalar. All the Zelendania combined could not have done what you did. I'm almost willing to believe you could have raised her from the Dani's deepest underworld. I've always said the Great Earth Mother would never refuse you anything you asked her for. I think this proves it." The news spread through the campsite like a wildfire. Jondalar had brought her back. Jondalar had done what the Zelendania could not do. There wasn't a woman at the summer meeting who didn't wish in her heart that she was loved as much, or a man who didn't wish he knew a woman that he could love so strongly. Stories were already beginning, stories that would be told around hearth fires and campfires for years about Jondalar's love, so great it brought his Ayla back from the dead. Jondalar thought about Zelendani's comment. He had heard that before, though he wasn't entirely sure what it meant, but it left him feeling uncomfortable to be told that he was so favored by the mother that no woman could refuse him, not even Dani herself. So favored that if he ever asked the mother for anything, she would grant his request. He had also been warned to be careful of what he wished for, because he might get it, although he didn't really understand what that meant either. For the first few days, Ayla was utterly exhausted, barely able to move, and so weak there were times when the Danyer wondered if she would ever fully recover. She slept a great deal, sometimes lying so still it was hard to tell if she was still breathing, but her sleep wasn't always restful. Occasionally she would lapse into waves of delirium, tossing and turning and speaking out loud, but every time Ayla opened her eyes, Jondalar was there. He hadn't left her side since she awoke, except to take care of essential needs. He slept on his sleeping furs that he spread out on the floor beside her bed. Zelendani wondered, when Ayla seemed to falter, if he wasn't the only thing that kept her in the world of the living. In fact, he was, along with her own inherent will to live, and her years of hunting and exercise that had given her a strong, healthy body that could recover from devastating experiences, even those that brought her close to death. Wolf stayed with her most of the time as well, and seemed to sense when she was ready to wake up. After Jondalar stopped him from jumping up and putting his dirty paws on the bed, Wolf discovered that the height of the bed was just right for him to stand up and lay his head on it to watch her just before she opened her eyes. Jondalar and Zelendani came to anticipate her waking by the actions of the animal. Ayla was so happy to have her mother awake, and Jondi and her mother back together, that she often came into the Zelendania lodge to be with them. Though she didn't sleep there, if they were both awake, she sometimes stayed a while, sitting in Jondalar's lap or lying beside her mother, or even taking a nap with her. Other times she would run in for only a moment, as if to convince herself that all was still well. After she was recovered enough, Ayla usually sent Wolf out with John Ayla, although at first he was torn between staying with the woman or going with the child. The Danyar hovered nearby as well. The first blamed herself for not paying closer attention to the young woman's condition from the time she first arrived. But summer meetings required so much of her time and attention that Ayla had always been hard for her to read. She seldom talked about herself or her problems and hid her feelings far too well. It was easy to overlook her symptoms of distress. Ayla looked up from the bed and smiled at the bushy, red-haired and bearded giant of a man who was looking down at her. Though not fully recovered, she had recently moved back to the camp of the 9th cave. She had been awake earlier when Jondalar told her Danug wanted to visit, but she dozed off momentarily before she heard her name softly spoken. Jondalar was sitting beside her, holding her hand, and John Ayla was sitting in his lap. Wolf pounded his tail on the floor beside her bed in greeting to the young Mamutoi.
I'm supposed to tell you, John Ayla, that Bokavan and some other children are going to Lavila's hearth to play and have something to eat. She has some bones for Wolf, too, Danug said.
Why don't you go, John Ayla, and take Wolf?
Ayla said, sitting up.
They would like to see you, and it won't be long before this summer meeting is over. After we go home, you probably won't see them again until next summer. All right, Mother. I'm getting hungry anyway, and maybe Wolf is too.
The child gave her father and mother a hug, then walked toward the entrance with Wolf behind her. He whined back at Ayla before leaving the lodge, then followed after John Ayla.
Sit down, Danuk,
Ayla said, motioning toward a stool. Then she looked around.
Where's Drues?
Danuk sat down beside Ayla. Aldanor needed a male friend who is not related for something having to do with his upcoming matrimonial. Drues agreed to be the one, since I have to fill in as an adopted relative, Danug said. Jondalar nodded in understanding. It's difficult learning a complete new set of customs. I remember how it was when Thonelin decided to mate Jatamio. Because I was his brother, it made me kin to the Sharamudoi, too, and since I was his only relative, I had to be a part of the ceremonies. Though he could speak of the brother he'd lost more easily now, Ayla noticed his expression of regret. It would always be a great sadness to him, she knew. Jondalar moved closer to Ayla and put his arm around her. Danug smiled at both of them. First, there is something I need to say to you, he said with mock severity. When are you two going to learn who you love? You both have to stop making problems for each other. Listen to me closely. Ayla loves Jondalar and no other man. Jondalar loves Ayla and no other woman. Do you think you can remember that? There never was and never will be anyone else for either one of you. I'm going to make a rule that you have to follow for the rest of your lives. I don't care if everyone else couples with anyone they want. You may only couple with each other. If I ever hear differently, I'm going to come back here and tie you both together. Is that understood?
Yes, Danuk,
Jondalar and Ayla said in unison. She turned to smile at Jondalar, who was smiling back at her. Then both grinned at Danuk.
And I'll tell you a secret. As soon as we can, we're going to start a baby together,
Ayla said. Not yet, though, Jondalar said. Not until Zelendani says you are well enough. But, woman, just wait until you are. I'm not sure which gift is better, Danuk said with a big smile. The gift of pleasure or the gift of knowledge? I think the mother must love us a lot to make starting a new life such a pleasure. I think you're right, Jondalar said. I have tried to translate the Zelendanyi mother's song into Mamutoi so I can tell everyone, and when I get back, I'm going to start looking for a mate so I can start a son, Danuk said.
What's wrong with a daughter?
Ayla said. There's nothing wrong with a daughter, except I wouldn't be able to name her. I want a son so I can name him. I've never named a child before, Danuk said.
You've never had a child to name before,
Ayla said, laughing. Well, that's true, Danuk said, a bit chagrined. At least none I've known of. But you know what I mean. I've never had the chance before. I understand how he feels. It doesn't matter to me whether we have another girl or a boy, but I wonder what it would be like to name a son, Jandalar said. But Danug, what if the Mamutoi do not accept the idea that men should name the boys? I just have to make sure that the woman I decide to mate agrees, Danug said.
That's true, Ayla said. But why do you have to go back to find a mate, Danuk? Why don't you stay here, like Aldenor? I'm sure you could find a Zelendani woman who would be pleased to be your mate.
And Zelendani women are certainly beautiful, but in many ways I'm like Jandalar. Traveling can be exciting, but I need to return to my own people to settle down. Besides, there's only one woman I would stay here to mate, Ayla, Danuk said with a wink at Jandalar, and she's already claimed. Jandalar chuckled, but there was a look in Danuk's eye, a tone in his voice, that made Ayla wonder if his jocular statement was said entirely in jest. I'm just glad she was willing to come home with me, Jandalar said. The way Jandalar looked at her, with his vivid blue eyes, made her tingle all the way to her innermost place. Danuk is right. Dani must really love us to have made making children such a pleasure.
It isn't all pleasure for a woman, Jandalar. Giving birth can be very painful,
Ayla said. But I thought you said giving birth to John Ayla was easy, Ayla, Jandalar said, his forehead creased with his familiar frown.
Even an easy childbirth has some pain, Jandalar. It just wasn't as bad as I expected,
Ayla said. I don't want to cause you pain, he said, turning to look at her. Are you sure we should have another? Jandalar suddenly remembered that Thanalin's mate had died giving birth.
Don't be silly, Jandalar. Of course we're going to have another baby. I want one too, you know. It's not just you, and it's not that bad. If you don't want to start one, though, maybe I can find another man who will, she said with a teasing smile.
Oh, no, you can't, Jandalar said, giving her shoulder a hug. Danug just told you that you may not couple with anyone except me, remember?
I never wanted to couple with anyone but you, Jandalar. You are the one who taught me the mother's gift of pleasure. No one could possibly give me more. Maybe because I love you so much,
Ayla said. Jandalar turned his face away to hide the tears that had come to his eyes, but Danug had looked in another direction and affected not to notice. When Jandalar turned back, he looked at Ayla with great seriousness. I never told you how sorry I am about Morona. I didn't really want her that much. She just made it so easy. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would hurt you. When you found us together, I kept thinking how much you must hate me. I want you to know, I love only you.
I know you love me, Jandalar, Ayla said. Everyone at this whole summer meeting knows you love me. I wouldn't be here if you didn't love me. In spite of what Danuk said, if you ever need to, even if you just want to, you can couple with anyone you want, Jandalar. I don't even hate Morona anymore. I don't blame her for wanting you. Who wouldn't want you? Sharing the gift of pleasure isn't what makes love. It makes babies, but not love. Love can make pleasures better, but if you love someone, what difference does coupling with someone else once in a while make? Coupling takes a few moments. How can that be more important than a lifetime of love? Even in the clan, coupling was done just to relieve a man's needs. You wouldn't expect me to break our bond just because you coupled with someone else, would you?
Danug laughed. If that were a reason, everyone would have to break his bond. People look forward to festivals to honor the mother, to share pleasures with someone else once in a while. I've heard stories that Talut can still couple with as many as 6 women in a row at festivals. Mother always said it just gave her a chance to see if any other man could match him. None ever could.
Talut is a better man than I am, Jandalar said. There was a time, maybe, but I don't have the stamina anymore. And to be honest, I don't have the desire.
It may just be stories, Danug said. I can't say that I've ever seen him with any woman except Mother. He spends a lot of time with other leaders, and she spends most of her time at meetings, visiting with relatives and friends. I think most people just like to tell stories.
There was a pause in the conversation, and each of the young people looked at each other. Then Danug spoke up.
I wouldn't break the mating bond over it, but to be honest, I really would like it better if the woman I mate would share pleasures with no one except me.
What about during festivals to honor the Great Earth Mother? Jandalar asked.
I know we should all honor the mother at festivals and such, but how would I know the children my mate brought to my hearth were mine if she shares pleasures with someone else?
Danug said. Ayla looked at them both and remembered the words of the first. If a man loves the children a woman brings to his hearth now, why should knowing who started them make any difference?
Maybe it shouldn't, but I would still want them to be mine, Danug said.
If you start a child, does that make him yours? Would you own him like a personal possession? Ayla asked. Would you not love a child you didn't own, Danug?
I don't mean mine in the sense of owning, but mine in the sense that the child would have come from me, Danug tried to explain. I probably would grow to care for any child of my hearth, one that didn't come from me, or even one that did not come from my mate. I loved Rydag as a brother, more than a brother, and he was not Talut's or Nezi's. But I would like to know if a child of my hearth was started by me. A woman doesn't have to worry, she always knows.
I understand how Danug feels, Ayla. It makes me happy to know John Ayla came from me, and everyone knows she did, because everyone knows you never chose anyone but me. We always honored the mother at festivals, but we always chose each other. I wonder if you'd be so eager to have children of your own if you had to go through the pain along with your mate, Ayla said. Some women would be happy if they never had to have children. Not many, but some. The men glanced at each other, but neither one looked at Ayla, feeling slightly embarrassed at voicing personal thoughts that seemed to contradict the customs and beliefs of their people.
By the way, have you heard that Morona is going to mate again?
Danug said, changing the subject.
She is, Jandalar said. No, I didn't know. When?
In a few days, at the late matrimonial, when Falara and Aldanor mate, Proleva said, just coming in. She was followed by Joharan.
That's what Aldanor told me,
Danug said. Greetings were exchanged, the women hugged, and the leader of the 9th cave bent down and touched her cheek with his. Low stools were dragged close to Ayla's bed. Who is she mating? Ayla asked after everyone was settled, picking up the thread of the recent disclosure. Some friend of Laramar who was staying with him and that bunch at the Falaj, the one they aren't using anymore, Proleva said. He's a stranger, but Zelendanyi, I understand.
He comes from a group of caves that lives along Big River to the west of here. I heard he came to our summer meeting with a message for someone and decided to stay. I don't know if he knew them before, but he got along well with Larimar and the rest of that bunch,"
Joharan said.
"I think I know the one," Jondalar said.
"He's been staying at the camp of the 5th cave since they left that falaj, and Morona has been staying there too. That's where he met her," Proliva said.
"I didn't think Morona wanted to mate again, and he seems rather young. I wonder why she would choose him,"
Jondalar said. "Maybe she didn't have much choice," Proliva said. "But everyone says she's so beautiful. She could have almost anyone she wanted," Ayla said.
"For a night, but not for a mate," Danug said. "I hear people talk. The men she's mated before don't speak very well of her."
"And she's never had any children," Proliva said. "Some people say she can't have any. That could make her less desirable to some men. But I guess it doesn't matter to her intended. She's going with him to his cave." "I think I met him," Ayla said, "when I was walking back from the Lanzadanyi camp with Echezar one night. I can't say that I cared much for him. Why did he move out of that falaj?"
"They all did after their personal things were taken," Joharan said. "I heard something about that, but I wasn't paying much attention at the time," Jondalar said.
"Someone took things?" Ayla said.
"Someone took personal things from just about everyone who was staying at that falaj," Joharan said.
"Why would anyone do something like that?" Ayla asked.
"I don't know, but Larimar was pretty upset when he found out that a new winter outfit he'd just traded for was missing, not to mention his pack carrier and most of his barma. Someone else was missing new mittens, another man lost a good knife, and almost all the food was gone," Joharan said.
"Does anyone know who did it?" Jondalar asked.
"Two people are missing, Brukaval and Madraman," Joharan said. "Brukaval left without anything, as far as anyone knows. The other men who were staying at the falaj claim most of his things were still there after he left, but later most of them were missing, and so are Madraman's."
"I heard Zelendani tell someone that Madraman did not return the sacred objects he received as an acolyte," Proliva said. "I saw Madraman leaving," Ayla said, suddenly remembering.
"When?"
Joharan asked. "It was the day the 9th cave shared a feast with the Lanzadanyi. I was the only one at camp, and just coming out of the lodge. He gave me a look of such hatred. It actually frightened me, but he seemed to be in a big hurry. I remember thinking there was something odd about him. Then I realized I hardly ever saw him without his acolyte tunic, but this time he was wearing regular clothes, except I thought it was strange that his outfit was decorated with 9th cave symbols, not 5th cave."
"That's where Larimar's new outfit went," Joharan said. "I wondered if it was him."
"Do you think Madraman took it?" Ayla said.
"Yes, and everything else that was taken."
"I think you're right, Joharan," Jondalar said. "I would guess he didn't want to face people after the disgrace of being rejected by the Zelendania, at least not the people who knew him," Danug said.
"I wonder where he went," Proliva said.
"He's probably going to try to find some other people to live with," Joharan said. "That's why he took the things. He knows winter is coming, and he didn't know where he would be staying."
"What will he do to get some strange group to accept him? He doesn't have a skill, and he never was much of a hunter. I heard he never went out hunting again after he joined the Zelendania, not even on a drive," Jondalar said.
"Anyone can do that, and almost everyone does. Children love going out and beating the bushes and making a lot of noise to flush rabbits and other animals out, and then chasing them toward hunters or into a net," Proliva said.
"Madraman does have a skill. That's why he didn't return the sacred objects he got from the Zelendania," Joharan said. "That's what he'll do. He'll be a Zelendani,
But he's not a Zelandani, Ayla said. He lied about being called.
But some strange group of people won't know that, Danug said.
He's been around the Zelandania for so many years, he knows how to act like one.
He'll lie again, Proliva said.
Do you think he would really do that?
Ayla asked, appalled at the very idea.
You should tell Zelandani you saw him leave, Ayla,
Proliva said.
And the other leaders should know, Joharan said. Maybe we can bring it up before your meeting tomorrow, Jondalar. At least it will give people something else to talk about besides you.
Ayla's eyes opened wide.
So soon? She said. Proliva, I am going to be there.
They were outside on the level ground in front of the sloping sides of the large natural amphitheater. Larimar was seated, and though his face was still somewhat swollen, he appeared to have essentially recovered from the beating he had received at the hands of the man facing him, except for the scars and battered nose from which he would never recover. Jondalar tried not to flinch as he stood in the bright afternoon sunlight, looking at the man whose face was so badly damaged. He would not have been recognized by people who knew him well if they hadn't known who he was. Originally, there had been some talk that Larimar might lose an eye, and Jondalar was grateful that he had not. It was ostensibly a meeting of the 9th cave and the 5th cave, with the Zelandania as mediators, but since any interested parties were free to attend, nearly everyone who had come to the summer meeting was curious and had indicated interest. Though the 9th cave would have preferred to have waited until later for this confrontation, after the summer gathering of Zelandani was over, the 5th cave had insisted. Since they were being asked to accept Larimar, they wanted to know what they and Larimar could expect as compensation from Jondalar and the 9th cave. Jondalar and Larimar had met for the first time since the incident, just before the public meeting inside the Zelandania Lodge, along with Joharan Kamorden, the leader of the 5th cave, each cave's Zelandani, and several other leaders and Zelandania. They knew Marthona was not strong, and she was told that she did not need to be at the meeting, especially since Larimar's mother was no longer alive. But she would have none of it. Jondalar was her son, and she was going to be there. The mates of both of them were not a part of the first meeting either, since they both presented complications. Ayla, because she had played such a large role in the incident, and Larimar's mate, because she did not want to move to the 5th cave with him, another aspect that would have to be dealt with. Jondalar was quick to say how sorry he was and how much he regretted his actions, but Larimar had nothing but disdain for the tall, handsome brother of the leader of the 9th cave. For one of the first times in his life, Larimar had the high ground. He was in the right. He had done nothing wrong, and he wasn't going to give up any of his advantage. There was a slight buzz of conversation among the audience when the participants walked out of the lodge, as news that Ayla had seen Madraman leaving the campsite wearing clothing he had very likely stolen from Larimar was passed around. It was followed by an undercurrent of comment, speculating about the various ramifications. Jondalar's and the First's past history with Madraman, his rejection from the Zelandania, and Ayla's role in it, and why she was the only one who saw him leave. People settled in to watch the events, full of anticipation. It wasn't often that they were presented with the opportunity to observe so much high drama. The whole summer was proving to be an exciting one that would fill many long, slow winter days with meat for discussion and stories for seasoning. "We have some serious matters to resolve today," the First started. "These are not matters of the spirit world, but problems between her children, and we ask that Donnie observe our deliberations and help us to speak the truth, to think clearly, and to reach fair decisions. She took out a small carved sculpture and held it up. It was the figure of a full-bodied woman with the legs tapering to barely suggested feet. Though they could not distinctly see the object she held in her hand, they all knew that it was a danyi, a place for the all-encompassing spirit of the great Earth Mother, or at least some essential part of her nature, to reside. A tall cairn of stones, almost a pillar, with a large base of fairly big stones tapering up to a flattened top of sandy gravel, had been constructed in the center of the level area. With a decided flourish, the first among those who served the mother planted the feet of the danyi into the gravel and propped her up for all to see. The primary purpose of the danyi in this context was to prevent deliberate lying, and she was a strong deterrent. When the mother's spirit was expressly invoked to watch, everyone knew any lies would be seen by her and brought to light. While someone might lie and get away with it for the moment, eventually the truth would come out, and usually with far worse repercussions. Not that there was not any great danger of anyone lying today. It could still be a limiting influence on any tendency to exaggerate. "Shall we begin?" the first said. "There were many witnesses, so I don't think we need to go into any great detail about the circumstances. During the recent festival to honor the mother, Jondalar found his mate Ayla sharing the mother's gift of pleasures with Larimar. Both Ayla and Larimar joined together of their own desire. There was no force, no compulsion. Is that correct, Ayla?" She hadn't expected to be questioned so quickly, to have all the attention of the people suddenly brought to bear on her. It caught her by surprise, but she wouldn't have known how to lie about it if she had wanted to.
"Yes, Zelendani, that is true."
"Is that true, Larimar?"
"Yeah, she was more than willing. She came after me," he said.
The first fought a slight urge to caution him about exaggeration, but continued on. "And then what happened?" She was deciding whether to ask Ayla or Jondalar, but Larimar jumped in.
"You can see what happened. The next thing I know, Jondalar was punching me in the face," he said.
"Jondalar?" The tall man bowed his head and swallowed. "That's what happened. I saw him with Ayla, and I dragged him off her and started hitting him. I know it was wrong. I have no excuse," Jondalar said, knowing in his heart, even as he said it, that he would do it again. "Do you know why you hit him, Jondalar?" the first asked. "I was jealous," he mumbled. "You were jealous? Is that what you said?" "Yes, Zelendani." "If you had to express your jealousy, Jondalar, couldn't you have just pulled them apart? Did you have to hit him?" "I couldn't stop myself, and once I started—" Jondalar shook his head.
"Once he started, no one could stop him. He even hit me," the leader of the Fifth said. "He was beside himself, in some kind of a frenzy. I don't know what we would have done if that big Mamutoy hadn't got hold of him."
"That's why he's so ready to take in Larimar,"
Folara whispered to Proliva, but was easily heard by those around her.
"He's mad that he couldn't stop Jondi and got hit when he tried."
"He also likes Larimar's Barma, but he may discover that Larimar is no shiny piece of amber," Proliva said. "He is not exactly the first one I would ask to join my cave." She turned her attention back to the center. "This is the reason," Zelendani was saying, "that we try to teach the senselessness of jealousy. It can get out of hand. Do you understand that, Jondalar?"
"Yes, I do. It was stupid of me, and I'm very sorry. I'll do whatever you say to make up for it. I want to make amends." "He can't make up for it," Larimar said. "He can't fix my face. just like he couldn't put the teeth back in Madraman's mouth."
The first gave Larimar a look of annoyance. That was uncalled for, she thought. It wasn't necessary to bring that up. He doesn't have the least idea how much Jondalar was provoked in that situation, but she kept her thoughts to herself. "But reparations were paid," Marthona said loudly.
"And I expect them to be paid again," Larimar retorted.
"What do you expect?" the first asked. "What redress are you asking? What do you want, Larimar?"
"What I want is to punch his pretty face in," Larimar said.
There was a gasp from the audience. "That is no doubt true, but it is not a remedy allowed by the mother. Do you have any other thoughts about how you would like him to make amends?" the Danyer asked. Larimar's mate stood up.
"He keeps making bigger dwellings for himself. Why don't you ask him to make a big new dwelling for your family, Larimar?" she called out.
"That might be a possibility, Tremita," the first said. "But where would you want it made? At the 9th cave or the 5th cave, Larimar?"
"That's no compensation for me," Larimar said. "What do I care what kind of dwelling she lives in? She'll just turn it into a filthy mess anyway."
"You don't care about where your children live, Larimar?" the first asked.
"My children? They're not mine, not if what you say is true. If coupling is the way they start, I didn't start any of them, except maybe the first. I haven't coupled, much less had any pleasures with her, in years. Believe me, she's no pleasure. I don't know where those children came from. Maybe mother festivals. Give a man enough to drink and even she might look good. But whoever started them, it wasn't me. The only thing that woman is good for is drinking my Barma."
Larimar sneered. "That is certainly true. Lenoga has taken care of her siblings more than her mother, and now Lanadar is helping. But they are too young to take on so much responsibility," Proliva said from the audience. "Larimar, they are still the children of your hearth. It is your responsibility to provide for them," the one who was first said. "You cannot just decide you don't want them."
"Why not? I don't want them. They never meant anything to me. She doesn't even care about them. Why should I?"
The leader of the 5th cave was looking just as horrified as everyone else at Larimar's callous denunciation of the children of his hearth, and in the audience Proliva whispered, "I told you he was no shiny piece of amber." "Then who do you expect to take care of the children of your hearth, Larimar?" Zelendani said.
The man stopped and frowned. "For all I care, Jondalar can. There's nothing he can give me that I want. He can't give me back my face, and I can't have the satisfaction of giving him what he gave me. He's so eager to take care of things, to make amends. Let him take care of that lazy, loud-mouthed, manipulating shrew and her brood," Larimar said.
"He may owe you a lot, Larimar, but that's too much to ask of a man who has a family of his own to take on the responsibility of a family the size of yours," Joharan said.
"Never mind, Joharan. I'll do it," Jondalar said. "If that's what he wants, I'll do it. If he isn't going to take responsibility for his own hearth, someone has to. Those children need someone to care about them."
"Don't you think you should talk to Ayla about it first?" Proliva said from the audience. "That much responsibility will take away from her own family." Not that they don't already take more care of that family than either Larimar or Tremita, the woman thought, but didn't say aloud. "No, Proliva, he's right," Ayla said. "I'm responsible, too, for what Jondalar did to Larimar. I didn't realize what it would come to, but I'm just as much at fault. If taking on the responsibility for his family will satisfy Larimar, then we should do it."
"Well, Larimar, is that what you want?" the first said.
"Yeah, if it will keep the rest of you off me,"
Why not? Larimar said. Then he laughed. You're welcome to her, Jondalar. What about you, Tremita? Is that satisfactory to you? Zelindani said.
Will he build me a new dwelling, like the one he's making for her? She asked, pointing at Ayla.
Yes, I will make sure you have a new dwelling, Jondalar said. Do you want it made at the 9th cave or the 5th?
Well, if I'm going to be your second woman, Jondalar, she said, trying to be coy, I might as well stay at the 9th. That's my home, anyway.
Hear me, Tremita, Jondalar said, looking directly at her. I am not taking you as a second woman. I said I would assume the responsibility to provide for you and your children. I said I would build you a dwelling. That is the full extent of my obligation to you. I am doing this as reparation for the injury I did to your mate. In no way are you anything close to a second woman to me, Tremita. Is that understood?
Larimar laughed.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Jondalar. I told you she was a manipulating shrew. She'll use you any way she can. He laughed again. You know, maybe this isn't going to be so bad. It just might give me some satisfaction to see you have to put up with her. Are you sure you want to go swimming there, Ayla? Jondalar asked.
It was our place before you took Morona there, and it's still the best place to swim, especially now when the river is so stirred up and muddy downstream. I haven't had the chance for a good swim since I arrived, and we'll be leaving soon, Ayla said.
But are you sure you're strong enough to swim?
Yes, I am sure, but don't worry. I plan to spend most of the time laying on the bank in the sun. All I want is to get out of this lodge and spend some time with you, away from people for a while, now that I finally got Zelindani to agree that I'm well enough, Ayla said. I was getting ready to get on Winnie and go someplace anyway before too long. I know she's concerned, but I'm fine. I just need to get out and move around.
Zelindani had blamed herself for not paying close enough attention to Ayla and was being, rather uncharacteristically, overprotective. She felt more than a little responsible for the fact that they had almost lost the young woman, and she wasn't going to let that happen again. Jondalar was in full agreement, and for a while Ayla enjoyed their unaccustomed close attention, but as she gained her strength back, she began to find such doting concern vexing. Ayla had been trying to convince the Danyer that she was completely rested and strong enough to ride and swim again, but it wasn't until the first wanted wolf out of the way for a while that she finally agreed. John Ayla and the youngsters her age were again involved with the Zelindania in preparations for a small part they would play in the farewell ceremonies that were being planned to close the summer meeting. Wolf was not only a distraction when all the children were together, making it hard for them to concentrate, but it was difficult for John Ayla to both control him and learn what she was supposed to do. When Zelindani had intimated to Ayla that, while the wolf was certainly welcome, perhaps she could keep the animal with her, it had been the edge Ayla needed to persuade the Danyer that she ought to take Wolf and the horses away from the campsite for some exercise. Ayla was anxious to leave as early as possible the next morning, before Zelindani changed her mind. Jondalar had watered and brushed the horses before the morning meal, and when he tied riding blankets on Winnie and Racer and fitted halters on Racer and Gray, they knew they were going out and pranced with anticipation. Though they didn't plan to ride her, Ayla didn't want to leave the young mare alone. She was sure Gray would be lonely if she was left behind. Horses liked companionship, especially of their own kind, and Gray needed the exercise too.
The wolf looked up with expectation when Jondalar picked up a pair of pack baskets made to hang across the back of a horse. The carriers were full of various implements and mysterious packages wrapped in pieces of the pale brown material woven from flax fibers that Ayla had made as training samplers, to pass the time while she was recovering. Marthona had arranged to have a small loom made and was teaching her to weave. One of the baskets was covered by a leather hide to spread out on the ground, and the other by the soft, yellowish toweling skins that had been gifts of the Sharamudoi. Wolf bounded on ahead when the man signaled that he could go with them as they left the lodge. Near the horse enclosure, Ayla stopped to pick a few ripe berries hanging from red-stemmed bushes. She brushed the round, powdery blue fruit against her tunic, noticed the deeper blue skin, then popped it in her mouth, and, smiling with satisfaction, savored the sweet, juicy taste. As she climbed up on a stump to mount Winnie, she felt good just being outside, knowing she didn't have to go back in the lodge right away. She was sure she knew every crack that cut through every painted or carved design on the sturdy wooden poles that supported the roof thatch, every smudge of soot that blackened the edges of the smoke hole. She wanted to look at sky and trees and a landscape uncluttered with lodges. As they started out, Racer was unusually boisterous and a bit fractious, and communicated some of his unruliness to the two mares, making them harder to handle. Once they got beyond the wooded area, Ayla slipped the halter off Gray so she could go at her own pace, and by tacit agreement, Ayla and Jondalar urged their mounts to a gallop and let them go at full speed. By the time the animals eased off of their own accord, they had worked off their excess energy and were more relaxed. But not Ayla. She was exhilarated. She had always loved riding fast, and after being kept close to camp, it was especially exciting. They rode along at a more leisurely pace across a landscape contoured by the deep relief of high hills, limestone cliffs, and river-cut valleys. Though the noon sun was still hot most days, the season was turning. Mornings were often cool and crisp, and evenings overcast or rainy. Leaves were transforming their lush green of full summer into the yellows and occasional reds of autumn. The grasses of the open plains shaded from deep gold and rich brown to the pale yellow and grayish dun of the natural hay that would stand in the fields throughout most of the winter. But the leaves of certain forbs had turned to shades of red. Single plants or small clumps of the herbs suddenly appearing along their way stood out as bright spots of color that delighted Ayla. But it was the occasional south-facing wooded hillside that made her catch her breath with its dazzling display. From a distance, the colorful brush and trees gave an impression of large bouquets of bright flowers. Gray was content to follow along riderless, stopping now and then to graze, and Wolf poked his nose into hillocks, pockets of brush, and patches of tall grass as he traced his own path of invisible scents and secret sounds. Their route traced a broad circle that eventually took them back towards the meeting campsite from the upstream direction of the river. But they didn't return to camp. They cut in alongside the smaller waterway that wound through the woods to the north of the Ninth Cave's camp, and near the time the sun reached its zenith, they found their way to the deep swimming hole at a sharp bend in the smaller stream. The trees provided dappled shade for the secluded beach of sandy gravel. The sun felt pleasantly warm as Ayla lifted her leg over and slid down from Winnie. She unfastened the pack baskets and untied the riding blanket, and while Jondalar spread out the large hide, she pulled out a leather drawstring bag and hand-fed the dun-yellow mare some mixed grains, mostly oats, then gave her some affectionate strokes and scratches. After a few more handfuls, She did the same for Gray, who had been nudging her for attention. Jondalar fed and fondled Racer. The stallion was still more unmanageable than usual, though he calmed down with the food and handling. But Jondalar didn't want to go after him if he decided to wander off. With a long rope attached to his halter, he hitched the horse to a small tree. Jondalar suddenly recalled that he had been considering letting the stallion go to find a place for himself with other horses on the open plains, and wondered if he should. But the man wasn't ready yet to give up the company of the magnificent animal. Wolf, who had been chasing his own whims, suddenly appeared from behind a screen of brush. Ayla had brought a meaty bone for him, but before she pulled it out of the pack basket, she decided to give him some attention, too. She tapped her shoulder and braced herself to receive the weight of the huge wolf as he jumped up on his hind legs and supported himself with his paws in front of her shoulders. He licked her neck, then gently held her jaw in his teeth. She returned the gesture in kind, then signaled him down and hunkered in front of him, taking his head between her hands. She rubbed and scratched behind his ears and roughed up the thickening fur around his neck, then sat down on the ground and just hugged him. She knew the wolf had been there for her, too, as much as Jondalar, when she was recovering from her perilous journey to the world of the spirits. As often as he'd seen it, the tall man still marveled at her way with the wolf, and as comfortable as he was with the animal himself, he still reminded himself occasionally that wolf was a hunting animal, a killing animal. Others of his kind stalked, killed, and ate animals larger than themselves. Wolf could as easily tear Ayla's throat out as caress it gently with his teeth, yet he trusted this animal completely with his woman and his child. He had seen the love Wolf felt for them both, and though he couldn't fathom how it was possible, at a basic level, he understood it. He firmly believed that the wolf's feeling for him was very much like his feeling for the wolf. The animal trusted him with the woman and child he loved, but Jondalar had no doubt that if Wolf ever thought that the man would cause harm to either one of them, he wouldn't hesitate to stop him any way he could, even if it meant killing him. He would do the same. Jondalar enjoyed watching Ayla with the wolf, but then he loved watching her no matter what she was doing, especially now that she was nearly her old self and they were back together. He'd hated leaving her behind when he left with the 9th cave for the summer meeting and had missed her terribly. In spite of his diversion with Morona, after feeling sure he had lost her, first because of his own actions, and then more desperately because of the juice from the roots she had taken, he could hardly believe they were together again. He had so thoroughly persuaded himself that she was forever gone from him that he had to keep looking at her, smiling at her, watching her smile back, to believe that she was still his mate, his woman, that they were riding the horses, going for a swim, being together, just as though nothing had happened. It made him think of their long journey together, their adventures, and the people they had met along the way. There were the Mamutoi, the mammoth hunters who had adopted Ayla, the Sharamudoi, among whom his brother Thonolin had found a mate, though her death had killed his spirit. Tholi and Marquino, as well as the others, had wanted Ayla and him to stay, especially after she had used her medicine skills to straighten Rosario's broken arm, which had been healing badly. They had even met Jiran, a hunter from the Hadumai, the people he and Thonolin had visited, and of course the Sarmunai, whose hunters, the wolf women, had captured him, and Ataroa, their head woman, who had tried to kill Ayla until Wolf stopped her the only way he could, by killing her. And the Losadunai. He suddenly remembered when they had stopped to visit the Losadunai on their long journey from the land of the mammoth hunters. They lived on the other side of the glaciered highland to the east, where the great Mother River began, and their language had enough similarities to Zelendanyi that he could understand most of it, although Ayla, with her gift for languages, had quickly learned it even better. The Losadunai were among the best known of the Zelendanyi neighbors, and travelers from both often visited with each other, although crossing the glacier could be an obstacle. There had been a mother festival while they were visiting, and just before it started, Jondalar and Losaduna had conducted a private ceremony. Jondalar had asked the Great Mother for a child born to Ayla, to be born to his hearth, one born of his spirit, or his essence, as Ayla always said it. He had also made a special request. He had asked that if Ayla ever became pregnant with a child of his spirit, he wanted to know for sure that it was from him. Jondalar had often been told that he was favored by the mother, so favored that no woman could refuse him, not even Dani herself. He fully believed that when Ayla was lost in the void after using the dangerous roots again, the Great Mother had granted his impassioned entreaty. She had given him what he wished for, longed for, what he had asked for, and in his mind he fervently thanked her again. But suddenly he understood that the mother had also granted the request he had made in the special ceremony with the Losaduna. He knew that John Ayla was his child, the child of his essence, and he was happy for that. He knew that all the children born to Ayla would be of his spirit, his essence, because of who she was, because she loved only him, and it pleased him to know that. And he knew he would love only her, no matter what. But this new gift of knowledge, he knew it would change things, and couldn't help but wonder how much. He wasn't the only one. Everyone was thinking about it, but one in particular. The woman who was the first among those who served the great Earth Mother was sitting quietly in the Zelendanyi lodge, thinking about the new gift of knowledge, and knew it would change the world. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Land of Painted Caves by Jean M. Auel. Copyright 2011 by Jean M. Auel. Performed by Sandra Burr. Directed by Colleen Willits. Engineered by Melissa Coates. Performance copyright 2010 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.